I was sitting on the sofa in Kunming watching TV with Xie when my cell phone suddenly rang. A strange man's voice came from the other end of the line. Is this Xie? What is your relationship with Cang Yunfeng? I subconsciously looked at Xie. She also looked confused and asked on the phone, who are you? Why are you asking this? The other party answered seriously, I am a police officer. Something may have happened at Sangyun Peak. We want to find you to understand the situation. Xie deliberately raised her voice, what's wrong with Sangyun Peak? Did you catch me for prostitution? I was not convinced and muttered, if I were a prostitute, they would never be able to catch me. The result was a threatening look and a gentle kick from Xie. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, then the voice continued, this is the Galmud Public Security Bureau. A charred body was found in the heart of the Kaidam Basin. A metal nameplate with Cang Yunfeng engraved on it was hung around its neck. Your name and phone number were also on the back. We suspect that the body is Cang Yunfeng, so we want to confirm with you. Hearing this, I sat up suddenly, and Xie's attitude immediately changed, that corpse can't beat Cang Yunfeng, he is alive and well beside me. The policeman added, if it's not him, then this body is related to him. The body has been transported to Galmud City and an autopsy is needed to confirm the identity. Tell Cang Yunfeng to come and cooperate with the investigation. When you arrive in Galmud, go to the Public Security Bureau, or call me directly. After the call ended, Xie looked at me with confusion in her eyes. I knew what she was thinking. Each of our 9 teams had a name tag with information such as name, date of birth, blood type, emergency contact number, etc., which she never took off before. The Wild Team 9 was once the most powerful expedition support team of the Wilderness Club. The club would arrange for us to send them to explore uninhabited areas as long as the customers paid. There were only a dozen people in our Team 9, and we had been through life and death together for many years. Although we went our separate ways after the disbandment, we have always kept in touch. Wang Hai was responsible for vehicle modification in the team. After the disbandment, he and his wife Langzhuo Lamo opened a car modification shop in Lhasa, doing car modification, maintenance, and rental business. Xie asked me in confusion, how did your name tag end up on a charred body? I said solemnly, I put away my name tag after the 9th team was disbanded. Half a month ago, Wang Hai came to Kunming to find me and said he wanted my name tag as a souvenir. I gave it to him without giving it much thought. Xie widened her eyes and said in disbelief, could the charred body be Wang Hai? I shook my head and whispered, I'm not sure, but it is definitely related to him. I quickly called Wang Hai, but the phone was turned off. I called Langzhuo Ram, but it was still turned off. This couldn't be a coincidence. I was a little nervous, so I stood up and said to Xie, let's split up. You confirm the identity of the police first. If there is no problem, fly to Galmud to contact the police and see what the situation is. I will go to Wang Hai's hometown to find his parents to find out the situation, and by the way, get evidence for DNA sampling and comparison. I will join you as soon as I get the hair and other things. Okay, let's split up. Xie nodded. I put on my coat, picked up my car keys and headed straight to Shizhou, Dali. Wang Hai is from Shizhou, Dali. His parents are farmers. He has a younger sister who sells baba in Shizhou. His wife, Langzhuo Lamo, is Tibetan and also a member of the 9th team. 2 years ago, the 9th team was disbanded, and they went to live in Lhasa. I left at 3:30 p.m. and received a call from Xie at 5:15 p.m. She said urgently, I have contacted the Galmud Public Security Bureau and verified the identity of the police and the incident. I am at the airport now and will fly to Galmud immediately. Don't tell Wang Hai's family about this when you see them, so as not to panic. Get the hair for DNA testing first, and then tell them after confirmation. I drove with one hand and responded, I understand. I will be careful. You go check the situation first and keep in touch. At 6:30 in the evening, I arrived at Shizhou town. Shizhou is by the Irai Lake and is a must-go town around Irai Lake. Shizhou Baba is a specialty. Wang Hai's hometown is by the National Highway. His sister set up a stall in front of her house to sell baba, and her business is good. I drove closer and saw the stall in front of Wang Hai's house from a distance. His sister recognized my car at a glance and shouted to her mother, "That's the car from my brother's previous team." I stopped the car, got out and greeted with a smile, "Hello, Auntie, do you remember me?" Wang Hai's mother was very simple. She smiled and said, "How could I not remember? Where are you going?" "Take some baba to eat in the car." "Wan, go get a paper bag and pack some freshly made baba for your brother Feng." While packing the baba, Wan said, "Brother Feng, you are passing by at the right time. These baba are freshly cooked, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. I'll bring them all for you. I guarantee you will want more after eating them." I didn't hesitate and said, "I'm just one person, just give me 4, 2 sweet and 2 salty. By the way, how is your brother doing recently? How is the business in the Lhasa store?" Wan pretended to be a father and chatted, "My brother came back half a month ago and said he was going to take my sister-in-law on a long trip. There are only small workers in the Lhasa store, so the business should be good. When he came back, my brother gave my dad a bank card with hundreds of thousands of yuan in it, so he asked me to renovate the house. I looked at the house behind me and said, 'Isn't this house nice? It needs to be renovated.' Wang Hai's mother said, 'Who said it wasn't? This kid. He wants to spend all the money he makes. He can't refuse it, but he forces the bank card on his dad.'" Hearing this, I had a feeling that Wang Hai was behaving abnormally. While Wang wasn't paying attention, I stepped forward and pulled out a hair from her. Before she could say anything, I said, "Waner, how old are you? You already have white hair." Wang smiled and said, "Who doesn't have a few white hairs? My brother has more white hairs than me." I secretly put the hair away and said casually, "It's better to have white hair than to be bald." Wang handed me the packed poop and said, "Brother Feng, put these in the car for later. It's almost time for dinner. Have dinner at home before leaving." My goal was achieved, so I declined, "Forget about the meal, I have to go to the ancient city to entertain a friend. I just happened to pass by and came down to say hello to you." Wang Hai's mother said, "Are you in such a hurry? Eat first." No, I declined again, "Auntie, I'm leaving first. I'll come to you for poop when I want it. I'm leaving." After I got in the car, Wang Hai's mother said outside the car door, "Come and play often when you have nothing to do." I escaped 3 kilometers with my hair, and after making sure that Wang Hai's family would not see me, I parked the car on the side of the road, leaned back in the chair, lit a cigarette, and recalled the days of life and death with Wang Hai. Tears welled up in my eyes. I didn't give up, so I called Wang Hai again, but his phone was still turned off. I opened the Wild Team 9 internal group, where no one had spoken for a long time, and sent a message, "Who has news about Wang Hai and Lang Zhuolamu? When was the last time you contacted them?" After the message was sent, the group was silent and no one replied. A few hours later, at 9:30 in the evening, Sia called, "I'm at the Galmud Public Security Bureau and saw the charred body." I asked excitedly, "How is it? Are there any autopsy results?" Sia took a deep breath and said, "There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" I have always been an optimist, and I said without hesitation, "Hear the good news first." Sia replied, "The autopsy results are out, the gender is female." I breathed a sigh of relief, "It's good that it's not Wang Hai," and asked again, "What about the bad news?" Sia's voice was tense. "The deceased is a female, about 27 years old, about 170 centimeters tall." Hearing this, I felt uneasy. All this information pointed to Wang Hai's wife, Lang Zhuolamu, who was also a member of the Wilderness Team 9. Sia continued, her voice choking with sobs, "There were 12 knife wounds on the body. However, the cruelest thing is that none of these 12 knife wounds were fatal. She was burned to death. I dare not imagine how much torture she endured before her death." I clenched my left fist, veins popping out of my arm, and held the phone with my right hand trembling. I held back my grief and comforted Sia, "Don't think badly. This body may not be Ram's." In fact, I felt that I was not sincere. Sia cried and said, "I saw the name tag found by the criminal police. It was yours. It was hanging on the neck of the corpse and even embedded in the charred flesh. This shows that the name tag was worn around the neck when the person was alive. The murderer didn't find the name tag when he poured gasoline and set fire. He wanted to destroy the body. The corners of my mouth twitched, and the whites of my eyes were bloodshot with anger. I couldn't understand what kind of deep hatred would torture a girl like this and burn her alive. How terrified and desperate must she be? Even on the verge of rage, I still controlled my emotions and comforted Sia, "Don't be so pessimistic. Before the DNA test results come out, we can't be sure that the body is Ram." Sia choked up and said, "You go to Chawalung Township and bring Ram's family here for DNA sampling comparison. It would be best if it's not her." "I hope so much it's not her." I said, "I know. I'll rush over overnight. It's 600 kilometers from Dali to Chawalung Township. I will be at Ram's house before dawn." Sia said distressedly, "Don't be too tired. Find a place to rest when you get to Chawalung." "Okay, I'll leave now." I hung up the phone and took a deep breath to calm myself down. This charred body was obviously suspected of destroying the body and covering up the traces, and they didn't want people to know the identity of the deceased. Policewoman Sun Jing comforted Sia and said, "Before the identity of the deceased is confirmed, don't be too sad and think positively. Although I don't know who you are and why you came to the Darim Basin, I have to warn you to stay away from Darim and don't get close to that desperate place." Sia turned to Sun Jing suddenly, stared into her eyes and asked, "What is the desperate place you mentioned? What is there?" Sun Jing asked warily, "Why are you asking about desperate situation? Who are you?" Sia answered cryptically, "We used to be an expedition team of the Wilderness Club, providing travel support for customers. We have done mountaineering, sea diving, and crossing uninhabited areas on the plateau. We also took over the support services of the National Geological Exploration Team. The team was disbanded 2 years ago, and the team members went their separate ways. We haven't gathered since then." Sun Jing said thoughtfully, "Since you are in this business, are Wang Hai and Lang Zhuoram your people?" "Yes, Wang Hai is responsible for vehicle maintenance and modification. Ram is a Tibetan girl. She fell in love with Wang Hai after joining the 9th team, and they opened a shop in Lhasa after the disbandment," Sia said. Sun Jing said decisively, "People like you appear here, things must be complicated." "That's right." Sia agreed with her guess. "When the Tsangyan Peak brand appears here, things are not simple. Half a month ago, Wang Hai came to Kunming to find Tsangyan Peak and took the brand." "Why did Wang Hai come? Did someone ask him to be the leader? Or to provide support for the expedition team? Did he go back to his old job?" Sun Jing asked. "I don't know. I can't answer you until I find Wang Hai," Sia said. Sun Jing did not ask any more questions, and stood up and said, "Let's stop here today. Find a hotel to rest, and keep your phone on. After Cang Yunfeng brings Lang Zhuoram's family to do DNA sampling and comparison, we will continue the trial." Sia returned to the hotel and opened WeChat, and found several chat records in the Wild Team 9 group. The first one was me asking who had news about Wang Hai and Lang Zhuoram. The following few scattered messages said that Wang Hai had not been contacted recently. But 20 minutes ago, Li Lu, a member of the 9th team, replied, "About 10 days ago, Wang Hai passed by Xining, came to my brother's place for a meal, and left the next day." Li Lu is also a member of the 9th team. After the disbandment, she returned to Xining to take care of her brother who was disabled during the mission and help her brother and sister-in-law run the barbecue restaurant business. Sia couldn't wait to call Li Lu to inquire about the situation. Li Lu recalled on the phone, Wang Hai came with a convoy at that time. What happened? Wang Hai and Ram are missing. Now I can't contact them. I suspect Ram was killed, Sia said. Li Lu was not calm and asked, "What happened?" Sia told me about Wang Hai asking me for the name tag, and then said, "The charred female corpse is most likely Ram, and Yunfeng's name tag is the evidence. Wait for me, I'll go get the surveillance. My brother has both inside the barbecue restaurant and at the door. If I'm lucky, I can find the video at that time," Li Lu said. "Then go quickly, the sooner the better, I'll wait for your news," Sia said. Xining, Binzi Barbecue Restaurant. Li Lu hung up the phone and went to the cashier to operate the computer, calling up several camera images. Fortunately, the hard drive was large, and she quickly found the video of the day. The video recorded the situation at that time. 5 Toyota SUVs were parked in front of the store. Wang Hai and Lang Zhuoram drove one of them, and the other 8 people were in 4 cars. Li Lu packaged the videos and uploaded them to Baidu NetDisk, created a download link and shared it with Xie, and at the same time called her. I found the video of that day, I'll send you the link, you can watch it yourself. Xie said excitedly, that's great, were you there when Wang Hai came to eat barbecue? Yes, I wanted to chat with them, but Wang Hai deliberately pretended not to be familiar with them, and Ram went straight to sit in the private room. I watched the video again and found that Wang Hai kept saying in the private room that my brother's barbecue was delicious, and he would come to eat every time he passed by Xining, and he also ordered all the expensive things in the store, and the portions were very large. Li Lu said. Xie analyzed, Wang Hai should be the leader and introduce the business to your brother, so he pretended not to know him well. Li Lu said, it's like this, Wang Hai left Xining the next morning, and sent a message saying that we would meet again when we were free. Then there was no news. Xie asked. No, if Brother Feng hadn't sent a message in the group, I wouldn't have known that they had lost contact. Li Lu said. I'll go watch the video first and contact you later. Xie said. Where is Brother Feng? Li Lu asked. He's on his way to Chalon. He will go to Ram's house before dawn tomorrow and bring her family to Galmud for DNA sampling and comparison to confirm the identity of the female corpse. Xie sighed, I hope it's not Ram. Sister you, keep in touch. Let me know if you need anything. Li Lu said. I drove my old Toyota 80 alone on the G219 National Highway from Dali, Yunnan to Chawalung Township. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on my face, and I had no expression on my face, but there were 2 dried tear marks on my face. From dawn to dusk, and then to the dawn in the eastern sky, I didn't rest all night, and finally arrived at Chawalung Township before dawn. Lang Zhuoram's home is here. Chawalung Township belongs to Chayu County, Nyanki City, Tibet Autonomous Region. It is adjacent to Daqing County and Gongshan County of Yunnan Province in the southeast. It has a permanent population of several thousand people and is the only way to the famous Tibet route Bingcha-cha. Before daybreak, I parked the car on the side of the road, leaned back in the chair and lit a cigarette. I didn't know how to tell Ram's parents about this. I was rarely nervous, but I became anxious at this moment. I threw the unfinished cigarette out of the window angrily, held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and practiced looking forward. Uncle, I came here to tell you something, Ram. At this point, I couldn't continue, raised my hand and slapped myself, hitting hard. In the yard of Ram's house, several old yaks turned their heads and looked at me and the car on the roadside. More than an hour later, the ground outside the window was full of cigarette butts. I had finished all the cigarettes I had. When I was upset, I wanted to smoke. When I smoked, I thought about how to start. When I was dissatisfied, I threw the cigarettes out. Suddenly, the door of Ram's house opened, and Ram's father Lozang Doji came out wearing a sheepskin vest. He was surprised to see the old man in his 80s at the door. He wanted to go out to herd cattle, but when he saw the car, he quickly opened the door of the yard and walked to the car. When I saw him coming out, I didn't bother to think about what to say. I pushed open the car door and got out to greet him. Lobsang Dorje was delighted and asked, Yunfeng, why are you here? Are you going to Lhasa again? I said in a panic, yes, yes. Lobsang Dorje didn't care whether I was going to Lhasa or not. He took my hand and said enthusiastically, did you drive at night? Haven't you had breakfast yet? Come to my house to eat first. When he pulled me into the yard, he shouted, Kianma, look who's here. Ram's mother pushed open the door and was so happy to see me. She invited me in and seated me in the main seat in the living room. Lozang Dorje, who was originally going to milk the cows, didn't go and sat down to chat with me. He mistakenly thought I was going to Lhasa, and said to Ram's mother, pack up all the beef jerky at home, and the cans of good butter, and the milk candies I bought at the market last week, and pack them all up for Yunfeng to take to Lhasa. After that, he looked at me again and said, please give these to Lang Zhuoram and Wang Hai when you meet them in Lhasa. Ram has loved milk candy since she was a child. It was too difficult for her to buy a piece of milk candy when she was a child. It was not easy to see them once or twice a year. Hearing this, I couldn't hold back any more. Tears welled up in my eyes. I suppressed my sadness and whispered, Lam Lam and Wang Hai have lost contact. Hearing this news, the air seemed to freeze. The two elderly people stood there, at a loss. After a few seconds, Lozang Dorje came to his senses and asked me, aren't Wang Hai and Lamo opening a store in Lhasa? How did they lose contact? I told her about the discovery of the female corpse in Lop Nor and apologized at the end, Uncle, I'm sorry to bring such news so early in the morning. I'm sorry. I came to pick you up and go to Galmud for examination. Now I can't be sure that the female corpse is Lamo. I'm sorry. When Lamo's mother heard this, she quickly gathered the Buddhist beads with her hands and recited the Buddhist scriptures in her mouth, her face full of anxiety. Tibetans are used to reciting Buddhist scriptures to pray for peace when encountering problems, and this is the only thing she can do at this moment. Lozang Dorje took a deep breath and said to Ram's mother in frustration, Kianma, you take care of the yaks at home, Yunfeng and I will go to take a look. Ram's mother was so scared that she burst into tears. She raised her right hand, wiped her face with the back of her wrinkled hand, looked at Lozang Dorje and said, wait for me, I'll go get the candy and take it with me. If it's Ram, she couldn't say the rest. After a simple preparation, I took Lozang Dorje back to Dali from Chawalung Township. The nearest airport is Linji Airport in Tibet, but it takes 17 hours to drive there. Although the journey back to Dali is longer, it only takes 10 hours to get there by highway. On the way back to Dali, Lozang Dorje sat in the passenger seat and said to me, Yunfeng, don't blame yourself. No matter what happens, it is arranged by God. The cause you planted in your previous life will be reaped in this life. Living is a practice. Cang Yunfeng was silent, and now he could only pray that this was a misunderstanding. From the time he received the call yesterday afternoon until he arrived at Dali Airport tonight, Cang Yunfeng drove for more than a day and a night. After arriving in Dali, he took a plane back to Kunming for a transfer. On the same day, he could only buy a flight from Kunming to Xining. After arriving in Xining, he had to wait until 11 a.m. the next day for a flight from Xining to Galmud. In order to get to Galmud as soon as possible, Cang Yunfeng contacted Li Lu, who opened a barbecue restaurant in Xining, and asked Li Lu to prepare a car and go to Galmud overnight. On the plane, Cang Yunfeng simply rested for a few hours. It was already late at night when he arrived in Xining. Li Lu rented a Buick GL8 in advance and waited at the airport, so that Ram's father could sit in the back seat and sleep in a comfortable position. When Lozang Dorje saw Li Lu, he said politely, my child, I trouble you. Li Lu quickly said, Uncle, you are too polite. Our Team 9 does not say these polite words. Please work harder. We have prepared some food for you in the car. After eating, you can take a nap. We will arrive in Galmud before dawn. Cang Yunfeng asked, did you buy Red Bull? 1 box. After that, Li Lu said to Cang Yunfeng, sister, you said you have been driving for a day and a night. You can sleep for a while when you get in the car. I will drive. Cang Yunfeng said, I slept for 2 hours on and off on the plane. I still have some energy now. I will drive first and you will take over when I am tired. That's fine. I just happen to have something to tell you. After the three of them arrived at the parking lot, Li Lu was about to help Lozang Dorje put his backpack in the trunk, but Lozang Dorje refused. He looked at Li Lu and said, there are candies in the bag, I can just hold it. Li Lu was stunned for a moment. She thought she had heard it wrong and didn't understand what the candies were. Seeing this, Cang Yunfeng said to Li Lu, you get in the car first. Then he walked to the back seat and said to Lozang Dorje, Uncle, you can sit on the chair over there, you can recline the backrest and take a rest, and just put the bag on the chair over here. Lozang Dorje said, it's okay, I can just hold it. In his opinion, the candy he bought at the market was a gift for his daughter, so precious that he couldn't bear to let it go. He would never let go of the candy until he was sure that his daughter had passed away. After getting in the car, Cang Yunfeng drove along the Beijing-Tibet Expressway to Galmud. Li Lu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said to Cang Yunfeng, before Wang Hai and Ram lost contact, they came to Xining and had a barbecue at my brother's barbecue restaurant. The surveillance video captured everyone's face, including their 5 cars. If we are sure that the body is Ram's, we can report the case through the license plate captured by the surveillance and ask for help from the police. Cang Yunfeng sighed as he drove, I hope this is just a coincidence and a false alarm. Li Lu continued, although we can't call the police to ask them to help find those cars and people now, I have posted on WeChat moments, asking friends to help keep an eye out for those cars and people. If you find these cars and people in Xining, please contact us as soon as possible. Well, that's good. Let's prepare in advance. Cang Yunfeng drove for 3 hours, and Li Lu chatted with him for 3 hours, talking about the changes in the past few years since the disbandment of the 9th team, the trivialities of life, and the people and things of the former 9th team. At 7 in the morning, Li Lu parked the car in the parking lot of the hotel where Xie lived. Xie came out of the hotel to meet him and settled Lozang Dorje in the room that had been booked in advance, letting him rest for 2 hours and then taking him there when the police came to work. After settling the old men, the three of them came to Xie's room. Li Lu looked at Xie and asked, "Is it possible that this female corpse is Ram's?" "Yes." Xie responded and said to Li Lu, "The probability is very high. It can even be said that it is basically certain. Yunfeng's nameplate is the best evidence. Wang Hai would not hang this thing on other girls." Hearing this, Li Lu took a deep breath and sighed, "How could this happen? Do other people in Team 9 know? At present, only the three of us know. We didn't want to disturb everyone until we were sure whether the body was Ram. After all, anyone in Team 9 would be anxious if they heard such news." "That's right, who wouldn't be anxious if they knew that?" Before she could finish her words, Li Lu's cell phone rang. She took out the phone from her bag, and said in confusion, "Why would someone call me at this time? It's strange." Cang Yunfeng and Xie saw that Li Lu had a call and remained silent for a while. Li Lu was not shy and answered the call in front of them and asked, "You're up so early?" "I got up for a morning run, and accidentally saw the cars you sent me a private message to pay attention to. They are parked in the parking lot of Century Water Club." Li Lu got nervous upon hearing the news, and Cang Yunfeng and Xie also became nervous. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear of missing the voice on the phone. Li Lu asked excitedly, "Are there 5 cars? Are they all here?" The person on the other end of the phone replied, "I only saw 2 white Toyotas. Is this a Prado or a Land Cruiser?" "I don't know. It doesn't matter. Can you help me check the license plate to see if it is the one I sent to my friends?" "Yes, I am sure it is the license plate you sent me. If I am not sure, I will call you." Thank you, thank you." Li Lu thanked him repeatedly. "I'm in Xining. I will thank you in person when I return to Galmud." "You're polite. It's just a small thing. I'll give you a discount next time I come to your place for barbecue. It's free next time." "Just kidding. Go ahead and get busy. I'll continue my morning run." After hanging up the phone, Li Lu looked at Cang Yunfeng and Xie and said, "A friend found 2 cars of the convoy in Xining, and that's what he just called about." Xie said calmly and decisively, "No matter whether this body is Ram or not, we must track these 2 cars immediately. Wang Hai and Ram are missing now, and it must be related to them. If this body is really our team member Langzhuo Ram." Xie didn't say the rest. Even if she didn't say it, Li Lu and Cang Yunfeng knew what to do. Cang Yunfeng said, "How about this, Xie, you stay in Galmud. Li Lu and I will go back to Xining. I'm worried about her driving alone. Let's keep in touch if anything happens." Li Lu refused and said, "It's dawn. There is a flight from Galmud to Xining. Leave this car here for you to use first. I'm familiar with Xining. I'll contact my friends there to help keep an eye on the 2 cars." Xie reminded, "Don't alarm them before we are sure that the body is Ram. The DNA comparison results should be out soon." Li Lu asked, "If the results come out and confirm that it is Ram, remember to tell me and I will call the police." "No," Cang Yunfeng said with a cold face and without any tone, "if it is confirmed to be Ram, then we will use our own way of Team 9 to solve the problem. Calling the police would be too easy for them." After dawn, Li Lu left the hotel for the airport. On the way, he notified his friends in Galmud to help keep an eye on the 2 cars, and bought the earliest flight back to Galmud. Cang Yunfeng and Xie took Lozang Dorje to the Judicial Appraisal Center to identify the body. The old man was holding his bag all the way. The bag was full of candies bought at the market. Xie was driving the car. She adjusted the angle of the rearview mirror in the car and could see the old man's face. The old man looked out the window with sadness in his eyes and fatigue on his face. At 9:15, the car stopped at the door of the Public Security Bureau. Policewoman Sun Jing had been waiting here for a long time. After seeing the old man, Sun Jing was very considerate and comforted the old man and said, "Uncle, don't be too sad. We are only suspicious of the identity of this body at present, but we are not sure that it is your daughter." The old man asked in a pleading tone, "Can I take a look at her first? If it's my daughter, I will definitely recognize her." Sun Jing was a little embarrassed because the body was burnt and it was already horrible after the autopsy. Xie advised, "Uncle, you should wait for the autopsy report to come out before you look at it. If you look at it now and it turns out not to be Ram, it will affect your mood." The old man insisted and continued to plead, "Just take a look, just take a look." Cang Yunfeng looked at Sun Jing and said, "If it's convenient, take uncle to take a look, it won't delay the test." Sun Jing was quite stubborn and refused, saying, "Let's draw blood first, and then we'll go over and see it. It'll be quick." Seeing this, the old man stopped making things difficult for them and followed Sun Jing to find the forensic doctor to draw blood. The process was indeed very quick and was done in a few minutes. After drawing blood, Sun Jing took the old man to see the body. Cang Yunfeng and Xie also followed. This was the first time Cang Yunfeng saw this body. There was no intact skin on the upper body. It was not the charcoal-like burnt state that appeared in his mind. Many places were red and white, more like a burn. The lower body looked intact. At least the two legs did not have large-scale burns, but more knife wounds. The Achilles tendon of the left heel was cut by a knife, and there was a knife wound about 10 centimeters long on the right calf, with the flesh turned outward. Sun Jing said that there were more than a dozen knife wounds on her body, but none of them were fatal. She was burned alive. The two knife wounds on her Achilles tendon and calf were probably left there on purpose to prevent her from escaping. In this case, they poured gasoline on her upper body and set it on fire. She struggled in the flames, and the clothes and skin on her waist and hips were stuck together, and they couldn't be torn off. Even though Cang Yunfeng had a will as strong as steel, he was moved at this moment. This was a girl. Why did she have to be tortured like this before she died? The old man walked slowly towards the morgue. Seeing this, Sun Jing wanted to stop the old man from approaching. Xie raised her hand to signal Sun Jing not to stop him. The three of them just watched the old man. The old man first came to the corpse, bent down and kissed the corpse's forehead gently. When he stood up, tears fell on the corpse. Then, he slowly reached into the bag that he had been holding all the way, took out a handful of cheap milk candy bought at the market, and placed it next to the corpse. Seeing this, Xie walked forward and wanted to comfort the old man. "Uncle, the autopsy results haven't come out yet, this may not be Ram." The old man was already in tears, and he opened his mouth and pointed to her calf with a trembling finger, and said in a trembling voice, "This is Ram. The birthmark on her leg is right there." Hearing this, Xie's tears instantly burst out. The fantasies that she had used to comfort herself were defeated by reality. Cang Yunfeng turned around and punched the iron door behind him, which made a hole. He raised his left arm to support the iron door, and put his eyes on his arm to prevent his tears from flowing too freely. His right hand trembled constantly. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and Sun Jing didn't know how to comfort these people. The old man, overwhelmed with grief, sat limply on the ground, and the candies in his backpack scattered all over the ground. What was scattered was not only the candies, but also the love and expectation of a father for his daughter. At this moment, love lasts forever, and expectations are shattered. After hearing the sound of the candies scattered, Cang Yunfeng slowly raised his head, glanced at the old man's back, strode out, returned to the rented GL8, picked up his phone, clicked on the Wild Team 9 internal group, and pressed the voice transmission button. "Wang Hai is missing, Ram was doused with gasoline and burned to death, the body is in Galmud, and the suspect appeared in Xining. Who can come to send Ram off for the last time, and then follow me to find the missing Wang Hai?" After sending the voice message, Cang Yunfeng sent it everyone 3 times in a row. "Xiaopeng, Yi and I are in Chengdu, arriving tonight. Zhao Xiaojia, I am in Shanghai, arriving tonight. Dashan, I am in Lhasa, arriving tonight. Tang Sa, Lao Tang and I are in Lanzhou, arriving tonight. Qin Shuang, I am in Yinchuan, arriving tonight. Xiao Ding, I am in Suzhou, arriving tonight. Long Yi, I am in Shenzhen, arriving tonight. The internal group of Team 9, which had been silent for a long time, heard the responses of the team members, solemn and serious. After the disbandment of Team 9, there was no formal gathering. However, no one expected that the next gathering would be to attend Langzhuo Lamu's funeral and search for the missing Wang Hai. From 1 p.m., every flight arriving in Galmud had members from Team 9. Until 10:30 p.m., the scattered members of Team 9 gathered in the remote northwest city of Galmud in less than 12 hours. The next morning, all the members of the 9th team gathered to bury Langzhuo Lamu. The old man reluctantly picked up his daughter's ashes piece by piece and put them into the urn. Finally, he put a piece of candy in it and closed the lid of the urn with tears. Lozang Dorje, who had lost his daughter, seemed to have aged a lot overnight. He held his daughter's ashes and bowed deeply to the people of the 9th team. He choked up and said, "Thank you for coming from all over the country to send Lamu on his last journey. Lamu has friends like you. I am happy for Lamu. The only thing I care about is my son-in-law Wang Hai. If possible, please find him. I'm counting on you." After speaking, the old man bent down again. Cang Yunfeng stepped forward and helped the old man up, looked into his eyes and said, "Uncle, don't worry. I, Cang Yunfeng, swear in front of you that I will kill those murderers. While Wang Hai is alive, he will take care of you and see you to the end of your life on behalf of Rum. If Wang Hai is gone, our Team 9 will take care of you and see you to the end of your life. We mean what we say." Xiaopang shouted in tears behind Cang Yunfeng, "Team 9 will take care of you and see you to the end of your life. We mean what we say." Then, all the people in Team 9 shouted in unison, "Team 9 will take care of you and see you to the end of your life. We mean what we say." The voices resounded through the sky. The old man cried again. He took out the remaining candies from his worn-out backpack and handed them to everyone in Team 9, saying, "This is Ramu's favorite candy. She has loved it since she was a child. Her family was poor before and she couldn't afford it, so she could only watch other children eat it secretly. Once I saw her picking up the candy wrapper and licking it secretly. She was a little embarrassed and lied to me, saying that other children gave her candy. Now that conditions are better, we can buy a lot of candy, but Ram can no longer eat it. I'll share the rest with you. Eat a few more pieces for Ram." When Zhao Xiaojia peeled off the candy wrapper and put the milky candy in her mouth, she had already burst into tears. After leaving the crematorium, Xie, as the team leader, arranged for Lao Tang, Mrs. Tang, and Zhao Xiaojia to send the uncle and Rum home. Policewoman Sun Jing didn't know that the people from Team 9 had found the clues. When she said goodbye, she said to Xie with shame, "We don't have any clues at the moment, but please trust us, the police. Once we have clues, we will contact you as soon as possible and give you an explanation." Xie didn't expect Sun Jing to solve the case at all. There are some things that Team 9 can do more efficiently. She politely said thank you, and then asked, "What is the desperate situation you mentioned before? Can you introduce it to me?" Sun Jing's eyes flashed with a trace of vigilance, and she reminded Xie, "You'd better not ask about that place. It won't do you any good." Xie argued, "Our Team 9 used to do wilderness exploration and provide protection for customers. I suspect that Wang Hai and Lang Zualamu's appearance here is related to the desperate situation you mentioned. Could it be that the customers asked Wang Hai to be a vehicle mechanic and followed the team to explore this place? So I hope to know what kind of place this desperate situation you mentioned is, and where its specific geographical location is." Speaking of desperate situation, Sun Jing's face showed an anxious look. She wanted to change the subject quickly, and even regretted accidentally mentioning the word desperate situation to Xie before. At this moment, facing Xie's questioning, Sun Jing simply kept silent and changed to a very polite official tone and said, "This is a confidential and can't be talked about casually. Okay, that's it. I will contact you when there is news. I wish you a safe journey." Seeing this, Xie didn't ask any more questions. After all, Sun Jing wouldn't tell her even if she asked. After leaving, the rest of the team returned to the hotel for a meeting. Team leader Xie returned to the state she was in 2 years ago, making arrangements calmly and analyzing. "I suspect that Wang Hai and Ram's appearance here is related to the desperate situation mentioned by Sun Jing. It looks like we have to go back to our old ways and see what this desperate situation is and what's inside it." Qin Shuang confirmed Xie's guess and said, "That's definitely the case. What secrets might this desperate situation hide? Ram's murder and Wang Hai's disappearance, could it be that they knew something they shouldn't know? That's why they were silenced." Cang Yunfeng whispered, "I don't care what the reason is. Anyone who dares to touch my Team 9 is courting death. I will go to Xining to deal with it myself." Xie explained, "Li Lu has already found the suspect vehicle in Xining. Yunfeng and I will rush to Xining to meet up with Li Lu today. Regardless of whether the other party is the murderer or not, it is an important clue. The rest of us will return to Kunming. We haven't been active for 2 years. We need to go to the company to find vehicles and equipment. Everyone has their own responsibilities. I now announce that the 9th team is back." After that, Xie took out the old name tag from her pocket and hung it around her neck. Then Xiaopang also took out his name tag, Yi took out his name tag, Dashan took out his name tag, and everyone took out their name tags. When they hung the name tag around their necks again, Team 9 was back. That night, Cang Yunfeng and Xie rushed to Xining to meet up with Li Lu. At this time, the suspect vehicle was still within Li Lu's surveillance range, and the number of people in the 2 vehicles had been determined. After the reunion, Cang Yunfeng and Xie had a quick bite at the barbecue restaurant, and under the leadership of Li Lu, the 3 of them went straight to the location of the suspect vehicle. In the past few days, the suspect vehicle has been parked in the parking lot of Century Water Club, which is a relatively luxurious hot spring hotel in the area, a place that provides a one-stop service for bathing and accommodation. In the 886 private room, 4 shirtless men were sitting at the mahjong machine, playing mahjong, and they were having a great time. When they heard the doorbell ring, the shirtless men with tattoos sitting in the east seat said to the men in the north seat in an imperative tone, "The takeaway has arrived, go open the door." The men stood up and muttered, "I've already lost money, and you still order me around." The shirtless men with tattoos scolded, "Don't bother, just go if I tell you to." The men walked to the door and just opened it a crack when he felt a strong impact. The solid wooden door hit him hard on the head. The men covered his head and took 2 steps back. Before he could stand firm, Cang Yunfeng rushed forward, grabbed the man's hair with his right hand, and slammed him hard against the wall on the right. There was a clang sound, and a blood mist appeared on the wall. The men fainted and fell to the ground. All the actions were completed in a flash, less than 3 seconds. When the 3 people sitting at the mahjong table reacted, Cang Yunfeng had already rushed over. He grabbed the glass ashtray on the table and hit the tattooed man on the head hard. The ashtray shattered and the tattooed man fell to the ground, covering his head and rolling on the ground in pain. The other 2 stood up and prepared to resist. Xie and Li Lu, who followed Cang Yunfeng, had already come to the table. One was a special police officer and the other was a female soldier. How could they have a chance to resist? Xie saw Lang Zulam's body and knew how tragic Lang Zulam's death was. At this moment, she vented all her anger. She pinned the man to the ground with a perfect back throw and mercilessly bent his arms behind his back. The sound of broken bones was heard. The man lay on the ground and screamed in pain. Xie pulled out a knife from her body and inserted the blade into the man's mouth. The man's mouth, whose tongue was cut, began to bleed and he could no longer scream. Blood gushed out of his throat, and a gurgling sound of choking blood came from his throat. His legs kept shaking wildly, but his broken arms were completely powerless and his body twitched on the ground. This scene scared the other men. After being thrown to the ground by Li Lu, he immediately begged for mercy, "Don't hit me, don't hit me. Let's talk it over nicely. Who are you? What do you want to do? Did you find the wrong person?" Seeing the men begging for mercy, Li Lu did not kill him. Instead, she knelt on one knee on the man's back and pulled his arms behind his back. She easily dislocated his shoulders and made the man temporarily lose his ability to resist. The man knew that his tongue would be cut if he screamed, so even though he was sweating from the pain, he held back and did not scream. The man with tattoos used his hands to support his body and kept backing away. He looked at Cang Yunfeng in horror and asked, "Brother, is there any misunderstanding? I don't know you guys." Cang Yunfeng walked towards the retreating man with tattoos step by step, looked down at him and asked, "Do you want to live?" The man with tattoos nodded his head like a praying man, and asked with a wry smile, "Brother, what's the matter? Why is this happening when we meet?" At this time, the men with tattoos had retreated to the corner, with his back against the wall and no way to retreat. Cang Yunfeng sat on the bed and picked up a wallet on the bedside table. He opened it and found an ID card, which belonged to the men with tattoos. Hu Zhiyong, it's you. Hu Zhiyong quickly responded, it's not me, it's him. As he said that, the men with tattoos pointed his finger at the men controlled by Li Lu. He is Hu Zhiyong, big brother. Cang Yunfeng threw the wallet aside and asked, where is Wang Hai? Wang Hai. Hu Zhiyong pretended not to know him. I don't know Wang Hai. You've got the wrong person. There's no one named Wang Hai here. You must be. Cang Yunfeng didn't give him a chance to finish his words. He grabbed an empty beer bottle on the bedside table and hit the men with tattoos on the head. The bottle shattered. Cang Yunfeng took the broken bottle and stabbed it into the man's throat. The men wanted to continue speaking, but it was too late. Blood flowed down the beer bottle that was stuck in the upper half of his throat. Cang Yunfeng turned to look at the man lying on the ground and said lightly, he has run out of chances to speak. It's your turn now. Do you know Wang Hai? This scene frightened Hu Zhiyong, who was lying on the ground, to the point of incontinence. He trembled and begged in a low voice, I know, don't kill me. I know Wang Hai. Cang Yunfeng stood up and walked to the mahjong table. He squatted down and grabbed Hu Zhiyong's hair. He looked at Hu Zhiyong's face and asked, where is Wang Hai? I don't know where he is. After saying this, Hu Zhiyong became a little anxious. He was afraid that Cang Yunfeng would kill him, so he continued at a very fast speed, I really don't know where Wang Hai is. I know other things. You can ask me something else. I will tell you everything I know. I won't say anything if I don't know. It was these few words that allowed Cang Yunfeng to save his life temporarily. He stared into Hu Zhiyong's eyes and asked, who are you? Why is Wang Hai with you? Where did you take Wang Hai? Who tortured Lang Zhuoram to death? Hu Zhiyong answered quickly with a trembling voice, we work for Huang Fuling. Wang Hai is the car mechanic hired by Brother Chang to accompany the team. We are waiting here to receive supplies according to Brother Chang's request. Lang Zhuoram's death has nothing to do with us. It was done by Brother Chang, Huang Fu Chang. From the name, it is clear that Huang Fuling and Huang Fu Chang are brothers. Cang Yunfeng continued to ask, are Huang Fuling and Huang Fu Chang brothers? What do they do? Do you have any photos? Original. Hu Zhiyong said, we have never seen Huang Fuling, we have only heard of the name. I don't have any photo of Brother Chang, and we seldom take photos. Li Lu took out a mobile phone from her pocket, opened a video screenshot and asked, is Huang Fu Chang among them? Hu Zhiyong said excitedly, the third one on the right is Huang Fu Chang, the one wearing a white baseball cap. Li Lu took back his phone and enlarged the photo on the phone, trying to see Huang Fu Chang's face clearly, but the clarity of the video screenshot was limited, so she could only go back and think of a solution. Cang Yunfeng continued the previous topic and asked, how did Lang Zhuolam die? Why did Huang Fu Chang want to kill her? Hu Zhiyong stammered, she was burned to death. Brother Chang didn't kill her because Huang Fu Chang thought she was a burden and a hindrance. A hindrance? Cang Yunfeng really couldn't accept this excuse, tell me why she was a hindrance. Hu Zhiyong said in a trembling voice, we are responsible for transporting supplies. A woman came out that day. It was Ram. I remember that she went in with Wang Hai a few days ago. It seemed that Wang Hai had an accident in there. She wanted to come out to find something. We received this woman at the contact point. Brother Chang saw that she was pretty and wanted to do that to her. The woman resisted and angered Brother Chang, and then Cang Yunfeng's hands were shaking. He forced himself not to impulsively kill Hu Zhiyong and continued to ask, then what? Where is Wang Hai? I don't know. I really don't know where Wang Hai went. We were responsible for transporting supplies and never went in. Xie couldn't accept this reason. She asked angrily, you killed Ram so cruelly. Hu Zhiyong tried his best to clear himself of responsibility and said, I didn't kill her. It was Huang Fu Chang who stabbed the woman several times. Later, she thought that if she left the body intact, people would find it, so she simply poured gasoline on her body to destroy it. Is that a corpse? Cang Yunfeng scolded in a trembling voice, That was a girl who was tortured and stabbed by you many times but was not dead. You set her on fire when she was still alive, right? I ask you, is that right? Hu Zhiyong said anxiously, it was Huang Fuchang who did it, it was not me who lit the fire. Did you pour the gasoline on her? My big brother, please forgive me, it was Huang Fuchang who asked me to do it, it was him. At this moment, the first man who opened the door and was grabbed by the hair by Cang Yunfeng and pretended to be unconscious suddenly woke up. He stood up from the ground and ran towards the door, trying to open the door and escape when no one was paying attention. The sound of the door opening was heard by Cang Yunfeng and the other two. It was too late to catch him at this time. The man had already opened the door and was only one step away from escaping to the corridor. When Hu Zhiyong heard the door open, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the door with great anticipation. His companion's actions ignited his desire to survive. He hoped that his companion could rush out of the door, even if it was just to beg for mercy in front of the surveillance equipment in the corridor. Then, just as Hu Zhiyong was looking forward to it, a knife suddenly appeared on the back of his companion's neck. It was Xie who attacked. Xie's flying knife never missed within 20 meters. The blade pierced the man's neck from the back, and the tip of the knife came out from his throat. The door that had just been opened was hit by the man's head leaning forward and closed again. The closed door also closed Hu Zhiyong's beautiful fantasy. 3 of his 4 companions had fallen, leaving only him. Cang Yunfeng just glanced at the door, then lowered his head and looked at Hu Zhiyong and asked, how can we contact Huang Fuchang? I really don't know. We are waiting for a courier here. Huang Fuchang went to purchase a batch of supplies and is preparing to send them over. He asked us to wait for the goods in Xining. He said that when the goods arrive, he will be here soon. What goods are they? Who is the consignee? Hu Zhiyong looked at the men with tattoos. He was almost dead, lying in a pool of blood, breathing out but not in. Cang Yunfeng glanced at him and without hesitation stretched out his hand to Hu Zhiyong's throat. With only 3 fingers of his right hand, he crushed Hu Zhiyong's Adam's apple. He stood up and said to Xie and Li Lu, 4 people can't live in the same room. There should be another room. You two search separately. I'll contact people to deal with the aftermath. When he said this, Cang Yunfeng took out his cell phone and dialed a number he had memorized in his mind. After the call was connected, an old man's voice came from the other end, asking in a questioning tone, Yunfeng, what have you been busy with recently? Why didn't you contact me? Cang Yunfeng sighed lightly, if there is nothing, do you think I would be willing to contact you? Hearing this, the old man on the other end laughed and teased, then you must have encountered trouble. Cang Yunfeng was in no mood to joke, so he said to the old man, I just killed 4 people in room 886 of Century Water Club in Xining City, and I arranged for someone to come and help me clean up the mess. After hearing this, Lao Tua asked, what happened? This is not like your style. A female member of our Team 9 was doused with gasoline and burned, and another member is missing and her whereabouts are unknown. Do you need any other help besides cleaning up the mess? That's it for now. If necessary, I'll reactivate my identity as a national security agent. That's it for now. Keep in touch. The people who will clear the area will arrive at room 886 of Century Water Club in 20 minutes. You just need to leave the room within 20 minutes. Okay, I'll contact you if there's anything. Cang Yunfeng had just hung up the phone when Xie had already cleaned up the room. There were 2 suitcases next to Xie. Finished? Yeah. Xie responded, all the things are packed in the suitcase, 2 wallets, 6 mobile phones, and 2 car keys. Li Lu found the room card of the next room, so she went next door. Cang Yunfeng looked around, stretched out his hand to pull a suitcase and said, let's go and find Li Lu. Were you calling Lao Sun from the security bureau just now? Only Lao Sun can handle this kind of situation. If we ask him to deal with it, he will definitely bring up the matter of restoring your identity and ask us to help him. So, before he mentioned it, I said that the identity of agent number 00184113 would be restored if necessary, so that he wouldn't have to bring up this condition before helping me clean up the mess. When the 2 walked out of room 886, Li Lu, who was searching room 887 opposite, also came out, also pulling 2 suitcases. After meeting, she said to Cang Yunfeng, everything is here. Let's go to the parking lot. In the parking lot, it was easy to find the two Toyota SUVs. After getting in the car, the three did not leave in a hurry, mainly because Cang Yunfeng wanted to see how efficient old Sun was. About 15 minutes later, a motorcade entered the hotel. Leading the way were two police cars with flashing lights, followed by three unlicensed Audi A6 LS, and the last one was an Iveco. 8 police officers got off the police cars, and the people who got off the other vehicles were all in plain clothes, more than a dozen in total. After getting off the cars, the 8 police officers stood at the hotel entrance, lobby entrance, front desk, and elevator entrance. The leading police officer showed his credentials to the hotel front desk staff and temporarily sealed off the area. The rest of the people took the elevator straight to room 886. About 5 minutes later, a group of people came out of the hotel lobby carrying 4 extra-large black body bags. They threw the 4 body bags into an unlicensed Iveco vehicle, which then left with a police car as accompaniment. After Iveco left, the hotel was sealed off for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, someone came out of the hotel lobby with a lot of black bags that looked like carpets, luggage, etc. When they left, the hotel was sealed off. When the plainclothes police left, they took away the hard drive that stored the surveillance data. The hotel owner received a notice from the police, asking them not to tell anyone about what happened tonight, and not to allow the hotel staff to discuss it. Who would be a fool to open such a hot spring hotel in a provincial capital city, including a one-stop service of bathing and sauna? After receiving such a notice from the police, the boss knew that he should not ask questions. As for the loss of carpets, bed sheets, quilt covers, and computer hard drives, he was actually very lucky. If someone in the hotel saw these things, it would be difficult for him as a boss. After the police and the national security personnel left, Cang Yunfeng took Xie and Li Lu away. The 2 Toyota SUVs became the trophies of tonight. The 3 drove to a car repair shop in the suburbs of Xining. The owner of the car repair shop was Wang Teng, a former comrade in arms of Li Bin, Li Lu's brother. After Li Bin was injured, he opened a barbecue restaurant in Xining. The comrade in arms used his special expertise to open a car repair shop in Xining. After the 2 stolen Toyota Land Cruisers stopped at the repair shop, Wang Teng came over and looked at the 2 cars and exclaimed, "Oh my God, 2 5.7-liter top-of-the-line 8-cylinder Land Cruisers, what great stuff, and the whole car has been modified. Whose car is this, Lulu?" Li Lu said easily, "It doesn't matter whose car it was before. It's our car now. Let me introduce you, Xie, the captain of the Wilderness Team 9. After hearing the name, Wang Teng immediately saluted Xie with a standard military salute and introduced himself. "Wang Teng, a motor soldier from the 7th Squad of Company, greets you." After Xie returned the salute and introduced herself, Wang Teng looked at Cang Yunfeng excitedly, his eyes flashing with admiration for his idol, and said excitedly, "Brother Feng, I'm your little fan. When I was in the army, I knew that I was honored as the Sanglang and that the lone wolf Yusukai killed an Indian who crossed the border with his bare hands at Pangong Lake. Today, we finally meet. I'm a little excited and my words are incoherent." Cang Yunfeng said modestly, "The rumors are a bit exaggerated." No. Wang Teng really worshipped Cang Yunfeng and regarded him as an idol. Who has not heard of Tsang Lang and Galang among the soldiers in the northwest? Don't be modest. Li Lu could understand Wang Teng's feelings at this moment. She and Li Bin were both Cang Yunfeng's fans. Soldiers in the army never chased after celebrities in the entertainment industry. In the eyes of soldiers, only heroes with outstanding military exploits are worthy of admiration. She said to Wang Teng, "There will be many opportunities to meet Brother Feng in the future. Let's talk about business first." "Yes." Wang Teng asked, "What do you want to do with this car?" "Just tell me." Cang Yunfeng said, "First find a lift and lift the car on the left onto the shelf so I can take a look at the chassis. Xie, you and Lulu check the other car, turn it over inside out, and then carefully check the things taken out from the hotel. Keep the valuable ones and burn the worthless ones." After hearing Cang Yunfeng's order, Wang Teng immediately drove the car on the left onto the lift. After the vehicle was lifted up, Cang Yunfeng came under the car body to check the chassis. The shock absorbers had been strengthened and upgraded, with 8 shock absorbers in the front and rear. The chassis guard plate was made of 4 mm manganese steel stampings, and the front and rear support arms were strengthened. Wang Ting stared at the modified parts on the chassis and exclaimed, "Awesome. The person who modified this car is definitely an expert." This second set of shock-absorbing upgrade solutions uses beam-holding parts and through screws on the beam as shock-absorbing fulcrums, instead of welding on the original beam, which effectively prevents the damage of welding to the rigidity of the original car. Awesome. Really awesome. The details are so well done. Xie walked to Cang Yunfeng and asked, "Was it done by Wang Hai?" "Yes." Cang Yunfeng said affirmatively, "It was done by Wang Hai." Wang Ting said, "This is my cousin. We'll get to know each other if we have a chance." Cang Yunfeng took a deep breath and said to Wang Ting, "I hope I'll have a chance to meet him again. Please help me, brother. We'll have a few cars coming over in a few days to sort things out here. You can charge whatever you want. We may have to trouble you frequently in the near future." Wang Ting said, "Brother Feng, you're too polite. What's the trouble? Just drive over if you have a car. We're all brothers. Just think of this as the branch of Team 9 in Xining." Cang Yunfeng said, "Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. You didn't produce the engine oil and antifreeze yourself, so you still have to collect the money." Li Lu suddenly said, "Brother Feng, don't worry about these. All the expenses will be deducted from my betrothal gift." When they heard the word bride price, Cang Yunfeng and Xie were stunned. They turned their heads to look at Li Lu. Li Lu said a little embarrassedly, "My boyfriend." At this time, Xie realized why Wang Ting called Li Lu Lulu when they just met. It was such an ambiguous name that he realized it later. When Wang Ting heard Li Lu say this, he was even more happy and said to Li Lu, "Since you said so, why keep accounts? The auto repair shop is given to you. You are the boss and I work for you." After laughing and chatting for a few sentences, Cang Yunfeng said to the three people, "Make sure the 6 mobile phones brought out of the hotel are turned on in the next few days. According to what Hu Zhiyong said, there should be a batch of goods sent by a logistics company. Let's rob this batch of goods and see what it is. We will wait in Xining and wait for Huang Fuchang to appear." When talking about business, the members of Team 9 almost got into the mood in a second. Li Lu volunteered, "I am familiar with Xining. Give me the phone. If there is any situation, I can deal with it in the first time." Cang Yunfeng said, "This matter can only be left to you. Xie and I have to rush back to Kunming. We need our own nest for the reorganization of Team 9. Xie has already notified Lao Tang and the others. After sending Ram home, we will meet up in Kunming and rush over to meet up with you immediately after the team is reorganized. If there is any news in Xining, you have to work hard. There is nothing to do when you return to Kunming. I will arrange 2 people to cooperate with you." Wang Ting said, "Brother Feng, if you don't have enough manpower, you don't need to arrange for anyone to come over. If Lulu is too busy, I'm here." Xie said a little embarrassedly, "It's not that we don't trust you, but what we do is sometimes shady. For example, these 2 cars were snatched back. You know what I mean. If Lulu hadn't asked us to drive the car over, we wouldn't have been embarrassed to come and ask for your help." Wang Ting was very moved and said, "Sister, you know, Lulu let you drive the car over, which means she didn't treat me as an outsider. Although I'm a small person and don't have much ability, you think highly of me, and I will never let you down. What's more, the relationship between Lulu and me, Lulu, you say, this is the case, right?" Li Lu said to Xie, "Sister, you're welcome. Wang Teng and I will keep an eye on Xining first. We'll keep in touch if anything happens." "Okay, thank you for your help. Yunfeng and I will fly back to Kunming early tomorrow morning. We'll get the team ready as soon as possible and join you." After arranging things in Xining, Cang Yunfeng and Xie flew back to Kunming the next morning. As soon as they got off the plane, Dashan called and said to Cang Yunfeng, "Brother Feng, our warehouse was opened and all the equipment inside was gone. It seems that someone inside the company did it." Hearing this, Cang Yunfeng immediately realized that something was wrong, and said to Dashan on the phone, "Xie and I are going to the company now. Don't make it public until I find out. Tell everyone to gather at the company at 2 p.m. The Wilderness Club is an outdoor adventure club that mainly provides customers with outdoor adventure services, including team leaders, security, routes, and invitations to customers to participate. The 9 teams led by Xie used to be the club's best security team, bar none. The Wilderness Club's headquarters is located in the southern part of the city, near the edge of Dianchi Lake. It used to be a school, but later the school moved, and the investor bought it and converted it into the club's headquarters. Inside the company, Manager Chen, nicknamed Miser, was sitting at his desk, playing with his bracelet and smoking. Cang Yunfeng and Xie barged in without warning. Miser was particularly shocked when he saw them. He instinctively reached for the lighter and cigarettes on the table and asked, "What brings you two here?" While saying this, Miser pretended to open the drawer of the desk casually, preparing to put the cigarettes and lighter in the drawer. The sharp-eyed Cang Yunfeng said, "Is it that serious? You hide your cigarettes when you see me coming. How many cigarettes can I smoke from you?" The miser saw that his little trick was exposed, and he immediately put on a smile on his face, with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He said with a smirk, "How could I mean that? I'm just going to give you some cigarettes." Cang Yunfeng came to the desk and stretched out his hand directly to the miser, took the soft Zhonghua cigarette and lighter from his hand, put the cigarette to his lips, lit it, and then skillfully put the lighter into his pocket. The reputation of Russian is indeed well-deserved. The miser had no idea how many lighters Cang Yunfeng had taken away. He was about to ask for a lighter, but Cang Yunfeng didn't give him the chance. He sat down on the chair in front of the desk without changing his expression, crossed his legs and said, "Don't pretend. Old Tang told you 2 days ago that our Team 9 needs to return to deal with some things. Please do us a favor and arrange some dormitories for us. By the way, when our Team 9 was disbanded, there were still a lot of equipment left. We paid the company 3 years of warehouse rent at that time. You didn't move those equipment for me, did you?" Speaking of those equipments, the miser instantly felt guilty and didn't dare to mention the lighter at all. He changed the subject and said, "The dormitory is easy to handle. You can choose an empty dormitory. 4 dormitories are enough for you, right? They are all for 4 people. Okay, 4 dormitories are enough. I will go back to my previous dormitory and sleep with Brother Go. Will Brother Go still live alone?" Brother Go is a breeder in the company, responsible for breeding and training search and rescue dogs. He used to live in a dormitory with Cang Yunfeng. There were only Brother Go and Cang Yunfeng in that dormitory. Brother Go is nearly 40 years old and has never been married. Brother Go thinks that women nowadays are too cunning and honest people like him are easy to be deceived. Between women and dogs, he prefers dogs. The miser said, "After you left, Gogo has been sleeping in a dormitory by himself. If you want to go back and sleep with Gogo, then go ahead. Does Xie agree?" Xie said nonchalantly, "That's the best. Sleeping with him is torture. He snores loudly in the middle of the night. I've wanted to separate for a long time, but I've never had a suitable reason. I feel a little sorry for Gogo now." The miser smiled and said, "You two are really interesting. It's almost lunchtime. Our company's food is pretty good recently. Let's go eat." Cang Yunfeng said, "Don't worry about eating. Who has the key to the warehouse? We need to take inventory of the equipment this afternoon." The miser evaded the question, "Don't worry about it. Let's eat first and then we can deal with these things." At this point, the miser stood up from his chair and wanted to take Cang Yunfeng and Xie to the restaurant for lunch. "Use my meal card. I'll treat you at noon today." Cang Yunfeng said, "You're treating me. Let's go out to eat." The miser's face changed suddenly. Going out to eat a meal would cost a lot of money. Being good at calculating, he quickly made an excuse and said, "The food outside is not clean. Let's eat at the company's. The food at the company's is delicious. Let's go to the restaurant. The food in the company's restaurant is indeed good. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are all buffet." The 3 of them met a few old acquaintances on the way to the restaurant. Those who knew Cang Yunfeng and Team 9 took the initiative to say hello. The older ones who were more familiar with them called them Yunfeng or Xie affectionately, and those who were not familiar with them politely called them Brother Feng or Sister Yu. They were all polite in their words. After getting the food, the 3 of them found a long table to sit down. Cang Yunfeng asked again, "Where is the key to the warehouse? We need to go there this afternoon to take inventory of the equipment." As a professional manager, the miser had no choice but to be honest. "Well, how should I put it? Every team has its difficulties. Equipment purchases are not timely. The equipment of your Team 9 was lent out. Oh. Cang Yunfeng responded, lowered his head and drank a mouthful of soup, then said, "It's okay, we are all teams from the same company. It's normal to borrow equipment from each other for emergency. Whoever borrowed it, just ask them to return it." Seeing that Cang Yunfeng was not angry, the miser picked up the phone and made a call. After the call, he said to Cang Yunfeng and Xie, 2 years ago, you two willfully disbanded Team 9, and everyone went their separate ways, which made me miserable. There were so many explorers from home and abroad who came here for our reputation, and specifically asked for Team 9 to provide security. I really had no choice, so for the sake of the company, I found a new team and formed the new Team 9 according to the organization. Your equipment is lent to them. Xie could tell something was wrong with what he said, and frowned. So what you mean is that the new Team 9 replaced our Team 9 and directly used our previous equipment, right? The miser laughed awkwardly. Borrow. The new Team 9 can't replace you. They just use the number Team 9 temporarily. Cang Yunfeng already knew what kind of person this miser was, so it wasn't too surprising that he did such a thing. He couldn't turn against him because of this, so he could only hint at the miser and said, "Only you can collect the rent for the warehouse of our Team 9 and give our equipment to the new Team 9. Only you can do this." The miser smiled guiltily and said, "It's just there anyway." At this time, a group of about 20 people came in from outside the restaurant, wearing the same camouflage short-sleeved shirts with the words Team 9 printed on the back. The team leader, Deng Hongbin, was about the same age as Cang Yunfeng. He looked around after entering the restaurant, and when he found the miser, he trotted over. When he was near the table, he deliberately panted and said to the miser, "Boss Qian, what's the matter? I couldn't wait to lead the team over after receiving your call." This was obviously a deliberate panting to show his respect for the miser. The miser introduced, "Let me introduce you, these two are Cang Yunfeng and Xie, the core members of the 9th team, and the captain is Xie." After introducing these two, the miser introduced, "This is the captain of the new 9th team, Deng Hongbin, you guys should get to know him." After hearing these two names, Deng Hongbin instantly became a little fanboy, with a smile on his face, pretending to admire him and said, "I have heard of your names for a long time, brother Feng and sister Yu's names are simply well known. I finally meet you today, I am so lucky." Xie had no idea from which book Deng Hongbin had memorized these flattering words. In short, he just said whatever sounded nice. It was no surprise that the miser let such a person be the captain of the new 9th team. In this circle, the name Wild 9th team alone was enough to charge twice the labor fee. Cang Yunfeng was really not used to such flattering words, and even felt a little disgusted. He did not have a good impression of Deng Hongbin. At this time, a member of the new 9th team wearing a camouflage short-sleeved shirt came over with a dinner plate, put the plate next to the miser, and turned back. Deng Hongbin sat in front of the plate, side by side with the miser. He looked at Cang Yunfeng and Xie opposite him and said with a boastful tone, "There is no way. The team members know what I like to eat. Every day they rush to get me food. I have told them so many times, but they just won't listen." Xie felt a little disgusted. The miser also gave Deng Hongbin enough face and said to Cang Yunfeng and Xie, "Hongbin is quite good. In the past 2 years, he has been to Chongtang and Altan Mountain 7 or 8 times, creating millions of turnover for the company. There are more than 20 people in the team, and they are quite united." Xie didn't comment on anything. She only cared about the equipment. Seeing that the miser didn't mention the equipment, she looked at Deng Hongbin and asked in person, "Captain Deng, I heard from Mr. Qian that our equipment was borrowed by you. Now we are back, please return the equipment to us." Deng Hongbin was stunned when he heard this, and then turned his head to the miser. The miser immediately shirked his responsibility and said, "Why are you looking at me? At that time, you were leading the team to Chongtang and temporarily rented the equipment from the warehouse. I only agreed to lend it to you but didn't say I would give it to you. Now they are back, you have to return it." A trace of displeasure flashed across Deng Hongbin's face, and then he complained, "If the quality of the equipment purchased by the company was not too poor, I would not have borrowed it." The miser retorted, "Others are using it well, but you think the quality is poor." Deng Hongbin didn't dare to contradict the miser before, but he made money for the company in the past 2 years, so he was a little tough, but only a little. After finding out the reason from the miser, he looked at Cang Yunfeng and Xie, smiled and said, "Your equipment is not very good either. It has a lot of wear and tear when used. Last month, a rope broke and almost killed our team members. I won't bother with you. How about this, I'll give you 5,000 yuan and the equipment will be considered sold to us. You just came back, how can you not snatch our equipment when you meet for the first time, right?" Upon hearing this, Xie was obviously surprised and couldn't help laughing. "Your equipment? 5,000 yuan. Your joke is not funny at all. What's wrong?" Deng Hongbin was still a little unconvinced, and asked back, "Do you think it's too little? It's not a small amount, right? Your equipment has been used for several years, and many things are defective. If we don't use them, you will have to sell them to junk collectors. 5,000 yuan is not a small amount, not a small amount." Cang Yunfeng, who didn't like Deng Hongbin in the first place, was unhappy. He looked at Deng Hongbin seriously and said, "You use the equipment if you want to, and there will be wear and tear if there is wear and tear. We are all from the same company. I won't bother with you about this. After dinner, you will return the equipment of our Team 9 to our warehouse, that's it." Deng Hongbin relied on the fact that his team had created the highest performance for the company in the past 2 years and became a little arrogant. He stood up from his chair, looked down at Cang Yunfeng and said loudly, "What do you mean? You bully me just because you are a veteran in the company? You just came back and want to snatch our equipment. You are deliberately making things difficult for me." These words immediately caused a commotion in the restaurant. Everyone's eyes turned over here, and at this time all the people in Deng Hongbin's new 9th team stood up and quickly surrounded them, putting pressure on Cang Yunfeng and Xie, as if they would be beaten up if they didn't give them face. Some of the diners around were old members of the company, especially those who were familiar with Cang Yunfeng's temper, all shook their heads secretly, waiting to see Deng Hongbin's joke. To provoke Cang Yunfeng was like pulling out the teeth of a tiger. And those who had been employed for less than 2 years had only heard of the names of Cang Yunfeng and Xie at most, and were not familiar with the situation at all, waiting to see Cang Yunfeng and Xie give in. After all, in the perception of these people, Deng Hongbin's Team 9 was the one that created the highest profits for the company and was the most favored by shareholders and misers. When the miser saw Deng Hongbin's people coming around, he immediately scolded them, "What are you doing? Why are you joining in the fun? Are you all full? Go back and sit down to eat." However, these people obviously didn't listen to the miser's words, and only had eyes for Deng Hongbin. This was exactly the effect Deng Hongbin wanted. He raised his hand in a domineering manner, and without saying anything, these people obediently retreated slowly, but their eyes were always glancing in this direction. This was obviously a show of force to scare Cang Yunfeng and Xie. Xie showed no expression when she saw this scene. She knew Cang Yunfeng would take action. Cang Yunfeng held the bowl in his left hand and the chopsticks in his right hand, and shoveled the last mouthful of rice in the bowl into his mouth without paying any attention to those people. After swallowing the rice, Cang Yunfeng pointed the chopsticks in his right hand at Deng Hongbin and said, "If you think I am bullying you, then I am bullying you. If you think I am making things difficult for you, then I am making things difficult for you. I will give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, if I don't see our Team 9 equipment in the warehouse, you should be careful." The miser knew what kind of character Cang Yunfeng was. Cang Yunfeng was already very polite when he said this, so he hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said, "Yunfeng, that's not the case. Hongbin just uses your equipment, that's not the case." While comforting Cang Yunfeng, he looked at Deng Hongbin and said, "What are you doing? Sit down, finish your meal and return the equipment quickly." "I can't return it." He said, "I can't return it no matter what I say. He forced me to return the equipment as soon as I got back to the company. What does he want to do? Isn't it obvious that he is not giving me face and making me look bad? I can't return the equipment, let's see what he can do to me." Before he finished speaking, Cang Yunfeng suddenly stood up, slapped Deng Hongbin's face with the bowl in his left hand, and smashed his head on the table in front of him by grabbing Deng Hongbin's hair with his right hand. Deng Hongbin instinctively straightened up, but was met with a right hook from Cang Yunfeng, which hit Deng Hongbin's left cheek, causing him to lose his balance and fall on the table next to him, knocking all the plates on the table to the ground. Seeing this, Deng Hongbin's men stood up and picked up everything they could use as weapons, preparing to beat up Cang Yunfeng. However, Cang Yunfeng and Xie didn't take these 20 people seriously at all. When the conflict was about to become uncontrollable, Chen Lei from Team 1 suddenly walked in from outside the restaurant and shouted loudly, "Stop it, I want to see who dares to touch Yunfeng." After hearing Chen Lei's voice, several members of Team 1 who were eating in the restaurant stood up. Deng Hongbin, who was covered in grease, also climbed up from the table and turned to look at Cang Yunfeng. Even after being beaten like this, he still couldn't believe that Cang Yunfeng would dare to really do it. The miser couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Calm down, those who don't want to do it, get out as soon as possible. Deng Hongbin, come back to the office with me, and everyone else sit down to eat. I'll see who dares to move again." Deng Hongbin originally thought that there were only Cang Yunfeng and Xie, and he would not suffer any loss if they really fought, but Chen Lei actually stood on Cang Yunfeng's side, which made him have no chance of winning. It happened that the miser gave him a step, and he grabbed it tightly. Before leaving, he pointed at Cang Yunfeng and said, "I'm not done with you." After saying these harsh words, he followed the miser out of the restaurant. Seeing that the captain had run away, the other members of the new Team 9 knew that the fight would not start, so they sat down to eat again, but they secretly stared at Cang Yunfeng and Xie. Chen Lei strode to Cang Yunfeng and said with an excited smile on his face, "Yunfeng is back." Brother Lei, Cang Yunfeng has always respected Chen Lei. Chen Lei is the captain of the first team of the Wilderness Club. He is older than Cang Yunfeng, so Cang Yunfeng has always called him that. Chen Lei has a good personality and is very righteous. When Cang Yunfeng was in the Wilderness Club, Chen Lei helped him a lot. Of course, Cang Yunfeng is also very sincere to Chen Lei, much better than to other people. Chen Lei said, "I met Dashan and his friends yesterday. I was so excited the whole night when I heard that your Team 9 was coming back. Let's go for a drink when you are free. I'll be in Kunming these 2 days. Let's make an appointment in advance when you are free. Then don't tell me when you are free. Let's go tonight and have a drink tonight." Okay. The two of them made the appointment as if no one was around. In the miser's office, Deng Hongbin, who was beaten, looked unconvinced. He applied a hot towel to his face, his eyes full of disappointment. "I just can't figure it out. Who is Cang Yunfeng? Why do you protect him everywhere? Do you think I'm not as good as him? Do you think I can't create so much profit for the company?" The miser explained earnestly, "You shouldn't have provoked Cang Yunfeng. Just return the equipment to him. He said you used it casually and didn't care about the damage. He gave you enough face, but you are still so ignorant. He hit you today in the company. If it was in the Chongtang no man's land, the consequences would definitely not be as simple as a slap in the face." Deng Hongbin scolded, "Why did Cang Yunfeng come back just because he said he would? Is this company his? He came back to ask me for equipment. It's obvious that he was trying to intimidate me." The miser explained, "There is a guy named Lao Tang in the 9th team. He is the second largest shareholder of the company. Even I work for these shareholders. Do you think the 9th team can come back whenever they want? Can I stop them?" Deng Hongbin scolded, "You are a coward. Tell me, what should we do now? Cang Yunfeng beat me up. We can't just let it go like this." "Yes," said the miser, "hurry up and return the equipment to them and apologize." Deng Hongbin was stunned when he heard this. He stood up and asked, "What are you talking about? You want me to return the equipment and apologize?" The miser was a little speechless and advised, "This is the only way to solve this matter. Otherwise, I can't protect you." Deng Hongbin said angrily, "I don't need your care. I want to solve this problem in my own way. It's up to you. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you suffer any loss. Also, I have to tell you that whatever you want to do is an internal matter of the company. If you suffer any loss and call the police, and create any negative news that damages the company's image, you will be responsible for the company's losses. Save this for Cang Yunfeng." After speaking, Deng Hongbin turned and walked out the door. Seeing Deng Hongbin leaving with an unconvinced look on his face, the miser had no choice but to call Cang Yunfeng and begged Cang Yunfeng to show mercy for the sake of the same company. Cang Yunfeng, who received the call, mistakenly thought that the miser was talking about what happened at noon, and thought that Deng Hongbin would be able to return the equipment soon, so he said that he would not care about it. After all, he had more important things to do now. After leaving the office, Deng Hongbin immediately called all members of the new 9th team together and at Cang Yunfeng in the company group, "The equipment is ready, in warehouse number 7, come and get it if you have the guts. This is obviously a naked threat and provocation. Deng Hongban's purpose is very clear, he just wants to save some face. If Cang Yunfeng doesn't dare to keep the appointment, then his face will be saved. If Cang Yunfeng comes to the appointment, he plans to teach Cang Yunfeng a lesson in warehouse number 7 to save his face. Cang Yunfeng saw the message in the group and wanted to go to the appointment without thinking, but was stopped by the calm Xie. She said to Cang Yunfeng, "Don't go, this is obviously targeting you. I'm not worried that you will suffer if you go. I'm worried about complications. After all, the most important thing for us now is to get the equipment and return to Xining to meet up with Li Lu as soon as possible. Now Wang Hai's whereabouts are unknown, you just have to bear with it." Cang Yunfeng took a deep breath and said helplessly, "For the overall situation, then you take people to get the equipment. In addition to the equipment, we also need reliable cars. The previous cars have been dealt with, and now we need them so urgently, we can only borrow them." Xie reminded, "Didn't we meet Chen Lei at noon? If it doesn't work, ask Chen Lei if he has any idle cars. If possible, we can rent it first. If not, we can ask Chen Lei's team to be our support team in the name of the client and accompany us to find Wang Hai." "Okay." Cang Yunfeng stood up and said, "I'll go find Chen Lei and talk about this now." Xie was really happy to see that Cang Yunfeng was no longer the impulsive and emotional man he used to be. Today, he was able to put aside his so-called face and do his business, which showed that he had matured a lot in the past few years and no longer cared about his so-called face and other people's opinions. This also reflects Cang Yunfeng's attitude from the side. He didn't take Deng Hongban seriously at all. In his eyes, Deng Hongban was an existence that was not worthy of his attention. Of course, Xie didn't take Deng Hongban seriously either, and went to warehouse number 7 alone. When he saw Xie appear alone, Deng Hongban suddenly understood what was going on. This was Cang Yunfeng not taking him seriously. Although he knew this in his heart, he still wanted to take advantage of it. He walked up to Xie with his people, and asked casually with a cigarette in his mouth, "What do you mean? I asked Cang Yunfeng to come here, what's the matter with you coming here?" Xie didn't want to cause trouble, so she smiled and said, "I'm the captain of Team 9. It's reasonable for me to come and get our team's equipment." Deng Hongban sneered, "Is it because Cang Yunfeng doesn't dare to come? That's why you, a woman, come here? Is that what you mean?" "Yeah." He said nonchalantly, "If you think it is, then it is." After that, Xie cast her eyes to the center of the warehouse, where there were a lot of equipment piled up. They were the equipment that Team 9 had used before. After confirming that the equipment was from this batch, Xie looked at Deng Hongban and said, "Since the equipment is here, I'll ask someone to take it away." Deng Hongban said domineeringly, "You can't take these equipment away." "What do you mean?" The smile on Xie's face had gradually disappeared. He looked at Deng Hongban in front of him and asked, "What do you mean I can't take them away?" Deng Hongban pointed at Xie with his right hand holding a cigarette and said, "I said let Cang Yunfeng come and take them personally. You come, it won't work. You can't take these equipment away." Xie put away her smile and asked, "What if I must take it?" Deng Hongban went even further and pointed at Xie's nose and said, "The equipment is right there, just try to move it." Before he could finish the rest of the words, Xie grabbed Deng Hongban's wrist at lightning speed and bent it in a direction that was against the human structure with the skill of grappling. Deng Hongban's waist twisted to the side instinctively in pain and he gradually lost his balance. Xie took advantage of the situation and raised her leg to kick Deng Hongban in the calf. With this kick, Deng Hongban completely lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. When the deputy captain standing behind Deng Hongban came over, Deng Hongban had already fallen down. He shouted, "Hit her!" The people in the warehouse heard this and rushed to Xie together. Although Xie was just a girl, after all, she had been in the army and worked as a special police officer. 4 or 5 men could not get close to her at all. In just 2 or 3 rounds, she knocked down the 4 people on the opposite side. Seeing that his own people were at a disadvantage, Lu Xiaohua, the deputy captain of the new 9th team, turned around and pulled out a few luggage rack net bags from the equipment pile. These things are used to wrap and cover the goods after they are placed on the luggage rack to prevent the goods from falling while the vehicle is moving. At this moment, the luggage net bag became their tool to capture Xie. No matter how good Xie is at fighting, she will eventually suffer a loss when facing more than 20 strong men with net bags. When Xie was caught by several people with a net and fell to the ground, Deng Hongbin stepped forward and kicked Xie in the stomach. Xie curled up involuntarily in pain, but she still endured it without saying a word. Deng Hongbin took out his mobile phone to shoot a video and said, "Cang Yunfeng, you are a coward. You dare not come to ask for equipment, so you let a shrew come to make trouble. Hurry up and get over here. If you don't come, I will hang her up and wait for you." After posting this video in the company group, Deng Hongbin was a little proud and felt that he was quite impressive. Little did he know that he was madly testing the edge of death. When the video was posted, Cang Yunfeng had just found Chen Lei, and before he could talk about business, a video of Xie lying on the ground entangled in the luggage net appeared in the group. Not only Cang Yunfeng saw the video, but also Dashan and Xiaopang, who had just returned to the company, and Qin Shuang from the 9th team. At that time, Xiaopang and Dashan had just returned to the company. The car hadn't stopped yet. Xiaopang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw the video in the group. Dashan stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to warehouse number 7, and parked the car directly at the door of the warehouse. When the two got out of the car, they saw Qin Shuang running over from a distance. Qin Shuang was also a member of Team 9. If he hadn't met Xiaopang and Dashan, Qin Shuang would have rushed into the warehouse alone to save people. When the three of them met, two more people came running over from a distance. The one in front was Cang Yunfeng, and the one left behind was Chen Lei. The five people met by chance at the door of warehouse number 7. There was not much communication at all. Cang Yunfeng rushed forward and kicked the door of the warehouse open and rushed in, and the others followed in. Deng Hongbin saw that there were only 5 people on the other side, one of whom was the captain of the first team, Chen Lei, while there were more than 20 people on his side. He did not take Cang Yunfeng seriously at all, and shouted, "You apologize to me, and forget about today's matter, otherwise." Cang Yunfeng yelled, "Fatty, close the door." When Xiaopang turned around to close the door, he found that many people had come outside, including the miser. The miser ran while shouting, "Stop," and "Don't be impulsive." However, Xiaopang did not take him seriously, and locked the warehouse door when he closed it. This made Deng Hongbin very happy. He saw that Cang Yunfeng was going to take these people to fight him hard, so he called his people and shouted, "Fuck them." Outside the warehouse, only screams were heard from inside, and occasionally the warehouse door could be seen shaking a few times after being hit hard. The most exaggerated thing was that after a loud bang, a clear bulge appeared on the warehouse door. Judging from the outline of the bulge, someone must have been thrown against the warehouse door. About 3 minutes later, there were already voices of begging for mercy such as "Help" and "Brother, I was wrong" from inside. The miser banged on the warehouse door and shouted to stop the fight inside, but no one paid any attention to him. Seeing this, the miser had no choice but to ask the people around him to come and help pry the warehouse door open. These people began to hurriedly go to the warehouse next door to find tools to pry the door open. The people who found the tools were very helpful and came back with the tools in less than a minute, but before they could use them, the warehouse door opened. Cang Yunfeng was seen walking in the front, with Xie and Chen Lei on the left, and Xiaopang, Dashan, and Qin Shuang on the right. Behind the 6 people, there were people lying on the ground in all directions. None of them could stand up, those with minor injuries were rolling on the ground wailing, and those with serious injuries fainted directly. The worst was Deng Hongbin. His hands were tied up and hung on the beams of the warehouse, blood was flowing from the left corner of his eye and mouth. He still had some clothes on his upper body, but his lower body was completely naked. This was already Cang Yunfeng showing mercy. Standing at the door of the warehouse, the miser felt the anger emanating from Cang Yunfeng, and he knew that he couldn't provoke this beast at this time. Cang Yunfeng, who walked out of the warehouse, was really angry. He walked straight to the miser and announced loudly in front of dozens of people, "From now on, there will only be one Team 9 in the Wilderness Club, and there will only be one Team 9 in the future." Yes. Yes, yes. The miser didn't dare to provoke the furious Cang Yunfeng, so he could only nod and agree. There is only one Team 9 in the club, only one. Seeing that the miser agreed so readily, Cang Yunfeng didn't say anything to embarrass him. He strode away. The people who were blocking the door of the warehouse to watch the excitement took the initiative to make way for a wide path. Seeing Cang Yunfeng and others passing by, many people couldn't help but envy them. This was the legendary Wilderness Team 9. Today, they finally witnessed the unity and strength of the Team 9. Fortunately, Deng Hongbin didn't hurt Xie too badly. It was because they didn't hurt Xie too badly that they were only beaten. If Xie was injured, these people would have to spend the rest of their lives in a wheelchair. After leaving the warehouse, Xie said to Cang Yunfeng, "You go and talk to Brother Lei about business. We'll go get the equipment back and take inventory." Okay. Cang Yunfeng looked at Chen Lei and said, "Brother Lei just found you and didn't talk about business, but was delayed by the news in the group." Chen Lei said, "It's okay, let's go to my place and continue. The tea is just ready and we haven't had it yet." After parting, Xie took people to check the equipment, and Cang Yunfeng and Chen Lei returned to the office of Team 1. The offices were converted from classrooms, and each team had its own office. After sitting down, Cang Yunfeng first asked Team 1 very tactfully if they had any reservations recently. After all, they were also in this business, and vehicles were very important. Chen Lei said very righteously, "Yunfeng, don't be polite. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. The environment has been bad in the past 2 years, and not many people have come out to travel. We used to have 14 people in our team, but now half of them have resigned to work in other industries. I have no choice but to continue to guard this team with Su Hong. Now we dare not accept orders in the wilderness at all. At most, we can accept self-built groups for regular self-driving tours. Now it is the off-season, and there are few such groups." Hearing this, Cang Yunfeng had no worries and said to Chen Lei, "Brother Lei, this is the case. Our 9th team suddenly assembled because Wang Hai had an accident. His wife Lang Wolum was found dead in the hinterland of the Kaidam Basin a few days ago. It was murdered. Wang Hai's whereabouts are unknown now. The current investigation shows that Wang Hai and Lang Wolum took over a commercial group and provided car repair guarantee services, but there is a problem with this group. It is definitely not an ordinary adventure or self-driving. The 9th team assembled to find Wang Hai, but we dealt with all the cars 2 years ago. Now only my old 80 can run in the uninhabited area, so I want to rent a few cars from you first." "No problem." Chen Lei answered readily, "You don't have to rent it, you can just use it. But you have to be mentally prepared. The team doesn't have a modification engineer like Wang Hai, and the vehicle modifications are quite ordinary. It's no problem for ordinary tour groups to take national and provincial roads, but there may be various minor problems when entering uninhabited areas." Cang Yunfeng said gratefully, "Having a modified car to use has already helped us a lot. Every car has minor problems, so we can repair them as we go. Wang Hai and Lang Zhuoram are gone, so do you have enough manpower?" As he was speaking, Xie called. Cang Yunfeng took out his phone and said, "Wait a minute, I'll take a call." After sliding the screen, Xie's voice came from the phone. She said angrily, "All our equipment is broken." "What do you mean?" Cang Yunfeng didn't understand. What does broken mean? These bastards didn't even think about returning the equipment to us. The bundles of parachute ropes were cut in the middle, the tent was pierced by a knife, the poles were broken, the bucket was smashed with a hole, and even Xiaopeng's rice spoon was broken. Cang Yunfeng couldn't help but cursed. These beasts should have been crippled just now. Seeing this, Chen Lei beside him reached out to Cang Yunfeng, took the phone from Cang Yunfeng's hand, and said to Xie, "Xie, don't worry, bring people to my warehouse to have a look, and you can just take away any equipment you need. Although our equipment is not as good as yours, it is still no problem to use it in an emergency." Xie recognized Chen Lei's voice and said gratefully, "Brother Lei, how can you be so embarrassed? You also have to take orders and travel. It's okay, you can use it. Yunfeng told me everything. The business can be done later, but Wang Hai can't be found later. You take people to my warehouse now, and I'll call Su Hong and ask her to wait for you." Su Hong is Chen Lei's wife and the deputy captain of the first team. Xie knew that it was most important to find Wang Hai, so she didn't refuse. After a simple thank you, she took people to the warehouse to wait. Cang Yunfeng looked at Chen Lei and said, "Brother Lei, how about this? We pay, and you bring a team and equipment with us to find Wang Hai. It's considered that you have accepted my order." Chen Lei declined, "Yunfeng, don't do this. Use the equipment if you want, and drive the car if you want. Don't think that we can't accept the order and give us money." Cang Yunfeng said seriously, to be honest, I do want help. Look at our Team 9. Wang Hai and Ram are gone. Old Tang and Mrs. Tang are old. Zhao Xiaojia and Yi are all girls. Our former teammate Chi Mo also died. There are only 5 of us men who can really work hard in the team. Sometimes we are too busy when we are away from home and need help. After hearing what Cang Yunfeng said, Chen Lei realized that this was all true. There were not many people in the 9th team to begin with, and even half of them were girls. The whole team was supported by Cang Yunfeng. There used to be Wang Hai and Chi Mo, but now one of them has passed away and the other is missing. Thinking of these 2 people, Chen Lei was also very sorry. He took a deep breath and said, "Okay, let's do as you said. Let's set off together. There are only 8 people on my side, including Su Hong and I. 2 girls who do administrative work will stay at home, and I will take the other 5 with me. After we go out, we will follow your command." Dog asked, "Secret code? Can it see it?" Cang Yunfeng explained, "The golden eagle's eyesight is better than you can imagine. It can see rabbits on the ground from hundreds of meters in the air. If it finds something in the nest, it will definitely fly back and lie in the nest waiting for me. If I don't show up, it won't fly away." "Is this how you contacted Feifei before?" "That's about right. After all, an adult golden eagle cannot be kept in captivity. It belongs in the sky." Dog Brother brought Cang Yunfeng to kennel number 3. 2 German shepherds and a Labrador in the kennel ran over happily and wagged their tails at Cang Yunfeng. Dog Brother pointed at the 3 of them and said, "You must be very familiar with these dogs. They grew up playing with the little blackbacks and are very wolf-like." Little Blackback is a wolf adopted by Cang Yunfeng, a wolf living in the uninhabited area of Changtang. Cang Yunfeng was entrusted by the Wolf King to raise Little Blackback and release it back to Changtang. Little Blackback also became the Wolf King of a wolf pack in Changtang. Seeing the 3 dogs again, Cang Yunfeng felt much more at home. He gave a few commands casually, and they all understood and were very human. The 2 were wandering around the kennel when Old Tang, Mrs. Tang, and Zhao Xiaojia came back from Dali in Cang Yunfeng's Toyota Old 80. The 3 of them had flown back to Yunnan from Galmud in advance to accompany Langzhou Ram's father to bring her ashes home. Cang Yunfeng's car was parked at Dali Airport and was driven back by the 3 people who had just sent Langzhou Ram back. After learning that Lao Tang had returned, Xie immediately notified the internal group of Team 9 and asked everyone to gather for a meeting. Soon, all the people from Team 9 who remained in Kunming gathered in Team 9's exclusive classroom. Xie, Cang Yunfeng, Lao Tang, Tang Sa, Dashan, Xiaopang, Yi, Qin Shuang, Zhao Xiaojia, and Xiaoding were all there. Li Lu, who was in Xining, participated in the meeting via video. Xie went straight to the point and said, "Everyone knows why we are gathered here again. I will not say much. Let me get to the point. Our Team 9 is facing many problems right now. The first one is financial problems. Manager Qian came to me half an hour ago." Cang Yunfeng immediately asked, "Why did the miser look for you? Is it because of the fight at noon? He wants our Team 9 to pay the medical expenses to Deng Hongbin." Everyone could hear the anger in Cang Yunfeng's tone, and they were even ready to go find the miser to argue. Fortunately, Xie explained, he didn't mention the fight at noon, nor did he make any comments. He talked to me about the financial aspect. After our Team 9 returned, the company provided us with dormitories, a base, and even gave us all the company's supporting resources. If we don't create profits for the company, it means that the company is supporting our group in vain. After all, the company does not belong to Mr. Qian, and he is just a professional manager. He has his difficulties, and we should understand. This makes sense. The shareholders invested in this company to make money, and this time the reorganization of Team 9 did not consider the reception at all. For the company, it is just providing resources to support this group of people for free. Xiao Ding, who talked the most nonsense, said disdainfully while holding a cigarette in his mouth, "We don't want the company's basic salary." Xie said, "It's not okay if the company doesn't provide a basic salary, as food and accommodation are all expenses." Old Tang said, "I'll say hello to the other shareholders of the company. We won't need the company's basic salary for now. We'll use the company's resources and give the company some symbolic money. Xie took a deep breath and said, the company's side is only one aspect. We still have to take financial income into consideration. There are so many of us, and everyone has mortgages and car loans, and they all have to support the elderly. 1 or 2 months without income is not a big deal, and everyone can survive. But if there is no income for half a year or a year, it is not reliable to just live off the savings. Our equipment was destroyed by Deng Hongbin and his men. If we purchase equipment according to the standards of our 9th team, hundreds of thousands of dollars will be gone. This does not include the purchase of vehicles, and there are also daily expenses. For such a large team, without considering the loss of equipment and vehicle maintenance, the daily fuel costs, tolls, hotel accommodation, meals, etc. are all money. The daily expenses are at least more than 10,000, and they are continuous. We must find a way to solve the financial problem. After saying so much, everyone finally realized that this is not something that can be done on a whim, and it still requires money. Zhao Xiaojia was once the financial officer of Team 9. She knew all this too well. She said, "What sister you said are the facts before us. This time we set out and asked Team 1 to help us. According to the rules, we have to pay the company a sum of money, and then the company takes 50% of the commission, and the other 50% is paid to Team 1. Even if the company doesn't take the commission, we don't have the money to pay Team 1 as labor fees now." Cang Yunfeng whispered, "We have to look for Wang Hai who is missing. Huang Fuchang, who poured gasoline on Ram, has not been found yet, so this matter is not over yet. Today we are holding a meeting to reorganize Team 9. Everyone will have their own responsibilities. As for the money, Xie and I will take out 3 million as startup funds for the team's daily expenses. Zhao Xiaojia will still be responsible for the finances of Team 9. I will deposit 3 million into the company's account before tomorrow morning." Xie understood immediately that Cang Yunfeng was going to sell the house. Xiao Ding said, "I have a savings of 300,000 yuan, which I am going to use as a down payment for buying a house. I won't buy the house yet, so let's use it first." Yi said, "When Xiaopang and I got married, the betrothal gift from Xiaopang's family and the dowry from my family have not been used. There may be more than 500,000 yuan. We can also use our money. Old Tang, I don't need my coffin recently, so I can still get some money out." When it comes to money, everyone is scrambling to collect money just to find Wang Hai and to avenge Lang Zhuoram. Xie stopped everyone and said, "Everyone, listen to me. We are not at the point where we need everyone to pull money together. Yunfeng and I can come up with 3 million, which is enough as our startup capital. Our current goal is clear, which is for Wang Hai. If this money is spent and we have no other way to get money, I will not be polite to you at that time and will ask everyone to pull money together." After hearing this, Xiaopang still insisted on paying, but was stopped by Old Tang, who said, "Xiaojia, keep a record of the money Xie and Yunfeng paid. When our Team 9 takes orders and makes money again, we have to return the money to Xie and Yunfeng." After the money problem was temporarily solved, Xie continued, "Old Tang, Mrs. Tang, and Zhao Xiaojia are responsible for staying in Kunming and purchasing according to the standard purchasing channels of the 9th team before." Old Tang said, "This cycle may be a bit long. It will take at least 1 or 2 months to ship it to China. Xie, so you and Mrs. Tang need to stay in Kunming to purchase equipment. Xiaojia will stay with you. Dashan, Qin Zhuang, and Xiaoding, the 3 of you will fly to Xining tomorrow and meet up with Li Lu. Keep an eye on the developments there." "Got it." The 3 of them agreed without hesitation. Dashan is the leader of the camping group of Team 9, and he is good at setting up camps. Qin Shuang is responsible for helping out, and he helps wherever he is needed, and he is good at repairing cars and setting up camps. Xiaoding is the talkative person in Team 9, a natural actor, and a very smart person. At this point, only Xiaopang and Yi were left to be arranged in Team 9. Xiaopang was the chef of Team 9, in charge of cooking, and Yi was the team's doctor. Xiaopang tricked Yi into his bed with his excellent cooking skills, and these two were inseparable wherever they went. Xiaopang and Yi stayed in Kunming and also prepared what they needed. Yi purchased medical supplies very quickly. In order to save costs, Xiaopang took Xiaoding to the warehouse after the meeting to check the equipment that was damaged by Deng Hongbin and try to find some usable ones to deal with the problem. Inside the warehouse, Xiaopeng felt a little regretful as he held his most familiar big rice spoon. The handle of the spoon was made of wood and was about 1 meter long. After all, a big spoon was needed to cook a big pot of rice. Xiao Ding was a very mean person. When he saw the broken spoon handle, he deliberately said in a sarcastic tone, "Your handle is broken." The fat boy didn't react yet and sighed, "But, it's broken." Xiao Ding glanced at Xiaopeng's crotch and asked, "Can it still be used after it's connected? Is it still usable?" Xiaopeng suddenly realized what Xiao Ding was looking at, and was about to hit Xiao Ding with the broken spoon. Fortunately, Xiao Ding dodged quickly and laughed from 3 meters away. "I suggest you find a rebar and weld it to use as a spoon handle. That thing is definitely stronger than yours, and it won't break as easily as yours." Xiaopeng pointed at Xiao Ding and said, "Even if my little ding is broken, it's still twice as long as your little ding." Speaking of the nickname, Xiao Ding immediately shut up. After all, he got the nickname, Xiao Ding, because Xiaopeng had peeked at him when he was taking a bath. Jokes aside, Xiaopeng really got some inspiration. He took the rice spoon and went to the building materials market. He found a steel bar with a diameter of 1.2 centimeters and welded it to the spoon. After welding, he wrapped a circle of raw tape around the outside. He shook it in his hand and it felt really good. In the future, using this thing in a fight will definitely be a weapon for pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. It's just a bit tiring to use it for cooking. While Xiaopeng was building personal equipment, Cang Yunfeng and CM mortgaged their houses and raised the first sum of money as the starting capital for Team 9. At the same time, they had further communication with Chen Lei. Team 1 provided 4 modified pickup trucks as support vehicles. Not counting Chen Lei and Su Hong, there were still 4 team members who were ready to go to Xining together. The next morning, Dashan, Qin Shuang and others flew to Xining to meet up with Li Lu. Cang Yunfeng, Xie, Chen Lei and others took inventory of their equipment in Kunming and made final preparations before departure. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Cang Yunfeng was busy in the warehouse when Gogu called and said to Cang Yunfeng excitedly, "Fei Fei is back and is lying in the kennel." After hearing the news, Cang Yunfeng trotted all the way to the kennel. Fei Fei barked when he saw Cang Yunfeng and jumped down from the kennel several meters high. Cang Yunfeng opened his arms as before, ready to catch Fei Fei. The moment he hugged Fei Fei, a powerful diving force accompanied by the wind brought by his wings directly knocked Cang Yunfeng to the ground with his arms and legs spread out. Cang Yunfeng ignored Fei Fei's weight, and Fei Fei thought of himself as an underage eagle. In the past 2 years, Fei Fei has never really left. As the king of the sky, Fei Fei is very homesick. He was raised by Cang Yunfeng. When he was young, he hung out with Little Blackback and other search and rescue dogs in the kennel. When he grew up, he occasionally caught some wild game to improve the food for the dogs in the kennel. Reunited again, both the men and the eagle seemed extremely excited. Dog Brother said enviously, "Only you and Xie can get so close to it. Even if I feed the dog every day, the number of times I see Fei Fei is limited." Cang Yunfeng said, "After all, I raised him since he was a child, so I have feelings for him. By the way, Brother Go, we will set off in the next 2 days after we have checked our equipment. Please bring a few more search and rescue dogs with us. Do you think 6 will be okay?" Dog Brother felt a little distressed. After all, he felt sorry for the dog Cang Yunfeng took out, but he still agreed without hesitation, but he would repeat one sentence every time, "Out there, you have to take good care of my dog, this is my own son." Speaking of this, Cang Yunfeng felt a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. "I understand your feelings towards these dogs, I understand." As for the rest, Brother Go didn't say much. There are always some regrets about the past. Cang Yunfeng and Go Go were reminiscing about the past, while the people on Deng Hongbin's side were thinking about how to deal with Cang Yunfeng. Last night, the beaten new 9 team collectively wrote a letter to the board of directors of the Wilderness Club. When Zhao Min, the company's largest investor, learned about this, he flew back to the headquarters from outside the province overnight, which shows that he attaches great importance to this matter. At this time, Deng Hongbin learned that Chairman Zhao Min had come back personally to deal with the matter, and excitedly posted a message in the new Team 9 group. Chairman Zhao rushed back to Kunming overnight. This was a signal. Looking at the entire company, only something happening in our team could alarm the chairman. "Deputy Captain, that's for sure. Our team has created the most achievements for the company and can be called the company's cash cow. Member 1, the chairman started the company to make money. She is not a fool. She knows who makes money for her. Since she flew back overnight, she means she wants to support us. Member 2, Captain Deng, if you are soft-hearted towards those bastards from Songyun Peak, you will be unworthy of the beating our brothers have received. Member 2, we must hold a company-wide meeting and ask them to apologize to us. Our team deserves such treatment. If they don't apologize, they will be fired. Deputy Captain, look at how arrogant Cang Yunfeng was yesterday, saying that there is only one Team 9 in the company. Even if there is only one Team 9, it must be our new Team 9. They are nothing. Deng Hongbin, I have sent a message to Chairman Zhao, asking her to convene a company-wide meeting and required Cang Yunfeng and others to apologize to us at the meeting. Chairman Zhao also replied to my message, announcing that a company meeting would be held at 2 p.m. and she would preside over it personally. Deputy Captain, we can't take this beating in vain. We who work hard for the company and make money must be treated preferentially. I want to see how arrogant Cang Yunfeng can be at the meeting. At lunchtime, the miser indeed sent a message in the group, which roughly said that the chairman had returned and she asked everyone in the company to go to the conference room for a meeting at 2 p.m., and she hoped that no one would be absent. After receiving this news, people in the entire company began to talk about it. The conflict between the new 9th team and the old 9th team yesterday was already known to everyone. At this time, Chairman Zhao Min suddenly came back, obviously coming for this matter. As for which team she would speak for, word of mouth was one-sided, and 90% of people believed that Cang Yunfeng would suffer a loss. There are 3 reasons. First, the new 9 team is the team that generates the highest revenue for the company, so the chairman must protect this cash cow. Second, as soon as the Cang Yunfeng team returned to the company, they had a conflict with the new 9th team and injured all the members of the new 9th team. Their attitude is so arrogant that if they are not properly punished, I am afraid it will be even more difficult to manage them in the future. Third, in the eyes of most people, Deng Hongbin's new 9 teams is united enough and is a very strong team. It is considered the ceiling in the industry. This team is not only a tool to make money, but also the company's reputation. So Zhao Min will find a way to appease this team no matter what. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all the teams that stayed in the company and did not go out came to the conference room to attend the meeting. This large conference room was the school's former auditorium and could accommodate hundreds of people. There were 3 rows of tables on the podium, arranged in a shape which looked a bit like a court session. The top was the company's management, and the new Team 9 and the old Team 9 sat face to face. In contrast, the more than 20 people from the new Team 9 were all there, and everyone was wrapped in gauze or had a band-aid on their body. On Cang Yunfeng's side, there were only 4 people, Cang Yunfeng, Xie, Xiaopeng, and Yi. Old Tang was the second largest shareholder of the company. In order to avoid suspicion, he and Mrs. Tang did not appear at the scene. The theme of the meeting was quite clear, which was to discuss what happened yesterday and give a result. Zhao Min was a woman with a strong aura. After the meeting started, she was the first to speak. After I learned about what happened yesterday, I flew back to Kunming overnight. The purpose of today's meeting is very clear, which is to deal with this matter. You can each talk about the cause and process of the incident and what kind of result you hope to get. Who will go first? Deng Hongbin couldn't wait to say, I'll go first. He looked as if Cang Yunfeng would confuse right and wrong if he said it too late. Seeing this, Cang Yunfeng was not in a hurry. He raised his hand to indicate that it was okay. Then he lit a cigarette and smoked it as if no one was around. His calm and composed attitude in the face of danger was very admirable. Deng Hongbin pointed at the gauze on his forehead and complained to Zhao Min, Boss Zhao, look, the wounds on my head and on our team members were all caused by them. Is there any law? He relies on the fact that he is a veteran employee of the company to bully me like this. What does he mean? He wants to snatch our equipment on the first day he comes back. It's obvious that he wants to intimidate us. Who is he showing off to? It's fine if he beat us, but he also threatened that there can only be one Team 9 in the company. What does this mean? He wants us to leave. Does he think he owns the company? He doesn't take us seriously. The fat guy sitting opposite couldn't help it and sneered sarcastically. Deng Hongbin was irritated by the sneer. He stood up and pointed at the fat guy opposite him and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "What do you mean?" Xiaopang leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs and said, "I laughed at you for being self-aware. We just didn't take you seriously. What's the matter? Are you not convinced?" "You." Deng Hongbin realized that it was beneath his dignity to argue with Xiaopang at this moment. He immediately turned to look at Zhao Min and the others. "Boss Zhao, you saw that." These words came from their mouths. "Do you need me to say anything?" The miser comforted Deng Hongbin and said, "Hongbin, please sit down first. Yunfeng, do you have anything to say?" Cang Yunfeng raised his right hand, took out the cigarette from his mouth, crossed his legs and leaned against the back of the chair and said, "I feel ashamed of what I did yesterday, and I still feel a little regretful." Deng Hongbin thought Cang Yunfeng was begging for mercy, so he interrupted him and said to Zhao Min, "Boss Zhao, if Cang Yunfeng doesn't sincerely apologize to us and pay compensation, we will never forgive him. This matter can't be resolved by just saying shame or regret. Also, there can only be one Team 9 in the company. The reputation of the wild Team 9 is all due to our team. This Team 9 must be our team." Hearing this, Chen Lei, who was sitting below, couldn't help but shake his head and sighed in a low voice. He really thinks that the influence of the Wild 9 team was created by this team of rubbish. Ridiculous. On the stage, the miser felt that Deng Hongbin was getting more and more excessive, so he stopped him and said, "Hongbin, wait a moment, let Yunfeng finish what he is saying." Zhao Min looked at Cang Yunfeng and said calmly, "Yunfeng, please continue." Cang Yunfeng raised his hand and took a puff of his cigarette, then pointed at Deng Hongbin across from him and said, "I regret it because I didn't use my hands lightly, and I let you sit here and continue to talk nonsense, so I'm ashamed. Finally, I'll tell you one more thing, don't interrupt me when I'm talking, or I'll tear your stinky mouth apart next time." Xiaopang added, "I'm also going to stuff a piece of shit into your stinky mouth. It's guaranteed to be fresh and tasty. I can even make it for you on the spot." This sentence is so vivid that many people dare not imagine it. The group of people behind Deng Hongbin couldn't sit still anymore. They stood up and pointed at Cang Yunfeng and started to curse. Deng Hongbin also put pressure on Zhao Min and said, "Boss Zhao, you saw how arrogant they were. Is this the attitude of admitting a mistake? We originally thought that this was not a big deal and they would just apologize and let it go. Now they are being aggressive. Boss Zhao, please give us an attitude. What do you think we should do about this?" When Deng Hongbin finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Everyone looked at Zhao Min, wanting to know what words Zhao Min would use to persuade Cang Yunfeng and the others to retreat. However, Zhao Min made an unexpected move. She looked at Deng Hongbin and said, "I saw the video posted in the group yesterday. If you are dissatisfied with Cang Yunfeng, go to the Human Resources Department to complete the resignation procedures." "Huh? What?" Deng Hongbin couldn't believe his ears at all. He looked at Zhao Min and asked, "Boss Zhao, what do you mean? Are you trying to drive me away? If you have this attitude, why don't you ask the brothers behind me if they agree?" After hearing what Deng Hongbin said, more than 20 people behind him shouted and expressed their opinions. "Deputy Captain, if you drive Captain Deng away, I will quit too. Team Member 1, Captain Deng cannot leave. If Captain Deng leaves the company, I will quit too. Team Member 2, wherever Captain Deng goes, we will go. We will definitely not stay here and suffer the humiliation. Team Member 3, we are a whole team, and we are a team wherever we go. Team Member 4, Director Zhao, give me some advice, are you determined to kick Captain Deng out?" Team Member 5. It has to be said that more than 20 people collectively forced the palace, and they had both the attitude and momentum. Some people below envied the cohesion of this team, and Deng Hongbin was also a little proud. He looked at Cang Yunfeng with a provocative look, with disdain written all over his face. He even thought that he had a sure win. After all, this team was the one with the best performance in the company, and he didn't believe that Zhao Min, as the major shareholder, would be willing to abandon them. However, reality slapped her in the face. Zhao Min took the microphone and said calmly, "Boss Qian, please arrange for the HR department to settle their salaries." This. The miser was a little embarrassed, and tried to lower his voice to remind Zhao Min, they still have 2 scheduled orders, which will depart next month. The customers have already paid the deposit. If they disband this team now, the company will have to bear a lot of losses. Although the voice was small, most people still heard it, including Deng Hongbin and his new ninth team. Therefore, Deng Hongbin became even more proud and confident, thinking that even Zhao Min could not touch them. However, Zhao Min did not give any room for easing the situation. She said loudly, "Go and discuss with the client and let the Yunfeng team execute their orders. If the client disagrees, then according to the contract, we will pay the client double the deposit, and this team will be disbanded immediately, and all members will be terminated." The miser heard the due determination in Zhao Min's tone and nodded, "Okay, I understand." The sudden change made Deng Hongbin furious. He pointed at Zhao Min and shouted, "You will regret it sooner or later. Come on, brothers, follow me. I will take you to do bigger things." After that, Deng Hongbin turned and left. The 20 or so people behind him were a little confused, but they still followed Deng Hongbin and left at the deputy captain's shout. Zhao Min, who was sitting on the stage, spoke as the chairman of the board. "I saw clearly what happened in the company. There are surveillance cameras in the restaurant and there are videos sent by Deng Hongbin himself in the group. I will not allow people who ignore discipline by relying on their good performance in my company. No one is an exception." When saying this, Zhao Min also glanced at Xie, and the look was full of deep meaning. Xie vaguely felt that these words were meant to warn them, but since Zhao Min had expressed her intention to disband and expel Deng Hongbin's team, she had nothing to say. After all, he was the chairman and the top management of the company, and he needed to show an attitude of treating everyone equally in front of his subordinates. These words and this look seemed to be a warning to Team 9, but in fact they were for everyone to see. After a generous speech, the meeting ended. The miser called Xie to his office and told her that 2 groups of clients had booked the security services of the new 9th team. Now the new 9th team had been disbanded in public by Zhao Min, but the contract still required the trip. Team 9 was worried about having no source of income. Seeing that there was work, Xie would naturally not let it go. He said to the miser, "It's no problem to take the order, but we have something to do right now. We can only take orders after we are done with it." The miser was not in a hurry and said to Xie, "I will communicate with the client tomorrow. The client should understand. After all, you have cooperated before." Deng Hongbin made a harsh statement before leaving the company that he would fight to the end with Team 9 and the entire company. In order to retaliate against the company, the first thing Deng Hongbin did was to contact the first client and tell the client that he and his entire team were leaving the company. He also instigated the client to sue the company, saying that he could get double compensation according to the contract. Then they also provided security services at 70% off the original price. After hearing this, the client happily accepted Deng Hongbin's suggestion. After dealing with this client over the phone, Deng Hongbin decided to visit another client in person. The client with the surname Song was a big client, and the commission was in the millions. In the evening, when Cang Yunfeng, Xie, Chen Lei, and Su Hong were having dinner in the restaurant, Li Lu called Xie's mobile phone and said to her excitedly, "Sister Yu, the batch of goods ordered by Huang Fuchang has arrived in Xining. It was sent by a logistics company and has been intercepted by us." Xie asked in shock, "So smooth?" "Yes," Li Lu said, "at noon today, Hu Zhiyong received a call from the logistics company, informing him to pick up the goods." Wang Ting took Hu Zhiyong's phone to the logistics company, but the other party only recognized the ID card and did not look at the person. Wang Ting successfully picked up the goods. As soon as he picked up the goods, Hu Zhiyong received a call from Huang Fuchang on his phone, asking about the status of the goods. Then what? It was Wang Ting who answered the phone. Wang Ting wanted to deal with it vaguely, but Huang Fuchang noticed something was wrong. After Huang Fuchang hung up the phone, he called a few other people, and Wang Ting didn't dare to answer. Xie guessed, Huang Fuchang must have noticed something. What are these intercepted equipments? They are basically outdoor-related products, such as inflatable tents, canopies, folding buckets, sandboards for escape, ground spikes, etc. Oh, and there are also a large number of machetes, about 40 to 50 of them. Some people call them horse-slashing knives. Xie asked in confusion, "What are so many machetes used for?" "I have no idea." Hearing this, Cang Yunfeng immediately took out his phone, clicked on the satellite map to zoom in, and finally landed on a Yatan landform area northwest of Galmud. He asserted, these people must have gone to this area. This is a Yatan landform, similar to a desert or Gobi. So among the items they purchased were sand plates for escape. Considering the place where Ram's body was found before, we can basically determine their movements. Chen Lei couldn't help but ask, what is in this area? Cang Yunfeng shook his head and said, I don't know, but judging from the fact that they prepared so many knives, it seems that they are going to cut down trees. There are no trees here. CS suddenly remembered the word, desperate situation, and said to the others, on my first day in Galmud, policewoman Sun Jing mentioned the word, desperate situation, by mistake. She told us not to get close to the desperate situation. Later, when I asked her what she meant by desperate situation, she kept silent and refused to explain. She also changed the subject again and again. Cang Yunfeng took the phone, held it close to his mouth and said, Lulu, listen to me. Don't expose yourself too much for the time being. Keep yourselves hidden and check Huangfu Chang's movements. He will definitely find another way to get rid of these equipment and 2 vehicles. We will make the final preparations tomorrow morning and set off in the afternoon to meet up with you. Let's deal with the 2 land cruisers. It has been cleaned up and a license plate has been made. You can use it without worry. There will be no problem for these 2 vehicles to enter the no man's land. After all, they were modified by Wang Hai himself. That's it for now. We'll discuss the rest after we get together. After ending the call, Cang Yunfeng looked at Chen Lei who was sitting opposite him and said, Brother Lei, you already know everything. This trip is definitely not just outdoor support work. There may be many unexpected events. Chen Lei said nonchalantly, what kind of accidents can happen if I follow you? If an accident really happens, then we will handle it together. We will deal with it together. There is no problem on my side. We can set off at any time. Cang Yunfeng said gratefully, that's it, we will set off on time after lunch tomorrow. The next morning, the team made final preparations before departure. After lunch, they set off collectively. Cang Yunfeng was still driving his LC-80, which was more than 20 years old. Chen Lei sat in the co-pilot seat. Behind him were 4 pickup trucks provided by Chen Lei's team. Xie and Su Hong sat in car number 2. The 2 girls chatted all the way. Cars number 3 and 4 were filled with people from Chen Lei's team. The last car was the support car driven by Xiaopang and Yi. 2 well-trained search and rescue dogs squatted in the back row of the first and last cars. At 1,000 meters in the sky, there was also an invisible golden eagle guarding the team. Inside a courtyard in an old Beijing alley, Deng Hongbin showed up at client Lao Song's home carrying pu'er tea that he had purchased at a high price. In order to keep this client, Deng Hongbin flew from Kunming to Beijing overnight yesterday, for fear that the company would contact the client first to propose changing the team. He felt that his visit with gifts showed enough sincerity, and the client would recognize him. The client is a Beijing uncle named Song, about 60 years old. His son is an entrepreneur. Mr. Song is a native of Beijing and owns a courtyard house worth several small goals. It can be seen how exaggerated his economic strength is. Mr. Song is a restless guy. He likes adventure and antiques. He used to be a client of the Wilderness Club and was served by the 9th team of Cangyun Peak. At the beginning of this year, Mr. Song wanted to go out and get closer to nature again. When he contacted the Wilderness Club, he learned that Team 9 had been disbanded for more than a year. Mr. Song was very unhappy. Under the persuasion of the miser, he finally agreed to let the new Team 9 provide him with security services and scheduled to set off in a month. As a result, this happened before the departure date. Deng Hongbin was well aware of Mr. Song's financial resources and was determined to keep this client at all costs. At this time, the miser had not had time to contact Mr. Song, and he didn't know what happened in the Wilderness Club yesterday. Seeing Deng Hongbin's sudden visit, Mr. Song was very happy and took out good tea in his study to entertain Deng Hongbin. Deng Hongbin said to Mr. Song as soon as they met, "Mr. Song, I came here this time to tell you something important. Our 9 teams have collectively resigned and left the Wilderness Club." Old Song paused in midair while pouring tea, and asked in confusion, "When did it happen? Why did you all suddenly resign en masse? Is it because the company gave you too little commission?" Deng Hongbin said, it has little to do with the commission. It's mainly because we had a conflict with the former 9 teams of the Wilderness Club. Hearing the words, former 9th team, Mr. Song's eyes lit up, but he hid it well and asked, what's going on? Can you tell me? Seeing that the client had asked about it, Deng Hongbin started to complain, saying with a bitter and vengeful attitude, Mr. Song, you don't know that the Wilderness Club used to have a team of 9. In fact, Mr. Song was very familiar with this Team 9, but Deng Hongbin didn't know about it and continued to spread rumors. This Team 9 had a major accident before, and one of its members died. Later, it was forced to disband. Who knew that this team suddenly came back, as if they had a sudden mission? They didn't have their own equipment, so they took away the equipment we were using. I was not convinced, so I went to argue with the company's top management, but the company's top management turned a blind eye and told us to be more obedient. Later, I found out that this team gave gifts to the miser privately, so the company's top management took care of them. Faced with Deng Hongbin's rumors, Mr. Song only grasped the information he wanted. The former 9 teams had been reorganized. Old Song picked up the phone and called his butler, then said, come to the study. He hung up the phone and looked at Deng Hongbin and asked, the previous Team 9 is going to replace you. Deng Hongbin sneered, replace us? Why should they replace us? There are only a few of them, and half of them are women. How can they replace us? I came here this time to tell you this. You can sue our company because according to the contract, it is our team that provides you with services. Now we have resigned. You can use this as a basis to ask the company to double compensate you for your deposit. There will be no company commission. I will only charge 70% of the original price. This way you can save some money, and our team can also make a little more money. As he was talking, Mr. Song's housekeeper came in, stood at the door and asked, Mr. Song, what's the matter? Mr. Song picked up the phone on the table, stood up and said to the housekeeper, you accompany Mr. Deng for a cup of tea, I'm going to make a phone call. After that, Mr. Song walked behind the screen as if no one was around. The housekeeper smiled apologetically and came forward to entertain Deng Hongbin. There was only a screen between Mr. Song and Deng Hongbin, which was not soundproof at all. Mr. Song, who was behind the screen, called Cang Yunfeng and asked, Yunfeng, what are you doing? Are you driving? Cang Yunfeng was a little surprised to receive the call from Mr. Song, and replied, I'm not driving, I'm resting. How come you have time to call me? Is the matai about to expire, and you want me to help you deal with it? Mr. Song pretended to be angry and said, you bastard, I have plenty of expired matai. I have called you so many times, do you dare to come over? Haha, Cang Yunfeng laughed, I'm afraid of your mouth. You asked me to take you on an adventure when we met. I could only resist the temptation and give up the expired matai. Song Lao scolded, stop talking nonsense and explain to me, when will the 9th team be reorganized? When are you going to tell me? When are you going to take me out to play? Damn, how did you know about this? Why can't I know? This news didn't come from your mouth to tell me. I'm very angry. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Cang Yunfeng explained, to be honest, I didn't expect that one day the 9th team would suddenly be reorganized. This matter started a few days ago. Cang Yunfeng started from the phone call he received from Sun Jing, a female police officer in Galmud, until yesterday. In short, Mr. Song listened in silence. After he finished speaking, Cang Yunfeng said, I didn't tell you because we are going to Juejing to find Wang Hai now. I understand. Elder Song said, if that's the case, I'll go directly to Xining and wait for you. You're not here to join in the fun. Don't you understand? What we're going to do this time is a bit dangerous. Song Laodao said, what have we ever done that wasn't dangerous? If my old bones aren't afraid of me, what are you afraid of? I've been stuck in the city for too long these past 2 years, and I can finally get out and stretch my muscles. Let's not talk about it now. I'll go get ready. See you in Xining. Don't be so impulsive. I have a box of 1948 Maotai here. Sometimes people have to be impulsive, especially at your age. If you don't act impulsively, you will be unable to move. I support you. Then let's meet in Xining. Remember to bring that box of 48. Outside the screen, Deng Hongbin heard it all clearly. He never thought that old Song and Cang Yunfeng were so familiar with each other. He felt very regretful. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Song walked out from behind the screen. Without even looking at Deng Hongbin, he said directly to the housekeeper, "Please help me see the guests off, then pack the luggage, take the box of 1948-year-old mitai, and fly to Xining tonight." After saying that, Mr. Song walked straight out of the study. Deng Hongbin got anxious and stood up and shouted, "Mr. Song, Mr. Song." However, Mr. Song had no intention of stopping. The housekeeper smiled politely and took the gift that Deng Hongbin brought, and said politely, "Mr. Deng, please come this way. Please keep this and I will give it to you." Deng Hongbin could no longer see any hope. He waved his hand and walked towards the door. A seed of hatred was planted in his heart. After leaving the alley, Deng Hongbin decided that he must take revenge on Cang Yunfeng. Xining, inside a high-end hotel. Huang Fuchang thought about it and couldn't figure it out. Why did Hu Zhiyong and his 4 companions suddenly disappear? Who took the equipment? Or did Hu Zhiyong and his companions stage this drama and embezzle the equipment? These 3 questions troubled Huang Fuchang for a whole day and night, and Huang Fuling's satellite phone called again, asking, "Has the equipment not arrived yet?" Huang Fuchang felt a little guilty and whispered, "Brother, the person I left in Xining to pick us up is missing, and the equipment I sent over is also missing. This is a bit strange. What happened?" Huang Fuling guessed, "Did the person who was supposed to pick them up eat the equipment?" Huang Fuchang said, "It doesn't seem right. When I called, none of the 4 of them answered. When I called the others, no one answered. Now all their phones are turned off. I arranged for someone to go to the logistics company and confirmed that the goods were picked up. The ID card used by the person who picked up the goods on the plane was Hu Zhiyong's." Huang Fuling didn't seem to care whether the 4 people were missing or had their equipment swallowed. He asked straightforwardly, "Tell me the truth, the equipment is lost now, right?" Huang Fuchang said, "Yes, the equipment is lost, and we can't call the police. This is very troublesome. I don't care what method you use, you must find the equipment and send it to me within a week. We are running out of time." Huang Fuchang could tell that his elder brother was a little angry, and whispered, "This batch of equipment was shipped from overseas. How can I find the same equipment within a week? Even if Steve sends another batch, it will be too late." Huang Fuling said firmly, "I will contact Steve to send another batch of equipment. You first find some replacements. Anyway, I want to see the equipment within a week. You find a way." After saying that, Huang Fuling hung up the satellite phone. Huang Fuchang lit a cigarette in a depressed mood, sighed and muttered to himself, "Where are all the people? Where are all the equipment? Where can I find replacement equipment?" At this time, Ho Jianxiang, who lived in the same room, spoke up. Ho Jianxiang was Huang Fuling's man. Huang Fuling arranged for him to work beside Huang Fuchang. He was Huang Fuchang's right-hand man and was very smart. He was in his 30s and said to Huang Fuchang, "Xiao Chang, I heard that there is a wilderness club in China that specializes in providing security services for people who like outdoor adventures. Why don't you contact this club and see if they can provide a batch of equipment to send over?" Huang Fuchang said, "My brother said that this matter cannot be made public, so how can you still think of finding a support team?" Ho Jianxiang said, "When the support convoy provided by this company arrives, we will pay them to leave their equipment behind, and the people can leave and that's it. The money is paid and they don't have to work inside, how can they not be happy?" "Yes." Huang Fuchang nodded as if he had discovered a new continent and said, "This is a good idea." As he spoke, he opened his mobile phone to check the information of the Wilderness Club and soon found the Wilderness Club's company homepage. In the most conspicuous position of the homepage was the contact information of the new 9th team. This was the company's negligence, and they had not had time to replace the information on the website's homepage. Huang Fuchang saw that the new 9th team had the most publicity, so he found the mobile phone number above and contacted them, which turned out to be Deng Hongbin's. Huang Fuchang did not tell his detailed requirements on the phone at first. He just wanted Deng Hongbin to provide a support team with complete equipment. Deng Hongbin was worried about having no work, so he readily agreed after receiving the call and asked Huang Fuchang to pay a deposit of 30,000 yuan. Once the deposit was received, they would set out to meet up. After hanging up the phone, Wang Fuchang paid the money and repeatedly reminded Deng Hongbin to bring the equipment he listed and asked them to meet in Galmud. That afternoon, Deng Hongbin organized the team members to sort out their equipment. Since he could not get so many professional equipment after leaving the company, he went to the outdoor goods store in Luo's Hiba in Kunming and bought some seemingly professional equipment, including sleeping bags, folding tables and chairs, awnings, etc. How should I describe these equipment? Well, they are fine for temporary use and can be used, but I cannot guarantee their comfort and durability. After purchasing the equipment, Deng Hongbin convened a meeting of the entire team and gave an impassioned speech, in which he even boasted that he would still be an awesome figure after leaving the company and could continue to make money with his teammates. Coupled with the flattering words of the deputy captain Lu Xiaohua, the team members actually believed it. The next morning, Deng Hongbin's team set out and headed straight to Galmud to meet up with Wang Fuchang. In the evening, Old Song appeared at Xining Airport with his butler and Moutai. When he arrived in Xining, Cang Yunfeng was still on the way. The old man found the most luxurious hotel in Xining to stay in, and also booked rooms for Cang Yunfeng and others. He almost booked the hotel. 2 days later, Cang Yunfeng's 9th team arrived in Xining City and joined Li Lu, Dashan, and others. Wang Ting's repair shop became the gathering point for the 9th team in Xining. After meeting, they had a brief exchange. Cang Yunfeng specifically asked Wang Fuchang if there was any new development after he found out that his equipment had been stolen. Li Lu replied, Wang Fuchang is very alert. Even if he lost this batch of goods, he did not show up. Wang Teng and I thought about finding the consignor through the logistics company and investigating Wang Fuchang's information along this line. As a result, when we checked the consignor's information at the logistics company, it turned out to be fake, and the reserved number for shipment had become an empty number. Xie analyzed calmly, it seems that they had already made preparations when they shipped the goods. Li Lu continued, we later tried to locate Wang Fuchang by phone, but we couldn't get through to him anymore, and we couldn't even find his location. It was obvious that Wang Fuchang had something more important to do, so he gave up this group of people and equipment and didn't want to cause any trouble. Dashan said, I've seen all this equipment. They're all imported. The quality is impeccable. Tents, sleeping bags, gas tanks, compressed biscuits, canned food, and sandboards for rescue. Judging from the number of sleeping bags purchased, this team has at least 20 people. Without these equipment, how can these people survive outdoors? Cang Yunfeng, who was smoking, said, so, they still have to get equipment from other channels. Xiaoding, is there a large outdoor goods store in Xining? Let's check if anyone has purchased in bulk in the past 2 days, isn't that enough? Dashan said, you can't buy such professional equipment in ordinary outdoor goods stores. The equipment sold in those stores is suitable for daily use by ordinary families. It is not practical for occasional weekend camping. When everyone was discussing Wang Fuchang and the equipment, Xie corrected everyone's thinking in time and reminded them, our focus should not be on finding Wang Fuchang, but on finding Wang Hai. I got the coordinates of where Ram's body was found from Sun Jing. Xie handed the tablet computer in her hand to the people around her and asked everyone to pass it around. She continued, this area is all Yadan landforms, half desert and half Gobi, northwest of Galmud city. Since they can leave Ram here, it means that the trajectory of their activities must pass through here, or it is nearby. Chen Lei nodded and said, combined with the analysis of the equipment we intercepted, I think what Xie said makes sense. Anyway, we have no clue now. Instead of looking for clues in Xining, we might as well look for it in the place where Ram's body was found. After Chen Lei finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Xie. Xie has always been decisive in doing things. She said, everyone is tired after driving for 2 days and 2 nights. After dinner, everyone should rest early. We will gather at the repair shop tomorrow morning. Qin Shuang and Xiaoding will drive the 2 land cruisers to Galma to book a hotel tomorrow. The rest of you will stay to inspect the vehicles. After the inspection is completed, we will set off for Galmud early the day after tomorrow. However, Deng Hongbin was on the highway at that time, 500 kilometers away from Galmud. In order to meet his employer Wang Fuchang as soon as possible, Deng Hongbin led his convoy on the road 24 hours a day for the past 2 days and arrived in Galmud before dawn. Wang Fuchang had already checked into the best hotel in Galmud and was waiting for him under the alias Huang Chang. Deng Hongbin arrived at the hotel at 4:30 in the morning and checked in with his team members. Before checking in, he sent a message to Huang Chang to arrange for them to have dinner together in the evening to discuss the details of the matter. He wanted to take his team members to catch up on some sleep, as everyone was tired after driving for 2 days and 2 nights. Huang Fuchang was not in a hurry after seeing the message in the morning. He knew that the convoy had arrived, so what would it matter if they met a few hours later? In the morning, Qin Shuang and Xiao Ding drove the stolen land cruiser from Xining to Galmud as agreed, and booked hotels for other members of Team 9. Wang Ting did some deep processing on the 2 stolen land cruisers. He pasted cool decals on the exterior and replaced the roof racks with another model. He made major changes to the appearance. The land cruiser is very common in northwest China and Tibet, so it is not too conspicuous when driving out. Coupled with Wang Ting's exterior modifications, the cars are now unrecognizable even to the original owners. Qin Shuang is the face of the 9th team, and Xiao Ding is the chatterbox of the 9th team. The 2 set off early in the morning in a land cruiser. The journey from Xining to Galmud is 720 kilometers, and they took the Beijing-Tibet Expressway the entire way. The road is wide and straight, and the navigation showed that it would take 7 hours. In the end, it only took them 5 hours, and they arrived at the largest hotel parking lot in Galmud at 1 p.m. As a result, the first thing I saw when I entered the underground parking lot was Deng Hongbin's motorcade. This motorcade still had Wilderness Club decals on it. I didn't know whether they didn't have time to tear them off or they did it on purpose. The words, Wilderness Team 9, on the decals were particularly eye-catching. Xiao Ding saw it and cursed, "Fuck, how shameless." He even put the 9th team sticker on his car. I'm going to tear it off for him. Wait. Qin Shuang stopped Xiao Ding and asked, why did Deng Hongbin's convoy suddenly appear here? Is it just a coincidence? Xiao Ding suddenly realized what was happening and asked, are they here to cause trouble for us? Qin Shuang analyzed, it's unlikely. After all, they don't know our itinerary. The only explanation is that enemies often meet on narrow paths. Qin Shuang muttered unhappily, what bad luck. Are we still staying in this hotel? How about changing to another one? Xiao Ding said, what do you want to change? The best hotel in Galmud is right here. When I had dinner with Mr. Song last night, he said that all expenses would be on his shoulders. That old man is very rich. He probably can't get used to staying in a bad hotel. Let's just stay here. What are we afraid of? At worst, we can just beat them up. Qin Shuang said, then you go to the front desk to book a room first, I will adjust the position of the car and see what they want to do. Xiao Ding went to the hotel front desk to book a room. Qin Shuang adjusted the car to an angle where he could take secret photos using the dash cam, and then went to the hotel after parking the car. After getting the room card, the 2 looked for food near the hotel. They set out in the morning and headed straight to Galmud without eating anything along the way. There was a hot pot restaurant near the hotel that looked pretty good and had a lot of people. Qin Shuang found a seat by the window and sat down. While ordering food, he overheard the conversation at the table behind him. Ho Jianxiang, the speed of this Wilderness Team 9 is not slow, and they seem quite reliable, but I don't know how good their equipment is. Huang Fuchang said reluctantly, what else can we do? We can just use it for now. The second batch of equipment has been sent. We can replace it when it arrives. For a team like them who specializes in wilderness exploration, their equipment should not be too bad. Ho Jianxiang agreed, it shouldn't be too bad. We still have to consider one more thing. Now there are only 2 of us and 2 cars left. It's still a question whether we can take all the supplies with us. Huang Fuchang said calmly, let's wait until we meet them and see their equipment. Xiao Ding and Qin Shuang heard their conversation clearly. They didn't dare to say much while eating hot pot. They kept listening to the gossip at the next table. Xiao Ding also secretly took pictures of Huang Fuchang and Ho Jianxiang with his mobile phone, but at this time Huang Fuchang's real name was Huang Chang. At 2:15, Huang Fuchang and Ho Jianxiang left the hot pot restaurant. After they left, Qin Shuang and Xiao Ding also left quickly. After returning to the hotel, they closed the door and told Xie the news. On the phone, Qin Shuang said cautiously, this is what Xiao Ding and I heard in the hot pot restaurant. As for whether these two people are Huang Fuchang, we can't be sure. From the conversation, it should be close. We also found Deng Hongbin's motorcade in the hotel. Xie calmly analyzed. Huang Fuchang lost his equipment and couldn't get the next batch of equipment in a short time, so Huang Fuchang thought of looking for a support team. It seems that he is looking for the support team to provide services, but in fact he wants the support team's equipment. After all, in their opinion, the equipment of the team that can provide outdoor support work will not be too bad, and it must be much better than the park equipment sold in outdoor goods stores. Cang Yunfeng sighed, what a coincidence. Huang Fuchang found Deng Hongbin's team. Did they know each other before? Xie said, this is not the point we should be concerned about. The point is that the person Qin Shuang and Xiaoding met is very likely Huang Fuchang. This is the only clue we have found so far. I don't think we should give up. After hearing this, Cang Yunfeng reminded Qin Shuang, you and Xiaoding should be careful. We will rush over as soon as possible. Don't act alone. Qin Shuang said, got it. Xiaoding and I will pay attention before you come. After ending the call, Cang Yunfeng and Xie immediately adjusted their time. The original plan was to depart from Xining to Galmud early the next morning. Now that something had happened, Cang Yunfeng decided to set off overnight after checking the vehicle. Old Song understood that Team 9's expedition to look for Wang Hai was definitely not a peaceful matter, so he sent the housekeeper away in advance and said to him, I'm not going back. You go back and tell the old woman that I went with Cang Yunfeng, and she will be relieved. The housekeeper was a little confused and asked, does that make the old lady feel relieved? Song Laodao, just convey it as I said. The housekeeper asked again, then why don't you call and tell your wife yourself? Old Song blew his beard and glared, do you still want to do it? The butler immediately shut up. Seeing this, Cang Yunfeng couldn't say anything about not taking the old man with him. After all, the wine was finished. That afternoon, the team was divided into two groups. Cang Yunfeng drove his old 80 with Dashan as the lead car of the first group. Li Lu and Wang Ting drove the second Land Cruiser they had robbed as the second car. The rest of the people were divided into the second group and followed Chen Lei's vehicle to Galmud. The reason for this grouping is that the people led by Cang Yunfeng are all extremely hands-on people. Cang Yunfeng, Li Lu, and Wang Ting have all carried guns and participated in actual combat in the army, so they are naturally very skilled. Dashan is 1.9 meters tall, weighs more than 220 kilograms, has a muscular body, and his figure is comparable to that of Dwayne Johnson. Xie was assigned to the second group not because of her lack of hands-on ability, but because the second group needed Xie to take charge. Cang Yunfeng drove the LC-80 and Wang Ting drove the Land Cruiser to set off first and headed straight for Galmud. Inside Galmud Hotel. Qin Shuang suddenly remembered that the 10 guest rooms booked with the hotel at noon today were for occupancy tomorrow. Cang Yunfeng and others were leaving today, so he had to go to the front desk to make some changes and book the rooms for today. After hearing this, Xiaoding stood up and said, I'll go with you. After arriving at the lobby and booking a room for tonight, Xiaoding suggested going to the underground parking lot to see if the dashcam had captured anything. So the two took the elevator to the parking lot to check the dashcam. When they downloaded the video and were about to go back, they unexpectedly met Deng Hongbin and a group of people walking towards them. Xiaoding lowered his head quickly and said to Qin Shuang in a low voice, don't say a word. There are too many people on the other side. Qin Shuang responded, calmly took out a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, then covered his face with his left hand and used his right hand to light the cigarette, trying to cover his face with this action. Deng Hongbin and his men walked towards them and passed Qin Shuang. A few days ago, I beat up their entire team in a warehouse in Kunming. If I were to be discovered now, wouldn't I be retaliated against? Just when Qin Shuang thought he had escaped, Deng Hongbin suddenly turned around, looked at the backs of Qin Shuang and Xiaoding, and shouted, wait a minute. Qin Shuang and Xiaoding instinctively stopped and turned their backs to Deng Hongbin and his group. Xiaoding walked a step faster than Qin Shuang. He noticed that Deng Hongbin was coming over, so he lowered his voice and said to Qin Shuang, ready, 3, 2. While Xiaoding was counting down in a low voice, Qin Shuang had already clenched his fists and listened to the footsteps behind him. Deng Hongbin turned around with his men, and when they were only one step closer to Qin Shuang, Xiaoding blurted out the countdown 1, and after blurting out this word, Xiao Ding started running. However, Qin Shuang did not run. He grabbed the lighter in his right hand and slapped it hard on Deng Hongben's forehead, shouting, "Run!" Xiao Ding did run, and he ran very fast. Qin Shuang had the chance to escape at the first opportunity, but he knew that Xiao Ding's short legs would definitely not be able to outrun these people. The only thing he could do now was to fight back and delay, giving Xiao Ding more time to escape. Deng Hongben, who was beaten, covered his head and shouted, "Team 9, don't let them get away." Hearing Deng Hongben's shout, more than a dozen people rushed towards Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang only had a lighter in his hand. He held the lighter body with his right hand, and the iron shell was exposed between his fingers, which served as his only weapon. A man waving a turtle fist rushed over from the opposite side and wanted to hit Qin Shuang in the face, but Qin Shuang easily dodged it by turning sideways. At the same time, the edge of the lighter in Qin Shuang's hand hit the man's head hard. The man's head immediately bleeds. Another thug following behind him holds Qin Shuang's right arm and refuses to let go. Then the second and third men rush up and grab Qin Shuang's hands and feet. Qin Shuang struggles hard, but it is of no avail. Deng Hongben had been suppressed for too long. Seeing that Qin Shuang had no ability to resist, he rushed forward and punched Qin Shuang in the abdomen. The abdomen was the only area of the body not protected by bones. After being hit by a heavy punch, Qin Shuang felt stomach cramps and his whole face turned crimson-purple, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Ding, who had just run a short distance, stopped. Deng Hongben's men were about to chase him when they were stopped by Deng Hongben. He pointed at Xiao Ding not far away and taunted him, "I heard that your Team 9 is very united. I want to see how united you are. Run. I'll punch him every time he takes a step. Let's see how far you can run." Xiao Ding cursed angrily, "You are so despicable." Deng Hongben said to Lu Xiaohua beside him, "Turn on the video on your phone." Lu Xiaohua immediately understood what Deng Hongben meant. He took out his mobile phone and started recording, aiming the camera at Xiao Ding, who was not far away. Deng Hongben shouted, "Just run, leave him alone and run." Xiao Ding was the last member of Team 9 to join, and his relationship with Team 9 was not very deep, and even a little weak. At this time, he could have chosen to run away, but Xiao Ding made a surprising but reasonable move. He strode towards Deng Hongben and cursed as he walked, "Run away, fuck you, let Qin Shuang go, and come to me if you have any problems." Qin Shuang felt helpless when he saw this scene. He said to Xiao Ding, "Are you stupid? I delayed you to let you run away. Why did you come back? I don't believe they can beat me to death." Deng Hongben recalled that he was hung in the warehouse after being stripped of his pants. He pointed at Qin Shuang's nose and said, "Beat you to death? Yes, I can't beat you to death. It's not worth it to go to jail for a scum like you. What do you want to do?" Xiao Ding came to Deng Hongben and asked, "Quickly release Qin Shuang." "I'll do anything you want me to do." Deng Hongben slapped Qin Shuang, who had no defense, and tilted his head to look at Xiao Ding and asked, "You said so I can let you go." At this moment, Xiao Ding collapsed. He knelt down in front of Deng Hongben and begged for mercy, "I beg you to stop hitting me. You want to vent your anger, can you hit me? I beg you to let Qin Shuang go." You beat him until he vomited blood. "Get up." Qin Shuang's eyes were bloodshot and he yelled at Xiao Ding, "Get up, I." Deng Hongben was obviously excited when he saw this scene. He turned around and kicked Qin Shuang in the stomach. Qin Shuang was forced to interrupt his words because of the sudden pain before he could finish. His body twitched involuntarily. Lu Xiaohua's mobile phone recorded the entire scene. Deng Hongben pointed at Xiao Ding and said, "Kneeling is not enough, kowtow first, kowtow first." Xiao Ding completely disregarded his dignity and face. He knelt on the ground and slammed his head heavily on the ground. He kowtowed 3 times in a row. When he looked up at Deng Hongben again, blood had appeared on his forehead. He looked up at Deng Hongben and asked, "Is it done? Can you let Qin Shuang go?" "Ha ha ha. Ha ha." Deng Hongben's people pointed at Xiao Ding and laughed wildly, and some even looked at Lu Xiaohua and asked, "Did you take pictures? Did you take pictures of everything?" Lu Xiaohua made an "okay" gesture. Amidst the laughter, Qin Shuang's face turned blue with anger, and his desperate struggles were of no avail. Xiao Ding begged, "What else do you want me to do to let him go?" At this time, a man with yellow teeth spread his legs, pointed at his crotch and said to Xiao Ding, "Come here, little bastard, get under my crotch, and the grudge between our two teams will be even." Pooh. Qin Shuang spit out a mouthful of saliva, and shouted with the last bit of strength, "It's impossible for me and—" Before he finished speaking, Deng Hongbin slapped Qin Shuang in the face again. This slap was not enough, and after that he pulled out his belt and hit Qin Shuang's head hard with a metal clip. Seeing this, Xiao Ding shouted, "Stop fighting." Big Yellow Teeth laughed wildly and said, "Come here, my words are binding, and if you come here, we'll be even." Another person fanned the flames and said, "Are you going to drill in or not? If not, keep fighting." Qin Shuang roared, "Don't go in. Xiao Ding, stand still. I won't allow you to." Deng Hongbin hit Qin Shuang on the head with a belt again, interrupting Qin Shuang's heart-wrenching screams. Xiao Ding couldn't bear it anymore, so he knelt on the ground and shouted, I'll drill, I'll listen to you, I'll drill." As he said that, he put his hands on the ground and crawled forward. De Huangya is the leader of the new Team 9 camp group. When he saw Xiao Ding crawling over, he laughed even louder, and the people around him also joined in the laughter, as if bullying Xiao Ding and Qin Shuang, who were left alone in Team 9, made them look very awesome. When Qin Shuang saw Xiao Ding crawling under De Huangya's crotch, he burst into tears. He struggled hard to pull Xiao Ding up, but 4 people controlled his hands and feet, and he was beaten so badly that he had no room to resist. Xiao Ding lowered his head and crawled forward with gritted teeth. He did not regret kneeling for Qin Shuang today. Dignity and face were worthless in front of his brother's life. Lu Xiaohua was recording the video with his mobile phone amid the cheers of the crowd. When Xiao Ding's head passed through his crotch, Deng Hongbin turned around and kicked him directly on the head. Seeing this, the people around him rushed up and kicked him a few more times. Xiao Ding was beaten to the ground and couldn't move. Seeing that if the beating continued, he would die, Lu Xiaohua, who was filming the video, said, "It's almost over. If you beat him again, he will die." De Huangya was a little unsatisfied and stepped on Xiao Ding's body and shook it. He found that Xiao Ding really had no ability to resist. He spat on Xiao Ding's head in disappointment and said in a disappointed tone, "Pa, nothing." Deng Hongbin pointed at Qin Shuang and said, "Tell Cang Yunfeng that the grudge between our two teams is now written off. Don't provoke me in the future. If you provoke me again, the consequences will be 10 or 100 times worse than today." After that, he gestured to the people holding Qin Shuang and said, "Let's go." When his men let go of Qin Shuang, De Huangya kicked Qin Shuang in the stomach again. Qin Shuang took 2 steps back and hit the wall before falling to the ground. He gritted his teeth and tried to struggle to get up, but he was hit too hard and his feet slipped and he fell to the ground again. In the distance, Deng Hongbin and his men swaggered into the new 9th Team's car. Several cars drove out of the underground parking lot together. Before leaving, De Huangya did not forget to deliberately drive the wheel past Xiao Ding. When Xiao Ding, who was lying on the ground, saw the car coming towards him, he instinctively got up and rushed to the side. When De Huangya approached Xiao Ding's body, he also swerved to avoid it. He just wanted to scare Xiao Ding. After seeing Xiao Ding's embarrassed look, his arrogant laughter came out from the cab and gradually faded away. Xiao Ding crawled to Qin Shuang with difficulty and struggled to help Qin Shuang up. Qin Shuang held his stomach to stop Xiao Ding, panting and said, "Wait, I can't wait any longer. How are you? Do you want me to call 120 for you?" Qin Shuang sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, and said weakly, "It shouldn't be necessary, it just hurts a little. Give me a cigarette, so I can take it easy." Xiao Ding took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang put the cigarette in his mouth and reached for his lighter, but found that the lighter had been broken in the fight. He could only look at Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding took out a lighter from his pocket, first helped Qin Shuang light the cigarette, and then lit his own. He sat next to Qin Shuang leaning against the wall. The two of them smoked in a very awkward manner and remained silent to each other. After finishing a cigarette, Xiao Ding turned his head to Qin Shuang and asked, "Are you feeling better?" "Much better. It's just bad luck for both of us today. We admit defeat." Xiao Ding said indignantly, "I can admit defeat, but I can't swallow this humiliation. I must get back at Brother Phone when he arrives. Qin Shuang said, the important thing now is to find Wang Hai. Compared with the missing Wang Hai, what are we going to do if we get beaten up? Everything has its priorities. The more Wang Hai is out of contact, the more dangerous he is. After hearing this, Xiaoding realized that his idea was a bit biased, but he still said unconvincedly, I left a GPS locator on Deng Hongbin's car. If they are still active in Galmud, I must cut off all their brake oil pipes tonight. Qin Shuang looked at Xiaoding and asked, when did you release it? How come I didn't know? When we stopped at noon, I attached the GPS tracker to their car and hid it inside the bumper. It wouldn't be easily discovered. You are awesome. I don't know what else to say except that you are awesome. Let me help you up. Go upstairs and change your clothes first. Qin Shuang struggled to stand up from the ground, and the two of them supported each other as they walked towards the elevator, looking extremely embarrassed. In an open-air car park 3 kilometers from the hotel. The 12 cars of Deng Hongbin's team were parked in 2 rows, front to back, and the 24 team members stood in an orderly manner on both sides of the front doors. With uniform clothing and style, they looked like a regular army at first glance. Huang Fuchang, under the pseudonym Huang Chang, drove a Land Cruiser to meet Deng Hongbin. His purpose was simple, which was to borrow or buy the equipment of Deng Hongbin's team. As for this team, he did not intend to requisition it. After all, what Huangfu brothers did was shameful, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. When Huangfu Chang's Toyota 570 stopped at the front of the convoy, many people showed envious looks. After all, the price of this 570 could buy half of their convoy's cars. Deng Hongbin's convoy was mainly composed of cheap off-road vehicles and pickup trucks. The only one that could be shown off was the Toyota Prado driven by Deng Hongbin, which was a 2.7 naturally aspirated car and was said to be a magical car that could not accelerate faster than a dog. Huangfu Chang came down from the passenger seat wearing a yellow windbreaker and black sunglasses, looking very stylish. The driver followed behind Huangfu Chang. Deng Hongbin stepped forward and extended his hand, asking, Mr. Huang, right? Huangfu Chang nodded, stretched out his hand and asked, Captain Deng. It's me. Deng Hongbin nodded repeatedly and said, you can just call me Hongbin. After that, Deng Hongbin turned sideways to introduce the team he was proud of, and deliberately raised his voice and said, this is our team. We have been in and out of major uninhabited areas in China many times and have always been the best team in the company. If you have any needs, just tell us directly. We will provide you with unparalleled security services. When hearing Deng Hongbin introducing his team, all the people standing by the car changed from a straddle posture to a stand at attention posture. Their movements were uniform and looked quite imposing. Faced with such form of expression, Huangfu Chang was not too moved. His purpose was very clear, that is, to get equipment, so he said, I want to see your equipment. After all, outdoor survival is not possible without reliable equipment. I understand. Deng Hongbin winked at the people in the convoy. The camp team leader, Big Yellow Teeth, immediately went to the trunk of a pickup truck and lifted the windbreaker covering it. Deng Hongbin took Huangfu Chang and Ho Jianxiang forward to check. The equipment displayed by Dawanjia was exactly what their team used. Although it was not that great, it was not too bad either. After inspecting the goods, Ho Jianxiang nodded at Huangfu Chang, indicating that the equipment was acceptable. Deng Hongbin noticed this detail and said, don't worry about our equipment. It's absolutely professional. I told you on the phone before that we need to prepare more than 20 sets of extra equipment. I have prepared all of them. Sleeping bags, floor mats, thermos cups, and various tools are all fully equipped. They are all in the pickup truck behind us. Oh, and there are also the machetes you asked for, a total of 50, sharpened machetes. Do you want to see them? Huangfu Chang said, no need. How many vehicles are loaded with these equipment? Deng Hongbin exaggeratedly said, those 5 pickup trucks are for you to transport equipment. Hearing this, Ho Jianxiang frowned and said to Deng Hongbin, wait a moment. After that, he patted Huangfu Chang on the shoulder and motioned Huangfu Chang to go aside and talk first. 30 meters away from the convoy. Ho Jianxiang said to Huangfu Chang, all 5 vehicles are equipped. Even if we agree on the price, we can't find 5 drivers to transport the equipment. Huang Fuchang stroked his chin and cursed, Hu Zhiyong and his gang have delayed our important task. Is there still no news from them? Ho Jianxiang shook his head and analyzed, I suspect that the 4 of them hid themselves on purpose. Huang Fuchang nodded and said, there's nothing we can do. We don't have time to look for the 4 of them now. The only ones we can use are Scarface and Old Dog. The 2 of them can't drive away 5 cars. Even if we each drive one, it still won't be enough. Ho Jianxiang thought briefly and said, how about this? Arrange Scarface and Old Dog to follow their convoy in and act as guides. When they reach the designated location, they will hand over the equipment. You should tell the boss in advance and arrange for someone to pick them up. Try not to let these people get into desperate situations. It will be very troublesome. Huang Fuchang said nonchalantly, at worst, we can just let them all disappear in there. It's normal for more than a dozen people to disappear in such a large uninhabited area. After a gust of sandstorm, there won't be a single corpse left. Ho Jianxiang said calmly, don't make things complicated. Having so many people missing is not a good thing after all. It will be troublesome if we are targeted. Okay then, let's do as you say. Arrange Scarface and Old Dog to follow the convoy in. They're just going in to deliver equipment anyway, so there's no need to ask the entire team to go in, right? Then go and talk. After making up his mind, Huang Fuchang walked towards the motorcade. Deng Hongbin came up to him and asked with a wry smile, Boss Huang, do you have any concerns? Huang Fuchang said, let me be direct. I need the equipment you brought. You name a price, and I will buy your equipment at a high price. Then I will arrange 2 people to follow your convoy. Your task is to deliver the equipment to the designated location. Deng Hongbin was a little dumbfounded after hearing this and asked, that's it? Huang Fuchang was very direct, don't say any other nonsense, just make an offer directly. Deng Hongbin scratched his head and said, how should we quote a price? We provide services, not sell equipment. Huang Fuchang said again, I don't need so many of you. You can arrange 5 drivers to drive the 5 vehicles carrying equipment to take the 2 of us in. Time is short. Name your price. Deng Hongbin cleared his throat and said, our team is closer than brothers. It is impossible for us to separate. If we want to leave, we will definitely leave together, even if it means sending equipment. Therefore, labor fees are indispensable. 20,000 yuan a day is the lowest commission. Huang Fuchang was too lazy to bargain and asked, where's the equipment? Deng Hongbin raised 2 fingers and said, 200,000. This cannot be less. You don't know how troublesome it is to get those machetes. You must have resources to make them. You can't buy them without resources. Even if you buy them, it will be troublesome to transport them. Huang Fuchang interrupted Deng Hongbin and said, I'll transfer 300,000 yuan to you now. You can leave with your whole team. I'll arrange 2 people to go with you later. We'll leave right away. Any problem? For the sake of money, how could Deng Hongbin say there was a problem? After the mobile banking transfer, Deng Hongbin said with a smile, Mr. Huang is very straightforward and a man who does big things. Do you want an invoice? If you want an invoice, I will give it to you later. No need. I'll arrange for Scarface and Old Dog to come find you. You can set off immediately after they arrive. No problem, Mr. Huang, if you need anything in the future, just come to me. Let's keep in touch. After Huang Fuchang settled the payment, he drove away in the Toyota 570. About 10 minutes later, Scarface and Lao Go drove over in another Toyota 570. After a brief connection, they let Deng Hongbin lead the convoy to follow them out of Galmud and head straight for desperate situation. At that time, Huang Fuchang brought 7 people out of the desperate situation in 4 Toyota 570s, and now 2 cars are missing and 4 people are missing. After arranging the work, Huang Fuchang and Ho Jianxiang immediately left the hotel where they were staying before and went to another hotel under the name of Huang Chang to check in. Scarface and Old Dog led the way in front, and Deng Hongbin followed in the car. After about 2 hours, they left the national highway and entered the Gobi Desert. Although it was the Gobi Desert, there were deep ruts, so it was not too difficult to pass. When the sun was about to set, the 570 in front stopped, and Lao Go and Scarface got out from the front seat respectively. They were particularly alert when getting out of the car, and they had survival knives hanging on the back of their jackets. This kind of knife is multifunctional. Not only can it be used as a tool knife, it is also very useful for self-defense and attack at critical moments. Scarface and Old Dog got out of the car and walked over, picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered the vehicles behind to stop. After getting off the car, Lao Go and Scarface walked straight towards Deng Hongban's car. Deng Hongban quickly opened the door and prepared to communicate with the other party, asking if anything was wrong. Others also got off the car one after another, without any guard against Lao Go and Scarface. The scarred man who came over took out a cigarette from his jacket and handed it to Deng Hongban, saying, "We've been driving for more than 2 hours, let's take a break." When Deng Hongban took the cigarette, he quickly took out his lighter to help Scarface light it. There was nothing wrong with this etiquette of meeting. While smoking, Deng Hongban asked tentatively, "Is the road condition like this later?" "It doesn't seem difficult." Scarface said, "Basically, it's like this. When we get to the rendezvous point, you just unload the equipment from the truck and that's it." Deng Hongban suddenly felt that arranging so many people to follow was a miscalculation, and it was a waste of talent, so he said thoughtfully, "This is not difficult, we can just arrange half of the brothers to come." Lao Go said, "Brother Chang meant the same thing, but seeing that your team has come out and is going to deliver the goods together, he respects your idea. After all, it's not good to break up a team." Deng Hongban had already received the money at this time, and he clearly realized that what he should consider now is how to reduce expenses. Scarface smoked quickly. After finishing the first cigarette, he walked about 10 meters away, turned his back to the convoy, unbuckled his belt and started to ejaculate. Then Old Dog followed him. Deng Hongban took the opportunity to find the deputy captain Lu Xiaohua and whispered, "Xiaohua, you heard what I just said, I don't think it's necessary for everyone to follow." Lu Xiaohua also meant this and echoed, "Just deliver the equipment and it will be over." "But we have already said that we want the whole team to follow us. If we go back on our word now, will they ask us to return the money we paid?" Lu Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "How about this, let De Huangya drive your car and continue to follow, and the 5 pickup trucks carrying the equipment will follow the convoy, and the 2 of us will take the rest of the vehicles and retreat." Deng Hongban said, "Withdraw. No, Galmud is such a small place. If we go back, we will probably run into Huang Chang and his men. It will be hard to explain then. Once the equipment is delivered, we won't have to worry about them deducting money if we run into them again." Lu Xiaohua said, "We are not going back to Galmud. We are right in the middle of Galmud and Mangjia City. We will go to Mangjia City and wait for Dawanjia to finish delivering the goods and meet up with us. After the convoy leaves, the rest of the vehicles will turn back. I think they are in a hurry to get the goods and they definitely don't have time to wait for us. When they find that there are fewer vehicles again, they will say that one of the vehicles is broken and the other vehicles are under repair, but the vehicles carrying the equipment are all there, so I conclude that they won't care and don't have time to care." After listening to this, Deng Hongban thought it was feasible and immediately called Dawanjia over. Dawanjia was the team leader of the camp group. He was a little unhappy after hearing the plan. He only agreed after Deng Hongban promised to give him an extra 2,000 yuan. Scarface and Old Dog came back after peeing and asked everyone to get in the car and continue their journey. As arranged by Deng Hongban, Dawanjia got on Deng Hongban's Prado 2700, while Deng Hongban, Lu Xiaohua, and others took the opportunity to drive away with the other 6 cars and headed straight for Mangjia City. After all, Mangjia City has hotels and places for showers, which is much more comfortable than delivering goods. The convoy set off again. About 10 minutes later, the mobile phone lost its 4G network. Not long after, the mobile phone signal disappeared completely. The only device that could communicate here was a satellite phone. Galmud City. Xiaoding dragged Qin Shuang to a nearby beauty store. The girl in the store was stunned. She looked at the 2 of them and asked, "You 2 want to put on makeup?" Qin Shuang felt a little embarrassed by this question, and turned around to leave. Xiaoding grabbed Qin Shuang and pressed him to sit on the chair in front of the mirror, and said to the girl in the store, "Miss, please help us. We were beaten up just now. Look how badly we were beaten. Our faces are swollen and black and blue. Please use your lucky little hands to put some makeup on us. Just make sure no one can tell that we were beaten. Please. The young lady was a little shocked and whispered, I haven't done this. It doesn't matter. Everything has a first time. By the way, do you still have your first kiss? If you still have it, I suggest you try it with me. There is always a first time after all. Xiao Ding's humor made the little sister laugh and cry, and she said reluctantly, then I will try. Don't blame me if the painting is not good. Don't blame you, just do it for him first. Qin Shuang resisted at first, but couldn't stand Xiao Ding's lobbying. The purpose of the two was simple, they didn't want the people from Team 9 to see them getting beaten. The important thing at the moment was to find Wang Hai, not to punish Deng Hongbin and those bastards. The young lady had great makeup skills. She started to work on Qin Shuang's face, using all kinds of powder, primer, etc. She also helped Qin Shuang to trim his eyebrows. Qin Shuang, who was the most handsome guy in the team, instantly looked like the leading male role in a TV series or film. Xiao Ding drooled with envy and strongly requested the young lady to do the same when putting makeup on him. The young lady glanced at Xiao Ding and said that this was a bit difficult. An hour later, the two left the beauty store. Before leaving, Qin Shuang wanted to pay, but the young lady rejected her offer and said to her, this is my first time putting makeup on a boy, so I'll just treat it as a practice. I won't charge you today. Just add me as your WeChat friend. Xiao Ding took out his phone and clicked on the QR code, and said eagerly, scan here, I'm single. The young lady simply ignored Xiao Ding's words and stared at Qin Shuang until Qin Shuang took out his phone to add a friend. On the way back to the hotel, Xiao Ding was in a bad mood and complained all the way, if I had known this would happen, I would have come here by myself. Why did I bring you with me? You delayed my acquaintance with the young lady. By the way, what is this young lady's name? Qin Shuang didn't want to talk to Xiao Ding anymore. Just then, Cang Yunfeng called and asked where they were. Qin Shuang took the opportunity to change the subject and said to Xiao Ding, Brother Feng is here and is waiting for us in the hotel lobby. Then hurry up, Xiao Ding said, and quickened his pace to go back. In the hotel lobby, Cang Yunfeng, Dashan, Li Lu, and Wang Teng were resting on the sofa. When they saw Qin Shuang and Xiao Ding come in, they all stood up. Before Cang Yunfeng could say anything, Li Lu stared at Qin Shuang and asked, are you wearing makeup? Qin Shuang was a little embarrassed, and quickly lowered his head and instinctively covered his forehead with his hands and said, no, no. Li Lu laughed and said, still lying. Don't you know that some powders have fragrance? I can smell it from such a distance. As she spoke, Li Lu's eyes fell on Xiao Ding's face again. Where did you two go? Qin Shuang stopped talking, and Xiao Ding said nonsense. Just now I was strolling on the side of the road and met a guy shooting a short video. He thought our handsome Qin Shuang was good looking, so he took him to shoot a video, and I took the opportunity to be on camera. Yes, 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 Qin Shuang replied awkwardly, and changed the subject. You guys are here so soon. Cang Yunfeng said, it should have been faster, but there was a small accident and a traffic jam. Where are they? Qin Shuang said, I don't know why we met those two people at lunch and felt suspicious. I wonder if they are staying in this hotel. Where's the motorcade? Didn't Deng Hongbin's motorcade show up at this hotel? We didn't see it when we went to the parking lot just now. Xiao Ding took out his cell phone and said, let me take a look. I dropped a GPS tracker on Deng Hongbin's car. Then, Xiao Ding opened the software on his cell phone to check the location. At this time, Xie called. Cang Yunfeng slid the screen to answer the call, and Xie's voice came from the other end of the phone. Have you seen Qin Shuang and Xiao Ding? Are they okay? Nothing, what's wrong? Xie said, have you checked the company group? Xiao Ding and Qin Shuang were beaten by Deng Hongbin and his gang, and the video was posted. Someone from Team 3 might have seen it on WeChat Moments and forwarded it to the company group. Let me take a look. Cang Yunfeng opened the company group without even hanging up the phone. The video in the group is the one where De Huangya forces Xiao Ding to crawl into his pants. If he doesn't crawl, he will beat Qin Shuang. Cang Yunfeng, who saw this scene, once again cast his gaze towards Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang's eyes dodged and he whispered, Brother Feng, we have brought shame to our Team 9. We don't trust you. Isn't it the most important thing to find Wang Hai now? We were beaten, so we were unlucky. Let's go find Wang Hai first and do business. Xiao Ding said awkwardly, we don't have any deep hatred with Deng Hongbin. Don't let this little thing between us delay the important work. At this time, Dashan had finished watching the video in the group. He was so angry that veins popped out and the color of his face changed. Although he was extremely angry, he knew that he still had to listen to Cang Yunfeng's arrangements. Li Lu and Wang Ting turned their eyes to Cang Yunfeng. Li Lu's mentality was to obey orders, while Wang Ting, on the premise of obeying orders, also wanted to see how Cang Yunfeng, the captain of the 9th team, would deal with the issue of his own people being bullied. Cang Yunfeng put his phone back into his pocket expressionlessly and whispered, that's right. We didn't have any deep hatred with Deng Hongbin and his group before, but now we do. Xiao Ding, send me the code for the GPS tracker. You and Qin Shuang have a good rest in the hotel and wait for Xie and the others. Dashan and Lulu, come with me. Wang Ting became anxious when he saw this, and said, Brother Feng, don't treat me as an outsider. I'll go too. Li Lu also wanted to take Wang Ting with her, but before she could say anything, Xiao Ding couldn't stand it anymore and said, why are you leaving me behind? You're going to help Qin Shuang and I vent our anger, how can we not go? Let's go, I'll drive and lead the way, you guys follow. Qin Shuang was very rational and said to Cang Yunfeng, Brother Feng, why don't you forget it for now? You have been very tired from rushing here. Take a rest and let's do the business first. Cang Yunfeng said firmly, it is also a serious matter to punish Deng Hongbin. That guy with yellow teeth forced Xiao Ding to kneel, right? It is useless to say nonsense. I want to make him kneel for the rest of his life. After saying that, Cang Yunfeng strode towards the elevator. Xiao Ding was a little undecided and looked at Qin Shuang, hoping that Qin Shuang could persuade Cang Yunfeng. Qin Shuang was one of the old members of Team 9. He knew Cang Yunfeng better than Xiao Ding. Seeing that Cang Yunfeng had already set off, there was no room for easing the situation. He called the others and said, let's go together. Wang Ting hurriedly followed him, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. If Team 9 was willing to accept him before, it was basically because of Li Lu's face, and today, this was his first time to participate in Team 9's activity, and it was a big event. After arriving at the parking lot, the 6 people got into 3 cars. Since Xiao Ding had GPS positioning, he could monitor the location of the vehicles in real time on the satellite map. Xiao Ding and Qin Shuang naturally took on the task of leading the way. Cang Yunfeng was driving a Toyota 80, with Dashan sitting in the passenger seat, in the middle of the team. The third car was Li Lu and Wang Ting. Wang Ting was a little excited at this time, and said to Li Lu in the passenger seat, tell me quickly, how would Brother Feng deal with this kind of thing? What is the scale? Li Lu stared ahead thoughtfully, and answered in a very uncertain tone, Brother Feng is really angry. I don't know what kind of revenge he will take. It is very likely that he will not be able to control the scale. Wang Ting said cautiously, I can sense that Brother Feng has definitely killed someone, but I'm curious, does Brother Feng have a backer? Li Lu turned her head and glanced at Wang Ting. Wang Ting immediately said, don't look at me. If you feel it's inconvenient, don't say it. I understand. Li Lu felt that there were some things that she shouldn't tell Wang Ting, and that it would not be good for him. But she changed her mind and thought that Wang Ting was almost the closest person to her in the second half of her life, and Wang Ting was also working with Team 9. As for what kind of team Team 9 was, it was necessary to let Wang Ting know. Seeing Wang Ting's sensible look, Li Lu felt a little reluctant and said to Wang Ting softly, Brother Feng used to be a soldier guarding the border, nicknamed Sang Lang. You have heard of this. There is also a man named Yusukai who is as famous as him, nicknamed Lone Wolf. I will introduce him to you in detail later. A few years ago, Brother Feng was appreciated by the senior leaders of the National Security Bureau for protecting national cultural relics. He also became a member of the National Security Bureau, so he had a special identity. But after the disbandment of the 9th team, Brother Feng withdrew from the National Security Bureau and wanted to live an ordinary life. Although he has left the National Security Bureau, his relationship is still there. He can ask the senior leaders of the National Security Bureau for help in solving some difficult problems. This is why Brother Feng killed 4 people and robbed a car in Xining Century Waterway without any movement. Someone is suppressing him. Wang Ting understood immediately after hearing this and guessed, Brother Feng has such a background. It seems that the people who beat Qin Shuang are going to die. Li Lu said uncertainly, this possibility is very high. I'm not familiar with Team 9. Just chat with me so I can get a basic understanding of them, such as what each person's personality is like and what they avoid, so that I don't say or do the wrong thing in the future when we get along with them. Li Lu said, everyone in Team 9 gets along well. They are closer to each other than blood brothers and sisters. Old Tang and Mrs. Tang are older. They look at us like elders looking at children and care about us in every way. Zhao Xiaojia is the team's finance officer. She has a strong character. I heard that she was on a mission in Chongtang a few years ago and had several fingers broken by a gun. Even so, she didn't cry. Zhao Xiaojia also served in the army. No, I haven't heard of it. In Team 9, only Brother Feng served in the army, Sister Yu is a retired special police officer, and the rest are the 2 of us who have worn military uniforms. Xiaopang is the team's chef and he's very humorous. Yi is the team doctor and Xiaopang's wife. Wang Hai is responsible for repairing cars in the team, and Lang Zhuoram is his wife, but she's gone now. There used to be someone named Qi Mo in the team, who died while on a mission in Death Valley. Long Yi doesn't talk much and is usually very silent, but he's very enthusiastic and he'll take the initiative to help anyone who needs help. Pan Shui is a bit lazy, and his crush on Zhao Xiaojia isn't just a secret crush, he's openly pursuing her. Xiao Ding joined Team 9 at about the same time as me, he talks the most, and he's the type that asks for a beating. Just as Li Lu was introducing the members of Team 9 to Wang Ting, Xiao Ding's voice came from the intercom, the signal source is not moving. Soon, Dashan's voice came through the intercom again, what's going on? Xiao Ding, who was in the lead car, explained, the GPS signal source has stopped moving for a while. I suspect they have set up camp. After hearing the news, Cang Yunfeng took the microphone of the car radio from Dashan, pressed the transmit button and said, send the specific coordinates to the group. I think you all have food in the car. Brothers, please work hard and eat some compressed biscuits and drink some mineral water. Wang Ting said, that's not a problem. I still have some chocolate here. Do you want some? Xiao Ding said, I would rather die than eat chocolate. It makes you fat. Qin Shuang, the co-pilot, picked up the intercom and said, the coordinates have been sent to the group, you can check it yourself. Dashan opened the group chat, copied the coordinates and imported them into the satellite map. Xie called Cang Yunfeng's phone and asked, what are these coordinates? Cang Yunfeng drove with one hand and said, Xiao Ding left a GPS tracker on Deng Hongbin's car. This is the coordinates of Deng Hongbin's car. After you arrive in Galmud, take a rest. I will go to Deng Hongbin to settle the account. Just the 6 of you. Isn't that too reckless? Cang Yunfeng said confidently, Deng Hongbin's team is trash. Dashan, Lulu, and I can beat more than 20 of them. Besides, there are more than 3 of us. Let's stop talking. We'll drive first. You guys can have a good rest in Galmud. If Xie didn't know that Cang Yunfeng was going to fight, she could still rest well. But when she found out that Cang Yunfeng was going to cause trouble for Deng Hongbin, Xie had no intention of resting at all. She said to Su Hong beside her, when we get to Galmud, you guys go to the hotel to rest first. Give me a car and I'll go find Yunfeng. Su Hong said, Chen Lei will definitely not agree, let's go together, are the GPS coordinates far away? Xie then remembered to put the coordinates into the satellite map to check the specific location. When a red dot of GPS coordinates appeared on the satellite map, she immediately thought of the place where the policewoman Sun Jing said Lang Zhuoram's body was found, which was probably this area. For this reason, Xie also looked through the chat records between her and the policewoman. After confirming that it was correct, she excitedly called Cang Yunfeng and reminded Cang Yunfeng, this coordinate is the same area as the coordinate where Ram was found. Deng Hongbin's convoy came here, and Qin Shuang said before that he met Huang Fuchang in the hot pot restaurant. There must be some inevitable connection between them. Be careful. If it doesn't work, wait for us and we will go together. After listening to Xie's words, Cang Yunfeng became more resolute in his decision to catch up quickly. At the same time, he considered more than before. He said to Xie, the 6 of us will catch up first. You split the remaining team into 2 teams again. You take Long Yi, Pan Shui, and Xiaopang, that is, the people from our 9th team, and let Brother Lei take the people from Team 1 and keep a distance of 5 kilometers from you. Just make sure the communication is normal. If Deng Hongbin is really with Wang Fuchang and others, a fierce battle is inevitable. Let's handle these things ourselves and don't implicate Brother Lei and the others. After all, when we asked Brother Lei for help, we asked him to provide cars and equipment and provide support services. We shouldn't drag him to fight with us. I understand. I'll arrange it right away. Be careful and keep in touch. In 1 hour, we will switch to the combat frequency band for communication. Understood. I will prepare in advance. The so-called combat band is a radio frequency band set within the 9th team. This frequency band will only be activated when there is danger. The communications in this frequency band are encrypted, and identity authentication is required after frequency modulation. This involves some professional technical knowledge. When this communication system was made, a Kunming company specializing in software services was invited to work on it, and the company's boss Fang Su and technical guru Lu Tao worked together. After ending the call, Xie shared the idea of grouping with Su Hong, who was in the same car. Su Hong smiled bitterly after hearing this and said to Xie, talk to Chen Lei about the division of the team. Just see if he agrees. I can't make the decision. Xie picked up the walkie-talkie and called Chen Lei, and conveyed Cang Yunfeng's words to Chen Lei and everyone in the team through the walkie-talkie. Every car could hear the conversation coming from the car radio. After hearing Xie's words, the radio station became unusually quiet. Most people were just listening to the news and had no say at all. They wanted to know what Chen Lei would say in response. Some people were even already guessing what Chen Lei was thinking. Soon, Chen Lei's voice came from the team radio. He said seriously, I understand what my sister-in-law Yunfeng means. He is worried that we might be in danger and is thinking about us. But the way he did this, I feel like he is treating us as outsiders. Xie didn't know how to respond to these words. She had no choice but to call Chen Lei and explain on the phone, Brother Lei, you really misunderstood Yunfeng. He didn't treat you as an outsider. Because of what Team 9 did, how should I put it? Let me tell you this. The people in Team 9 have lives on their hands. I know you don't care, Brother Lei, but you have to consider the members of Team 1. They are all ordinary people who come out to find a job to earn money. Everyone has parents and children to support. You have to consider them. At this time, Su Hong stretched out her hand to Xie and said to her, I'll talk to Chen Lei. Su Hong is Chen Lei's wife, she is a little petty. She and Xie were in the same car, although she didn't say anything, but deep down she didn't want Chen Lei to take the team to take risks. After taking the phone, Su Hong said to Chen Lei in front of Xie, husband, just listen to Yunfeng's arrangements. After all, he has more experience in handling things. Our first task is to be responsible for the security of the entire team. Let's do what we should do and don't cause trouble for Yunfeng. Chen Lei wanted to say something after listening, but Su Hong hung up the phone, picked up the microphone of the car radio and said, I am Su Hong. All members of Team 1, listen up. Go to the service area ahead to make team adjustments. After hearing what Su Hong said, Chen Lei had no choice but to compromise and order all the cars to enter the service area for adjustments. Xie got 3 cars from Chen Lei. She got on the cars with the members of Team 9, Long Yi, Pan Shui, Xiaopang and Yi. Originally, it was arranged for Old Song to follow Team 1 at the back, but the old man disagreed and insisted on following Team 9. He trusted Team 9 to the extreme, so Xie arranged for Old Song to be in the same car with herself. All 4 search and rescue dogs followed Team 9's vehicle. Chen Lei and Su Hong led a team of people onto the remaining heavily loaded support vehicles. After getting in the car, Chen Lei complained that Su Hong shouldn't have done that. However, Su Hong had her own explanation. She scolded Chen Lei in a lecturing tone, they asked you to follow them, but you are still pretending to be so high-handed. Don't you know what Cang Yunfeng and the others are doing? Why are you wading into that muddy water? Chen Lei said unhappily, what are you talking about? We are all brothers. Can I just watch them get into trouble and not do anything about it? Su Hong said with disdain, "You are so honest that you don't guard against anyone. You think Cang Yunfeng is your brother, but does he think of you as his brother? Don't be so self-indulgent. You really want to work hard for him for such a small amount of labor fee." Chen Lei couldn't bear to listen any longer, and his tone became a little impatient. "Shut up, they've all left, stop making such noises." At this time, Xie's voice came from the car radio, "Brother Lei, let's set out first to meet up with Yunfeng. You guys drive slowly behind us. Don't rush. I have sent the GPS coordinates to the group. Later, our movement trajectory will be synchronized on the satellite map in real time. At present, the distance is about 180 kilometers. Don't worry, take your time, and pay attention to safety." Su Hong glared at Chen Lei, picked up the microphone on the car radio and immediately changed her tone, saying with concern, "Xie, slow down, don't panic if something happens, we are right behind you, no matter how late it is today, we can rush over to meet you, keep in touch at any time." These words were very well said, and even Xie was a little moved. Su Hong is petty at heart, but she appears to be very generous when she speaks and does things on the surface, and it is hard to find fault with her. Xiao Ding and Qin Shuang drove the stolen Toyota 570 and were still the first car. They followed the tracking track and left the 315 National Road and entered a large Gobi Desert. The clearly visible tracks on the Gobi Desert were left by Deng Hongbin's team. If they went faster, they could just meet Deng Hongbin, who was coming back from the Gobi Desert. Now the two teams had a 40-minute time difference. Deng Hongbin led the convoy back from the Gobi Desert and headed straight for Mangjia City, while Xiao Ding led Cang Yunfeng from Galmud and did not meet Deng Hongbin. Deng Hongbin's signature Toyota 2700 was parked by Dawanjia deep in the Gobi Desert. The entire team decided to set up camp here and spend the first night in the Gobi Desert. This is why the GPS signal source did not move. This was because Dawanjia and the others rested here overnight, which gave the Cang Yunfeng group the opportunity to catch up. Cang Yunfeng's eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. After entering the Gobi Desert, he turned the steering wheel sharply to the right to get out of the original wheel tracks, downgraded 2 gears with his right hand, stepped on the accelerator with his right foot, and rushed out from Xiao Ding's car. Wang Ting finally caught up. Xiao Ding, who was originally the lead car, became the last car. He held the walkie-talkie and shouted, brother Feng, slow down." Cang Yunfeng responded, "I can't slow down anymore, charge now." In the Gobi Desert late at night, 3 hardcore off-road vehicles were like 3 wild horses running wild, galloping all the way to the coordinates dozens of kilometers away. In the sky, a huge golden eagle is soaring with its wings spread, guarding its master. After speeding for about an hour, we were getting closer and closer to the target point. The satellite map showed that the track distance was only 2 kilometers, but the straight line distance was less than 2 kilometers. Lights were flashing in the camp in the distance. Xiao Ding picked up the microphone on the car radio and reminded Cang Yunfeng, "Brother Feng, the bright light in front of you on the right should be the camp of Deng Hongbin and his team. At such a close distance, will they notice our vehicle lights?" Cang Yunfeng said expressionlessly, "They have already discovered it, but it doesn't matter. Enter combat readiness." After hearing Cang Yunfeng's combat readiness, co-pilot Dashan took out in-ear headphones from his individual combat bag, then inserted the walkie-talkie at his lower back, placed 2 survival daggers on both sides of his thighs, put on various protective equipment such as chest armor, back armor, elbow pads one by one, and finally tested the communication equipment. Li Lu, the co-pilot of car number 2, and Qin Shuang, the co-pilot of car number 3, were already ready. After parking, the drivers of the 3 cars walked around from the rear of the car to the co-pilot's seat, and the co-pilot's seat walked around from the front of the vehicle to the main driver's seat, completing the handover. After getting in the car, the 3 previous drivers made preparations for the battle, and their movements were smooth and seamless. If Cang Yunfeng knew that there were only a dozen people in the camp, they would not need to wear individual combat equipment at all. These equipments were all kept in the bottom of the box and rarely used. After the communication test, Cang Yunfeng immediately deployed based on his combat experience. "The enemy has about 20 people, and we only have 6 people. We have no advantage in numbers. We use the lights to create an advantage for ourselves. When we get close to the camp, our 3 cars will park side by side, with the high beams and spotlights all turned on. We will turn our backs to the lights and don't hesitate if we see someone from the other side. Everyone in car number 2 should copy the receipt. Everyone in car number 3 should copy the receipt. At this time, the vehicle was less than 500 meters away from the camp. Inside the camp, De Huangya and the others had already spotted a car approaching from a distance. He mistakenly thought that the person coming was Deng Hongbin, and thought to himself, didn't they agree to go to Mangjia to rest first? How did they catch up? Scarface and Old Dog heard the roar of the car, walked out of the canopy tent, came to Big Yellow Teeth, took out a cigarette and handed it to Big Yellow Teeth, looked at the 3 cars coming in the distance and asked, why are there only 3 cars? Where are the other cars? De Huangya said in an ambiguous tone, it should be at the back. He himself didn't believe what he said. The car in the distance is getting closer and closer, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Only about 20 meters away from the camp, 3 cars stopped side by side, and then all the lights came on. The moment the lights came on, De Huangya, the Old Dog, and the people watching at the camp instinctively raised their arms to shield their eyes from the glare. As the lights came on, the passenger doors of the 3 cars opened immediately. Cang Yunfeng was the first to jump out of the car with a baton in his hand. He thought he was fast enough to be the first. However, he didn't expect that Wang Teng in the other car was more swift and decisive. Before Cang Yunfeng reached the front of the car, Wang Teng had already rushed up with a huge wrench, and his target was De Huangya, who was standing in the front. At that time, De Huangya was raising his right arm to block the light. Seeing a man holding a tool and hitting him, he instinctively raised his arm a few centimeters and shouted, "Who is it?" Before he could finish the words, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. While screaming, De Huangya retreated quickly and sat on the ground after only 3 steps. At this time, Cang Yunfeng, Li Lu, and Dashan all rushed to the front row, and the injured Xiaoding and Qin Shuang were slightly behind. Deng Hongbin's team had only 8 people on the field, and with Scarface and Lao Go, there were only 10 people in total. However, among these 10 people, only Lao Go and Scarface had some strength, and the rest of them could only be regarded as having good physical fitness, nothing more. The first person Cang Yunfeng faced when he rushed forward was Scarface, who was standing next to De Huangya. Scarface was about 170 centimeters tall, had a dark complexion, and had a scar more than 10 centimeters long on his left cheek, hence the nickname. The moment the baton in Cang Yunfeng's hand hit Scarface's head, Scarface calmly dodged sideways and then threw a hook punch straight to Cang Yunfeng's jaw. Cang Yunfeng was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Deng Hongbin had such a skilled man under his command. Of course, Cang Yunfeng was not a rookie either. The moment he saw Scarface counterattack, he used his height advantage to use his right elbow to hit Scarface's arm, causing Scarface's hook punch originally aimed at his jaw to hit Cang Yunfeng's chest armor. It was obvious that Cang Yunfeng did not suffer any damage as all the force was absorbed by the chest armor, but Scarface's punch was really painful. Scarface stepped back several steps in pain, shaking his hands constantly, pointing at Cang Yunfeng and asking, "Who are you?" Before Cang Yunfeng could answer, Lao Go suddenly attacked Cang Yunfeng from the right, holding a dagger in his hand and stabbing directly at Cang Yunfeng. Cang Yunfeng turned around and hit Lao Go on the neck with a sling stick. Lao Go fell down without even touching Cang Yunfeng's body, and lay on the ground with his hands and feet twitching. Scarface saw that these people's fighting ability was a bit weak, so in order to stop the loss in time, he ran into the camp. At this time, Cang Yunfeng did not know that Scarface was Huang Fuchang's man, and mistakenly thought that he was just a small minion under Deng Hongbin, so he did not chase Scarface at the first time, but focused his attention on the people who were still fighting around him. In just about 5 minutes, no one in the entire camp could stand up, and many people fell to the ground wailing. Cang Yunfeng squatted down and grabbed a man's hair and asked, "Where is Deng Hongbin?" This person was a small fry of the new 9th team. He answered painfully, "I don't know. I don't know. Our team leader knows." "Who?" Cang Yunfeng asked expressionlessly, "Who is the team leader?" The little minion didn't dare to say De Huangya directly, but his eyes were looking at De Huangya standing aside. At this time, De Huangya curled up in a corner, covering his right forearm with his left hand. It was obvious that Wang Teng had hit him hard. When Cang Yunfeng's eyes fell on De Huangya, he recognized at a glance that this was the person who forced Xiaoding to crawl into his pants. Xiaoding didn't expect that he was actually a team leader. He strode to De Huangya, squatted down, slapped De Huangya in the face, and asked, "Are you still being so arrogant? Why aren't you being so arrogant now?" De Huangya was beaten so badly that he lost his temper and didn't even dare to look Xiaoding in the face. When Xiaoding was about to slap him a second time, he was stopped by Cang Yunfeng. Xiaoding was still a little unhappy and said to Cang Yunfeng, "Brother Feng, don't stop me. I won't feel relieved until I slap his mouth. Don't be impatient." Cang Yunfeng looked down at De Huangya and said, "Get up, call all of you out, and squat side by side." De Huangya raised his eyelids and looked at Cang Yunfeng and said, "Cang Yunfeng, you are going too far. It is said that the fight between our two teams is even. What do you mean by this?" Xiaoding raised his foot and kicked sideways. After the instep made close contact with De Huangya's face, he asked, "Does it mean we're even if you say so? Does it work? Hurry up and squat down quickly. Don't force me to hit you again." While saying this, Xiaoding had already untied his belt. De Huangya spat towards the side, and with a look of dissatisfaction on his face, he changed his sitting position to squatting. Xiaoding hit De Huangya on the head with a belt and scolded him, hold your head with both hands." De Huangya knew he couldn't beat the other party, so he could only do as he was told. He said unconvincedly, "Let me see what you can do to me." Dashan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He found that this guy with yellow teeth seemed to have not realized the seriousness of the problem. The 9 people from the new 9th team and Huang Fuchang's subordinate Lao Go were also among them. The only one missing was Scarface, who escaped in the chaos. After counting the heads and finding that there were only 9 people, Cang Yunfeng asked in confusion, "Are there only a few people? Where is Deng Hongbin?" De Huangya held his head and said, "I'm gone. I'm not here anymore." Xiaoding waved the leather belt again, "Can't you tell me your whole story? Where did you go? When did you leave? Tell me everything clearly." De Huangya was completely unconvinced, and he stood up from his squatting position, pointed at Xiaoding and said, "Don't go too far. I'm giving you some face. If you have the guts, you can kill me." When Big Yellow Teeth stood up and roared, the others all stood up as well, glancing at Big Yellow Teeth out of the corner of their eyes. After all, Big Yellow Teeth was the person with the highest status here. The first second after De Huangya stood up, Cang Yunfeng stepped forward, grabbed De Huangya's arm and threw him over his shoulder, throwing him heavily in front of these people. After De Huangya landed, Cang Yunfeng raised his right hand and stretched it in the direction of Wang Teng, saying to Wang Teng, "Give it to me." Wang Teng didn't react at first and didn't know what Cang Yunfeng wanted. He looked down and found that he only had a large adjustable wrench in his hand, so he threw the adjustable wrench to Cang Yunfeng. Cang Yunfeng's eyes were fixed on De Huangya on the ground, but his hand firmly touched the wrench thrown by Wang Teng. The next second after catching the wrench, Cang Yunfeng squatted down and hit De Huangya's knee with the wrench. At that moment, De Huangya's screams of pain resounded throughout the wilderness. Facing this scene, everyone at the scene reacted differently. Qin Shuang and Deshan, who had been with Cang Yunfeng for a long time, were no longer surprised. Just because De Huangya humiliated Xiaoding so much, he was doomed to have a bad ending. Although Li Lu knew Cang Yunfeng's style of doing things, she was inevitably a little uncomfortable and instinctively turned her head to the side. Xiaoding was so moved that his eyes were filled with tears. He knew that Cang Yunfeng did this just to vent his anger. With such a good brother who helped him out, Xiaoding once again felt that joining Team 9 was the wisest choice in his life. It was the first time that Wang Ting saw Cang Yunfeng take action. Instead of being afraid, he felt very excited. He felt that this was the ruthlessness a man should have. After smashing the kneecap of his left leg, he then smashed the kneecap of his right leg as well. After standing up, he threw the wrench in his hand back to Wang Ting. He also kicked De Huangya's knee with his foot, and after making sure that it was completely broken, he turned his gaze to the row of people who had just stood up. All of a sudden, that row of people squatted down with their hands on their heads, as if they were shocked. In front, De Huangya was still screaming heartbreakingly, but Cang Yunfeng calmly took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. After taking a deep breath, he stared at the row of people and said, "Isn't this the city hall? Aren't you all squatting well? Does anyone else want to stand up?" Everyone in this row was silent. Cang Yunfeng looked down at the howling De Huangya, raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and whispered, "Don't you like to force my brothers to kneel? Then I will make sure you can't stand up in your life. Can you talk properly now? If you can't talk properly, I will make sure you can't talk for the rest of your life. I will give you one last chance. Tell me where Deng Hongbin and the others are. De Huangya was really scared. He understood what not being able to speak for the rest of your life meant. In order to save his tongue, he endured the pain and said, Mang Manjia. He led the team to Manjia. Hearing this, the old dog in the back seat showed an incredible expression on his face. Didn't we agree to repair the car in the back? Why did it become Manjia again? After hearing this answer, Cang Yunfeng asked again, why did they go to Manjia? Why are you here? What are you doing here? De Huang was sweating profusely from the toothache and stammered, they went to rest and I will lead the team to deliver the goods. Where to deliver the goods? To whom? Lying on the ground, De Wanjia raised his head and glanced at the row of people behind him, trying to find Scarface among them. However, Scarface had already slipped away and hid when no one was around. Only Laogo was left in the crowd. Laogo was beaten badly, and he lowered his head and tried his best to prevent De Wanjia from finding him. But the number of people was limited. Even though the old dog tried his best to hide his body, he still couldn't escape De Huangya's eyes. He pointed at the old dog and said, deliver them the goods. Cang Yunfeng's gaze immediately fell on Laogo. He knew that Laogo was most likely one of the murderers of Lang Zuolum. He felt very sad when he recalled that Lang Zuolum was stabbed so many times and then doused with gasoline and burned to death. Laogo didn't know the relationship between Cang Yunfeng and Lang Zuolum. He mistakenly thought that Cang Yunfeng appeared only because he had a feud with Deng Hongbin's team, and didn't realize that he was looking for him. Cang Yunfeng was also very cautious. Before confirming the other party's identity, he did not say much. Instead, he turned his head to Dashan and said, go and see what equipment they are sending. Dashan responded and called Qin Shuang to go over and check the equipment. Cang Yunfeng walked straight to the old dog, squatted in front of him and stared at him without saying a word. Li Lu, Wang Teng, and Xiao Ding watched these people vigilantly to prevent them from suddenly counterattacking. The old dog slowly raised his head, and when he saw Cang Yunfeng, he smiled awkwardly and said to Cang Yunfeng, I am not them. I hired them to deliver the equipment. I don't know about the feud between you two, and I won't get involved. Cang Yunfeng narrowed his eyes and tilted his head to look at the old dog and asked, are you really not from their team? Seeing that things seemed to be turning around, Laogo continued with an awkward smile, yes, I am an employer. I can't even tell who is who. There were originally 12 cars and more than 20 people, but only these 6 cars were left halfway through. Just now they said that one car broke down, and the remaining cars were repairing and rescuing people. If you hadn't asked, I wouldn't have known that half of the people had run away. Cang Yunfeng continued to ask, are you the only one leading the way? The old dog hesitated for a moment, chose a vague answer, and said to Cang Yunfeng, it's just transporting supplies, we don't need too many people. At this time, Dashan and Qin Shuang came over and nodded slightly to Cang Yunfeng, meaning that the supplies sent by this team were basically the same type as the supplies they intercepted in Galmud. A large number of machetes were also found in the pickup truck, which showed that the previous speculations were true. The old dog in front of you is one of the murderers of Lang Zuolum. Thinking of this, Cang Yunfeng's expression turned serious. At this time, Laogo spoke again and said to Cang Yunfeng, I will not get involved in your quarrel. Our people will probably be here soon. We will leave after we get the equipment. You can handle the grudges between you yourselves. It's just a misunderstanding between us. After hearing the message from Laogo that, our people will be here soon, Cang Yunfeng decisively chose to forbear. He knew very well that this Laogo was just a minion, and there was no real significance in killing him to avenge Lang Zuolum. It would be better to play the long game and catch a bigger fish. Thinking of this, Cang Yunfeng slowly stood up and said to the old dog, then it's none of your business. Just stay aside. After hearing this, the old dog nodded and stood up with an apologetic smile. Cang Yunfeng didn't even look at him. He returned to De Wanjia and found that De Wanjia had fainted from the pain. So Cang Yunfeng raised his foot and stepped hard on De Wanjia's knee. The pain woke De Wanjia up from his coma and he screamed heart-wrenchingly. This was exactly the effect Cang Yunfeng wanted. He turned to Xiao Ding and asked, who hit you today? pay it back double the amount. Xiaoding walked to the front of the crowd holding his waistband, and first slapped everyone in the face, from beginning to end. After that, he still felt unsatisfied, so he said to Qin Shuang, "Why don't you open your phone and take a video too?" Qin Shuang scoffed at Xiaoding's suggestion. He thought the idea was childish and said to Xiaoding, "There's no need for that." At this moment, car lights suddenly appeared in the opposite direction in the distance, approaching at a very fast speed. The sudden appearance of the car lights attracted Li Lu's attention. Li Lu gently tilted her head and put her mouth close to her collar, and whispered, "There is a convoy coming from the distance, it's not our people." Cang Yunfeng made an alert gesture with the fingers of his right hand, but continued to look at the group of people with an expressionless face. Xiaoding had already guessed Cang Yunfeng's intention, and quietly hid in the darkness to conceal himself. Lao Go finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the approaching convoy, because he knew that the pickup personnel had arrived. The original plan was to make an equipment handover tonight. After the handover, they would no longer need Deng Hongbin and his team. The purpose of getting the equipment had been achieved, and Deng Hongbin and his team were no longer of any use. Whether it is 6 vehicles or 12 vehicles delivering equipment, they can accept it, it is not important. After the convoy appeared, Scarface, who had hidden first, appeared again with a satellite phone in his hand. Scarface walked out of a dark corner of the camp and looked straight at Cang Yunfeng with anger in his eyes and the word disobedience written all over his face. After Scarface appeared, the convoy in the distance had already stopped at the other side of the camp. There were 5 cars in total, with 2 people in each car. 10 people got off the cars, wearing the same style of black jackets, combat pants, and high-top black desert boots. After getting off the cars, 8 of them were holding self-defense weapons in their hands, and they were obviously ready for a fight. The leader wore a black mask and a jacket hood, leaving only his eyes exposed. He walked up to Scarface and asked, "Are they them?" Scarface nodded and repeated, "That's them." "Wait, wait." Lao Go walked quickly to the side of the masked man and whispered to him, "They have a feud with this support team. It has nothing to do with us. They just mistakenly thought that Scarface and I were their people." After hearing this, the masked man raised his head again and looked at Cang Yunfeng. Cang Yunfeng also raised his head proudly and looked at the masked man. Dashan, Li Lu, Wang Teng, and Qin Shuang stood behind Cang Yunfeng, each holding a weapon in their hands, ready to deal with any sudden changes in the situation at any time. At this time, Xiaoding had sneaked up to the enemy's car and installed the GPS locator on it. After finishing the job, Xiaoding transmitted the message through the in-ear headphones of the combat readiness channel, "It's done. We have safely retreated to the periphery." After receiving Xiaoding's message, Qin Shuang looked at the masked man opposite and asked, "What do you mean?" The masked man glanced at Qin Shuang, then at Dawanjia lying on the ground, especially when he saw that Dawanjia's legs were broken. He realized that the people on the opposite side were really ruthless. Not only did 5 people knock down 10 people, but they also beat these people without any temper. Even Scarface and Old Dog were beaten. This was enough to prove how strong their fighting ability was. Lao Go tried to smooth things over and said to Qin Shuang, "It's all a misunderstanding, an absolute misunderstanding." The masked man finally found a way out. He didn't want to cause any trouble. The most important thing right now was to get the equipment. What was lacking in the desperate situation was equipment. So he said to Cang Yunfeng, "We are here to take the equipment. You can handle your grievances among yourselves." After that, the masked man turned his head to the scarred man beside him and asked, "Who is in charge?" Scarface pointed at the big yellow tooth on the ground. At this moment, the big yellow tooth was in so much pain that he had no strength to speak and felt half dead. The masked man said to Scarface, "Don't mind your own business. Take your equipment and leave immediately." Scarface said to the masked man, "The 5 pickup trucks are full of equipment. You have brought enough people. Let's just drive away." The masked man nodded and said, "Hurry up." Scarface glared at Cang Yunfeng, then turned and walked towards the camp. Lao Go was a bit smooth, so he bowed to Cang Yunfeng and said, "It was just a misunderstanding, it's okay, you guys continue to deal with your business, we'll leave first." De Huangya, who was lying on the ground, struggled to raise his right hand and said to his men, "We can't let them drive away. Stop them and contact the captain." The people from the new 9th team were about to stand up when Wang Ting yelled, who told you to stand up? Stay down, don't you want to stand up anymore? When they heard the threat, the first person they thought of was Huangya, whose leg was broken. They realized that these people could really make them unable to stand up again, so they all squatted down again, holding their heads with their hands and dared not move. This made things convenient for the masked man and his gang. They drove 5 pickup trucks loaded with equipment back the way they came and left, leaving only Deng Hongben's Prado 2700, which accelerated even slower than a dog, parked at the edge of the camp. Scarface, Old Dog, and the masked man who came later all left, leaving only Big Yellow Teeth and the people he brought with him. Cang Yunfeng saw that he had almost gotten rid of his anger. In this group, apart from Huangya, who was the leader, the others were just working to earn money. They were not vicious and there was no need to kill them all. So Cang Yunfeng said to these people, "When you see Deng Hongben, tell him that I, Cang Yunfeng, will not let him go." None of the people squatting on the ground dared to say a word, for fear that they would say something wrong and be beaten again. After dealing with the Big Yellow Tooth, Cang Yunfeng asked everyone to get in the car. When he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something, so Cang Yunfeng got out of the car again, took a survival knife and slashed all 4 tires of Deng Hongben's Toyota 2700. After making sure that the car did not have enough spare tires, he got in the car with satisfaction. On the way back, Xiao Ding said excitedly, "Brother Feng, you are so handsome. It's so cool. Damn it, he even let me crawl into his crotch. Next time we meet, I will definitely tell him to stand up, and let me crawl into his crotch again. I wonder if he can still stand up. Forget it in this life." Qin Shuang suddenly remembered something, took the microphone of the car radio from Xiao Ding, and said, "Brother Feng, Dashan, and I just went to check the equipment purchased by Deng Hongben and his team, and found a lot of machetes. In addition to those machetes, there are many outdoor equipment. But the strange thing is that the quality of the outdoor equipment they purchased is not very good. It is more like what is sold in outdoor goods stores. It is fine for camping around cities and parks, but this in the wilderness." Li Lu analyzed, it is very likely that Huang Fuchang contacted Deng Hongben's team by accident and put forward a request for equipment. As a result, Deng Hongben couldn't buy any, so he went to the outdoor goods store to purchase a batch. Dashan said, "Didn't Huang Fuchang and his people spend money to buy a lot of flashy things?" Li Lu, it's very likely that this is the case. Cang Yunfeng said, "If Huang Fuchang and his men find that the equipment is not right, they will come out to purchase more. Xiao Ding lost the GPS locator in their car, so we are not afraid that we can't find their location. Today is just the beginning. There is a sand dune 3 kilometers away. We will set up camp on the side of the sand dune and wait here." Dashan, the co-pilot, asked, "What do you mean by waiting for the rabbit to come to you?" Cang Yunfeng explained, "There are 2 rabbits in total. The first one is Deng Hongben. When he learned that his team members had broken legs and there was only 1 car left among so many people, how could he not come to rescue? We will wait for him here. When he shows up, we will beat him. The second rabbit is Huang Fuchang's people. When they find that there is something wrong with the equipment, they should come out from this road to purchase. If we can wait for them, we will make a profit. If we can't wait, it doesn't matter. After Xie and the others arrive, we will follow the GPS positioning to find them." After hearing this, Qin Shuang mocked Cang Yunfeng and said, "Brother Feng, I found that your IQ is good enough when Sister Yu is not around. Sister Yu is here, ha 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 ha." In another car, Wang Ting looked at Li Lu in confusion and asked, "What does Qin Shuang mean by this?" Li Lu couldn't help laughing and said, "Didn't you hear that? Qin Shuang was making fun of Brother Feng, saying that Brother Feng's IQ is not as good as Sister Yu's. Is that really the case? Not really. They each have their own advantages. Sister Yu is more meticulous in thinking and she is the captain of Team 9. In many cases, they complement each other. Brother Feng does things without paying attention to details and sometimes even without considering the consequences. He is easily impulsive. Oh, so what do you think about us? What's wrong with us? I haven't decided to marry you yet. Just try harder. Okay, I'll cheer myself up." The convoy drove out for 3 kilometers and circled to the side of a huge earthen hill. The advantage of setting up camp here was that the earthen hill blocked the sight of Dawanjia's group. Even if there were lights here, they would not be able to see them. Another advantage is that the camping site is only a few hundred meters away from the simple road. If Deng Hongban's convoy comes, they will definitely not be able to avoid it and can be seen from a distance. As soon as the 3 cars stopped, Xie's voice came from the headphones, which meant that the team led by Xie was getting closer and closer. After communication, I learned that Cang Yunfeng had already completed a skirmish with the other side. My originally nervous mood was completely relaxed after I confirmed that none of my own people were injured. About 20 minutes later, the team led by Xie arrived at the camp near the temporary earthen hill. Xiaopeng, Longyi, and Pan Shui were all there. The cars they drove were all provided by Team 1, and they were carrying a lot of equipment. Dashan asked people to start unloading the equipment and setting up the camp. Although the equipment was limited, they just did whatever work was available and worked while waiting. Mangjia City. Deng Hongban and Deputy Captain Lu Xiaohua had just entered the territory of Mangjia City with their convoy. Before they saw the lights of the city, they received a call from Dawanjia's group. The younger brother cried for help. "Captain, Captain, Captain, where are you? Help!" Deng Hongban asked in confusion, "Help? Whose life?" The team member said in grief, "Our team leader's legs were broken by Cang Yunfeng, and the 5 vehicles carrying equipment were driven away." Broken leg? What happened? Don't be anxious, tell me slowly. The team member wiped away tears and said, "After the break, you and the deputy captain were repairing the car in the back. We walked forward for dozens of kilometers under the leadership of Da Huangya. When we arrived at an open space, we agreed to set up camp and spend the night there. We started to build the camp and prepare some food. As a result, the camp had just been built and the food had not been taken down from the pickup truck when Cang Yunfeng and his men arrived." Deng Hongban asked in disbelief, "How did he get here? This is impossible. Do we have a traitor?" "I don't know. Anyway, Cang Yunfeng brought people to find us. After meeting us, they beat us up without saying a word and broke Da Huangya's legs. Just then, the people responsible for receiving the goods arrived. They drove away the 5 trucks carrying the supplies without leaving any food for us." Deng Hongban couldn't help but curse after hearing this. "How can you do things this way? At least leave some food. What about Cang Yunfeng? Where are they? We left after the fight at Songyun Peak, and we slashed the tires of your 2700 when we left. We have no food, no water, and no transportation to leave here. Please come back and save us soon. If you don't come back, we will all die of thirst here." Deng Hongban, who originally thought he would be able to take a good hot bath in Mangjia City soon, was completely desperate. He cursed angrily, "Are you idiots? Why did you let the receiver drive the pickup truck away? Can't you help them move the goods? We have given them the truck, so what else can we do?" The team member said, "We didn't want to either. You don't know the situation at that time. We didn't even have a chance to stand up, so how could we stop them from driving? We didn't know what was discussed at the beginning. Didn't we give them all the cars?" Deng Hongban was about to explode with anger and cursed angrily, "Wait, you bunch of trash, I'll arrange someone to come back to pick you up." After that, he hung up the phone. Lu Xiaohua, who was in the same car, already knew what had happened. He stretched lazily and said, "Cang Yunfeng has gone too far. It's obvious that they are trying to torture our people to death." Deng Hongban said pretentiously, "If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have been so merciful as to let him go." Lu Xiaohua laughed and said, "Not letting them go. What can you do? Do you dare to kill them?" Deng Hongban remained silent. There was really no need to kill anyone. After a few minutes of silence, Lu Xiaohua said to Deng Hongban, "The problem still needs to be solved. There are people over there who don't have a car. If it really doesn't work, let's just arrange 5 other cars to pick them up. The 2 of us will go to Mangjia and wait for them. It's 10:30 now. It will take about 3 hours to go back and 2 hours to enter the desert. Well, they will be in Mangjia City by dawn tomorrow." Deng Hongban said, "Da Huangya's legs are broken, is it appropriate for the 2 of us not to go back?" Lu Xiaohua laughed disdainfully and said, "It's probably an exaggeration. Besides, what's the point of the 2 of us going back? They are just going in to pick someone up. If we go, we will just take up space and waste fuel. Let the team members do this. We will go to Mangia to take a hot bath and book a hotel for them. Deng Hongbin took a deep breath and picked up the microphone on the car radio and said, "This is the lead car, this is the lead car, we will go to the next service area, there are new tasks to be arranged. Car number 2 is collecting. Car number 3 is collecting. Car number 6 copying." In the service area, 6 cars were parked side by side. Deng Hongbin got out from the passenger seat of the first car, and the people in the other cars followed him out. When they met, Deng Hongbin took out cigarettes and distributed them to the people around him. Seeing Deng Hongbin giving cigarettes to so many people, some people immediately realized that something was wrong, especially since the cigarettes Deng Hongbin took out were soft cigarettes. You know, he is not usually so generous. When Deng Hongbin handed out a cigarette to each person, he finally spoke up and said loudly, "Kangzi, please work hard for a while. The deal is done. You take them back to pick up the people." Hearing this, Erchingzi was dumbfounded. He was the leader of the auto repair group of the new 9th team. With a reluctant expression on his face, he asked, "Who are you going to pick up? Why can't we go tomorrow?" Deng Hongbin said impatiently, "Straighten your tongue before you speak to me." Erchingzi felt very aggrieved. "Where are we going? Who are we going to pick up? Is it okay if we don't go?" Deng Hongbin pretended to be relaxed and said, "The goods have been handed over. Our 5 pickup trucks have been driven away by the other party. The remaining brothers are waiting in the camp and can't come back. Kangzi, you take the remaining 5 vehicles and pick up our people. Xiaohua and I will wait for you in Mangia." When everyone heard this, they thought that this was a job for them. The captain and the deputy captain were going to Mangia to rest. Who could feel comfortable? Kangzi was not stupid. He knew that he could not refuse this job, but he could not go there in vain. So he went straight to the point and said to Deng Hongbin, "It's fine if you let me lead the team to pick them up, but the brothers have been tired for so long. You can't let them go there in vain, right?" Deng Hongbin knew that if he didn't give them some money to appease them, they would not work obediently, so he said, "Tonight's pickup will be considered overtime, and each person will receive an extra reward of 500. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing that can be done even if everyone is unhappy. After all, the purpose of going out to work is to work." Kangzi said, "Buy another pack of cigarettes for everyone. Driving costs cigarettes." Deng Hongbin winked at Lu Xiaohua, who went to the gas station and bought a pack of cigarettes worth 200 yuan. He generously distributed 2 packs to each car and said in a pretentious manner, "Thank you for your hard work, brothers. I'll book a hotel for you in Mangia and wait for you. See you tomorrow morning. What can others say? I have to bear it even if I am unhappy. I fill up my gas tank with 2 packs of cigarettes and get back on the road." After the others left, Deng Hongbin and Lu Xiaohua smiled at each other and continued along the road to Mangia City. After arriving in Mangia City, they found a place to have a barbecue to fill their stomachs and drank 2 bottles of the wusu. After eating and drinking, Deng Hongbin called Kangzi and told him about Dawanjia being beaten, and asked him to hurry up, as if he had just learned the news. Lu Xiaohua reminded Deng Hongbin, "Our actions might make the brothers below feel a little disappointed. We should book a better hotel for them and give each of them a cash red envelope to reward them and appease their hearts." Deng Hongbin said nonchalantly, "I help them make money, but do I have to take care of their mood? If they are not satisfied, they can leave. They are all hard workers. I can find a truckload of them at the labor market. I have the money to pay them, so why should I worry about not finding people to work for me? If they are willing to work, they can work. If they are not willing to work, they can leave. I don't have the heart to take care of their mood." Lu Xiaohua seemed a little unhappy after hearing what Deng Hongbin said. Deng Hongbin noticed Lu Xiaohua's micro-expression and immediately continued, "Xiaohua, you are different. You are my brother. This team cannot do without you." Lu Xiaohua didn't say anything, but he was thinking in his heart, "You say this to everyone." Inside the Yachten camp, Xie's team and Chen Lei's team arrived at the camping site of Cangyan Peak one after another. The main forces reunited. Old Song was obviously very satisfied with this trip. He said with great relief, "Following you, we can always go in and out of this uninhabited area. It's comfortable. Xiaopang came over with a bowl of super beef noodles and handed it to Lao Song, saying to him, "Old man, if you like to play with us, then you should follow us every time. Brother Feng said that you are a big jerk. You have a courtyard house at home, but you have to follow us here to suffer. Why bother?" Old Song took the beef noodles and said, "I have been struggling to start a business for the first half of my life. There are so many places I wanted to go but didn't get to go. Now that I have some money and I am in good health, I will hurry up and make up for the regrets of my youth." Xiaopang joked, "That's right. You are already this old and still so rich. If you don't spend it, you will end up in the coffin. From today on, I decided to treat you specially. If I don't cheat a rich old man like you, I will feel that I have missed a chance to make a fortune. Tomorrow I will pick up a few rare stones and sell them to you, and try to buy myself a house." In Old Song's eyes, he had long regarded the people from Team 9 as his juniors. Facing such an outspoken joke from Xiaopang, he did not seem to be angry at all. Before, Xiaopang picked up a black stone in Chongtang and insisted that it was a meteorite. He forced it to be sold to Old Song at a high price of over 1 million. The stone is still lying in a flower pot in the courtyard. While Xiaopang was arguing with Old Song, Cang Yunfeng found Chen Lei and told Chen Lei's men to have a good rest after dinner. He wanted to take Team 9 to wait for Deng Hongbin to come to rescue him, and it was clear that he wanted to kill Deng Hongbin. Chen Lei kindly asked, "Do you want me to bring some people over to help? They have quite a lot of people, and..." Before he could finish his words, Su Hong interrupted Chen Lei and said, "Can Yunfeng's Team 9 still be afraid of Deng Hongbin's men? Don't join in the fun and cause trouble for Yunfeng. It's getting late. We've been tired all day. Have a good rest after dinner." Cang Yunfeng saw that Su Hong didn't want to get involved in these things, so he followed Su Hong's meaning and said to Chen Lei, "Sister-in-law is right, Brother Lei, you should rest early after dinner. Only when you have a good rest can you provide better travel support. You have worked hard this time." Chen Lei wanted to say something to help, but Su Hong got the better of him. She said to Cang Yunfeng, "You guys should be careful too. If you need our help with anything, feel free to tell us. We will definitely do a good job of logistics." Cang Yunfeng could only nod in gratitude. After all, they were just doing their job. In fact, Cang Yunfeng didn't want to drag Chen Lei's team into this. After all, they were just working to make money, which was fundamentally different from Team 9. Team 9 has been tricked to a new level by Old Song. After dinner, Chen Lei and his men went to rest early. Cang Yunfeng called the 9th team together for a meeting, and Old Song also participated. He sat on a folding chair and looked up at the stars in the sky, enjoying the wilderness life at this moment. Cang Yunfeng looked at Dashan and asked, "Is it done?" Dashan said, "There are a few ground nails stuck in the ruts. If Deng Hongbin's team comes over tonight, they will definitely be hit." Cang Yunfeng said very confidently, "Don't worry, we will definitely catch Deng Hongbin tonight." Shiyu asked, "Where do you get your confidence?" Cang Yunfeng explained, "The big yellow teeth of Xiao Ding's crotch are now crippled. How can he not come over? Is that reasonable? I can even conclude that he must have come prepared and saw their people in a while. Be careful, don't let yourself get hurt, wear chest armor, backplate and other common protective gear." Xiaopang took out the spoon inserted in the waistband of his pants from his lower back, waved it twice and said, "This thing of mine is very easy to use. You can see if I can knock him on the head or not." Long Yi, who is usually not talkative, has a very good relationship with Qin Shuang in private. He was already very angry when he saw Qin Shuang being beaten like that. It was a pity that he missed the first round of beating De Huangya, but he was full of anticipation for the second round of beating Deng Hongbin, and he couldn't help but clench the baton in his hand. The baton is the standard daily self-defense weapon for Team 9. Of course, they also carry a survival knife, but in general, they don't need to use a knife. Seeing the baton in Long Yi's hand, Pen Shui reminded him, "Long Yi, be careful. If you hit him on the head with this baton, it will probably kill him." At this moment, Old Song, who was looking up at the starry sky, suddenly said, "Go ahead and vent your anger. If anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. As long as money can solve the problem, it's not a problem." Xiao Ding said happily, "Old man, I like friends like you. I will never let you down. Why are you so nice to us?" Old Song took out a cigarette, lit it, and then passed the cigarette box to the people around him and said to Xiaoding, "You joined the 9th team relatively late, so you don't know a lot of things. Yunfeng and his men saved my life several times. Not only did they save my life, they also saved my family. This kindness cannot be measured by money. Besides, I don't have anything else except money. Money is something you can't bring with you when you are born and you can't take with you when you die. Spend it when you need to." Xie smiled and said, "Mr. Song, you are too polite." "Hey! What are you talking about? What do you mean I'm too polite? That's what you call polite. I already contacted old Tang yesterday and told him to go ahead and purchase all the equipment you want. 20 million has already been deposited into the account of Team 9, so go ahead and do it." The people in Team 9 have become accustomed to Lao Song's generosity. As for whether they will use Lao Song's money, it depends on the opinions of Cang Yunfeng and Xie. After chatting around the campfire for a while, Cang Yunfeng offered to keep watch while the others went to sleep. Dashan adjusted the alarm to 1 hour later and said to everyone, "I will take over the night watch from Brother Feng in 1 hour. You can go to sleep without worry." Pan Shui said, "Then I will take the 3rd shift. Qin Shuang, my 4th post." Cang Yunfeng urged, go to sleep, everyone, go to sleep and rest early." Everyone then got up and went back to their tents to rest. Xie originally wanted to stay and chat with Cang Yunfeng, but in the end she was urged by Cang Yunfeng to go back to the tent to rest. When everyone went back, a hare suddenly fell from the sky and fell lifeless to the ground. 4 search and rescue dogs instinctively ran towards the hare and skillfully tore the hare's body apart. It was obvious that this was not the first time such a thing had happened. Fei Fei circled down from the sky and landed next to Cang Yunfeng. This guy has grown up. He looks very handsome when he flaps his wings and soars in the sky, but when he walks on the ground, he is like a super fat, walking chicken, swaying his body from left to right in a very uncoordinated manner. After coming to Cang Yunfeng's side, Fei Fei habitually rubbed Cang Yunfeng's body with her neck. Because Cang Yunfeng was sitting on a chair, her neck just happened to rub against Cang Yunfeng's arm. Cang Yunfeng raised his hand and hugged Fei Fei in his arms. This golden eagle was raised by Cang Yunfeng since it was young. He never did the so-called hawk training to tame the golden eagle. Instead, he took good care of the golden eagle as if it were his own son. The grown-up golden eagle never disappointed Cang Yunfeng. Even when it reached adulthood, it still missed its home in the wilderness headquarters. After eating a wild rabbit, the 4 dogs obediently returned to the camp and lay down in 4 different directions. I have to say that these search and rescue dogs trained by Dog Brother are really smart and sensible. At 3 in the morning, Dashan's alarm clock rang, and he got up to replace Cang Yunfeng to keep watch. Cang Yunfeng had just made a pot of tea, so he sat down and drank 2 cups with Dashan, chatting about the past. Under the deep night sky, Cang Yunfeng confided in Dashan with some self-blame, "You know what? When I saw the video of Xiaoding being forced to kneel, tears came out of my eyes. A group of people humiliated and mocked him unscrupulously, and Xiaoding endured it all in order to prevent Qin Shuang from being beaten again. In the end, he was forced to crawl into his crotch. This kind of humiliation." Cang Yunfeng became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and at this point he didn't even have the courage to continue. Dashan lowered his head and smoked a cigarette and said, "The team leader is Deng Hongbin, and the one who filmed the video is Lu Xiaohua. Just wait and see how I deal with them." Cang Yunfeng looked into the distance with melancholy and said, "We have been through so many life and death together over the years, but when have we ever suffered such humiliation? The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I feel." At this moment, a long cry of a golden eagle was suddenly heard from the sky. Cang Yunfeng stood up and climbed onto the luggage rack of the LC-80 in one smooth move. He stood on the roof luggage rack and looked into the distance with a telescope. The 4 search and rescue dogs also stood up alertly and looked in the same direction. Dashan stood under the car and asked, "Is there anything wrong?" Cang Yunfeng said, "There's a convoy coming over, 5 cars. I can't see the decals on the cars, nor can I see what type of cars they are, but I think they're Deng Hongbin's people. Fuck, they're finally here." After saying that, Dashan threw the unfinished cigarette in his hand to the ground, bent down, picked up his baton from the folding table, and held it in his hand, preparing to go into the big tent to tell others to stand by. Before Dashan went in, Qin Shuang, Long Yi, Pan Shui, Wang Teng, Xiao Ding, Xiaopang, Xie, Yi and other members of Team 9 all came out, and finally Old Song and Chen Lei also climbed out of the tent. Cang Yunfeng jumped down from the roof of the LC-80 and said to Yi, "You and Brother Lei stay in the camp and take care of the old men, and the rest of you put on protective gear and follow me." Song Laodao, who do you look down on? Do you despise me because I'm old? Cang Yunfeng said, "We are going to fight, why are you following us? It would be terrible if I accidentally hurt you. Have some tea. The tea I brew is very good." Old Song looked down at the tea leaves on the folding table and frowned. Why does the packaging of this tea look familiar? Without even turning his head, Cang Yunfeng said, "I visited you in Beijing last year and took some from your coffee table. It tastes pretty good." Song Lao's voice came from behind. "This is authentic Westlake Longjing, how can it not taste good?" In the distance, the first car of the 5 cars suddenly stopped. At this time, Cang Yunfeng was about 200 meters away from the convoy. Dashan, who was walking beside Cang Yunfeng, swung out his baton quickly and whispered, "The front car has a flat tire." Cang Yunfeng tilted his head towards his collar and said to the microphone fixed on his collar, "Let's go." After hearing Cang Yunfeng's voice in the headset, everyone swung their batons to their longest length. In the darkness, everyone walked step by step towards the convoy not far away. As Erchingzi and his men got off the car, they saw a figure looming in the darkness. He instinctively picked up the flashlight and shone it over, asking loudly, "Who are you? What are you doing? What are you doing?" Dashan cursed, "We are here to fuck your mother." Along with this curse, Dashan used all his strength to rush over with a baton. Afterwards, Cang Yunfeng and the others also rushed forward. The slowest to react was Wang Teng. He did not expect these people to rush forward as soon as they said so. As a result, a dramatic scene occurred. Wang Teng was the last one to run forward, but in a very short time, Wang Teng's position actually surpassed Cang Yunfeng. Cang Yunfeng was stunned at that time. He watched Wang Teng overtake him. When he was only a dozen meters away from the convoy, someone in car number 2 opened the door and got out. Wang Teng jumped into the air and kicked the men. The guy had just got out of the car and hadn't even stood firmly when he was kicked into the car door, leaving a huge hole in the door. Cang Yunfeng followed and ran straight to Erchingzi, the driver of the first car. Erchingzi sensed the danger, but had no ability to resist, so he was knocked to the ground by Cang Yunfeng's club. Erchingzi instinctively turned around to avoid the follow-up attack, rolled his body under the car, and shouted, "Who? Who? What are you doing?" Xiaopang shouted, "I'm your fat daddy." As he shouted, the spoon hit another person's head. The man who was hit immediately reacted and shouted, "Team 9, it was Team 9 from the wilderness who hit me with the spoon. It was the fat cook from Team 9. When Xiaopang heard the words "Xiaopang cook," he got upset and swung the rice spoon while hitting him and cursing, "You're smaller than your mother, I'm your fat uncle." After learning the identity of the other party, the beaten Erchingzi immediately begged for mercy, "Don't move, don't hit me, let's talk it out." This didn't change anything. The fight went on as usual. Team 9 was unstoppable and completely crushed the opponent unilaterally. After knocking all the opponents to the ground, Xie was still a little confused. She looked at Cang Yunfeng and said, "Something is wrong. Shouldn't they be prepared? Why do they feel like they are not prepared at all?" Erchingzi, who fell to the ground, held his head that was hit and said aggrievedly, "Who knew you were here? How could I have been prepared? I wouldn't have brought you here if I had known you were here." Xiao Ding walked over, squatted down, looked at Erchingzi and asked, "Where is Deng Hongbin? Where is Lu Xiaohua? Where are they?" Erchingzi said, "They went to Mangjia." After a brief explanation, Xiao Ding understood what was said and stood up to say to his people, "It seems that these idiots have been fooled by Deng Hongbin and Lu Xiaohua again. They have no idea about the beatings that De Huangya and his men suffered." Erchingzi asked after hearing this, "What happened to De Huangya and the others? What happened to them?" Xiao Ding said, "I broke De Huangya's legs. He is 3 kilometers inside. You idiots have been tricked by Deng Hongbin again. He knew we would be waiting for him here, so he simply didn't come. He asked you to go inside to pick up De Huangya and the others, right?" Kangzi was a little stunned after hearing this, but the other team members who were beaten all realized that it was really hard to get the 500 yuan overtime pay and the 20 yuan cigarette. Xie said to Cang Yunfeng, "Forget it, go back and rest. Deng Hongbin and Lu Xiaohua can't be here. Don't make it too difficult for them. They are all here to work and earn money." Qin Shuang said, "That's it. We'll wait for a chance to catch Deng Hongbin." Qingzi, who was huddled on the ground, cursed in a low voice, "This job can't be done, damn it." Xiaoding sneered proudly, "You are blind and followed a dog captain. I won't make things difficult for you. Go back and tell your dog captain that our Team 9 is not done with this matter. Tell him to walk with his tail between his legs and be careful in the future. Tell him that I will take his leg. Not even Jesus can stop it." After saying this domineering line, Xiaoding turned his head to Xiaopang and asked, "How is it? That line says this, right? I am not wrong, am I?" Xiaopang raised his head, a trace of sadness on his face, and whispered, "How can there be a pretentious person like you in the team?" Cang Yunfeng looked down at Qingzi and said, "You guys go ahead. Your teammates are 3 kilometers ahead. Tell Deng Hongbin what Xiaoding said. If I, Cang Yunfeng, don't say this, it won't be over." Although Qingzi and his men were beaten, they only had superficial injuries. Team 9 was targeting Deng Hongbin and Lu Xiaohua. Qingzi's lead car stayed where it was to change the spare tire, while the other cars went around the ruts to pick up teammates 3 kilometers ahead. When Kangzi was changing the spare tire, Xiaoding was standing aside and mocking him, "Look at you guys, not only do you do hard labor, but you are also being schemed against by your captain. Aren't you heartbroken? If I were you, I would go back and beat Deng Hongbin up first, and then tell him that I quit. I think you are not the only one who has this idea. If you are worried that you can't beat Deng Hongbin, then call all the people you brought with you. Can't you beat Deng Hongbin together? Go back and kick him in a circle." Do you know what "kick in a circle" means? It means that a group of you form a circle. Wang Teng, who had already walked far away, saw that Xiaoding had not caught up yet, so he stopped and called out, "Xiaoding Ding, let's go." After hearing the shout, Kangzi instinctively looked at Xiaoding's crotch. Xiaoding scolded, "Don't think too much. I'm a giant. I'm dodging. You can slowly change the tire. By the way, consider my suggestion of circle kick just now. It's really cool." After saying that, Xiaoding jogged to catch up with the large group walking back. Kangzi felt very uncomfortable watching Xiaoding's back as he ran away happily. Just as Xiaoding said, Deng Hongbin completely treated them as idiots and sent them here just to be beaten. Qingzi immediately took out a satellite phone to contact Deng Hongbin, who was at a 24-hour foot massage parlor in Mangjia giving a massage. After receiving the call, Deng Hongbin asked with a smile, "Did you get through to him?" Qingzi said coldly, "Why didn't you tell me that De Huangya was beaten by the people from Cang Yunfeng? You knew that Cang Yunfeng was here, so what did you mean by arranging for us brothers to come here? Was it to let Cang Yunfeng beat us up to vent his anger? What do you mean?" Deng Hongbin pretended to be ignorant and asked in confusion, "Are Cang Yunfeng and the others still there? Did they beat you? Did he go too far? I am not done with him." When he said this, the foot massage technician happened to press the area related to the kidneys on the sole of his foot. Deng Hongbin instinctively shouted in pain, "Be gentle." The foot massage technician joked maliciously, "Brother, your kidneys are not in good condition." Deng Hongbin felt provoked by the ridicule and immediately teased the technician, "Is my kidney healthy? You will know when you come back to the room and try it later." This conversation was heard clearly by Qingzi on the other end of the phone. Qingzi hung up the phone angrily. He knew that he could not continue to follow such a captain, no matter how much money he was offered. Not only could he not follow him, he really had to consider going back to arrange a circle kick. After Team 9 returned to the camp, Wang Ting said to the others, "It's still early. You go to the tent and take a rest. I'll stand guard. I haven't felt the feeling of standing guard since I left the army." Xiaoding said, "I'll accompany you. I'm a little excited. Although I didn't stop Deng Hongbin just now, I feel that beating these people up is more satisfying than beating Deng Hongbin. If Deng Hongbin was here, they would feel that Deng Hongbin was with them through thick and thin. Now, they will inevitably have opinions about Deng Hongbin. When they see through Deng Hongban's true nature, this team will be close to disbanding. Cang Yunfeng didn't care about Deng Hongban's team. In his eyes, whether it was disbanded or not was not worth mentioning. He was concerned about the Black Mask team. Thinking of this, he looked at the others and said, "You guys go and rest first. Xiao Ding, bring the tablet over and see where the Black Mask team is." "Okay." Xiao Ding turned around and went to the car to get the tablet. Xie asked, "Who is the one wearing the black mask?" It was the team that was responsible for receiving the supplies just now. The team leader wore a black mask. Is the black mask Huang Fuchang? I don't know. I don't think it's him. Not far away, Xiao Ding retrieved the tablet computer from the car and said as he walked, "Those people in black masks are stupid. When they deliver the equipment back, they will find that except for the machetes, the rest of the tents, sleeping bags, etc. are all garbage. If they can't do it, they will have to continue purchasing equipment." Old Song asked doubtfully, "Machete? What kind of machete? What do they need the machete for? Not to cut down trees, right?" Qin Shuang simply described it, "It's a bit like the sabers used by movie fans, but not exactly. The shape is a bit similar, with a short handle and a long blade, and it's quite thick. There are also a few Japanese swords and machetes among those knives. I feel that they have a great demand for knives, so they put together so many knives." At this point, Qin Shuang suddenly remembered something and said to Wang Teng, "Didn't we intercept a batch of their equipment? There are knives in it. Bring it here for everyone to see." "Yes, it's in the car." "Wait a minute, I'll get it." At this time, Xiao Ding came over with a tablet, handed it to Cang Yunfeng and said, "I guess we can't walk far." As he spoke, Cang Yunfeng took the computer Xiao Ding handed over, opened the satellite map and asked, "Where is it? I can't see it." "That's impossible." Xiao Ding said confidently, "I put 4 locators in total. It's impossible not to see them. They are numbered 3 to 106 to 3 to 109. On the satellite map, just click on the locator number to see the real-time location and trajectory of the locator, unless the locator is out of power. Under normal circumstances, such a locator can be used for about 3 months on a single charge, so there is no possibility that the locator is out of power." Xiao Ding was still chatting with Wang Teng and asked him why he could run so fast. Wang Teng said confidently, "In the company, no one can run faster than me in the 100-meter race. I hold all the records." They were chatting. Cang Yunfeng closed the software and logged in again, and even re-entered the locator number, but the content on the screen was the same as before. There were 4 lines with 4 units of red pixels remaining on the map, and these 4 lines disappeared at the same point. The real-time locations of these 4 numbered locators cannot be found on the map. At first, Cang Yunfeng thought there was something wrong with the system, and even turned off the tablet and turned it back on, but the problem remained. Xie noticed that Cang Yunfeng was frowning, so she walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Cang Yunfeng said solemnly, "The signal is lost." "Impossible." Xiao Ding said confidently after hearing the voice, "I have fixed all 4 locators under the chassis of the vehicle. Not only are they magnetically attached, but I also fixed them with metal cable ties. There is no way they will fall off." Cang Yunfeng replied, "Yes, it is impossible that it fell off due to the turbulence. If it did, the 4 locators would not have fallen off at the same time. The map shows that the 4 locators lost their signals at the same point at the same time. Let me see." Xiao Ding reached out and took the tablet to study it. Wang Teng also followed over. Dashan asked, "Has he been discovered?" Cang Yunfeng said in a very uncertain tone, "It's hard to say. After all, there are too many tools to check the GPS signal source, and it's very convenient to check this. They found something wrong while walking, so it's not difficult to stop and check and dismantle it." At this time, Wang Teng pointed at the satellite map and frowned, "Why would they go here?" Hearing Wang Teng's doubts, everyone looked at Wang Teng, and Cang Yunfeng walked over and asked, "Where is this place?" After saying no man's land, Wang Teng realized that this description was inappropriate. After all, the no man's land mentioned by Cang Yunfeng and others are the 4 major no man's lands recognized by China, namely the Altan Mountains no man's land, the Hozil no man's land, the Chongtang no man's land and the Lopner no man's land. In the eyes of Cang Yunfeng and others, other areas are just a wasteland with no people, and are not worthy of the word no man's land at all. Wang Ting corrected himself and said, it's an area in Haishi where there aren't many people active. This area is all Yaden landforms. There are no trees and no mineral resources. There's not even a blade of grass on the ground. Dashan asked, is it similar to the area we are in now? All around are these Yaden landforms and weathered saline alkali land. Wang Ting said, it's even more exaggerated than this area. Not only is it weathered saline alkali land, but there are also large areas of desert, which can even be called a desert. The weathered sand dunes and earth hills around us are now 10 meters high at most. 20 to 30 meters high is normal inside, and it can even reach hundreds of meters. Because of the special geographical features, the wind inside is particularly strong, and there are small sandstorms almost every day. If you are not careful, you will get lost inside. This area does not look big on the map, but there is a feeling of looking at the mountain and running the horse to death. If you stand on two earth hills and look at each other, it feels that the straight line distance is only 1 or 2 kilometers, but in fact it takes 5 or 6 hours to meet. Getting lost can happen at any time, and even after you have walked for a few hours, you find that the distance between each other is getting farther and farther. Xiaoding still didn't understand and asked, why is it like this? Xiaopang took the opportunity to scold Xiaoding, because it's a maze, idiot. Cang Yunfeng looked at Wang Ting and said, you are half a local and know more about this place than we do. Look at the end of this track. Do you think their convoy has entered an area with signal interference, or that the GPS locator has been removed? There are only 2 possibilities for the signal to be lost at the same time. Which possibility is more likely? Wang Ting analyzed seriously and said, I think it was because we suddenly entered the signal shielding area, which caused the signal in the GPS module to be unable to be transmitted, so the 4 GPS trackers disappeared at the same time. But one thing doesn't make sense. It's very uncommon for GPS signals to suddenly disappear, so I still have some doubts that they were discovered and then dismantled and destroyed by humans. Li Lu rolled her eyes and said, what you said is equivalent to saying nothing. Wang Ting still argued unconvincedly, I am just analyzing. Cang Yunfeng also helped Wang Ting save face and said to Li Lu, we are just discussing and analyzing. At this time, Xie looked at Cang Yunfeng with a stupid look and said, do you need to analyze such a simple problem over and over again? If we follow the GPS track from here, which is about 120 kilometers away, wouldn't we know the answer directly by carrying a GPS signal transmitter and taking a look? In the time you have spent analyzing it, shouldn't we have almost solved the problem? After hearing this, Cang Yunfeng and Wang Ting looked at each other stupidly and no one spoke. Xiaoding, who had just participated in the discussion, immediately turned his head away, yawned and said, I didn't participate, I didn't discuss, I wasn't there. Xiaopang immediately changed the subject and asked, it's almost dawn, what do you want to eat? Tomato and egg noodles or egg and tomato noodles for breakfast. I'll go prepare it for you. Xiaoding, is there any difference between tomato and egg noodles and egg and tomato noodles? Xiaopang, you idiot, shut up. After a brief silence, Cang Yunfeng was ready to go and check it out himself. When he proposed this idea, Xie scolded Cang Yunfeng. She knew how tired Cang Yunfeng was on the way, and insisted that Cang Yunfeng take a good rest first and start the experiment after waking up. Old Song also insisted on Xie's point of view and asked Cang Yunfeng to have a good rest. He even offered him a 30-year-old Mount I as an inducement, which persuaded Cang Yunfeng to rest. The darkness before dawn is the coldest time of the day. Dashan and Wang Ting were chatting under the canopy with a bonfire. Dashan told Wang Ting about the past of Team 9. Those life and death experiences made Wang Ting's blood boil. A hint of dawn appeared in the eastern sky. Dashan felt that it was almost time. He took the kettle from the campfire stove, filled his thermos cup with boiling water, stood up and said to Wang Ting, it's daybreak, and visibility will get better and better. I'll go first and will definitely be back before noon. Wang Ting stood up and asked, where are you going? Dashan looked in the direction of the camp tent and said to Wang Ting, Brother Feng hasn't had much rest. Let him sleep a little longer. I'll come back from exploring the route when he wakes up. Keep an eye on the GPS location on the tablet. If it disappears, it means there's something wrong with the geographical environment there. If it doesn't disappear, it means the GPS has been removed. I'll go with you. I can go alone, you just need to have a good rest. After saying that, Dashin walked out of the canopy tent. A German shepherd named Haydn heard the sound and came over. Dashin bent down and touched Haydn's head affectionately. He knew that this German shepherd had been mixed with Little Blackback, since it was a puppy and was very wild. Because they loved the dog, the people of Team 9 had special feelings for these dogs raised by Little Blackback. Little Blackback is a wolf adopted by Cang Yunfeng. To be specific, he is the son of Wolf King Blackback. The mother wolf died tragically while saving Cang Yunfeng. After his wife's death, the Wolf King entrusted his son, Little Blackback, to Cang Yunfeng. Little Blackback grew up in a kennel, but he was much smarter than these dogs. He became the big brother of the kennel since he was a child and led a group of loyal younger brothers. Dashin walked towards the nearest SUV. The moment the door was opened, Haydn jumped into the car, climbed to the back seat through the gap between the driver and the passenger seat, and lay down on the seat consciously. Dashin opened the back door and yelled at Haydn to get out of the car. At first, Haydn stared at Dashin, but when Dashin yelled for the third time, Haydn simply buried his head in his abdomen, pretending to be fast asleep and unable to hear anything. Wang Ting walked over and said, "This dog likes you. It wants to go with you. You can take it with you." Dashin thought about it and thought it didn't matter if there were 2 more dogs, so he sat in the driver's seat, started the car and drove forward along the disappearing track. Not long after leaving the camp, Wang Ting was still able to communicate with Dashin through the walkie-talkie. 10 kilometers later, the radio voice began to make a crackling sound of electricity, and the communication quality became obviously very poor. Wang Ting held a tablet in his hand, staring at the moving dots on the satellite map, keeping an eye on Dashin's route, which almost overlapped with the disappeared GPS track. The desert Gobi looks flat, but in fact the ground is undulating, with potholes, sand ridges, and occasionally a section of exposed Tangsha road. The maximum speed of the car can only be maintained at about 50. The satellite map shows it's about 120 kilometers, but it actually takes 3 hours to run it. When Xiaopang cooked breakfast and called everyone to get up, Dashin had already set out for 2 hours. After hearing the news, Cang Yunfeng felt a little guilty. He held his bowl and said, "Why is Dashin so anxious?" He ran away without even having a bite of breakfast. Wang Ting said, "I wanted to go with him, but he refused to agree. I was also worried that he would get stuck in the car alone." Cang Yunfeng took the tablet and stared at it for a few seconds. After finding that the car driven by Dashin was still moving, he said to Wang Ting, "Dashin has no problem driving. He can handle it calmly even when the road conditions are complicated. Now the car is still moving, which means it is not stuck. Invite everyone to eat, and then we will set off in batches." Chen Lei from Team 1 came over and asked, "What's the schedule for today?" Cang Yunfeng pointed to the point where the GPS signal disappeared on the tablet computer and said to Chen Lei, "Brother Lei, this is my plan. No matter what the reason for the disappearance of the GPS signal is, I think we should go to this area to check it out. There must be a problem here. After dinner, I will lead the people of Team 9 to set off first. To be on the safe side, you will set up camp about 3 kilometers before the point where the GPS disappeared. This point will be our camp." Chen Lei responded, "Do you suspect there is something wrong with this area?" Cang Yunfeng said with certainty, "I think there must be a problem here if the convoy disappears here." Wang Ting also said that this area is a bit unusual. "I even seriously doubt that this is the desperate situation mentioned by the Galmud policewoman." Chen Lei asked, "Was Ram's body found in this area?" Xie replied, "Ram's body was found in this area, but not here where the coordinates disappeared. According to the coordinates provided by the Galmud female police officer, we had already passed by the body on the way here. The discovery place happens to be on this trajectory. Based on this information analysis, I believe Yunfeng's intuition that this area is not simple, and Wang Hai is very likely to be here." Chen Lei said, "It's okay. Just make the decision. I'll provide you with logistical support. You can set off after dinner. We'll follow you after we clean up the camp. The camping site for the afternoon is about 3 kilometers before the end of the coordinates. I'll send you the coordinates after you confirm the camping site." Cang Yunfeng said politely, "Thank you for your hard work." Chen Lei, speaking of this, isn't this what we should do? Old Song came over with a bowl of noodles and asked with a smile, have you confirmed today's itinerary? Cang Yunfeng took a deep breath and said, are you sick? There is food, drink and sunshine in the courtyards of Beijing, but you don't enjoy it at home. Instead, you have to follow us to this barren desert. Are you bored? Old Song didn't mind Cang Yunfeng's attitude at all, and said nonchalantly, it's not the first day we've known each other, why are you saying this? I'll be fine as long as I don't hold you back. Xiaoding suggested, Old Song, I suggest you follow Brother Lei's support team. What's the matter? Old Song pretended to be angry and asked, you dislike an old man like me. You don't want to take me with you, right? Xiaoding narrowed his eyes and chuckled, who would dislike the god of wealth? Our Team 9 is doing life-threatening business. I'm worried that you'll die while playing with us. If you die, who will provide us with funding? Right. Old Song raised his leg and was about to kick Xiaoding's buttocks, but Xiaoding dodged flexibly and joked, God of wealth, take it easy and don't hurt your waist. Deep in the Gobi Desert. The scenery in front of the car has changed significantly from before. The weathered sand dunes have become higher and higher. You can't even see the top of the dunes when sitting in the car. Walking between two sand dunes is like walking in a maze. As the sand dunes gradually rise, the endless desert turns into a canyon. This canyon is evolved from huge earth mounds, earth walls, and earth pillars like wooden stakes. The roads in the canyon are complicated. Due to the geographical features, the wind and sand here are particularly strong. There are almost no tire tracks on the ground. Even if they have just been rolled over, they will be covered by fine sand within 10 minutes. Dashan stared at the track on the tablet and was barely able to move forward. The satellite map shows that the point where the signal disappeared is only about 10 kilometers away, a winding curve. This curve fits the topography here very well. As he continued to go deeper, Dashan seemed to see the puzzle right in front of him, but he ignored the most important communication equipment. The satellite phone placed on the co-pilot's seat could no longer detect any signal. The so-called global communication satellite phone turned into a brick in this area. Satellite phone is a technology that uses satellites as relay stations to achieve communication through electromagnetic waves. It can keep communication devices and satellites anywhere on the Earth connected continuously. The basic principle of satellite phone is that the satellite will receive the signal sent by the user on the Earth and forward it to another location, and then another satellite will forward the signal back to the user's device. After the user receives it, the signal will be sent back to another place through electromagnetic waves, and then the satellite will forward the signal back to the user's device. Theoretically, satellite phones can achieve global communications, but special geographical environments and human interference cannot be ruled out. Finally, Dashan found that he was close to the end of the track. He estimated that he would be there after going around the huge sand dune on the left side in front. Haydn, in the back row, suddenly stood up alertly, with his front paws pressing on the handrails and his eyes staring straight ahead. Dashan held the steering wheel with his left hand, stroked the dog's head with his right hand, and said to Haydn, "Don't worry, we'll be there after turning this corner." Woof! Haydn barked loudly, his eyes always fixed on the front, with alertness in his eyes. At this moment, Dashan was keenly aware of the danger. He slammed on the brakes and stopped on the spot. At the same time, he checked the door locks and glanced at the rearview mirror to make sure that he could reverse and turn around immediately if there was any danger. When the engine start-stop function is activated, the roar of the engine suddenly disappears in the car, and it becomes extremely quiet. But outside the car window, the whistling wind was passing through the canyon, and the sound was like the roar of a monster, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The rolled-up fine sand hit the windshield in waves. In less than a minute, a layer of floating dust had already formed on the windshield. Dashan turned on the wipers to spray water, and the cleaned windshield was flowing with mud. The dog was still staring straight ahead, but the alertness in his eyes had relaxed a little. Dashan picked up the co-pilot's satellite phone and prepared to report the situation here to Team 9. The signal on the satellite phone is empty. This situation is very common, and Dashan also knows how to deal with it. The simplest way is to open the car window and extend the satellite phone out of the window to find a signal. In the open wilderness, this operation would basically do the trick. However, this time it had no effect at all. Dashin made another attempt. He pushed open the car door and stepped on the pedal. He placed the satellite phone on the roof rack. He grabbed the rack with both hands and pulled it upwards with force. He turned over and climbed onto the rack, ready to stand on it to make a satellite call. As a result, the man was almost blown away by a gust of wind before he could even stand firmly. Fortunately, Dashin was big enough. If it was Xiaoding, he would have been blown away. Standing on the roof of the car holding up the satellite phone, the signal on the LCD screen was still empty. Dashin tried several directions but all ended up in the same situation. Finally, he had no choice but to jump off the roof of the car and sit back in the car to walk another kilometer. This was the end point where the track disappeared. He thought that he would reach the destination by bypassing this mound. Since he had already come to this point, this last kilometer was not a big deal. Dashin put on his safety belt again and continued to go deeper to explore this last kilometer. There is a left turn in front of you. Just go around the mound on the left and you will arrive. Just as the car started, Haydn in the car suddenly shouted 3 times in a row towards the front, each shout getting louder than the last. Dashin felt that the dog was a little too nervous, so he stroked the dog's head with his right hand and said, "Stop barking, we'll be there soon, just take a look and turn back." The dog was disobedient and barked again, but Dashin didn't pay much attention to it. He started driving and continued moving forward. Haydn bit Dashin's sleeve and kept pulling it back. His meaning was very clear, he hoped Dashin would not move forward. However, Dashin didn't care and insisted on moving forward. He felt that the dog was a little too sensitive. Seeing that pulling was useless, Haydn immediately let go and retreated to the back seat. He skillfully pressed the button to open the back window. As the car window opened, a gust of wind blew dust into the car. Dashin was a little helpless. He touched the button on the car door with his left hand. The moment he was about to close the window, Haydn jumped out of the window, ran quickly towards the front of the car, stood in front of the car and started a new round of barking at Dashin. The screams echoed throughout the valley, mixed with the sound of the wind, and seemed extremely strange. Seeing this scene, Dashin suddenly realized that the dog could not have done this for no reason. There must be dangers around that he was not aware of. So Dashin stepped on the brake again, stuck his head out of the car window and shouted to Guzzi, "Haydn, get in the car, let's go." The dog understood what Dashin said and quickly ran back to the side of the car. It also knew to use the mound of earth on the side of the car to do a reverse bounce and easily got into the car through the rear window. Dashin put the car in reverse gear and prepared to leave this strange maze. He found a relatively open place and made a satellite phone call to report the situation here to Team 9. Just as Dashin was about to reverse, a row of figures appeared in the rearview mirrors on both sides. They were all wearing khaki camouflage uniforms and khaki camouflage scarves on their faces. Some of them were holding machetes in their hands. 2 people in the group were pulling retractable roadblock nail boards in their hands and blocking the rear of the car. Fortunately, Dashin discovered it early. If it was a little later, the rear wheel would have been pierced by the nail boards. It was obvious that these people had bad intentions. Among them was the man wearing a black mask last night. His mask was black, so it was particularly obvious. Dashin decisively shifted from R to D, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed forward passively, intending to bypass the mound in front of the left and find a way back. However, the fact was that Dashin had just started and rushed out for less than 100 meters when both front wheels were pierced by the nail board hidden in the ground and both died. The front of the car sank and the steering became very, very heavy. Dashin picked up a GPS locator from the glove box, pressed it for 3 seconds to turn it on, and tore off the dashcam from the windshield. He put the GPS and dashcam into a small bag and threw it to Haydn in the back seat, saying loudly, "Haydn, take this and run, go call someone." Haydn is worthy of being a search and rescue dog raised by Brother Go. In addition, he has been hanging out with the little black back since he was a child, so he understood these instructions in seconds. The moment he bit the GPS locator with his mouth, he jumped out of the car window, stepped on the rubble to bypass the group of people, and ran in the direction he came from. When the man in black mask discovered the dog, it was too late. He tried to throw the knife in his hand to stop the dog, but the dog's speed was beyond his reach and it escaped from their range in the blink of an eye. This made the man in the black mask very unhappy, and he made a gesture to the group of people behind him. After they understood, they walked forward together and surrounded Dashan's car. After occupying the seats, the men in the black mask stood 2 meters outside the main driver's door, pointed at Dashan in the car, then pointed at the ground beside him, signaling Dashan to get out of the car. Dashan knew that what he should do most now was to delay time. Facing the instructions of the men in the black mask, he chose to ignore them. At the same time, he reached out to the car door with his left hand and took out the survival dagger that was carried in the car. This was also the only self-defense weapon Dashan could get. Seeing that Dashan was not obedient, the men in the black mask made a force attack gesture to his own people. The men closest to the main driver's door waved a machete and chopped at the glass of the door window. As the glass shattered, the blade embedded into the car window glass, followed by the second and third cuts. At the moment when the third knife was about to chop down, Dashan suddenly pulled the door lock with his left hand and kicked the door panel with his left leg. The door suddenly bounced open and hit the men wielding the knife. Before the men could react, he was knocked back by the door. Dashan took the opportunity to rush out of the car, holding a survival dagger and running towards the men in black mask a few meters away, intending to take the men in black mask hostage. Only with bargaining chips would he have a chance to negotiate with these people. Dashan was not the top player in the 9th team, but he was definitely a good fighter who could fight and endure. His height of more than 1.9 meters meant that he was not mediocre. But it was such a Dashan who fell down the first moment he got off the bus. A machete cut across Dashan's chest. If it weren't for the protective gear inside his combat uniform, this blow would have killed Dashan. Dashan was knocked back and leaned against the car body. Then the second man chopped him down. Dashan raised his wrist and used the protective gear inside his forearm to block the fatal blow. He raised his leg and kicked the man who was slashing him away. Before he could catch his breath, the man in the black mask suddenly had a baton in his hand, rushed forward and jumped up to hit Dashan on the head. Dashan's eyes went black and he fainted, his body limp and fell to the side of the car. The man in the black mask looked at his people with disdain, and whispered in a tone of disappointment, "What else can you do? You useless people, check the car quickly." A man in khaki camouflage uniform took an instrument to detect GPS signal transmitters and quickly determined that the car had at least 3 GPS modules constantly transmitting signals. So they skillfully turned on the signal jammer, searched for the GPS signal transmitter in the car, and destroyed it on the spot. After finishing these, the men walked towards the black mask and asked, "What should we do with this person?" The man in the black mask stared at Dashan, who had fallen to the ground and fell into a brief contemplation. Then he pulled out the dagger he was carrying from his waist and walked straight towards the unconscious Dashan. Inside the camp, Wang Teng, who was playing with his tablet, suddenly realized something was wrong. He frowned a little and muttered, "Brother Dashan is about to reach the end of the track, why isn't he moving?" Xiao Ding joked heartlessly, "Maybe he was taking a shit." Xiaopeng waved his spoon and pointed at Xiao Ding and said, "Could you please stop talking about pooping right after dinner? You're really nosy, shit on you." Before he could finish his words, Xiao Ding suddenly screamed, "What's the situation with one more?" Qin Shuang came over and asked, "What's one more?" Xiao Ding pointed at the dot displayed on the tablet and said, "There's an additional GPS location." "What the hell is that?" "The movement track is in the opposite direction, and it's also numbered." Upon hearing this, Cang Yunfeng immediately became alert. He moved behind Xiao Ding and stared at the tablet with a frown. Indeed, 2 GPS signal sources appeared on the computer. Xiao Ding raised his head and asked, "Brother Feng, what's going on? Suddenly there is an additional GPS signal source. Could it be that the 2 GPSs in the car are running out of battery?" So Brother Dashan turned on another one. At this time, Chen Lei came over and said to Xiao Ding, "The GPS locator on the vehicle cannot be out of power. It is connected to the original vehicle battery. Even if the battery is out of power, this thing can continue to work for several months." "Then why is this?" Cang Yunfeng, who was staring at the tablet computer, frowned slightly, because the 2 positioning points on the screen gradually separated, and were getting farther and farther apart. In just a few minutes, they were already 2 kilometers apart. Moreover, this fast-moving point was obviously not taking the usual road. The track left behind had some deviations from the previous tire tracks. If it was driving normally, this situation would almost never occur, because drivers are accustomed to driving on tire tracks, so the tracks will inevitably overlap. Xie put the dishes she had just finished eating on the folding table, walked over with the satellite phone and said, "Call Dashan and ask what's going on." Cang Yunfeng said, "Fight now." While Cang Yunfeng was talking, Xie had already dialed the satellite phone. Just when she was full of expectations, a despairing prompt tone came from the phone. Xie still didn't believe it and planned to find another place to continue calling, and even climbed onto the roof of the car to try. At this moment, the GPS signal position on the tablet screen suddenly disappeared. It was the GPS signal source that disappeared. Seeing this, Cang Yunfeng immediately realized that something might have happened, and shouted to Xie, who was standing on the roof of the car, "Let's go, Dashan might have an accident." Hearing the sound, Xie squatted down, pressed the edge of the luggage rack with her right hand, pushed hard with her right leg, and jumped off the luggage rack in one smooth and seamless move. At that time, Long Yi and Pan Shui had just finished their meal and were smoking. After taking 2 puffs of the lit cigarette, they threw it on the ground and turned around to rush to the canopy tent to get their equipment. Xiaopeng was originally only responsible for cooking, but now with Chen Lei's logistics support team, he doesn't need to spend too much time on cooking, especially now that he knows the mountains might be dangerous. Xiaopeng simply grabbed his rice spoon and ran to the car. Yi and Xiaopeng got into the same car and started the engine first. Old Song would never miss anything happening in Team 9. When he heard Cang Yunfeng's call, he had already climbed onto Cang Yunfeng's LC-80 and took the initiative to sit in the back seat and fastened his seat belt. There was also a dog in the car with Old Song. When Chen Lei learned that the situation was somewhat critical, he took the initiative to propose the idea of going with Team 9, but his wife Su Hong stopped him without hesitation. Su Hong pulled Chen Lei's arm and reprimanded him, "Just do your job well and don't go with Yunfeng and the others to cause trouble. If something really happens, Yunfeng will have to distract himself to take care of you." After saying this, Su Hong looked at Xie and said to her, Yeah, be careful, we will be there soon." Xie nodded politely, and ran towards LC-80 of Cangyun Peak without saying anything else. It was not that she did not understand the ways of the world and should be polite, but time was tight and she simply did not have time to make small talk. Cang Yunfeng got in the car and started the engine. The silicone oil fan made its usual low hum, and the voices of other people from Team 9 came from the intercom. "Li Lu and Wang Ting are here, we can set off. Xiaopeng and Yi are here, we can leave. Qin Shuang and Xiao Ding are here, we can set off. Long Yi and Pan Shui are here, we can set off." Cang Yunfeng raised his hand and said, "Let's go." After that, Cang Yunfeng let go of his hand, pulled the gear lever with his right hand, turned the steering wheel with both hands, and stepped on the accelerator with his right foot. After the tire scratched slightly on the sand, leaving a hole of neither deep nor shallow, this nearly 30-year-old Toyota 80 drove away into the distance. Then 4 cars followed. Chen Lei looked at the backs of the 9 teams as they left, with deep envy in his eyes. From receiving the signal to setting off, the whole process took no more than 1 minute. How many people were ashamed of this speed? It is said that Team 9 is the ceiling among the many support teams of the Wilderness Club. Chen Lei was not convinced before, but until this moment when he saw the emergency response of Team 9, he was convinced. When driving in the wilderness, the distance between every 2 cars is kept at more than 200 meters. The reason for maintaining such a long distance is entirely determined by the road conditions. In the desert Yadin area, there is a lot of dust. When a vehicle passes by quickly, the dust at the tail will obscure the view of the following vehicle. In addition, the drivers of Team 9 are all experienced drivers, and they are in a hurry at this time, so the speed can be imagined. If you don't keep a safe distance between your cars, an accident could easily lead to a chain rear-end collision. After leaving the camp, Cang Yunfeng picked up the intercom and asked, "When Dashan left today, who was there?" Wang Ting responded after hearing the voice, "I was there at the time and advised him to wait before setting off. Dashan said that you were too tired these 2 days and wanted you to rest more. He thought that it was just to explore the way and nothing unexpected would happen." I actually believed him like an idiot. Everyone could hear that Wang Ting felt deeply guilty when he said this. Xie comforted Wang Ting and said, "Dashan is like this. He always thinks of his teammates. You don't have to blame yourself. We can imagine what the situation was like at that time." After Xie finished speaking, he also picked up her microphone and said to Wang Teng, "Don't worry, Dashan will be fine." Did he take Haydn with him when he left? Wang Teng said, Haydn followed on his own. Even if Dashan tried to get him off the car, he couldn't leave. While driving, Cang Yunfeng did not forget to glance at the tablet computer mounted on the center console. He analyzed as he drove. According to what Chen Lei said, the vehicle's GPS locator is no longer working. The one that is working now is our Team 9 spare GPS locator. Now there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that Dashan is driving another car with the locator and is rushing back. The second possibility is that Dashan encountered some danger and put the locator on the dog. It is the dog that is running towards us, not Dashan. Xie expressed her own opinion and said, I think the second possibility is more likely, because the speed of the GPS locator is obviously not the speed of the car. In addition, the moving track is very different from the previous track. The previous track is a rut. The vehicle will inevitably twist and turn due to different surface road conditions when driving, and choose a suitable path. The new track is obviously more inclined to a straight line. Only a dog can ignore the surface road conditions when running, which is something that no off-road vehicle can do. After listening to Xie's analysis, everyone in Team 9 was convinced. Xiaopeng usually played well with Dashan. He stepped on the accelerator and urged, hurry up, let's speed up. I don't know how Dashan is now. Cang Yunfeng reminded, all drivers should drive carefully, the co-driver should wear equipment and protective gear, and enter the combat readiness state. After merging with the mobile GPS locator, the driver should wear equipment and protective gear and be ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Copy. Copy. At this time, the GPS locator has moved more than 40 kilometers, which took about 80 minutes. The tablet computer showed that the convoy was getting closer and closer to the GPS locator, only about 30 kilometers away. Just when everyone was looking forward to the reunion, the moving GPS suddenly slowed down and stopped moving not long after. When Xie, who was sitting in the passenger seat, found that the GPS locator was not moving, she showed unprecedented worry and said to Cang Yunfeng, who was driving, it's not moving. The distance is about 30 kilometers. Cang Yunfeng, who was driving, glanced at the satellite map on the tablet and found that the GPS track had indeed stopped moving. He held the steering wheel with one hand and picked up the microphone of the car radio with his right hand and said, the GPS locator has stopped moving. It is 30 kilometers away. Brothers, use your right foot to get there quickly. After saying this, Cang Yunfeng took the lead in accelerating and took the initiative to downshift, but he did not reduce the accelerator at all, galloping across the desolate Gobi Desert and heading straight for 30 kilometers. Inside the mysterious base, Dashan suddenly felt a piercing pain in his right arm. He couldn't help screaming in pain. When he opened his eyes, he found that his hands and feet were tied up. His right forearm was a bloody mess with white crystals on the surface. Right in front of the mountain, a man in a black mask was sitting on a folding chair, crossing his legs and holding a tissue in his left hand, wiping the blade of a dagger. While wiping, he said to someone beside him, have you learned it? What kind of cold water should I use to wake him up? Water is more expensive than gasoline here. Do you have any brains? Scarface said unconvincedly, salt is worthless here. It's all shipped in from outside. Can you change the way you wake me up next time? Dashan heard the conversation between the two men and looked at his arm, then he understood what had happened. A large piece of skin on the surface of his right arm was peeled off by the black mask with a blade, and a handful of edible salt was sprinkled on the peeled skin. It feels like rubbing salt into the wound. Dashan was sweating all over from the pain and his teeth were clenched tightly together. The man in the black mask was too lazy to argue with Scarface. He picked up an apple from the table and peeled it with the dagger he had just wiped clean while asking, tell me, what are you doing here? Who gave you the courage? Dashan raised his head and glared at the man in the black mask, gritting his teeth and saying nothing. Scarface mocked the man in black mask, it would be strange if you could get him to talk like this. As Scarface said this, he walked to the table, picked up the freshly boiled water from the charcoal grill, came to Dashan with the kettle, pulled a small folding chair and sat in front of Dashan, reminding Dashan, this kettle of water was just boiled. You know what I'm going to do, right? Tell me why you're here. Dashan closed his eyes without saying a word. He already knew what was going to happen next, and he also knew that the only thing he could do was to endure it, endure all the physical torture. When Scarface saw Dashan close his eyes, he raised the corner of his mouth into an evil smile, and the boiling water in the kettle poured down the spout onto the wound on Dashan's right arm. The moment the boiling water touched the wound, Dashan's screams echoed throughout the camp, sounding extremely creepy. After a pot of boiling water was poured on Dashan's arm without leaving a drop, some of the salt on the surface was washed away, and instead, burns appeared. A large number of blisters appeared around the wound, and the red color of the wound turned white, as if a piece of meat was cooked. How is it? Scarface sat on the small folding chair, put his right foot lightly on Dashan's arm and asked, "Will you tell me?" Dashan clenched his teeth and closed his eyes again, ignoring Scarface completely. The man in the black mask couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. This made Scarface feel very embarrassed. He stood up from the chair, crushed Dashan's damaged skin with his right foot and kept turning the sole of his foot. While crushing, he muttered to himself, "I don't believe I can't pry open your mouth. Tell me." As he was crushed, Dashan's screams became louder and louder, and finally after a roar, Dashan fainted again. The man in the black mask smiled and shook his head, eating a peeled apple and said, "That's all you can do." Scarface felt a little embarrassed, so he turned around and kicked Dashan in the face, then walked straight to the charcoal grill and said unconvincedly, "I just don't believe this." The reason why he tortured Dashan like this was because he and Lao Go were beaten up by the people from Team 9 last night, and he couldn't swallow this. In fact, he was venting his personal anger by torturing Dashan, and he had no idea what kind of impact torturing Dashan would have on them. The man in the black mask felt bored, so he got up and left the tent with the apple. Outside the tent, there are more than a dozen tents like this one, and more than 20 heavily modified off-road vehicles are parked around the mysterious camp. There is more or less yellow sand on the roof of every car and every tent. Surrounding the mysterious camp are Jotun-weathered earth mounds that are towering into the clouds. The reason why they are described as towering into the clouds is not because these weathered earth pillars are really that tall, but because this area is windy and sandy all year round. The raised sand and dust float in the air, forming a regional sandstorm that blocks out the sun. The man in the black mask lowered his head and lit a cigarette. At this time, a man in a windbreaker walked over from a distance, followed by a group of people. When the man in the black mask saw the men, he immediately behaved himself, put away his rebellious look, stood at attention and said, "Hello, boss." The man looked to be in his early 40s. He was Huang Fu Ling, one of the people in charge here. He came up to the black mask and asked, "Did he confess?" The man in the black mask said, "This guy is very tight-lipped. He hasn't said anything yet. But Scarface saw him last night. He said that this guy knows the person who sent us the supplies. He's from the Wilderness Club, and they have some grudges against each other." Huang Fu Ling said, and then said, "No matter what the reason is for him to follow in, he can't be allowed to leave again. The secrets here can't be known to the outside world. You have to work hard these few days and keep an eye on the gate. Clear?" After giving the instructions, Huang Fu Ling led his men to the largest tent in the distance. After Huang Fu Ling left, the man in the black mask picked up the cigarette he had just lit and took a puff. Suddenly, he thought of something and went back to the tent and said to Scarface, who was torturing Dashan, "Since they are a convoy, and now that one person has disappeared, it will definitely not be forgotten. You'd better prepare in advance and don't let this place be exposed." Scarface looked down at Dashan and said indignantly, "If they dare to come in, they will never get out again." The man in the black mask said, "The boss said the date is coming soon. Don't make things complicated. Keep the matter low-key. If things get out of hand, it will be hard to stop." Although Scarface was unwilling, he still didn't dare to be too presumptuous. After watching the men in black mask leave, he stepped hard on Dashan's arm. Yadin Gobi Desert. Cang Yunfeng's right foot was almost in the fuel tank. The LC-80 was speeding through the wilderness, getting closer and closer to the black egg. At this time, Haydn fell to the ground, still holding the plastic bag Dashan threw to him in his mouth. Inside the plastic bag was a dashcam and a GPS locator. If Haydn hadn't held these things in his mouth, he could have run much faster. It was precisely because of holding this thing in his mouth that he had difficulty breathing, which seriously affected his running speed. He ran for more than an hour without drinking a sip of water. In addition, the environment here, Haydn's mouth was full of sand and his tongue turned earthy. Cang Yunfeng saw Haydn lying on the ground from a distance. He excitedly grabbed his hand and said, "Haydn is in front. The cars behind should control their speed." The cars behind were all excited when they heard the news and slowed down in advance. Cang Yunfeng's car braked a few meters in front of Haydn. After stopping, he quickly jumped out of the car and rushed towards Haydn. The dying Haydn tried hard to stand up, but after struggling for a while he fell down again. The dog in the back seat of LC-80 jumped out of the car and ran towards Haydn, barking loudly at him. Cang Yunfeng knelt on the ground and took the plastic bag out of Haydn's mouth. When he saw that Haydn's mouth was full of yellow sand, he immediately turned around and shouted, "Water, bring me some water." Xie, who had already got off the car, went back into the car and took out 2 bottles of mineral water. When Guzi saw the water, his eyes finally lit up and he struggled to stand up. Cang Yunfeng poured the open mineral water into the dog's mouth, trying to help clear the sand in its mouth, but the dog didn't care at all and just swallowed it in big gulps. Seeing this, Xiaopang took out a folding bucket from the car and poured a few bottles of mineral water into the bucket. Seeing this, Haydn broke free from Cang Yunfeng's arms, lay down beside the bucket and began to drink in big gulps. While the dog was drinking water, Xiaoding had already taken out the card reader from the dash cam and read the last 3 minutes of footage recorded by the dash cam. The dash cam clearly showed the moment when the front of the car sank, and the picture was a bit bumpy. Ordinary people may not be able to see anything, but for these experienced drivers, they can tell at a glance that both front wheels have flattened at the same time. However, in a place like this, there is only one possibility for both front wheels to flatten at the same time, and that is someone has set a trap. After Haydn had drunk his fill, he was obviously in much better condition than before, and was even able to interact with several other search and rescue dogs. Seeing this, Cang Yunfeng didn't have time to think too much and said to everyone, "Something happened in Dashan, everyone change your equipment and set off immediately." Mr. Song opened the back door of the LC-80 and motioned Haydn to get in. Haydn really understood. After wagging his tail, he jumped into the car and lay obediently in the back seat of the LC-80. Sitting in the car, Mr. Song stroked Haydn's head and said to Cang Yunfeng in the front seat with great fondness, "This is a good dog. When your company goes bankrupt, I will adopt all the dogs. I will buy a piece of land in the suburbs, build a doghouse with air conditioning, and plant some grass on the ground for these dogs to run and frolic." Cang Yunfeng sat in the driver's seat, pulled the seatbelt with his right hand and said to Mr. Song in the back seat, "Be prepared in advance. We know nothing about our opponent. We came here alone and bravely. We don't know if we can return alive and well. If you have a sense of crisis now, it's not too late to regret. I'll leave you a satellite phone. Wait here. Chen Lei and his follow-up team will arrive in a few hours. You can still ensure your own safety." Old Song sighed and said meaningfully, "To be honest, if you asked me to leave now, I really can't move my legs. I know you are in danger and I want to escape first. I can't do such a thing." Xie turned her head and looked at Mr. Song and said, "You don't have to think so. Even if you choose to leave at this time, no one will blame you." Song Laodao, "I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving. I'll stay with you. If you really encounter danger, I can still use my money to help you resist." Cang Yunfeng was too lazy to talk nonsense. Since the old man wanted to follow, he might as well take him along. Maybe his cash ability would really come in handy at the critical moment. The convoy set off again, and Haydn, who was lying in the back seat, became alert. He put his 2 hind legs on the second row of seats, his 2 front legs on the central control armrest box, and stretched his neck to look forward through the windshield. Xie reached out and touched Haydn's neck, looked at Cang Yunfeng and said, "I miss little black back." Cang Yunfeng took a deep breath and said, "I wonder how it has been doing in the past 2 years. Is old Blackback still a lone wolf on the Chongtang grassland?" Speaking of this pair of wolf king and son, Xie's mood became very bad. A trace of helplessness appeared at the corners of her mouth and her eyes looked forward. The convoy drove for about 20 minutes and entered the maze along the track. The surrounding mounds had unknowingly towered into the clouds, and the convoy was getting closer and closer to the end of the track. At this time, Wang Ting's voice came from the intercom. He reminded Cang Yunfeng, brother Feng, wait a moment. I just received a call from my comrade in arms. He suggested that we should not enter this area. Cang Yunfeng heard the voice and raised his microphone and asked, why? Can't we enter this area? Wang Ting replied, my comrade is an outdoor enthusiast who likes to go off-road and cross-country. He said that he brought a team of 4 vehicles to cross this area a few years ago, but only 3 of them made it out. The other vehicle could not be found at all. Qin Shuang's question came from the intercom, why is this happening? Where is the other car? Wang Ting replied, my comrades recalled that the weather was very good that day, and everything was normal before their 4 vehicles set out to this area, but something went wrong after entering this area. At first, the radio signal was intermittent, and they thought it was interference from the surrounding magnetic field and didn't pay attention to it. As they went deeper and deeper, the signal became worse and worse. There were too many detours, and they got separated while walking. At that time, they encountered a sandstorm and visibility was extremely low. Hearing this, Cang Yunfeng immediately stopped the car, picked up the intercom and asked, Wang Ting, your satellite phone still has a signal, right? Can you contact your comrade again? I want to ask him in person what happened that day. Is that convenient? Wang Ting said, what's the inconvenience? Wait a moment, I will call my comrade now. Cang Yunfeng pushed open the car door and prepared to get out. Before getting out, he said to Xie, tell the car behind to stay where they are. After that, Cang Yunfeng jumped out of the car and walked towards Wang Ting's car, intending to ask clearly and find out what exactly happened at that time. Cang Yunfeng strode to the side of Wang Ting's car. Wang Ting pushed open the door and got out of the car with the satellite phone. He stared at the satellite phone and said, the signal here is too bad. We were just chatting when it was disconnected. It might be because the car was moving. I'm calling him back. As he was talking, the phone was answered, and the voice of Wang Ting's comrade came from the other end, asking nervously, where are you? Listen to me, don't go in, it's very strange in there. Wang Ting put the phone to his ear and said, wait a minute, I'll give the phone to brother Feng. Cang Yunfeng took the phone and greeted politely, hello brother, I am Cang Yunfeng. The other party obviously didn't pay attention to his self-introduction and said to himself, brother, listen to my advice. There are many places to go for off-roading and crossing, but you really shouldn't take the risk of going to the black sand desperate place deep in the Yadin. It's very strange in there. This was the first time Cang Yunfeng heard the term black sand desperate situation, and then he thought of the desperate situation mentioned by the policewoman. Now that he thought about it, the policewoman probably didn't want people to come here for excitement and then add burden to them. He couldn't help but ask, what's different about black sand desperate situation? I heard from Wang Ting that a herdsman disappeared there. What happened? The comrade on the other end of the phone thought that Cang Yunfeng was leading a team to travel through time, so he said earnestly with good intentions, listen to me, brother. Don't come to this area at any time. The number of people who have disappeared here in recent years cannot be counted on one hand. A few years ago, I teamed up with a friend to travel through Yadin, but we accidentally entered and got separated. That buddy never came out again. More than a year later, his car was found, but he has not been found, and neither has his body. I heard from Wang Ting that you only had 4 cars out to play together. How did 4 cars get lost? The comrade said regretfully, I remember the weather was very good that day. We camped by the Dongtaejenair Lake the night before. It was almost noon when we finished packing up. Someone suggested crossing the Yadin landform here. Several people discussed that there was no problem with fuel endurance, so we plunged in. It was fine for the first few hours. We arrived at this black sand desolate place around 4 in the afternoon. The weather was particularly good at that time. This was the second time he mentioned that the weather was particularly good, which also means that the weather on the day must have been very good. Because of the longitude in Qinghai, the sun sets around 8 o'clock in summer, so there is no problem of darkness at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We entered the black sand desolate land at around 4 o'clock. At first, we didn't know it was the black sand desolate land. We just thought it was fun. As the surrounding Yadin landforms became more and more exaggerated, we became more and more excited. It even felt a bit like the uninhabited area of Xinjiang Dehado. No one paid attention to the increasingly poor radio communication signals. No one even noticed that the mobile phone positioning began to drift. When the radio signal was interrupted, everyone thought it was caused by the geographical environment here and that the towering earth walls blocked the radio signal. Cang Yunfeng said, "This idea is very reasonable. The terrain does affect the distance of radio communication." I was the lead car at the time. As we went deeper, I heard the car behind me saying that the dust was too heavy and we needed to keep some distance. The people in car number 2, car number 3, and car number 4 said the same thing. After hearing them say that, I realized that my visibility was not high either. Logically, since I was the lead car, there shouldn't be dust in front of me, but that wasn't the case. My visibility was always very low, and it got lower and lower as we went deeper. The wind around me was also getting louder and louder. When I realized something was wrong, I had completely lost contact with the car behind me. Lost contact. No radio signal. I could only hear the sound of electricity and crackling on the radio. I couldn't make out what was being said. The scariest thing was not the interruption of radio communication, but when I was about to return along the same route, the point located on the satellite map suddenly drifted to an area that was completely different from the previous trajectory. Normally, my current position should be at the end of the trajectory, but at this time my positioning distance was far away from the previous trajectory. I don't know how I adjusted it. Cang Yunfeng was experienced. When he heard the other party say this, he had already thought of the possible situation and analyzed and guessed. The situation you mentioned often occurs in caves and tunnels. For example, when driving on the highway with a satellite map, when you enter a tunnel and then come out, the track is broken. The moment you come out, the position of the car is discontinuous with the previous track. After hearing this, the comrades on the other end of the phone confirmed Cang Yunfeng's example and agreed repeatedly. Yes, that's the situation you said, but there can't be a cave here. How could there be a cave in the Jotun landform? In short, this place is very strange. Our 4 cars were all separated, and it was dark a few hours later. We had no choice but to make our own camps. The wind was particularly strong before and after sunset, and a sandstorm had formed inside. I was still fantasizing about waiting for the sandstorm to stop at night and then thinking of a solution. As a result, after a few hours, the sandstorm was still raging, and visibility was very low even with the car lights on. Later, there was no choice but for a car owner to climb up the mound with a walkie-talkie to find a better signal, but he almost fell to death. He climbed for more than half an hour and didn't see the top of the mound. Even when he climbed up, he looked down at the ground and couldn't find his car or the light of the car lights. These are what he recalled later. Qin Shuang couldn't help but ask after hearing this, why is the wind so strong inside? Is it related to the terrain? Xie answered, it should be related to the terrain, a bit like the principle of through wind. The comrade on the other end of the phone reminded him again, listen to my advice. If you want to travel through time and space to other places, this place is really not suitable. From the satellite map, this area doesn't look dangerous. There is National Highway 315 in the south and Provincial Highway 305 in the north. In fact, the area here is surprisingly large. Once you enter, the intricate and maze-like Jotun landforms will kill you. Cang Yunfeng said from the bottom of his heart, thank you, brother. Thank you for telling us such an important situation. I will buy you a drink when I have the chance. It doesn't matter whether you drink or not, you must not go in, it's really too dangerous. A phone call made Cang Yunfeng realize that this place was definitely not as simple as he imagined. Wang Ting held the satellite phone that had been hung up and explained, just now when I walked nearby, I suddenly remembered that my comrade had been to this area and crossed, so I called him. This was quite embarrassing. This call felt a bit like a morale-destroying call. Xie said, that's good. At least it gives us a better understanding of this area. Cang Yunfeng tilted his head to his collar, pinched his collar and said, everyone come here, let's have a meeting. Soon, everyone gathered together and formed a circle. Cang Yunfeng held up a tablet and said to everyone, we are only 2 kilometers away from the end of the track. Now I will mark 5 points on this less than 2 kilometers long track, namely A, B, C, and D. The end of the track is point A. I will be the lead car and I will come to this point. The following cars will follow suit. When the vehicles arrive at the corresponding points, they will stop and do not go any further. All the relay functions of the onboard radios will be turned on to ensure communication for the entire team. Long Yi suggested, Brother Feng, take all 4 search and rescue dogs with you. Point A is the deepest point and the danger is obviously greater than the ones behind it. If anything happens, these dogs can still be helpful. We have to make multiple preparations. If there is really someone interfering with the radio signal, then dogs will be the best way to communicate. Cang Yunfeng raised his head and looked at the sky, not knowing where Feifei was wandering off to at this time. With 4 dogs on the front car, Mr. Song was forced to move to the rear car. After a simple deployment, Cang Yunfeng and Xie returned to the car with the 4 dogs and once again confirmed that the relay function of the car radio was fully turned on. The so-called relay function is simply understood as the addition of signal forwarding. The distance between point A and point E is about 2 kilometers. If you call directly, the signal may not be transmitted from A to E. However, with the addition of 3 points B, C, D in the middle, these 3 points carry the function of signal reception and transmission, shortening the communication distance between A and E. After setting off again, Cang Yunfeng drove the car, and CS sat in the passenger seat and reported the road conditions with the microphone of the car radio. After driving about 1 kilometer, Cang Yunfeng's car arrived at point E. CS said, the first car has arrived at point E, and it will continue to move forward. Car number 2, Wang Teng, sees the car. Car number 3, Little Fatty, takes possession of the goods. Car number 4, Qin Shuang copied the order. Car number 5, Long Yi, take it. The lead car continued to move forward. When it arrived at point D, Xie reported the information again, and Long Yi in car number 5 replied, car number 5 has arrived at point E and is on standby. The lead car continued to move forward, and the voices coming from the intercom were, car number 4 has arrived at point D and is on standby, and car number 3 has arrived at point C and is on standby. At this point, Xie noticed that there was noise in the communication between her and car number 5, and Long Yi's words were not clear. Fortunately, there were several other cars acting as relay stations, so the conversation was maintained. This is enough to prove that Wang Teng's comrades did not lie and that this place is indeed very strange. At this time, Cang Yunfeng and Xie had arrived at point B. The end of the track was just around the corner, which was the last point where Dashan lost contact. The 4 dogs in the car began to become anxious and looked around in the back seat. Especially the dog that had just followed Dashan became nervous and even barked at the front of the car. Xie turned around and stroked the dog's head to comfort it. At this time, Wang Teng's car caught up and appeared on the right side of Cangyun Peak. He rolled down the window. Xie also rolled down the window and looked at Wang Teng. The 2 cars were parked side by side. At this moment, the dog in the back seat suddenly jumped to the front seat, jumped out through the open window, barked, and ran wildly in the direction of the front of the car. Cang Yunfeng lost his composure after seeing this scene. He turned his head and shouted to Wang Teng on the right, stand by at point B as planned. After saying this, Cang Yunfeng's right foot had already stepped on the accelerator. After the silicone oil fan made a sound, the car body rushed out in the yellow sand following the dog. Li Lu's voice came from the car radio, reminding, Brother Feng, be careful. About 3 seconds later, Long Yi's voice came from the speaker of the car radio, what? I didn't hear it clearly. Repeat it again. Li Lu picked up her microphone again and said loudly, Haydn jumped out of the car and rushed from point B to point A, Brother Feng followed him in his car. I reminded Brother Feng to be careful. Qin Shuang at point D heard these words vaguely, and he repeated them to Long Yi, saying at the same time, this place is very strange, and the effect of the relay radio is not very ideal. Cang Yunfeng stepped on the accelerator and followed Haydn closely. There was a left turn ahead, and Cang Yunfeng followed Haydn's footprints and caught up quickly. When the car body passed through the yellow sand and completed the turn, the car that Dashan drove away in the morning appeared in front of him, and it was parked in the same place. Haydn circled around the car anxiously. When he saw Cang Yunfeng catching up, Haydn simply started yelling at the front of Cang Yunfeng's car. When Cang Yunfeng saw Dashan sitting in the driver's seat of the car, he stepped on the brake pedal to the bottom, jumped out of the car as soon as it stopped, and ran straight to Dashan's car. After jumping out of the car at Cangyun Peak, Xie picked up the car radio and tried to see if the communication with the car behind was normal. Only Wang Teng and Li Lu responded on the car radio. The mound they had just bypassed was equivalent to a dividing line. Outside the mound, communication between several cars could still be barely maintained through the relay station. After entering this area, the communication quality dropped sharply. After getting off the car, Cang Yunfeng quickly ran to the side of the car and reached out to pull the door, but found that the door was locked. Cang Yunfeng slapped the glass and shouted, "Dashin, Dashin, wake up, Dashin." Dashin in the car was still sitting in the driver's seat with his eyes closed, without any reaction. Seeing this, Cang Yunfeng no longer hesitated. He pulled out a baton from the right side of his thigh and hit the car window 3 times in a row. It was not until the third hit that the car window was smashed into a spider web shape. He pushed the mesh glass open with his right hand and reached out to open the car door from the inside. At this time, Sia came up from behind with a bottle of water in her hand, wanting to give it to Dashin to drink. But the moment the car door opened, the two saw an incredible scene. Dashin was wearing a t-shirt and had an incredible scar on his right arm. The length was about 10 centimeters and the width was about 3 or 4 centimeters. The wound could no longer be described as bloody and mangled. It was more of a burn, and these burns were obviously formed not long ago. There were also shoe prints around the burns, which was enough to prove that a pair of big feet had stepped on the injured skin. Seeing this scene, Cang Yunfeng's right hand couldn't help but tremble. It was the kind of trembling that he couldn't help. The mountain in front of him had existed since the beginning of the 9th team. They had gone through all the ups and downs together for so many years. They had climbed the snow-capped mountains, gone to the bottom of the lake, and fought side by side in the Chongtang no man's land. However, at this moment, this brother was tortured like this. Sia, holding the water, came to the car door and found Cang Yunfeng in a daze. She couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Cang Yunfeng came to his senses and was about to speak when a beam of light suddenly refracted into the corner of his eye. Cang Yunfeng glanced towards the 9 o'clock direction and saw a man in yellow camouflage clothes lying behind a mound about 100 meters away, looking over here with a telescope. Cang Yunfeng, who noticed something was wrong, lowered his voice and said to Sia, "There is someone at 9 o'clock, 100 meters away." Sia didn't look in that direction after hearing the voice. She knew very well that she would be exposed if she looked over there at this time. She asked in a low voice, "How is Dashin?" Cang Yunfeng looked towards the mountain, took a deep breath and said, "He should have fainted, his breathing is still normal, I don't know if he has any other injuries." At this time, Sia saw the scars of torture on his arms. She pinched the microphone on her collar and said, "Notify E to rush to point A, Dashin is injured. Car number 4 and car number 5 will move forward at the same time. After arriving at point C and D, they will be on standby." After hearing the voice, Li Lu conveyed Sia's order. Xiaopang drove forward and greeted Wang Teng when passing point B. Yi's job is the team doctor. The car has all the emergency medical supplies for the outdoors. After Yi arrived, she helped Dashin bandage his wound on the spot. When she was bandaging the wound and disinfecting it with alcohol, Dashin's face became distorted with pain, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Sia breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene, and said with concern, "Bear with it, Yi is helping you disinfect the wound." Dashin nodded with the little strength he had left, closed his eyes, clenched his teeth and refused to say a word. Even though beads of sweat covered his forehead, he still endured it. Yi moved quickly, disinfecting, applying medicine, and wrapping with gauze all in one go. The whole process lasted less than 3 minutes. Xiaopang took a towel from the car and climbed into the car from the passenger seat. He helped Dashin wipe the sweat off his forehead and asked, "Who made you like this?" Dashin said, "It was Scarface and the guy in black mask who came to pick up the goods. I lost consciousness after being knocked unconscious by the guy in black mask. When I woke up, I was in a tent. Scarface was still upset about the beating we gave him last night, and he happened to catch me, so he took out his anger on me." "Then why are you here again? Did you find a car and escape by yourself?" "I don't know," Dashin tried to recall. "I just remember that I was in the tent and Scarface tied my hands and feet. Then I passed out. When I woke up again, I saw you guys." Sia analyzed, "Scarface must have discovered our convoy coming. He didn't want us to search everywhere, so he released Dashin." Xiaopang asserted, "This group of people must be doing something shameful nearby." Cang Yunfeng whispered to Xiaopang, at the 9 o'clock position, there is at least one person lying on the ground with a telescope observing this side 100 meters away. Don't look over there yet. Dashan will sit in the passenger seat of this car, Xiaopang will drive this car, Xie and Yi will drive Xiaopang's car. After getting in the car, Xie will take Yi and turn around first, and go back the same way. Xiaopang will drive Dashan's car and turn around on the spot. Remember, turn around on the spot, and do everything you can to raise the dust on the ground to create an opportunity for me. Xie understood what Cang Yunfeng meant in an instant. She looked at Cang Yunfeng with an affirmative look and said softly, I will always be here. Cang Yunfeng nodded and said to Dashan, let me help you change your position, let's go. Dashan pretended to be strong and said, it's my hand that's broken, it's not like I can't move. I'm fine. I went around to the passenger seat by myself. By the way, before I was knocked unconscious, the front of the car suddenly fell down. I think both front tires were flat. Can you take a look? Are the wheels okay now? Cang Yunfeng replied, when I saw the dashcam, it seemed that the front tire had blown out, causing the front of the car to suddenly sink, but I just checked and the two front wheels are normal. You must have run into a trap like a ditch. Dashan said in an uncertain tone, I don't know, as long as the wheel is good, it's okay. As he said that, Dashan got out of the car by himself, walked around the car body and came to the passenger side. Xiaopang quickly gave up his seat. After Dashan sat down, Xiaopang helped Dashan fasten his seat belt. Xie took Yi back to the car that Xiaopang had just driven. Yi sat in the passenger seat, and the medicine box was fixed in the back seat. After getting in the car, they also had to buckle their seat belts. Cang Yunfeng once again returned to the Toyota 80, first opened the back door, and all four rescue dogs jumped into the back seat. Everyone else fastened their seat belts, but Cang Yunfeng seemed a little casual, and at the moment he closed the door, he put the baton in his left hand so that his right hand could reach it. The first car to move was Xie's. She put the car in reverse gear and the car moved backwards a bit. A man lying on the side of the mound 100 meters away saw this scene and said to Scarface, who was hiding behind him in a low voice, they are leaving. At this time, Scarface was lying on the side of the mound with his arms and legs spread out in a very comfortable posture. The task of observing the enemy situation was left to the people below. If Wang Fu Ling hadn't warned them not to cause trouble, he really didn't intend to let Dashan go. In Scarface's opinion, the fact that Dashan was beaten with a club in this area and then taken back to be tortured like this was enough to serve as a strong deterrent. He even felt that Team 9 should want to carve the words "Get away" on their foreheads at this moment. When Xie was reversing, Xiaopang first made a fake reverse move, but Xie's car was blocking the way behind him, so Xiaopang made a forward start move to confuse the observer who was lying on the ground 100 meters away. Sure enough, when the observer saw Xiaopang moving forward, he reported the news to Scarface beside him and said, the second car also moved, and when it tried to reverse, it found that the distance was not enough. Scarface confidently took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket, ready to smoke a cigarette in this comfortable position before going back. The fat man showed off his driving skills after putting the car in the forward gear. He turned the steering wheel to the left and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom with his right foot, quickly pulled up the handbrake and completed a 180 degrees turn on the spot. The rear wheels raised a cloud of dust that covered the sky. At the moment the dust rose, Cang Yunfeng put the car in low gear and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The LC-80 that had been in service for many years once again burst out with its due power. Taking advantage of the cover of smoke and dust, he rushed straight towards the 9 o'clock direction. After drifting half a circle, Xiaopang was going to evacuate with Dashan according to the original plan, but Dashan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said to Xiaopang, "Chong, follow Brother Feng." "Chong, I'm fine, don't worry about me. Don't let Brother Feng go by himself. There may be more than a dozen people over there. Go ahead." Xiaopang made up his mind and rushed forward following the route of Cangyun Peak. While Xiaopang was rushing forward, Xie was not idle either. She stepped back about 20 meters and found that Xiaopang's car had already raised dust. She picked up the microphone of the car radio and said to Wang Teng and Li Lu, "Wang Teng, go to point A for support, and the follow-up vehicles should go to point B and stand by." After that, Xie put down the microphone, shifted the car into D gear, and rushed out with Xiaopang's car. The observer thought these people were preparing to retreat. When he saw the car from Cang Peak rushing out of the yellow sand and heading towards him, he lost his composure and instinctively shouted, "Run!" Then he dropped the telescope in his hand, got up and ran away. Scarface was lying behind a mound, preparing to light a cigarette. When he heard the voice of the man next to him, he instinctively turned over and looked over here. It was not a big deal to see this, he almost got scared to death. At this moment, the front of Cang Yunfeng's car was less than 40 meters away from him, and the car was moving very fast. It was simply unrealistic to want to get up and run far in such a short distance. After all, how could a human's speed be compared with that of a car that has already started? Scarface did have some practical experience after all. At this critical moment, he was still quite calm. He immediately rolled back to the back of the mound and used the mound as a cover to avoid Cang Yunfeng's car. At the same time, he picked up the walkie-talkie on his body and shouted, "We've been discovered. Get ready to deal with them." Before he could finish his words, Cang Yunfeng's car passed by the mound and headed straight for the observer who was fleeing in the distance. Before the observer could run far, he was ruthlessly hit and flew away by the front of Cang Yunfeng's car. Scarface saw this scene, and before he could even start to feel upset, the car driven by Fatty flew over the mound and sped past Scarface. All Scarface saw was the chassis of the car flash by, and then the body of the car landed 5 meters in front of him. When the wheels touched the ground, the tires rubbed against the sand, rolling up a large piece of yellow sand that all fell on Scarface. This was not the end yet. Scarface heard another car coming from behind, so he quickly rolled over and hid on the other side of the mound. The car driven by Fatty was a support vehicle for Chen Lei and his team. After flying over the mound, the front suspension was paralyzed. The left upper arm suddenly broke, causing the steering gear rod to break, and the center of the front of the car shifted to the left completely uncontrollably. During the deviation, Dashan saw Scarface crawling around looking for cover through the windshield. He pointed at Scarface with his left hand and shouted to Xiaopang, "That's him." The car was already wrecked. Xiaopang picked up the microphone on the intercom and shouted, "Scarface is on the left behind the mound." After hearing the sound, Cang Yunfeng quickly turned left, and Scarface appeared in his sight, along with a dozen people hiding in the dark. Xie and Yi also pointed the car in this direction, and the two cars rushed towards Scarface at an 8-shaped angle. When he was about to catch up with Scarface, the two cars encountered a deep pit trap at the same level, and the front ends of the cars plunged into the pit at the same time. Cang Yunfeng's car was protected by a bumper, and the bumper hit the edge of the deep pit. The car was only going about 40 kilometers per hour at the time. Even so, his chest still hit the steering wheel heavily. If he hadn't been wearing a combat uniform with a breastplate for protection, he would probably have broken several ribs. Xie and Yi's situation was even worse, because they were driving a team support vehicle, which was not modified very well. The sudden impact caused the bumper to crack and the water tank to leak. This was not the worst. The worst thing was that the impact caused the airbags in the car to explode. Anyone who has been hit by an airbag knows that the impact at that moment cannot be described in words, and may even cause brief dizziness and tinnitus, and in more serious cases, brief fainting. The smell of gunpowder left by the airbag explosion lingered in the car. At this moment, more than a dozen people holding machetes approached from a distance. Scarface, in particular, saw that all three vehicles had lost their ability to move, and knew how many people were here. He even knew specifically that there were 5 people here, 3 men and 2 women. One of the men was Dashan, who was half disabled. Facing these people, Scarface was not afraid at all. He picked up a machete and shouted to the people who surrounded him, "Hurry up and kill them before the people behind arrive. Come on together." After hearing Scarface's order, more than a dozen people ran towards the 3 cars. Xiaopang was the first to get out of the car. He was holding a baton in his hand and ran towards the passenger seat while complaining, "Who the hell modified this junky car? The suspension was ruined by a flying dirt bump. Damn. It's really unlucky. How about you, Dashan?" Dashan's right hand was not able to move properly, so he unfastened his seatbelt with his left hand and shouted, "Don't worry about me, go and protect Yi, those people are going after Yi." Xiaopang opened the passenger door and said, "I'll go first, you be careful." After that, Xiaopang ran towards the car driven by Xie and Yi. Cang Yunfeng was faster than Xiaopang, but faster than Cang Yunfeng were the 4 search and rescue dogs. These 4 dogs were the first to arrive around Xie's car. Haydn was very good at tactics. He jumped onto the hood first, and then jumped from the hood to the roof luggage rack. He looked down at the dozen people running over from not far away. His 2 front paws were grabbing the edge of the luggage rack, his hind legs were bent, and while he was roaring at the dozen people, he was ready to pounce at any time. When Haydn jumped into the car, Cang Yunfeng was standing outside the main driver's door with a baton in his hand and helped Xie open the door. Xie had just come back to her senses from the airbag explosion. She leaned out with her right foot on the pedal, grabbed the luggage rack with her right hand, stepped on the door frame with her left foot, and jumped onto the engine cover. She turned around on the engine cover and slid to the passenger side. She used her body to block the passenger door to protect E. E is the weakest girl in the team. She rarely fights and even rarely speaks loudly. She always looks gentle and cute, and is treated like a younger sister by everyone. Xiaopang came over and stood side by side with Xie. He comforted E and said loudly, "Don't be afraid, Nizi. I, your fat brother, will protect you. As long as your fat brother is here, no one can hurt you." Not far away, Dashan came out from the smoke and dust, his bare right arm wrapped in a piece of gauze, and his left hand held a 1.5-meter-long steel crowbar, which was usually used as a ground anchor for rescue. The burly Dashan looked like Tarzan. He turned the crowbar behind him and walked towards the car step by step. Scarface was a little surprised by this scene. He was the only one who knew how badly Dashan's right arm was injured. He didn't expect that in this situation, Dashan could still wield such a long steel bar as a weapon. He regretted not cutting the tendons of Dashan's hand. Dashan came to the side of the car and chose to stand at the rear of the car. At this point, the 5 people from Team 9 had all arrived, and they all protected E in the car. On the other side, Scarface and a dozen people wearing yellow camouflage uniforms and holding machetes also surrounded them. In Scarface's eyes, how could a dozen people not beat the 4 people in front of him? The key point was that the dozen people on his side were all holding machetes, and the other side was just a few women, weak and disabled. Thinking of this, Scarface raised a confident smile on his face, pointed his finger at Cang Yunfeng and said to his people, "I'll give you 3 minutes. I don't want to see anyone standing. Do it." Following an order, a dozen people around rushed up from different directions waving machetes. Cang Yunfeng strode forward with a baton in hand to meet the enemy. The men running in the front held a machete high and chopped straight at Cang Yunfeng's head, obviously wanting to kill Cang Yunfeng. Faced with such a clumsy attack, Cang Yunfeng didn't take him seriously at all. When the blade chopped at him, he didn't even resist. He just dodged with a sideways movement. At the moment of avoiding the blade, he raised his right arm and smashed the man's forearm hard. The man felt a sharp increase in pain, and the machete in his hand fell out of his hand with a scream. Cang Yunfeng stepped forward with his right foot, used the sole of his right foot as a fulcrum, turned quickly and flashed behind the man, raised the baton in his hand again, and hit the back of the man's head hard. After this hit, he no longer paid attention to the men, and strode towards the next person who rushed over. The man who was hit on the back of the head rolled his eyes and fainted, no longer able to fight. Dashan, who was holding a steel bar at the rear of the car, fought 2 men alone. Although the 2 men were holding machetes, they did not gain any advantage against the more than 1-meter-long steel bar in Dashan's hand. Even the knives in their hands did not touch Dashan's body. Just as the 2 men were thinking about attacking left and right, a search and rescue dog suddenly jumped out from under the car body and bit one of the men's thigh. The bitten man cried out in pain, "Ah!" His companion saw the dog and stepped back to the right alertly. The bitten man raised his knife and prepared to kill the dog that bit him. At this time, Dashan seized the opportunity and smashed down with a steel bar at a 45-degree angle. The man noticed it and hurriedly blocked it with his knife. However, Dashan was too strong, and the weight and inertia of the steel bar made him unable to resist at all. The steel bar fell rapidly as it hit the blade, and finally landed on the man's shoulder. The sound of bones breaking was particularly clear in the chaotic battlefield. The man's right shoulder shrugged instantly and the knife in his hand fell out of his hand. Dashan then stepped forward and kicked the men to the ground, then swept the steel bar towards the men who had just dodged. Before the men could react, the steel bar had already hit his face, and his 2 rows of big teeth retired early. This fierce blow also made the men completely lose the ability to resist. After Dashan dealt with the 2 men, he was about to come to the passenger seat to help, but when he turned around, he found that Xiaopeng had somehow grabbed a knife. At this time, he held the machete in both hands and leaned against the car door to act as a door god. Meanwhile, Xie was 5 meters away from the car, holding a baton and killing like crazy. In the area less than 10 meters away from her, there were already 3 people lying on the ground, and the 2 people who were confronting her were now fighting and retreating. Among the crowd, only Cang Yunfeng did not retreat but advanced instead. With the help of 3 dogs, he was invincible and cut through all obstacles all the way to Scarface. Scarface still fantasized that he could get rid of these people in 3 minutes, but now less than 2 minutes had passed and most of his men had fallen. At this moment, Scarface was a little panicked. Cang Yunfeng was only a dozen meters away from him. He pointed at Cang Yunfeng and threatened, "Don't come over. Believe it or not, I will kill you." While saying this, Scarface was retreating again and again. After Cang Yunfeng spun the baton in his right hand around his fingertips, he threw it directly at Scarface, who was not far away. Scarface saw the baton flying towards him and instinctively raised his hand to block it, thus missing the only time to escape. When the baton hit Scarface, Cang Yunfeng also rushed over and kicked Scarface 3 meters away. Scarface fell backwards and lay on the ground. Cang Yunfeng bent down to pick up the baton that fell on the ground, rushed forward quickly, swung the baton and smashed it at Scarface's head. Scarface's head was immediately broken and bleeding. At this moment, dust appeared behind many mounds in the distance, and along with the dust, there was a cry from a loudspeaker, "Stop!" Cang Yunfeng and the others looked in the direction of the sound. A dozen cars slowly emerged from the dust and surrounded them in a fan-shaped angle. They stopped 20 to 30 meters away from the group. 2 people rushed out of each car. The leader was the man in black mask. The car he was driving had a tweeter hanging on it. At this moment, he was holding a microphone similar to the one used in a car radio. He said to Cang Yunfeng, "You'd better not act rashly, otherwise you won't be able to get out of this desperate situation." Hearing this, Cang Yunfeng couldn't help laughing. He looked down at the half-dead scarred men, then looked at the men in the black mask opposite him, and put away the baton in front of the men in the black mask. The black masked man was very satisfied with this scene, but he didn't think so the next second, because Cang Yunfeng put away the baton and stretched his hand to the right rear. Xiaopeng ran and stumbled and handed the steel knife in his hand to Cang Yunfeng. When Cang Yunfeng took the steel knife, he looked at him provocatively. Just as the man in the black mask was about to speak, Cang Yunfeng had already raised the knife in his hand and chopped it down at the scarred man's right shoulder. With a miserable roar, the knife was embedded in the scarred man's shoulder blade, and blood spurted out along the bone gap. After the cut, Cang Yunfeng bent down and grabbed the scarred man's right arm, dragging the scarred man's body like a dead dog step by step towards the black masked man. One can imagine what kind of pain Scarface was going through at this moment. Dashan saw this scene. He was not mistaken. This was the Cang Yunfeng he followed. The pain he endured was returned to him by Cang Yunfeng several times or even dozens of times. When the man in the black mask saw Cang Yunfeng pulling the scarred body towards him, he was not willing to be outdone. He threw away the microphone in his hand, reached out and pulled out a Mitsubishi bayonet, and strode forward. Cold weapons such as the Mitsubishi bayonet are banned internationally because they are too cruel. The trauma caused by stabbing into the body is irreversible. People who use these cold weapons are all cruel and ruthless people with no bottom line. The distance between the 2 people was getting closer and closer, and when it was only about 10 meters, both sides stopped at the same time. The scarred man who had no ability to resist was stepped on by Cang Yunfeng. This scene made the man in the black mask very angry. But at this moment, Cang Yunfeng took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, completely ignoring the man in the black mask. This also completely angered the man in black mask. He shouted loudly and swung the 3-edged bayonet towards Cang Yunfeng's chest. The speed was very fast, which was no longer comparable to those minions holding steel knives. At the moment when the bayonet approached his body, Cang Yunfeng pulled out the baton on the outside of his thigh with his right hand to block it. The baton and the bayonet made contact and sparks flew. The bayonet passed by Cang Yunfeng's right rib. Cang Yunfeng, who had been calm and composed just now, now felt a little scared and thought he had underestimated the enemy. In fact, it was true. The man in the black mask was very agile. When he fought with Cang Yunfeng at close range, his attacks were fast and fierce. For a while, Cang Yunfeng could only parry and had no ability to fight back. After more than 10 moves, Cang Yunfeng realized that if he just resisted, he would definitely suffer a loss. If there was even the slightest loophole in his defense, he would be knocked down by the opponent. The best defense is offense. After thinking this through, Cang Yunfeng seized the opportunity. When he saw the bayonet in the black mask's hand stabbing towards his left chest again, Cang Yunfeng used his breastplate to push it up. At the moment when the tip of the bayonet hit the breastplate, Cang Yunfeng raised the baton in his hand and hit the black mask's forehead, followed by a kick in the black mask's chest to distance the two men. Although Cang Yunfeng narrowly won this round, it felt a bit like cheating. The man in the black mask was hit so hard that he was dizzy and took several steps back. His eyes were filled with endless anger. He stared at Cang Yunfeng and threatened, "You are looking for death. Believe it or not, I will bury all of you here and leave your bodies undiscovered." Cang Yunfeng raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and asked, "You guys want to keep us here?" The man in the black mask decided to prove himself with his strength. He raised his right hand, and the people behind him immediately responded and prepared to take action. At this moment, Wang Ting's voice came from Cang Yunfeng's earphone, "Brother Feng, don't be afraid, we are coming." As soon as the words fell, Wang Ting, Long Yi, Qin Shuang and others appeared in the back driving a car. Seeing this scene, the black mask dared not act rashly. He didn't know how many people were in the 3 cars. In addition, Cang Yunfeng, Xie, Dashan, and Xiaopang had defeated more than a dozen people with scarred faces before. This fighting power was extraordinary. Although there were more than 20 people on his side, the general fighting power of these people was not high, similar to the previous group, and they might not have the upper hand in a real fight. The most important thing is that Black Mask has seen Cang Yunfeng's skills. If Cang Yunfeng was not there, Black Mask might be more confident. Considering that Cang Yunfeng alone could hold him back, he instantly doubted himself and his people. To put it bluntly, it was his overconfidence that led him to only believe in himself, thinking that he could fight 5 or 10 at a time. Once the opponent had someone of equal strength to him, he felt that his overall strength would be gone. 3 cars were parked side by side at the back, and Wang Teng, Li Lu, Qin Shuang, Xiao Ding, Long Yi, Pen Shui and Mr. Song got out of the car together. Suddenly, the pressure was put on the men with the black mask, especially when Wang Teng and Li Lu walked forward. The men with the black mask keenly noticed that these 2 people had either been special police or soldiers, and the aura they exuded was different from that of others. Li Lu was playing with a butterfly knife in her right hand, with such skill that it made people a little timid. The reason why Li Lu was playing with a butterfly knife was related to her brother's barbecue restaurant. The barbecue restaurant had roasted lamb legs, and customers often asked the waiters to help shave the meat off the bones. Li Lu happened to have a butterfly knife that Xie had given her. Li Lu used this knife to shave lamb legs, and later she became more and more skilled in using it, and even mastered the skill. In the eyes of the men with the black mask, a girl with a ponytail who can play with a butterfly knife to such a level must be a gangster and should not be underestimated. The stalemate between the 2 sides began from this moment. Behind Cang Yunfeng was the entire Team 9. Behind the black mask were more than 20 strong men holding steel knives. If a fight broke out, he had no confidence in winning. Scarface lay flat on the ground, looking up at the sky and gasping in pain. Some of those who had been knocked down before recovered and quietly retreated to the camp of the black-masked people. The number of people on the black-masked side was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, but the increase was only those who were injured, and it did not play any substantial role. Just when the 2 sides were in a stalemate, an unlicensed Hummer drove out from the mound behind the black mask, stirring up a cloud of dust. The Hummer drove past the crowd in the back row and went straight to the men in the black mask before stopping. The driver and the co-pilot got out of the car quickly, and then both opened the back door at the same time. Huang Fu Ling appeared from the back seat of the main driver's seat. He was wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses. After seeing Huang Fu Ling appear, those people holding steel knives immediately became orderly as if they saw faith. The man in the black mask also bowed his head when he saw Huang Fu Ling. The person who got off the car with Huang Fu Ling was an old man who looked to be about the same age as Mr. Song. His hair was already gray and he wore a pair of high-power myopic glasses on his nose. The old man was leaning on a cane when he got off the car. Huang Fuling walked around the car and took the initiative to support the old man, showing extreme respect. After the two men came and stood beside the man in the black mask, the old man pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and was about to take a closer look at the men in front of him when old Song came over from behind and went straight to Cang Yunfeng, his eyes always fixed on the old man opposite. Finally, the old man's eyes fell on old Song's face. As they looked at each other, they called out each other's nicknames in unison. Song Datu. Qin is brainless. Hearing the nicknames of these two people, everyone almost fainted. One is Big Head and the other is No Brain. They must have a very good relationship to call each other so unscrupulously. Cang Yunfeng looked at Mr. Song and asked, "Do you know each other?" Elder Song introduced excitedly, "Yunfeng, let me tell you, this is Dr. Qin, an expert in pseudoscience." Bah! Dr. Qin cursed without hesitation, "It's been years since we last met, and you're still so mean. What I'm studying is called pseudoscience. That's called non-natural science." "Haha," Mr. Song said proudly, "they are all the same. You just don't do your job." Ahem. Huang Fuling deliberately coughed twice at this time. After interrupting the conversation between the two old men, he bent down slightly and whispered in Dr. Qin's ear, "These people suddenly appeared here, and appeared one after another. It is definitely not accidental. I suggest that things be done more cleanly." The implication of this statement is to kill the people in front of him. After hearing Huang Fuling's words, Dr. Qin suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. At this moment, he hesitated and his expression became solemn. The subtle change in expression did not escape Cang Yunfeng's eyes. He silently prepared to take action at any time. Mr. Song seemed to be unaware of the danger and asked casually, "What are you doing here? Is there something you like here?" Dr. Qin smiled awkwardly and turned his head to Huang Fuling beside him. Huang Fuling bent down again and put his ear close to Dr. Qin's mouth. Dr. Qin said something in Huang Fuling's ear. Huang Fuling straightened up after listening, looked at Cang Yunfeng and asked, "Do you still want to leave here?" Cang Yunfeng laughed when he heard this, and asked in a violent and teasing tone, "What do you mean? Do you have the final say on whether I want to leave here? If I say I want to leave, can you still stop me?" Huang Fuling's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he said in a provocative tone, "After beating our people like this, do you think it's appropriate for you to just leave like this?" This is obviously looking for a reason to keep Cang Yunfeng and others. Facing such words, Cang Yunfeng raised his right hand domineeringly, pointed the baton in his hand at the tip of Huang Fuling's nose and said, "If I want to leave, you can't stop me. If I want to stay, you can't drive me away. If you don't believe me, try it." Huang Fuling was very upset by the arrogant Cang Yunfeng. He immediately winked at the black mask. The black mask raised the three-edged military dagger again and prepared to step forward, but was blocked by Dr. Qin. He tried to smooth things over and said, "Don't argue, don't argue. There must be some misunderstanding. Song Datu and I have been friends for more than 10 years. It is definitely fate that we meet here." At this point, Dr. Qin looked at Mr. Song and said, "I know you must be interested in these strange things. Come with me, I will take you to see some wonders that you have never seen before." Old Song said bluntly, "Why do I feel like you are trying to trick me into going in? Do you have bad intentions? It's not up to me to decide whether to go or not. Ask Yunfeng." Dr. Qin turned his gaze towards Cang Yunfeng and extended an invitation, saying, "I am inviting you at this time, and you may think that I am plotting something against my will and want to invite you to a homeland feast. But what I want to say is that it is basically impossible for you to escape unscathed now. Why don't you follow us back to the camp first? We can slowly negotiate a solution after we get there. After all, we have been beaten like this, and it will not work if we don't give you an explanation." Hearing this, Cang Yunfeng was extremely happy. His purpose was to go deep into the other party's lair to investigate Wang Hai's affairs, but he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to propose the idea of house arrest. He was happy in his heart but couldn't show it on his face, so Cang Yunfeng still pretended to be very resistant and asked back, "What explanation do you want? I also want to ask you, did he do this to my brother Dashan's arm?" As he said this, Cang Yunfeng stepped hard on Scarface's shoulder blade. The man in the black mask was furious. He didn't expect Cang Yunfeng to stomp on Scarface in front of so many people. This was obviously a slap in their faces. He pointed the three-edged military bayonet in his hand at the tip of Cang Yunfeng's nose again and said, "If you touch him again, I'll stab you to death." Cang Yunfeng was not going to tolerate him either, so he swung his baton and hit the black masked man directly. Seeing this, the black masked man raised his hand to block, and then rushed forward and wrestled with Cang Yunfeng. At first, Cang Yunfeng still had some offensive moves, but soon turned into a fully defensive move, trying his best not to be hurt by the black mask's three-edged military dagger. He became more and more conservative as the fight went on, and retreated repeatedly for stability. Fatty frowned as he watched from the sidelines, muttering quietly, "Brother Feng is not in good shape, why is he being suppressed?" Xie lowered her voice and responded, "He is acting. Only if he loses to the black mask can we become captives and be forced to follow them in, making the other side mistakenly think that we had no choice." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the black mask kicked Cang Yunfeng in the stomach. Cang Yunfeng took 3 steps back and sat on the ground. The three-edged military bayonet in the hand of the man in the black mask also pressed against Cang Yunfeng's chest. Dr. Qin shouted at this time, "Stop." As he spoke, Dr. Qin had come to the black mask. He pushed the black mask away and stretched his hand towards Cang Yunfeng and said, "Are you okay?" Cang Yunfeng got up from the ground and looked at Dr. Qin with complicated eyes. Dr. Qin looked at old Song and said, "Song Datu, believe me. What I show you will definitely shock you. You will thank me." Huang Fu Ling said in a threatening tone, "Follow us or bury us here, it's your choice." At this time, Song Lao stepped forward and said, "Okay, Qin Wunao, since you invited me, I will go with you to see what you are doing here." Cang Yunfeng said, "Old Song and I will go in with you, and the rest of you will leave." Huang Fu Ling pointed his finger at Cang Yunfeng's nose and said, "You are not qualified to negotiate with me." After that, he said to the black masked men, "Surrender your weapons and take everyone back." The man in the black mask led his men forward, took the baton from Cang Yunfeng's hand, and symbolically searched him, taking away a survival knife hanging on his waist. The rest of the people could not escape this step either, and everyone cooperated tacitly. After the body search, the men in the black mask arranged for the members of Team 9 to get into their car, blindfolding them. Each person was placed in a separate car, which made it quite mysterious. Only Mr. Song was treated better. He was taken to the Hummer by Dr. Qin. Huang Fu Ling sat on the left side of the back seat of the Hummer, Dr. Qin sat on the right side of the back seat, and Mr. Song was arranged in the middle. After getting in the car, Dr. Qin seemed a little excited and said to Mr. Song, "After so many years, I didn't expect to meet you here." Old Song frowned and asked, "What on earth are you doing here? Did you discover an ancient tomb?" Dr. Qin said disdainfully, "Do you think I'm like you, that I like to dig treasures out of the dead? I'm not interested in that. So what are you doing here?" Dr. Qin sighed and said, "Originally, I shouldn't tell you this, it's confidential, but now that you're here, it's hard to keep it to yourself. So I'll just tell you directly that we discovered a prehistoric civilization here." Prehistoric civilization. Old Song couldn't help but repeat loudly, "You didn't frame me." Dr. Qin said confidently, "I have been studying these things for decades. You know that if there is no major discovery, I may stay in this place for 5 years. At this point, Dr. Qin sighed, 5 years, I have been here for 5 years in a blink of an eye. What did you find? Go in and take a look, and you'll know." The convoy walked in the Yaden Mound for about 40 minutes, turning and circling all the time, and finally arrived at the camp. After arriving at the camp, everyone's hoods were taken off. The scene in front of them moved many people. This camp was much larger than they had imagined. There were at least dozens of tents of various sizes, which meant that there were at least 100 or 200 people active here. In the center of the camp, there is a black stone the size of a basketball court. The height of the stone is about 2 stories. Some scaffolding has been built around the stone. Some people are lying on the scaffolding to clean the surface of the stone. There are some people below digging around the edge of the stone. The area around the stone has been dug to a depth of 3 or 4 meters. Although everyone is standing on flat ground, when they look at the stone, it is as if they are looking down. Song Lao stood with Cang Yunfeng and others, frowned at the stone and asked, "You have been here for 5 years, and you have only dug this stone." Dr. Qin asked, "What time is it?" Mr. Song raised his wrist and was about to tell the time when he suddenly realized something was wrong. The hands of his mechanical watch had malfunctioned. The second hand kept stuttering and would not move forward. Mr. Song thought his mechanical watch was broken, so he patted it and said, "The watch is broken." Dr. Qin pointed his finger forward and said, "It's not your watch that's broken." Everyone's eyes fell on the huge black stone again. Dr. Qin explained, "This is a meteorite from outer space. When we first found it, it appeared in the form of a mound of earth, just like the mounds of earth you see outside." Elder Song couldn't help but ask, "You mean, it was covered with sand at first? Like a mound? Then the surface soil was dug away, revealing this black stone?" Dr. Qin nodded proudly and said, "Yes, that's it." Old Song said, "There are so many earth mounds in the whole Yaden that it's hard to count them. Could it be that there are black stones underneath?" Dr. Qin explained, "That's not necessarily true. It's ridiculous. We found this meteorite because we found a disordered magnetic field when we passed by here, so we did some scientific research here. We first found some smaller meteorites, and finally found this big one. If it was just a meteorite, it wouldn't be a big deal. We found out from sampling that the density of this meteorite has reached 7.2, and the main elements are iron and nickel. The most incredible thing is that such a large meteorite is covered with carvings, and there is too much information recorded. Engraving on a meteorite? We can't be sure it's a meteorite yet, it's just a guess. So there's a carving on this stone? Yes, I'll take you to take a closer look when I have the chance. The carvings on it are all-encompassing. I dare say that this is the most shocking stone carving in human history." Elder Song pointed at the people below and asked, "Did you invite all these people?" Dr. Qin smiled awkwardly and said, "These are all people from the company. We are just working here. In this camp, there are more than 20 scholars and experts like me. They are all industry masters with extremely high attainments in different fields. They just do their own jobs here. You're still studying your prehistoric civilization. After you look at the relief on the stone, you will understand why I want to study this big stone. To be honest, there is a flying saucer shape on it, with humans kneeling on the ground and flying saucers hovering in the sky. This relief alone is enough to make me unable to move my feet. In addition, there are also some strange beast shapes recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, and they are all on this stone." Hearing this, Mr. Song's curiosity was aroused, and he couldn't help asking, "When will you take me closer to take a look?" "Heh." A cold snort came from the man in the black mask behind Mr. Song. He asked arrogantly, "Do you really think I'm inviting you in for a tour?" After hearing this, Old Song looked at Dr. Qin with dissatisfaction. Dr. Qin seemed very embarrassed. He leaned his head towards Old Song and said in a low voice, "The group of people from Huangfuling are responsible for the security here and to protect the information here from being leaked. So far, very few people in the outside world know about this place. So I asked you to come back because I don't want you to have a conflict with the people from Huangfuling again. In the situation just now, they would not let you go. You can't beat them, and you can't run away. The final result will definitely be a conflict. In the end, you will all die there, and your bodies will be buried in the yellow sand. No one may find them for decades or even hundreds of years." Old Song sneered and asked, "According to what you mean, we are imprisoned now, right?" Dr. Qin said, "Don't think so. We have a past relationship. If I hadn't thought about our relationship, I wouldn't have followed Huangfuling to pick you up. Wait for me to discuss with the other big bosses. After explaining your situation, you can see what the other bosses think. In short, you are all safe before discussing with the other bosses." Cang Yunfeng reached into his pocket, took out a cigarette, lit it, and asked leisurely, "According to what you mean, if the other bosses are not satisfied with us, we will not be safe, right?" Dr. Qin did not take Cang Yunfeng seriously. He thought that Cang Yunfeng's people were probably invited by Mr. Song, who was their boss. Facing Cang Yunfeng's question, Dr. Qin showed disdain. He said to Huangfuling behind him, "Take them away and wait for the bosses to hold a meeting to decide. As for Mr. Song, I will entertain him personally." Huang Fuling raised his hand and motioned the men in black mask to carry out the execution. The man in the black mask strode towards Cang Yunfeng, raised his hand to knock the cigarette off Cang Yunfeng's lips, stood in front of Cang Yunfeng and asked with his head tilted, "Do you want to cooperate or force us to do it?" After saying this, the men with machetes who had been responsible for escorting Team 9 became eager to try again, and one by one they held their knives and began to make gestures as if they were about to chop people. Cang Yunfeng took a deep breath, bent down and picked up the cigarette that had fallen to the ground, stood in front of the men in the black mask and said, "Wait for me to finish smoking this cigarette." As he spoke, Cang Yunfeng brought the cigarette to his lips again. Just as Cang Yunfeng was enjoying smoking, the man in the black mask raised his hand again and knocked Cang Yunfeng's cigarette to the ground. After the cigarette fell to the ground, he stepped on it and crushed it while asking, "I won't let you smoke anymore, what can you do?" Cang Yunfeng smiled awkwardly, rubbing his hands and said, "What can I do if I'm not allowed to smoke? If I'm not allowed to smoke, then I won't smoke." The man in the black mask was quite proud when he heard this. He pointed the three-edged military dagger in his hand at the tip of Cang Yunfeng's nose and threatened, "You'd better behave yourself. Maybe this will make me feel better and I will be gentler when we settle the score." Cang Yunfeng opened his mouth wider and wider facing the black mask, and sneezed directly at the black mask. The black mask instinctively raised his arms to block in front of him. At this moment, Cang Yunfeng suddenly moved. He grabbed the wrist of the man in black mask with his right hand and controlled his right hand holding the triangular bayonet. He took advantage of the momentum to move his body forward and nimbly moved to the right side of the man in black mask's body. He suddenly twisted the man in black mask's arm behind his back with his right hand. As the angle of his arm increased, the body of the man in the black mask also changed accordingly. He bent over and put his hands behind his back, only to hear a click sound from his shoulder. His entire right arm was dislocated, and the three-edged military dagger in the black mask's hand also fell into Cang Yunfeng's hand. This whole process was completed in just 3 seconds. When CS saw Cang Yunfeng taking action, she quickly attacked the henchman holding a machete beside her, controlling the knife, and seizing the knife, in one go. The thug who was watching over Li Lu was the same thug who had searched Li Lu just now. He took Li Lu's butterfly knife and put it in his trouser pocket. Li Lu was always paying attention. When Cang Yunfeng made a move, she also followed suit. Li Lu moved extremely quickly. She first used her left hand to control the right hand of the man holding the knife to prevent him from swinging the knife to hurt her. When she grabbed the man's wrist, she leaned her back against the man's chest and stretched her right hand into the man's trouser pocket. The moment she felt the butterfly knife in the trouser pocket, Li Lu showed off her skills. The butterfly knife seemed to have a telepathic connection with her right hand. After the blade rotated several times in her palm, Li Lu accurately grasped the handle and stabbed the man's thigh with the knife. The man screamed in pain, but before he could resist, Li Lu turned around and slashed the man's wrist with the blade, causing the machete in the man's hand to fall off instantly. Li Lu hooked the falling machete with her right foot, and the machete flew in an arc towards the nearby mountain. Dashan took advantage of his height, grabbed the machete, turned around and chopped at a knife-wielding thug beside him. The thug watched the knife fall and instinctively raised the knife above his head to block it. Dashan took the opportunity to kick the thug in the chest, and the thug took several steps back and fell to the ground with his legs spread out. The members of Team 9 had a very high level of tacit understanding. When launching a counterattack, everyone knew how to cooperate. Qin Shuang, Xiao Ding, Xiao Pang, Pan Shui, who were relatively weak in combat, formed a circle with their backs to each other. Yi was in the circle. Deshan, Long Yi, Li Lu, Shi Yu and others were on the periphery, responsible for protecting the people in the circle. Cang Yunfeng was the killer weapon of Team 9. He rushed into the crowd with a black mask and a three-edged bayonet in his hand. Cooperating with Cang Yunfeng were 4 search and rescue dogs. These 4 dogs played a crucial role in disrupting the battle situation. They would bite anyone they disliked and then run away. When their own people had the advantage, the dogs would never pester them regardless of the danger. They learned this from the little black back, who was a descendant of the Wolf King and was very cunning. What surprised Cang Yunfeng the most was not these dogs, but Wang Teng. This guy not only ran fast, but was also really fierce in a fight. His attacks were quick, accurate, and ruthless, and every move was aimed at the opponent's vital points. Especially after Wang Teng snatched a machete, He rushed into the crowd and killed people like crazy. In just a few moments, Wang Ting started chasing people with a machete in his hand. This was not a defensive style of play at all. Huang Fuling was upset when he saw this. He suddenly pulled out a pistol from his waist, an old Type 54 pistol. He first fired a shot into the sky, then pointed the muzzle at Old Song's forehead and shouted, "Stop it." After hearing the gunshots, Cang Yunfeng and Wang Ting did stop. The two walked over with unconvinced looks on their faces. Xie, who was hiding behind her, had already touched a survival knife with her right hand. Within 10 meters, Xie was confident that her flying knife could kill a cockroach with extremely high accuracy. Dr. Qin was anxious. He bent down and slapped his thigh and said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Can't we talk it out? Do we have to fight?" Huang Fuling, put down the gun. "Mr. Song is my friend. What are you doing?" Huang Fuling said sternly, "If you hadn't said you knew this old man, I would have killed them outside a long time ago. Why did you cause so much trouble? How are you going to explain this to the other bosses?" At this point, everyone realized that Dr. Qin saw Mr. Song first, and then followed Huang Fuling's car to the black sand situation. It seemed like an accidental encounter, but it was not actually the case. The fight just now attracted the attention of some excavators, but these people just watched from a distance, and then continued to do their own things, as if such things happened from time to time and could not arouse their interest at all. Two people walked over from the black stone. They were wearing jackets and white helmets, looking a bit like construction site supervisors. They walked straight to Professor Qin, looked at Professor Qin and then at Huang Fuling. One of them asked, "Is the fight over recruitment again?" Huang Fuling answered the question irrelevantly, "The person you want will be delivered in 3 days." After hearing this, the two men didn't ask any more questions. As if they didn't see anything, they walked towards the tent in the blind spot in the distance, talking and laughing. After the two men left, Professor Qin took action directly, grabbed Huang Fuling's arm and said, "Put down the gun, can we talk it out?" Huang Fuling's veins popped up, and he asked angrily, "How can we talk nicely? They have challenged my bottom line again and again, and I have endured it for your sake. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have suffered so many casualties. I now suspect that there is something wrong with their identities, and they came here with ulterior motives." "That's right." Cang Yunfeng skillfully fiddled with the three-edged military dagger in his right hand, and said as he walked towards Huang Fuling, "We did come here for another purpose." Huang Fuling glared and asked, "Who are you?" Cang Yunfeng replied domineeringly, "Wilderness Team 9. Wilderness Team 9. Huang Fuling repeated these words, "I don't know you, what do you want to do?" Cang Yunfeng took out his cell phone, found Wang Hai's photo in it, showed it to Huang Fuling and Professor Qin, and said, "I'm here to find Wang Hai." "Is he here?" "Xiao Wang." Professor Qin said, "You know Xiao Wang, that's great, he's here." Hearing this, everyone in Team 9 breathed a sigh of relief. After all the hard work, they finally found him. Cang Yunfeng put away his phone and asked, "Where is he?" Professor Qin pointed to a large tent not far away with a 10 symbol on it. He said to Cang Yunfeng, "Xiao Wang was stung by a red scorpion and has been resting in the medical tent. Are you here for Xiao Wang? Since you are looking for someone, why don't you just say so?" At this time, Cang Yunfeng still didn't trust Professor Qin that much. He said to Professor Qin, "I need to meet someone. After meeting Wang Hai, we will sort out all the things. If we have offended you, we will compensate you for the losses caused. We will not pay less for medical expenses and nutrition expenses. If you can't give our Team 9 a reasonable explanation, then this killing is just the beginning." Huang Fuling raised the gun in his hand again, fired a shot into the sky, and then aimed at Old Man Song again. He shouted loudly, "Negotiate with me. I have a gun in my hand, what right do you have to negotiate with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a knife flew out from the gap in the crowd. When the tip of the knife collided with the gun, Huang Fuling felt his whole hand was numb. Although the gun in his hand did not fall to the ground, the deterrent power of this knife had already been given to Huang Fuling. Xie said lightly, "If you don't want to talk nicely, the next knife will pierce your throat. If you don't believe me, try it." Dr. Qin hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said, "No need, no need. Let's go to the medical tent and find someone first." Maybe we can talk it out when we meet. As he said this, Dr. Qin took the gun from Huang Fuling's hand. Huang Fuling was really shocked. Thinking back to the flying knife just now, he was terrified. Taking a step back, even if he had a gun in his hand and shot and killed 2 people, what would the consequences be for him? It was imaginable. The strength of the Wilderness Team 9 in front of him was simply overwhelming. Huang Fuling is responsible for security and recruitment of the entire Black Sand Desperate Situation project. His main task is to maintain the confidentiality of the entire construction site and recruit laborers. Those workers who dig sand next to the stones were all hired by the 2 brothers Huang Fuling and Huang Fuchang. As Dr. Qin said, there are more than 20 experts and professors in different fields on the construction site, doing research in different directions, and there is a mysterious boss behind the construction site. The boss provides money to support these experts and professors in their research. Experts and professors in each field are on the same level and do not interfere with each other's academic research. When these experts and scholars have any needs, they report to Huang Fuling, who then communicates with the outside world to meet their needs, with manpower and materials being the biggest needs. In the words of Dr. Qin, all the experts and scholars here are crazy. Huang Fuling has more than 40 sword-bearing guards under his command, who usually maintain order on the construction site and are also responsible for the transportation of materials. These people used to follow Huang Fuling in gangsterism. Before coming to the construction site, the 2 brothers Huang Fuling and Huang Fuchang helped the big boss behind the scenes to deal with some underworld matters and kept these thugs under their command. Although these people are big and strong and look fierce, they actually only rely on their tall and strong stature to scare ordinary people. When they really meet retired soldiers like Cang Yunfeng, Xie, and Wang Teng, they all seem vulnerable. Huang Fuling was frightened and a little depressed. Dr. Qin asked the people from Team 9 to follow him, and he would take them to the medical tent to see Wang Hai. Old Song was frightened by the gun just now. He deliberately walked in the middle of the crowd, not daring to get close to Dr. Qin or Huang Fuling. Xiaoding saw his embarrassing look. At this time, Xiaoding still wanted to make a joke. He came to Old Song and reached out to touch his crotch. Old Song slapped Xiaoding's hand away and asked, "What are you doing? You pervert." Xiaoding joked, "Let me feel you to see if you've peed your pants." "What are you thinking? I don't have any improper thoughts about you." Old Song raised his leg and kicked Xiaoding in the butt, muttering, "Do you think I was brought up by being scared?" Fatty added, "You are not just big, you are old, old, old. Old." In this situation, the people of Team 9 can still joke around without paying attention to others. This strong psychological quality comes from their own strength. Indeed, these big brothers who come from the underworld are simply crushed in front of Team 9. Dr. Qin was walking in the front of the team. Cang Yunfeng followed beside Dr. Qin, holding the stolen 3-edged military bayonet in his hand. After these people left the place where the fight had just taken place, those who were knocked to the ground gradually got up one by one. The Black Mask's arm was dislocated by Cang Yunfeng. This was already Cang Yunfeng's mercy, but the Black Mask did not appreciate it. After putting his dislocated arm back in place with the help of his teammates, he stared at the backs of Team 9 and said to himself, "If I let you leave the Black Sand Desperate Situation alive, I swear I will not be a human in my next life." At the front of the team, Cang Yunfeng asked as he walked, "When did Wang Hai come here? How did he get in?" Dr. Qin answered in an uncertain tone, "It seems that he was hired by Huang Fuling to be responsible for car maintenance. I am not sure about the details. Huang Fuling is in charge of this area. This kid is a bit unlucky. He had an accident on the 4th day after he came in. He has been in a semi-comatose state since he was stung by a red scorpion. Why wasn't he sent to the hospital as soon as possible? Also, was Wang Hai alone when he came here?" Dr. Qin suddenly remembered something and replied, "I remember Wang Hai came with his wife. On the 2nd day after being stung by the scorpion, his wife said it was not a big problem and that he would be fine after taking some Tibetan medicine." Yes, yes. When he said this, Dr. Qin remembered a lot of details. He said with certainty, his wife is a Tibetan girl. She also said that she had seen this kind of red scorpion before. Many people here have been stung by red scorpions. Some of them vomited for 2 days and took some anti-inflammatory drugs to recover. Some people were so seriously ill that Huang Fuling arranged for someone to send them away. I am not in charge of this area, so I am not very clear. Xie, who was following behind Cang Yunfeng, whispered to Cang Yunfeng, if Dr. Qin didn't lie, then Wang Hai and Ram should have come here together. After Wang Hai was injured, Ram suggested going home to find Tibetan medicine. This also explains why the two separated. Dr. Qin was a little dissatisfied when he heard this and asked, why would I lie? To be honest, if I hadn't seen Song Datu on the surveillance camera, I wouldn't have intervened in this matter. Huang Fuling wouldn't have let you find this place. I saw Song Datu was excited. Surveillance. Cang Yunfeng asked, is there any surveillance nearby? Dr. Qin suddenly realized that he had let something slip, but since he had said it, he simply didn't care about it anymore and said straightforwardly, there are hidden cameras at all the intersections that may lead to here. We have been here for 5 years, and the infrastructure has been almost completed. Those cameras are hidden relatively well, so it's normal that you didn't find them. What would you do if you found someone breaking in? Dr. Qin was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, this has never happened in the past few years. The roads here are complicated, and there are many hidden pits and sand ditches around. It's too difficult to get in. Besides, who would go to this remote place for no reason? Are you bored? If you think about it carefully, what Dr. Qin said does make sense. Who would come here for no reason? The surrounding area is hundreds of kilometers away, with Yadan landforms everywhere. Survival is a problem here, so who would come here to hang out? As they were talking, everyone had already approached the medical tent, which was a particularly large rectangular tent, estimated to be around 70 or 80 square meters. After entering the tent, they saw more than a dozen camp beds neatly arranged, some of which had people lying on them. There is a simple partition at the innermost part of the tent. 2 medical staff in white coats are busy inside. It can be seen that this is a medical tent that is simple yet formal. There is also a folding table next to each camp bed, on which are placed thermos cups, boxed milk, and even fruits. Cang Yunfeng, Xie, Song Lao, Yi, and Xiaopeng followed Dr. Qin into the medical tent. Li Lu, Wang Teng, Dashan, Long Yi, Qin Shuang, Xiao Ding, and others stood outside the medical tent in a tacit understanding, occupying their positions in different places. Each of them kept their knives in their hands and were on guard at all times. Soon, Cang Yunfeng saw Wang Hai on a camp bed. The brother he missed day and night finally met. He was still alive, but his condition was not good. Wang Hai's arms exposed outside the quilt were covered with red spots. The 4 drip was filled with anti-inflammatory drugs and glucose to maintain his life. Yi quickly came forward and sat beside the camp bed, reaching out to touch Wang Hai's forehead, and then said to Xie, he has a slight fever. At this time, 2 medical staff from the camp came out of the small compartment, looked at everyone and asked, who are you? Are you a new doctor? Cang Yunfeng did not answer the 2 medical staff, but asked directly, why is Wang Hai like this? The medical staff replied, I was stung by a red scorpion on my arm. This is the condition of everyone who is stung. Some people recover faster, and some recover slower. What are the symptoms? I had red spots on my body, was drowsy, and had blurred consciousness. I was vomiting a few days ago, but now I feel much better. Wang Hai, who was lying on the bed, heard someone chatting. He slowly opened his eyes and the first person he saw was Yi, who was closest to him. He couldn't believe what he saw and asked in a weak voice, Yi. Is it really you, sister you, brother Feng, fatty, am I dreaming? Cang Yunfeng squatted on one side of the camp bed, held Wang Hai's hands tightly with both hands, and said excitedly, good brother, you are not dreaming, we are here, we will take you home. Wang Hai smiled on his pale face and said softly, I don't know how long I slept. Is Ram back? Have you seen her? Hearing this question, Cang Yunfeng instinctively turned his head to the side. Xie then stepped forward and said in a very obscure way, it was Ram who told us that you were here. We will take you back. After hearing this, Wang Hai mistakenly thought that Ram was still alive and his mood became much better. Cang Yunfeng turned around and asked, how did you get here? Wang Hai recalled, I was brought here by a client. I had a shop in Lhasa at that time. One of my clients modified several cars. Seeing that I had good modification skills, He offered me a high price to come to their camp and upgrade the cars. Ram and I came here together. I didn't expect that I would be stung by a red scorpion after only 3 days. Then I became very ill. Thanks to their care. When he said this, Wang Hai looked at the 2 medical staff with gratitude and said, "Thank you for your hard work these days." The 2 medical staff looked very friendly. The older one was a woman in her 40s, and the other was a nurse in her early 20s. In response to Wang Hai's gratitude, they simply replied, "This is what we should do." Wang Hai's attitude towards the 2 medical staff showed that they were doing their job conscientiously. The older doctor said to Cang Yunfeng and the others, "His condition is quite common here. Some people recover in 3 to 5 days, while others have to be sent away when their condition becomes serious. However, his condition has been very stable. I also suggested sending him away. After all, it has been so many days," but Huang Fuling refused. "Thank you." Yi stood up and said to the older doctor, "Thank you for taking care of our friend. We plan to take our friend out." The older doctor said, "Wait a moment." Then she turned and walked back to the cubicle. When she came out again, she was holding 2 bottles of glucose solution. After handing them to Yi, she reminded him, "He hasn't eaten much these days and is too weak. Take these 2 bottles of glucose solution with you." Yi took the glucose solution and thanked again. Wang Hai was really weak, and he fell asleep again after just a few words. Cang Yunfeng said to Song Lao beside him, "Don't worry about anything else, we must send Wang Hai out as soon as possible." Elder Song looked at Dr. Qin and said to him, "Please make the arrangements. Send us out the same way we came in. Isn't that too much trouble for you?" Dr. Qin's face flashed with difficulty, and he said awkwardly, "Why don't you stay here for a few more days and study this project with me? It's very interesting. Song Datu, you will definitely be interested." Hearing this, Mr. Song's face suddenly changed. He looked at Dr. Qin and asked in a provocative tone, "What? Are you going to put us under house arrest?" Dr. Qin hurriedly explained, "How can I tell you? It's easy to get in here, but hard to get out. Not to mention you, even I don't know how to get out. The magnetic field interference here is particularly serious. All kinds of satellite navigation are useless here. Don't look at this entire area, which is only a few hundred square kilometers, but the terrain here is complicated, like a maze, and it's too difficult to get out. Are you kidding me? If it's so difficult to get in and out, how are you going to get in and out? How are you going to get food and water?" Huang Fuling is in charge of the entry and exit of all personnel here. Even those of us who are engaged in scientific research have to apply to Huang Fuling for entry and exit. Huang Fuling will then ask the boss for permission. After getting permission, Huang Fuling will take us in and out. In fact, after coming here, few people want to go out, because before coming in, everyone has signed a confidentiality contract and received a lot of advance payment at one time, so people who come in don't want to go out. Once they go out, the balance will be reduced according to the number of times they go out. Besides, look at these highly educated lunatics, even if you drive them out, they don't want to go out. After all, the discoveries here are too shocking. Cang Yunfeng asked, "You mean, if we don't ask Huang Fuling for help, we won't be able to leave this place?" Although Dr. Qin did not give a direct answer, he basically acquiesced. He said meaningfully, "Here, although there are experts and scholars in various fields, everyone's status is equal to each other, but Huang Fuling controls the resources here, so everyone respects him more, and his words naturally become more important." Xie raised a faint smile and looked at Cang Yunfeng and said, "It feels a bit like a closed society. Whoever controls the resources wins respect and status." Elder Song said to Dr. Qin, "Then you go and negotiate with Huang Fuling to send us out, or do we go by ourselves?" Dr. Qin advised, "Song Datu, you'd better calm down. This matter can only be discussed. I'm afraid that a hard approach won't work." The fat boy raised the machete in his hand and said with an unconvinced look on his face, "We are leaving, can he stop us?" Dr. Qin asked back, "Without someone to lead the way, can you get out? Besides, if Huang Fuling is not sincere in letting you out, even if he takes you around in circles in the black sand despair, you won't know. Listen to me, this matter can only be negotiated, not forced." Xie glanced at Wang Hai who had fainted, and immediately said to the people around her in an ordering tone, "Take good care of Wang Hai, I'll go talk to Huang Fuling. Old Song said, Chin Datu, don't be idle. Let's go together. Outside the medical tent, there is a particularly large canopy, which serves as the meeting room of the camp. There are many folding chairs inside the canopy for people to rest. At this time, those who were beaten by Team 9 are gathered here, wiping each other with alcohol and iodine, and some people even directly apply Yunnan Baiyao. Generally speaking, Team 9 really showed mercy. Although the beating was quite fierce, there were basically no fatal injuries left. The most serious one was Scarface. With that knife from Cang Yunfeng, Scarface will be disabled for the rest of his life. This cannot be blamed on Cang Yunfeng's cruelty, but the main reason is that Scarface's torture of Dashan is really infuriating. Huang Fuling and the men in black masks saw Dr. Chin appear in the tent with Cang Yunfeng, Xie, and Old Song. At that moment, the atmosphere in the entire tent was not right, and everyone stood up alertly, as if a war was about to break out. Especially the black mask, he stared at the three-edged military dagger in Cang Yunfeng's hand and felt upset. This thing was his most handy cold weapon, but Cang Yunfeng took it away with one move, and used it to hurt their own people. It is simply not very harmful but extremely insulting. In contrast, Cang Yunfeng, Xie, and Old Song seemed particularly calm, as if they didn't take the more than 30 people in front of them seriously. When the other party stood up and stared at them alertly, Cang Yunfeng acted as if nothing had happened, and leisurely pulled over a folding chair and handed it to Xie beside him. Xie showed the word, calm and composed, to the extreme. She took the chair and placed it beside her, crossing her legs when she sat down. Cang Yunfeng brought chairs to Old Song and himself, and the three of them sat down openly. Dr. Chin looked at Huang Fuling and said, they are here to look for Wang Hai and want to take him out for treatment. Do you think we can arrange it? Before Huang Fuling could even open his mouth, the men in the black mask became anxious and asked sternly, what kind of place is this? Can they just come and go as they please? They injured so many of our brothers, and now they want to leave. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Dr. Chin tried to smooth things over and said, there must have been some misunderstandings before. We are all adults now, so let's just talk it out. Before Dr. Chin could finish his words, the men in the black mask pointed at Dr. Chin's face and said, Dr. Chin, don't get involved in this matter. We have given you enough face. If it weren't for you, they would have been buried under a pile of sand by now. Hearing this, Cang Yunfeng couldn't help laughing, his face full of sarcasm. He took out a cigarette, lit it, pointed his three-edged military bayonet at the black mask and said, I'm not bragging to you, if we hadn't shown mercy, how many of you would have been able to stand up? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and I killed that bastard with the scar on his face because he touched my brother. This account is evened. I don't want to settle the other account with you now. I will naturally find you when Wang Hai recovers. Huang Fuling said, Scarface attacked your people because this man beat him and Lao Go when we were receiving the goods last night, and followed him here again early this morning. Scarface did attack him, but you guys were too harsh, weren't you? Did you chop Scarface into pieces like this? You're hitting hard. Cang Yunfeng sneered, looked at Huang Fuling and said, when I settle the score with you next time, I will hit you harder. Now my request is to take Wang Hai away. You should send us out the same way you invited us in. Huang Fuling stared at Cang Yunfeng with his eyes gradually blurred, and asked in a rebellious tone, what if I say no? Cang Yunfeng swung the three-edged military spear in his right hand flexibly twice in his palm and pointed it at Huang Fuling and said, I want to leave. Can you stop me? Facing such an arrogant provocation from Cang Yunfeng, Huang Fuling just smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, why should I stop you? If you want to leave, go ahead. It's awesome that you can walk out of this desperate black sand area of 100 kilometers around. If you want to leave, go ahead. These words left Cang Yunfeng speechless. He really didn't have the confidence to walk out. Now it was Xie's turn to perform. She looked at Huang Fuling and said, we have said before that we will take responsibility for what we did wrong. We will not pay less for the medical expenses for injuring so many of you. Now we have found Wang Hai, who we are looking for. He is well taken care of by the medical staff here. We are grateful. Now we want to take Wang Hai away. Please give us some convenience. Seeing Xie trying to smooth things over, Dr. Chin immediately took advantage of this topic to continue, just send them out, and we can talk about it later if there's anything else. Huang Fuling looked at Dr. Qin and said, "You know the rules here better than I do. Before the project is finished, the big boss doesn't want anyone to leak the news. If we let them go now, who will be held responsible if the news leaks out? Can you bear the responsibility?" Hearing this, Dr. Qin didn't know what to say. He saw Mr. Song on the surveillance video in the morning, and proposed the idea of bringing people in to protect Mr. Song. He originally thought that Mr. Song just came here by accident, and only found out that something happened after coming in. This made Dr. Qin a little passive now, and he was in a weak position in front of Huang Fuling. Old Song could see that Huang Fuling didn't dare to touch the people of Cang Yunfeng now, and Cang Yunfeng really had no way to deal with Huang Fuling. Without Huang Fuling's guidance, it would be really difficult to get out of the desperate situation of black sand. At this time, a person of weight was urgently needed to stand up and act as a peacemaker. Dr. Qin tried hard to do so, but Huang Fuling didn't buy it at all. Huang Fuling seemed to be more afraid of the big boss behind the scenes. So Old Song said to Huang Fuling, "Use your methods to contact the big boss behind the scenes here and tell him that there is an old man who calls himself Master Song of Lulakang, asking him to give him a favor. Master Song of Lulakang owes him a favor and will definitely find a chance to repay him in the future." Huang Fuling obviously had never heard of Lulakang Song Yi, and asked back, "Are you sure my boss will give you this face?" Old Song smiled naively, looked at Huang Fuling and said, "I don't know whether he will give me this face, but I still suggest you ask him. Otherwise, it's not a good idea for everyone to remain deadlocked. What do you think? After all, it shouldn't be difficult for you to contact your big boss, right?" Huang Fuling looked at Old Song and was silent for a few seconds before he spoke. "This is really not an easy task. You guys wait a moment." After that, Huang Fuling walked towards the door. Led by 6 personal guards wearing black masks, they followed Huang Fuling out of the tent. The few people guarding the door of Team 9 saw that it was Huang Fuling who came out, and they immediately became alert, especially Xiao Ding, who was standing at the main entrance of the tent at the time. When he saw Huang Fuling bringing people out, his first reaction was to jump to the side and keep a safe distance from these people at all times. This scene was seen by Xiaopang, who sensed the powerful aura emanating from Huang Fuling, the black masked men, and others. He tried hard not to do something as embarrassing as shouting. Huang Fuling, the black masked men, and others walked away from them. Xiaopang was relieved from the oppressive feeling and mocked shouting, "Can you not be so embarrassing? I scared you like this just because I passed by you. Is it that serious?" Xiao Ding argued, "Who said I was scared? I saw some bugs on the ground and I jumped away to avoid them." Xiaopang rolled his eyes at Xiao Ding and said, "Coward." Huang Fuling came to the direction of the parking lot wearing a black mask. After 2 people got on an off-road vehicle, the other 6 people got on 3 off-road vehicles and quickly left the camp. In the car, the men in the black mask looked at Huang Fuling while driving and asked, "Boss, do we really need to contact the big boss? Is it that serious?" Huang Fuling suppressed his frustration and cursed in a low voice, "What can I do? Zhuofan, Xiongcan, and Feng Renming are all gone, and your personal strength is obviously crushed by that Cang Yunfeng. The remaining group of people are enough to scare the workers. Can you gain an advantage by fighting against this wilderness Team 9? The men in black mask felt a little guilty after being scolded. What Huang Fuling said was all true. Judging from the current situation, he really didn't have the confidence that he could keep Team 9. Zhuofan, Xiongcan, Feng Renming, and Black Mask are Huang Fuling's 4 confidants. They have different personal abilities and are responsible for different tasks. Black Mask is the most obedient of the 4, without any evil intentions or loyalty, and his personal skills are acceptable, so Huang Fuling kept him by his side to handle daily affairs. Xiongcan was born into a martial arts family. He is a man in his 40s. He is the best fighter among the 4. He grew up in a drama troupe and is proficient in all kinds of swords, guns, sticks, and clubs. He was trained as a martial artist. Later, the troupe disbanded. He had martial arts but nowhere to display them. He did not make much money as a supporting actor or a stand-in. Later, he was discovered by Huang Fuling and followed him. Now he is specifically responsible for helping Huang Fuling clean up the mess and deal with some dirty things. Zhuofan is the smartest one among the 4. He is mainly responsible for transportation, because the black sand desperate place is extremely hidden and cannot be detected by the outside world. However, there are various daily necessities for eating, drinking, defecating and urinating here every day, so the transportation is handed over to Juefan. Juefan is about 30 years old. Because he is smart enough, he has gathered all the capable people under Huang Fuling into his team. The reason is that transporting materials requires dealing with the outside world, and loyal, smart and agile people are required. Therefore, Juefan's group of people is equivalent to recruiting all the elites under Huang Fuling, which is why Juefan's group is so strong. If all of Juefan's group of people were in the camp, Huang Fuling would not be so afraid of Team 9. Among the four, Feng Renming is the one who is out all year round. He is responsible for recruiting workers. There are dozens of people doing odd jobs in the Haishijuejing camp, such as those who dig sand. They come from all over the world and were all deceived by Feng Renming using various means. He especially likes to go to remote mountainous areas to find young people who look stupid to do physical work. Of course, before coming to Haishijuejing, Feng Renming would first gather these people together and train them carefully, using both kindness and force to train them to be obedient before assigning them here. Apart from Huang Fuling's people, the rest in the black sand situation are the dozen or so experts and professors. These are all like crazy people, but one has to admit that they are all talents in their respective fields. Experts lead assistants, professors lead students, and they are all factions, and no one is willing to submit to anyone else. At this time, Huang Fuling and the men in black mask left the camp not to desert the battlefield, but because there was really no way in the camp to contact the outside world through satellite phones or mobile phones. They had to leave the camp and leave the area with strong magnetic field interference before they could contact the outside world through satellite phones. The man in the black mask drove around for about 15 minutes before he found a spot where he could make a phone call. Even so, the communication quality was very poor. After the big boss received Huang Fuling's call, he was stunned for a few seconds after hearing the title of Lulakang Songyi. Then he said in an incredible tone, he actually found his way here. Huang Fuling asked, "Do you know him? Why haven't I heard of him? What is Lulakang?" The big boss explained, Lulakang refers to Beijing Lulakang Street, which is located outside Beijing's Heping Gate. It is a famous cultural street in Beijing. It originated in the Qing dynasty. At that time, most of the candidates who came to Beijing to take the imperial examinations lived in this area. Therefore, there were many shops selling books and writing brushes, inkstones, and paper, forming a strong cultural atmosphere. It seems that Qi Baisher's former residence is also in this area, near Hufankyo. This Lulakang Songye is quite famous in the local area. To own a courtyard house in this place is not just something that can be done with money. According to what you said, this old man has a pretty powerful background. He is somewhat famous in the Lulakang antique circle, and he has certain connections and background. The fact that he can get along well in the Beijing circle shows that he is not an ordinary person. Then what should we do? Just let them go. The big boss thought for a moment and said, "Well, I don't want to give this old light bulb too much face right now, but I don't want to offend him either. Of course, if they insist on taking Wang Hai away, we won't stop them. There's no need to stop them. After all, he's a small character. If we want to keep him, we'll keep the big one. Do you understand what I mean?" Huang Fuling was able to become the spokesperson for the big boss because of his strong ability to understand. After listening to what the big boss said, he knew what to do and said to the big boss, "I know what to do." The big boss was very pleased after hearing this and asked, "Is the window period just a few days away? Is it coming soon?" According to the time calculation, it will be about half a month. Well, hurry up and keep things stable in the last few days. No matter what happens, don't mess up our plan. Put the overall situation first. If there are some things you can tolerate, you should tolerate them. Once the window period is over, whether this place is known to the outside world or not will not be that important. Go and get busy. After ending the call, Huang Fuling, wearing a black mask, and others returned to the camp. It was almost noon, which was the hottest time of the day. The temperature difference between day and night in the Gobi Desert was extremely large, and it was a hot summer, giving people the illusion of being sunburned. There was an electric fan in the big tent of the camp, but the wind was hot and stuffy. A bell rang, and everyone who heard the sound put down their work and walked towards a tent on the northwest side of the camp, holding chopsticks and bowls in their hands. These bowls and chopsticks were made of stainless steel. When Xiaopang saw these people lining up for food, he couldn't help but touch his stomach and said, "Dinger, are you hungry? How about you blend into the crowd and get some food?" Xiao Ding said disdainfully, "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. Look at your rotten belly. How many layers of meat are there? And you're still thinking about eating." Xiaopang argued, "I just want to know if the food they cook here is good. If not, you can invite our Team 9 to come over and I'll provide them with food." The two were chatting when Huang Fuling and others came back wearing a black mask, and a cloud of dust was rising in the distance. When Dr. Qin saw them coming back, he stood up and said to Elder Song and Cang Yunfeng, "You're back. Let's go over and ask what's going on." The two followed Dr. Qin to Huang Fuling. When Huang Fuling got out of the car, he was holding a pair of black sunglasses in his hand. Dr. Qin couldn't wait to ask, "What does the big boss mean?" Huang Fuling pretended to say, "The signal has been too bad these days, and I haven't been able to contact the big boss. What should we do?" Dr. Qin was worried that the two sides would fight again, so he took the initiative to smooth things over and said, "How about we go have lunch first, and then do the research after lunch?" Huang Fuling held the sunglasses in his right hand, rubbed the bridge of his nose with the legs of the glasses and said, "How about this? If you want to take Wang Hai out, I won't stop you, and I will arrange for someone to take you out. But I'm worried, if you just leave like this, how will we settle our accounts?" Cang Yunfeng asked coldly, "How are we going to settle the account? Which account do you intend to settle with me?" Huang Fuling's eyes swept over his own people, and then he said to Cang Yunfeng, "This is definitely not a place where you can come and go as you please. It's okay for you to come, but you also injured so many of my brothers. If you don't give me an explanation, how can I explain it to my brothers? So, this account must be settled clearly. Song Laodao, how much money do you want? Just tell me the number." Huang Fuling's goal was to keep Old Song, so when Old Song said this, he immediately said, "This is not just a matter of money, it's also a matter of face." Song Lao asked, "Then what do you want to do?" Huang Fuling said, "I won't force you. I can let the Wilderness Team 9 take Wang Hai away now, but I would like to ask Mr. Song to stay for a while. After the Team 9 has settled Wang Hai, they will come back to pick you up. You shouldn't object, right?" "No." Cang Yunfeng said firmly without any easing of attitude, "If we want to leave, we must leave together." Wait, Song Lao hurriedly stopped Cang Yunfeng. He knew that Cang Yunfeng was talking about settling accounts and the deep hatred for Lang Zhuoram. Now Wang Hai was stung by the red scorpion, Dashan's right arm was injured, and the 9th team did not know how to enter and exit the Black Sand desperate situation. Various objective conditions were unfavorable to the 9th team. It was definitely not a wise choice to fight desperately at this time. If he stayed here, when Cang Yunfeng came back again, he would have a suitable reason to return to the Black Sand desperate situation. At that time, the 9th team would definitely not be in the current state. After thinking about this clearly, Song Lao immediately stopped Cang Yunfeng. He said, "Yunfeng, listen to me. What Huang Fuling said makes sense. If you leave like this, they will definitely be worried. Since you asked me to stay as a hostage, then I will stay. Wait for you to settle Wang Hai and come back to pick me up. It just so happens that I have communicated with Qin Data during this period of time to study what fun there is here." Xie said, "How can we leave you alone? Song Laodao, if you don't leave me here, they won't let you go. Put yourself in their shoes. You should settle Wang Hai first. I will stay here for a few days. With Dr. Qin here, they won't do anything to me. Don't worry, go." Cang Yunfeng felt a little embarrassed and looked at Huang Fuling, wanting to see what Huang Fuling's specific attitude was. Huang Fuling directly avoided Cang Yunfeng's gaze, indicating that there was no room for discussion. Seeing that Cang Yunfeng was still a little stubborn, Elder Song waved to Xie, signaling Xie to go to the side and talk with him. After making sure that there was no one around, Elder Song still lowered his voice and said to Xie, "I know that Yunfeng is carrying a deep hatred, and I can see that Yunfeng is forbearing now. In fact, you all know in your hearts that there is no way to avenge Ram in the current situation. Listen to my advice, you should leave here quickly. Although the people here will strengthen their vigilance when you go out to prepare, you will suffer the consequences if you keep wasting time like this. When their people come to support you quietly, you will have no chance to escape. Sia could tell that the old man was always thinking about Team 9, and her heart was filled with gratitude, to the point where she didn't know what to say. After all, Mr. Song is an experienced person. He continued to say to Sia, I know you are thinking about me and are worried that leaving me here will be dangerous. You don't have to worry about this. Dr. Chin and I have known each other for many years. We know each other well. If there is any danger, Dr. Chin will stand by me. You should get out quickly. The longer you delay, the greater the danger. Make all preparations and come back to pick me up. I will stay here just to see what fun things there are here. You know me and know that I love to play the most, right? Let's go. Sia raised her head and looked at Mr. Song, and said very seriously, give us some time, we will definitely come back to pick you up. When Mr. Song saw that Sia was finally convinced, a happy smile appeared on his face. Go out quickly and tell Xiao Kaizi that I miss him. The implication of this statement is to remind Sia that it is time to invite Yuzukai back. Yuzukai and Cang Yunfeng were both border guards. Cang Yunfeng was nicknamed Cang Lang, and Yuzukai was nicknamed Lone Wolf. These two were the twin wolves of the plateau. They had fought side by side and died together countless times. Later, Yuzukai avenged his family, killed his enemy and fled the country. He worked hard in the Golden Triangle for several years and finally gained a foothold in Myanmar. He worked as a bodyguard for a general's daughter and secretly protected this delicate princess. In the end, he slept with the general's daughter and made her willingly give birth to his child. Yuzukai now lives a very leisurely life like a local emperor in Myanmar. In Mr. Song's opinion, this desperate place of black sand is full of dangers. He thinks that Team 9 alone is not enough, and it is time for Cang Yunfeng to invite Yuzukai back. After a brief chat, Sia brought Song Laozha back to Cang Yunfeng and said to him in front of Huang Fuling, let's go first and take Wang Hai out. Didn't the team doctor here say that some people recover in a few days, but some people die after a long time? We can't joke with Wang Hai's life. The most important thing is to take Wang Hai out first. Old Song added, that's what I meant, Yunfeng. Let's go. People are the most important thing. I'll wait for you here and we'll settle the accounts when the time comes. I have the compensation, so go ahead and don't worry. Without waiting for Cang Yunfeng to speak, Sia said to Huang Fuling, then please arrange a car to take us out. Huang Fuling snapped his fingers with satisfaction and told his men, take away all the weapons from them, put a hood on everyone's head, and send them out the way they came. Wait a minute. Little Fatty asked, do you think we are fools? You took our weapons and are going to put hoods on us. What if you suddenly attack us? Do you really think we are 3-year-old children? At this time, the man in the black mask said, there are rules here. If you don't accept them, then don't leave. After hearing what the black mask said, Xiao Pang was upset and pointed at the black mask and cursed, I don't have my rice spoon with me. If I had it with me, I would have smashed your head. Don't make a fuss. Professor Chin said, let's slowly discuss how to get out. Xiao Pang touched his belly and said, okay, you discuss it with them. Since we are all here, we should at least provide a meal. Any objections? Huang Fuling was amused by what he said. He thought this fat man was a bit useless. He was still thinking about eating at this time. So he waved his hand generously and said, go over there and queue up to eat. Eat until you are full before leaving. The man in the black mask added at this time, don't be a starving ghost. This was obviously a threat. Xiaopang was not afraid at all. He knew he couldn't beat the black mask, but he still took advantage of him and cursed, even if I become a ghost, I will drag you down with me. After that, Xiaopang said to shouting beside him, come on, I will take you to eat. Follow me, you won't be hungry anywhere. Professor Chin said to Elder Song, Cang Yunfeng, and the others, let me discuss the details of our departure with them. You guys go have a meal first. It won't take too long. Huang Fuling and I will talk alone. The last sentence, let's talk alone, is the key point. The implication is that they hope others will stay away. With this sentence, the talents of Team 9 walked to a nearby place and lined up to get their meals. When we came to the kitchen tent, there was a long table at the door with 4 large dishes on it, 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, mainly lamb. There was also a pot of lamb soup on the far right. After taking a look around, Xiaopeng said, "The food here is good, with more meat than vegetables." Wang Teng, a local, explained, "Vegetables are very expensive in the northwest, mainly because they are inconvenient to transport. In Galmud, a pound of hand-pulled mutton costs only about 50 yuan, while a plate of vegetables costs more than 30 yuan. In comparison, isn't it more economical to eat meat?" As if Xiao Ding had suddenly grasped a business opportunity, he called Xiaopeng and said, "Let's go to Galmud to sell vegetables." The chef who served the food knocked on the edge of the bowl with a spoon and asked, "Where are the bowls and chopsticks?" The fat guy standing at the front of the line responded, "There are no bowls and chopsticks." The chef said, "You're new here." He took out some new stainless steel bowls and chopsticks from under the table and reminded them, "Put away your bowls. If you lose them, you won't be able to eat." Xie keenly discovered that the chef treated them as newcomers, but faced with the newcomers, the chef seemed very calm, which shows that there should be newcomers coming to Black Sand Jerk frequently. To be more specific, there are newcomers coming to this camp frequently. Xiaopeng took the stainless steel bowl and chopsticks, weighed them in his hands, and found that they were hollow and light in his hands. He couldn't help but sigh, "This thing is good. It won't burn your hands when you serve rice or soup." At this point, Xiaopeng didn't forget to joke with the chef, pointing at the rice spoon the chef was holding and said, "The handle of your spoon is not good. It breaks easily. You should change to a stainless steel one." The chef looked at Xiaopeng with a puzzled look and asked, "Am I sick? I want to change the handle of the stainless steel spoon. How heavy is it?" Xiaopeng pretended to be mysterious and said, "You will know it is not useful when it breaks." The chef looked at Xiaopeng as if he were a fool, and thought to himself, "This batch of laborers seem to have even worse brains than the previous batch. It's really hard for them, where can they find so many fools to do the hard labor?" After the members of Team 9 took turns to get their meals, they discovered that there were people squatting around the camp, gathered in groups of 3 or 4. Some were sitting cross-legged on the ground eating, while others were washing dishes after eating. The way of washing dishes is quite special. Use the edge of the stainless steel bowl to scoop up the sand, shake the bowl with both hands and pour out the sand. After repeating this several times, the stainless steel bowl is rubbed shiny by the fine sand and is cleaner than washing with water. Xiao Ding was stunned and said, "This is also possible." Cang Yunfeng said while eating while holding the bowl, "Don't look down on this way of washing dishes. It is actually quite useful. There must be a serious water shortage here. It is impossible to use water to wash dishes. It is too wasteful. It is the same as when we use snow to wash dishes in Chongtang." Fatty made 2 strange hey sounds and then said, "Please pay attention to your wording. I was the one who washed the dishes with snow, not you. You ate and drank your fill and just washed your own dishes and ran away. I was the one who cleaned up the mess. I was the one." While the people from Team 9 were chatting, Professor Qin came running over. When he got to Elder Song's side, he bent over and panted heavily and said, "I've discussed with them. They don't have to wear hoods anymore, but they have to hand over their weapons. We've arranged 5 cars to take them out, and they can only sit in the back seat." After hearing this request, Cang Yunfeng thought it was reasonable, so he said to Dr. Qin, "Then let's do as they say and set off after dinner." Dr. Qin said gratefully, "Thank you for your understanding. In fact, they are also following the rules. The boss's requirement is that this place cannot be known by the outside world, so it is more troublesome to enter and exit." Xiaopeng asked, "Won't this place be discovered by the outside world?" Dr. Qin asked, "How did you find it?" "The terrain here is so complicated that I got lost as soon as I came in. The GPS positioning is floating, which makes the satellite map useless. There is no complete paper map, so it is too difficult to get in here." Xiaopeng said, "If we use a drone to take photos of this place, can't we make a map?" Dr. Qin smiled and said, "Drone? Why don't you try to fly a drone? The drones currently available on the market cannot fly in this area. Low-altitude flying is disturbed by the magnetic field, and high-altitude flying is directly blown away by the strong wind." Xiao Ding defended himself, today's drones are very wind-resistant. Dr. Qin said, there is a strong magnetic field within dozens of kilometers around. Do you take off the drone and fly it high in the sky from dozens of kilometers away? Is the image transmission distance that far? If you get a little closer, the signal will be cut off. If the signal is cut off, the drone will be out of control and taken over by the strong wind or automatically return. How can you get close and take pictures? Xiao Ding and Xiao Pang, both argumentative people, shut up. After lunch, the members of Team 9 returned to the parking lot. Huang Fuling was already waiting there wearing a black mask. There were 7 off-road vehicles parked in a straight line in the parking lot. The rear doors of the 2nd to 6th vehicles were open, and it was obvious that the members of Team 9 were allowed to get on these vehicles. Xie allocated the cars thoughtfully. Yi and I will take Wang Hai to the 2nd car, Yunfeng and Xiaopeng will take the 3rd car. Qin Shuang and Wang Ting will take the 4th car, Xiao Ding and Li Lu will take the 5th car, and Long Yi and Pan Shui will take the 6th car. The people in Team 9 knew very well the purpose of Xie's allocation. Yi could take care of the semi-conscious Wang Hai, while Xie would escort him. The other car was Cang Yunfeng's to protect Xiaopeng. The front and rear cars were all filled with Wang Fuling's men, with a man in a black mask sitting in the passenger seat of the front car, leading the escort. Before leaving, Elder Song and Dr. Qin stood outside the car window to see him off. Elder Song deliberately said loudly to Cang Yunfeng, I'll wait here for you to come back and pick me up. These words were actually spoken to Huang Fuling. This walk felt like a fight between children. As the fight went on, both sides felt that they did not have absolute strength at the moment. Suddenly, one of them said something. Don't leave until I go back and call someone. Go quickly, I'll wait for you here. In fact, both sides have been fighting to exhaustion, and if they continue to fight, it will be hard to tell who will win, and they may suffer losses. So at this time, if either side proposes to call for help, the other side will agree, and both sides can step down. On the way out of the camp, Cang Yunfeng kept looking out the window, trying to remember the complicated road by memory. In fact, he thought too much. The lead car deliberately raised a lot of dust, causing the cars behind to follow the dust. The windows were filled with raised yellow sand, making it difficult to see clearly. In addition, the environment around the Yatan landform was similar, making it extremely difficult to remember the road. After staring out the window for about 10 minutes, Cang Yunfeng began to close his eyes and rest, because staring was futile. The driver saw Cang Yunfeng closing his eyes to rest and took the initiative to talk to him, saying, Don't try to remember the way, it's useless. The surrounding environment is almost the same, you can't remember it at all. Even people like us who have been driving here for several years will occasionally go the wrong way. In order to prevent outsiders like you from coming in, there are many hidden pits and traps around, so don't have any bad thoughts. Cang Yunfeng, who was resting with his eyes closed, asked, Have you been driving here for several years? How do you endure this barren place? The driver said, The pay is high. I work hard outside and only make 7,000 or 8,000 yuan a month. Here, I get 20,000 yuan a month just for driving. If it were you, would you come? How many jobs like this can you come across in your lifetime? When this project is finished, there may not be another one. You have to learn to seize opportunities. The passenger in the passenger seat thought the driver was talking too much and reminded him, Stop chatting and drive carefully. The driver realized that he had indeed talked too much, and after hearing the reminder, he stopped chatting and concentrated on driving. When they came in, everyone in Team 9 wore black hoods. It took them about 40 minutes to reach the camp. When they went out, it took a full hour and a half. The lead car, with the people in black masks, obviously took a detour, on purpose. Back at the entrance to the desperate situation, where the fight took place this morning, it was already close to 3 in the afternoon. The broken cars were still parked there, and it was impossible to drive them away now. The 9 teams got off the bus one by one. When getting off the bus, everyone looked around to see if all their teammates had arrived. Everyone counted the number of people in their minds tacitly. If they found that one person was missing at this time, needless to say, everyone would realize it. After making sure there were enough people, everyone stood together consciously. Yi noticed that Dashan's right arm seemed to be not in good condition. The gauze wrapped around the wound had turned bright red. In addition, the wind and sand were very strong, and the white gauze had become obviously dirty. Yi quickly walked to the car driven by Xiaopeng, found the first aid kit and prepared to help Dashan change the gauze. The injured Dashan had never been idle, fighting in pain. When the gauze was untied, the wound on his right arm that was first skinned and then burned with charcoal had festered, and the gauze and skin in some places were stuck together, which was painful to look at. Yi glanced at Dashan's face and said softly to him, "Bear with me, I'll take off the gauze. It might hurt a little." Dashan could see that Yi was worried about him being hurt, so he simply took action himself. He stretched out his left hand to the gauze on his right arm, gritted his teeth and pulled hard, and the gauze and the necrotic skin tissue were torn off together. At that moment, a painful expression appeared on Dashan's face, and then sweat flowed down his forehead. The fat boy next to him instinctively turned his head away, not daring to even look. Even so, the mountain remained silent and endured. Yi quickly took out the iodine and applied it on Dashan's wound. After disinfection, she sprinkled some Yunnan Baiyao powder and wrapped it with new gauze. Her movements were very skillful. On the other side, Cang Yunfeng was saying goodbye to the Black Mask. The Black Mask held his three-edged military bayonet in his hand and tilted his head to Cang Yunfeng and said, "Scarface is one of my most capable assistants. I'll remember the knife wound on his shoulder for him. You'd better come back soon, or I'm afraid I won't be able to resist taking it out on that old man. I'm not done with this yet. I'll definitely come back. Next time, hold your right hand tightly. Don't let me snatch your three-edged military dagger again. If it happens again, I won't return it to you." This was clearly a provocation to the Black Mask. He took 2 steps back, then raised his hand and pointed the three-edged military bayonet at Cang Yunfeng and said, "I'll dig a trap for you in advance. Don't even think about leaving now that you're here. Cang Yunfeng arrived, remember to dig the hole bigger." The Black Masked man turned and left. When the convoy left, a gust of dust was raised again. It took a full 10 minutes for the dust to clear up again. The few cars left at the scene were not in good condition, especially the cars borrowed from Team 1. They all had problems to varying degrees. The worst was the car that flew over a dirt bag and broke the left upper arm and steering gear tie rod. There was no possibility of driving away. The front of the old 80 in Cang Yunfeng was stuck in the ditch, and the front bumper was against the edge of the ditch. After getting in the car, the low-speed 4-wheel drive was engaged and the car was reversed to get out of trouble, but because the 2 front wheels were already half suspended in the air, there was no adhesion at all. If the road here was hard enough, there would still be hope of getting out of trouble with the 2 rear wheels alone, but this is the Gobi Desert, and the loose soil on the ground is several centimeters thick. When the wheels turned, countless fine grains of sand were thrown to the rear of the car, causing a large amount of dust. As the amount of sand under the wheels decreased, the wheels sank deeper and deeper. Cang Yunfeng, who was in the car, realized that it was impossible to escape, so he stopped struggling decisively, pushed open the door and jumped out of the car. On the other side, Qin Shuang, Long Yi, and Pan Shui worked together to carry Wang Hai to the back seat of the 570 driven by Wang Teng and Li Lu. This car was modified by Wang Hai and had been in the Gobi Desert for so long without any problems. Xie was in charge of the situation. After Wang Hai was carried into the car, she gave the order, Wang Ting drives, Li Lu is the co-pilot, Xiaopeng and Yi go to the back seat to take care of Wang Hai, this car will leave first. Pan Shui, Xiao Ding, and Dashan will take another car to escort them along the way. After we find the hospital, Dashan's wound will also be treated again. Dashan said, "I'm fine, let the others go out first, I will stay and participate in the rescue." Qin Shuang urged, "You go ahead. There is still 1 working car left. We can stay here to help. Besides, Chen Lei's team should be camping not far away. You go ahead. If you see Chen Lei on your way out, ask them to arrange 2 cars to come over and help." Cang Yunfeng came over and persuaded him, "Dashan, go on your way. Your wound has been infected, so stop struggling. Go out and say hello to Chen Lei. 2 cars are definitely not enough for the rest of us, so we need a logistics support team." After listening to Cang Yunfeng's arrangement, Dashan decided to go out and said, "Okay, I'll go out first." Cang Yunfeng pointed to a mound not far away and said, "Just go around it. The trajectory can be seen on the satellite map now. Although the radio signal is intermittent, it can be used barely. After careful instructions, Wang Teng and Pan Shui drove 2 cars and evacuated the area along the same route, while the rest of the group continued to figure out how to rescue the people. About 20 minutes later, Dashan returned. Dashan was driving the car in the front, followed by 3 cars from Chen Lei's team, with Chen Lei's car following Dashan closely. After getting off the car, Dashan was still worried that Cang Yunfeng would blame him for being disobedient, so he was the first to speak with a wry smile, scratching his head and saying, "Brother Feng, don't say anything yet. Listen to me, I'm not disobedient, but I was worried that Brother Lei and the others would get lost, so I turned back to lead the way." Cang Yunfeng could tell that behind Dashan's sneer was not only embarrassment, but more of a fear of being blamed by Cang Yunfeng. He stepped forward, hugged Dashan, patted Dashan on the back and said, "Good brother." Dashan smiled naively and said, "Let's get to work." Chen Lei organized a vehicle rescue operation. The 2 broken cars had to be temporarily abandoned here and needed to be replaced with spare parts before they could be driven away. After nearly half an hour of hard work, all members of Team 9 were finally evacuated and returned to the camp about 3 kilometers away from the black sand situation. Wang Teng and Li Lu drove the Toyota 570, escorted by Pan Shui and Xiao Ding, out of the Yadin group and headed straight for National Highway 315, intending to send Wang Hai to Galmud for rest first. This area of Yadin is not far from National Highway 315 in a straight line, but the road conditions are complicated. It took a full 6 hours to get back to National Highway 315. After getting on National Highway 315, we headed towards the Callahan Salt Lake. It took more than 2 hours to get back to Galmud City. It was already late at night when we arrived in Galmud City. When Wang Hai was sent to the hospital, he was still in a semi-comatose state. Cang Yunfeng and other members of Team 9 rested in the camp built by Chen Lei and discussed the next plan. The starry sky in the Gobi Desert is particularly spectacular, with stars twinkling. Next to the charcoal brazier in the canopy tent, the remaining members of Team 9 sat together drinking tea to keep warm and recalling what had happened in the past 2 days. Chen Lei really wanted to join in, but Su Hong forcibly held Chen Lei back from leaving the tent. When the other members of Team 1 saw that Chen Lei did not show up, they naturally avoided him and returned to their tents to rest early. Chen Lei wanted to participate in the discussion and get closer to Team 9, but Su Hong didn't want that. In Su Hong's opinion, what Team 9 did was too crazy and beyond her tolerance. In this world, not everyone wants to live a life of glory and fame. There are still so many ordinary people who seek stability. Around the camp, 4 rescue dogs were in their respective positions, seemingly lying lazily on the ground, but in fact they were alertly guarding. The temperature difference between day and night in the Gobi Desert was extremely large. Xie held the teacup in both hands and analyzed, "The possibility of us breaking through the desperate black sand without a map is almost 0. When we come back to pick up Mr. Song, we still have to pass through this natural barrier first." Qin Shuang made a suggestion: "If our self-defense weapons are taken away and we are still covered with hoods next time, we will be too passive." Long Yi, who usually doesn't like to talk, said with a cigarette in his mouth, "If you go in like this again, it will be tantamount to seeking death." Xiao Ding muttered, "It would be nice if we had a map, even an aerial photo. We can study and draw it ourselves." At this moment, the cry of a golden eagle was heard from the sky in the middle of the night. Hearing the sound, Cang Yunfeng immediately stood up and said in a low voice, "I think I have a way." As he said that, he walked out of the canopy tent. After Fei Fei in the sky saw the familiar figure, he circled and dived to a low altitude. Cang Yunfeng raised his right arm high, and Fei Fei flew over from the front, and grabbed Cang Yunfeng's forearm with his 2 claws nimbly. The moment Fei Fei fell on Cang Yunfeng's arm, Cang Yunfeng hugged this huge, walking chicken with his right arm and muttered, "It's too heavy, you should lose weight." As he said that, he threw Fei Fei to the ground. Fei Fei spread his arms and fluttered for a while before he could stand firm. He tilted his head with a puzzled expression, indicating that he didn't understand what losing weight meant. Cang Yunfeng turned around and lifted the curtain of the canopy tent behind him. Fei Fei transformed into a walking chicken and walked in, swaying his body. The moment he saw Xie, this guy actually spread his wings, quickened his pace and walked towards Xie, taking the initiative to hug. Xie got up from the chair, squatted on the ground, hugged Fei Fei in her arms, and stroked the feathers on Fei Fei's back, loving her very much. Cang Yunfeng took out a sports camera, found a lanyard to fix the angle, and then put the lanyard directly around Feifei's neck. Feifei tilted its head and looked at Cang Yunfeng again. Every time it made this movement, it was expressing doubt. Cang Yunfeng grabbed Feifei's wing and forcibly pulled it out of the tent. The unfortunate golden eagle's legs hopped back and forth as it was pulled, which was very funny. Only after it was out of the tent did Cang Yunfeng let go of his hand, squatted down, pointed in the direction of the black sand desperate situation in the distance and said, "Go, fly up there and help me see what's going on down there." Feifei seemed to understand but still tilted her head. Cang Yunfeng slapped Feifei on the back of the head and urged, "What are you looking at, you stupid bird? Fei, go fly." Although Feifei didn't understand what Cang Yunfeng was saying, she understood what was going on when she was slapped. "I was beaten." After being beaten, Feifei pecked Cang Yunfeng's thigh. After pecking, it knew it was in trouble. Without waiting for Cang Yunfeng to chase it away, it turned around, spread its wings and ran away. Cang Yunfeng was so angry that he picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at Feifei. In Feifei's opinion, Cang Yunfeng was playing with him. Feifei, wearing a sports camera, circled in the sky and came back, landing in front of Cang Yunfeng. This made Cang Yunfeng a little speechless. He strode forward and squatted in front of Feifei, pointing at the desperate situation in the distance, and opened his hands to Feifei, imitating the movement of flying with his two arms, flapping them a few times. Everyone in the sky tent couldn't help but laugh when they saw Cang Yunfeng's body language. Fortunately, Feifei's comprehension is still good. After Cang Yunfeng's hard performance, it finally understood it, and this time it flew higher and farther. After Feifei left, Cang Yunfeng returned to the canopy tent and sat down by the charcoal brazier again. He picked up the kettle on it and filled his teacup with hot water. Qin Shuang looked towards Cang Yunfeng and asked, "Can Feifei take a picture of the terrain?" Cang Yunfeng said uncertainly, "I don't know. Let's try it out. I set it to take a photo every 30 seconds. I'll come back and see if there are any usable photos. It's night time now, and the camp over there must need a light source. Whether it's the camp lights from the generator or the fire, it should be easy to take pictures." CF followed up by saying, "Use the photos we took to determine the straight line distance between us and the camp over there." Cang Yunfeng guessed, "I think the straight line distance is only a dozen kilometers, or even less than 10 kilometers, the purpose is to be able to see the terrain clearly." As he said, Cang Yunfeng opened the satellite map on the tablet, reduced the map scale, and then pointed to the area on the map and said, "Look, we are now located to the south of National Highway 315, which is close to Dongtaegenair Lake. Going west along National Highway 315, there will be an intersection with Provincial Highway 305. If you turn right onto Provincial Highway 305 and go northeast, you will reach Dunhuang. If we go north from this area, we can also reach Provincial Highway 305. When introducing this point, Cang Yunfeng drew a circle on the screen with his finger and continued, "Assuming that this circle is the black sand desperate situation, then whether you take National Highway 315 or Provincial Highway 305, you can enter this area, but there are only two directions." CS said, "What if from the west?" "No." Cang Yunfeng zoomed in on the map and said, "This is a salt lake, Dongtaegenair Lake, where National Highway 315 and Provincial Highway 305 meet. There are salt lakes on both sides, and vehicles can't go down there. This section of National Highway 315 passes through the salt lake, and the road surface is very poor. It may be because the saline alkali land has a certain corrosive effect on asphalt. In addition, there are more large trucks there, which may be the reason. Building roads in saline alkali land." Before he could finish his words, Feifei's voice was heard outside. After landing, he found the door curtain of the canopy tent by himself and stuck his head in. CS stood up and took off the sports camera from Feifei's neck. Cang Yunfeng asked Qin Shuang to take out the laptop and the card reader. Feifei tilted his head and stared at the operations of the people in front of him, his eyes full of curiosity. After a while, the photo of the sports camera memory card appeared on the computer screen. A group of people in the canopy tent gathered around and stared at the computer screen to see the finished product. Feifei was very curious when he saw everyone crowding over, so he tried hard to squeeze under everyone's knees and finally reached the front row. The head of a golden eagle appeared in front of the crowd, tilting its head to stare at the picture on the computer screen. I took dozens of photos, but not many of them were visible. However, I did capture the camp in the black sand and some bright lights. Qin Shuang used the mouse to zoom in on the camp, but the images were blurry because the pixels were not high. At this time, Feifei seemed to understand what was going on, and actually took the initiative to stretch his head towards the sports camera. His meaning was very clear: give me another chance. Cang Yunfeng took the memory card out of the card reader and reinstalled it on the action camera. He touched Feifei's head and said, "Go again, fly lower, lower, do you understand?" Feifei ignored him, walked out of the tent with a swaying step, flapped his wings twice and flew away. Qin Shuang sighed, "Does this thing have any intelligence? You say it doesn't understand human language, but sometimes it can understand a little. You say it's very smart, but it really doesn't understand human language. Don't push it so much. There are racial barriers after all." Inside the black sand camp, Dr. Qin discussed the black stone with Song Laojing and several other experts and scholars with whom he had a good relationship. It was indeed a very unusual stone with many bizarre reliefs on its surface. A scholar who studies ancient characters said, "I studied the characters on the relief today and found some information about the demon eye of Kunlun Mountain. This should be the earliest written record." Devil's Eye. Old Song became interested and asked, "Is there a demon in Kunlun Mountain?" The demon's eye. The ancient writing expert was already gray-haired. Seeing that someone was interested, he explained like a teacher, "The devil's eye is not the eye of a demon. It should be a spring that has existed for thousands of years. According to records, this spring is particularly terrifying. There is no grass growing around the spring, and wild animals dare not approach it. It is a bit like Akan Spring. Do you know this?" Old Song said with great disappointment, "Isn't Akan Spring inside Mangia, dozens of kilometers away from Mangia city?" The ancient writing expert said, "I am talking about an existence similar to Akan Spring. According to the picture, it is called Devil's Eye. It does not mean that the spring recorded on this stone is Akan Spring. The text records that it is deep in Kunlun Mountain. There is also a one-eyed demon painted next to the spring. According to the literal meaning, it should be the eye of this demon that became this spring." Someone interrupted and asked, "Are there really demons?" The ancient writing expert was stunned and thought, "How do I know if there are demons? The murals on the stone are like this, am I translating mortals?" Just as everyone was chatting, Feifei flew over their heads silently. Half an hour later, Feifei returned to the camp where Cang Yunfeng and others were. This time, Feifei understood the essence. The sports camera took many clear photos, and there was a bird's-eye view of the camp. It was a pity that it was late at night, and the overall outline of the entire black sand situation had not been captured. Cang Yunfeng stroked Feifei's head excitedly and coaxed Feifei, saying, "Silly bird, continue tomorrow." Hearing the words, "silly bird," Feifei immediately became unhappy and pecked Cang Yunfeng's thigh again. Cang Yunfeng cursed in pain and even wanted to raise his hand to slap Feifei on the back of the head. Xie hugged Feifei in time and scolded Cang Yunfeng, "Why did you hit it? It's only 3 years old, still a baby." Cang Yunfeng said, "Golden Eagle, he is 3 years old now, so he should be considered an adult. You can't hit Feifei. We still have to go shoot twice tomorrow. If you knock it out, are you going to go shoot?" With a mother who protects Feifei like this, Cang Yunfeng is destined to be someone he can't afford to offend. Seeing this, the others left early to rest, leaving only Cang Yunfeng and Xie to keep watch in the tent. In the firelight, Xie lay on Cang Yunfeng's knees and whispered, "I wonder if Wang Hai will collapse when he wakes up and learns about Ram." Speaking of this, Cang Yunfeng took a deep breath and said, "Wang Hai will have to face this fact sooner or later. I'm really worried that Wang Hai can't accept such a cruel fact. If Ram died accidentally, it would be fine. But she was tortured to death. Can you now understand the circumstances of Ram's death?" Cang Yunfeng nodded, took out a cigarette, and said to Xie, "We can basically deduce what the situation is." Xie said, "Then tell me and see if our predictions are the same." Beside the weak charcoal fire, Cang Yunfeng took a long puff of cigarette, stroked Xie's face and said softly, "You should speak first, I want to hear your guess." Xie took a deep breath and lowered her voice and said, "It should be that Wang Hai and Ram were taken to the black sand desperate situation by Huang Fuling's people. The work should be related to cars, but not long after arriving here, Wang Hai was stung by a red scorpion. Ram wanted to go back to help Wang Hai find medicine, so he was taken out by someone arranged by Huang Fuling. This person was Huang Fuling's younger brother Huang Fuchang. Huang Fuchang saw that Ram was beautiful and was tempted by her. Ram swore to death that he would never obey, but was stabbed many times by Huang Fuchang. In the end, Huang Fuchang poured gasoline on Ram's body to destroy the body, but he didn't expect that the body was not completely burned. Finally, it was discovered and sent to the Galmud police. The police found the nameplate on Ram's neck, which led to the following events. Cang Yunfeng raised his head, took another deep puff of cigarette, and said sadly, "It's almost the same as I guessed. It's basically like this." Wang Hai has been in a semi-comatose state and is unaware of this. Xie continued, "I know you can't let go of this hatred. I can't let go of it either. Ram was tortured too badly by them. Now Wang Hai has been found. The real murderer should be Huang Fuchang. This person should still be looking for equipment outside. After all, the equipment sold to them by Deng Hongbin is completely unusable. As long as we wait in Galmud, Huang Fuchang will still have to transport the equipment through Galmud." Cang Yunfeng denied Xie's guess. He picked up the tablet and opened the satellite map. He patiently said to Xie, "Look at this area. If you keep going north, you can get to Provincial Highway 305. From Provincial Highway 305, you can go to Dunhuang all the way east. Even if you can't reach Dunhuang, there is a county-level city called Oxai. If you go west from Provincial Highway 305, you can get to Hami. Of course, the possibility of transporting equipment from Hami is relatively small. What I want to say is that it is not a good idea for us to stay in Galmud all the time. It may even be futile." Xie nodded slightly and said, "What you said makes sense. In fact, what I am most worried about is that Huang Fuchang will be in a desperate situation. If this is the case, it will be too passive for us." Passive? Cang Yunfeng also knew what it meant to let Huang Fuchang enter a desperate situation. He silently took out the nameplate that had been hung on Ram from his neck. Seeing this nameplate seemed to see the tragic death of Ram. In the dead of night, Cang Yunfeng held the nameplate tightly in his hand and said in an unquestionable tone, "I swear on this nameplate that no matter where Huang Fuchang hides or how many people are protecting him, I will take his life." At 1 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock set by Qin Shuang rang. He tried his best to move gently so as not to disturb others. When Qin Shuang was getting dressed, Long Yi opened his eyes. The two of them walked out of the tent together and replaced Cang Yunfeng and Xie to keep watch. Cang Yunfeng hadn't had a good rest these days, but he slept particularly well that night in the camp. The next morning, Chen Lei found Xie to discuss the next arrangements. Xie knew that it was meaningless to stay here, especially for Chen Lei's team, which could easily drag others down, so Xie said to Chen Lei very sincerely, "Brother Lei, we have found Wang Hai, and the mission has been completed. Now we will break camp and return to Galmud for some rest. After arriving in Galmud, you can lead the team back to Kunming. You have worked hard this time. The 2 broken cars can be left here. I will arrange for friends in Xining to come and take them away later. You can give us the 2 cars at the corresponding price." Chen Lei felt a little embarrassed by what he said. He said awkwardly, "Our car modification is a bit poor. If it were not for the problem of the car, there wouldn't be so much damage. We can just find a way to call for rescue to get the car back." Su Hong interrupted Chen Lei and said, "We are unfamiliar with this place, so it's easy to find, expensive rescue. Let them do it, and we'll pay for the rescue." After that, Su Hong looked at Xie and said to her, Yeah, don't be polite. Don't buy the car and bear the loss yourself just because it's broken down. There's really no need for that. Just help us find a rescuer to ship the car back, and we'll pay for it." Su Hong knew very well that judging from the way the people in Team 9 did things, how could they possibly pay for it? Absolutely impossible. No matter what Su Hong thought, it was comfortable to hear these words coming out of her mouth. Xie felt that Su Hong was reasonable and righteous. She made it clear, "Sister Hong, listen to me. We do need some support vehicles. This car was broken by us, and we need to find local friends for help. Sell these 2 cars to us, and you can go back to Kunming and get 2 cars in similar condition for your own use." Su Hong softened her tone at the right time, and said with a wry smile, "How can I feel so embarrassed? I am so embarrassed." Xie said generously, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. We just happen to be here because of something else. We will keep these 2 cars. You can discuss it with Brother Lei later and calculate the amount. Leave your card numbers to me and I will ask Zhao Xiaojia to transfer the money to you. I will also transfer the balance for this team trip to you." While Xie was communicating with Team 1, Cang Yunfeng had already commanded Feifei to fly 2 more circles over Jiujing. It was morning and the sun was shining brightly. Feifei, with a sports camera hanging around his neck, accomplished a task that even DJI drones could not accomplish. No one in the Black Sand realm would have thought that there was an alternative, unmanned chicken, in Songyun Peak. Huang Fuling and the people inside had not been able to see a bird's-eye view of this place for several years, but Songyun Peak had taken care of it with a golden eagle. To this day, even the map Huang Fuling used was a simplified version, and he could not see the full picture of the Black Sand realm. However, Cang Yunfeng saw it clearly. The camp was finally tidied up at nearly 11 o'clock in the afternoon. The efficiency of Team 1 was incomparable to that of Team 9. There was no comparison at all. At 11:15, the convoy left the edge of the Black Sand and returned to Galmud. It was already 9 p.m. when they arrived in Galmud. After arriving in Galmud, Cang Yunfeng and others went straight to the hospital to visit Wang Hai. When Cang Yunfeng, Xie, and others arrived, Wang Hai was not in the ward. Only Yi was sitting helplessly on a stool beside the bed with her head down. There were 4 beds in the ward. Except for the bed next to Yi, which was occupied by a patient, the other 3 beds were empty and not used, which resulted in Wang Hai living in a single room alone. Xie walked into the ward, looked around, and asked in confusion, "Where's Wang Hai?" Yi raised her head when she heard the voice, her face full of tears. Seeing this scene scared Xie so much that she quickly walked to Yi and asked softly, "What's wrong? What happened?" Yi hugged Xie's waist with her hands, put her face against Xie's body, and cried loudly. Xie lowered her hand, gently stroked Yi's head, and asked softly, "What's wrong with you, girl? Why are you crying like this?" The other people from Team 9 crowded at the door, and no one dared to ask anything. Everyone instinctively began to think of some bad things, such as Wang Hai's condition worsening in his absence, or some accident. In short, seeing Yi crying so miserably, no one would think of anything positive. In the ward, Yi, who was holding Xie and crying, choked up and said, Wang Hai, he knew about Ram's situation. I felt uncomfortable when I saw him sad." Xie held back her tears and comforted Yi, saying, "Wang Hai can make it. He will definitely make it. Where is he now? Do you know?" "He wanted to smoke, so Xiaopang took him to the stairs to smoke. He's been gone for an hour, so he should still be there." After hearing this, Cang Yunfeng at the door immediately turned around and walked towards the stairwell. Sure enough, he saw Wang Hai in the stairwell. He was sitting on the stairs in a hospital gown. Xiaopang was sitting next to Wang Hai. There were more than a dozen cigarette butts on the ground in front of them, and the whole stairwell was filled with the smell of smoke. Cang Yunfeng walked up from behind and sat on the other side of Wang Hai. He quietly took out a cigarette and lit it for himself, and whispered, "I'm not good at comforting people, so I won't say much else. I'll just tell you that the murderer has been identified. Give me some time, and I will definitely kill him." Wang Hai nodded heavily and said in a hoarse voice, "Wait for me, I will recover soon, very soon." Cang Yunfeng raised his arm and placed it on Wang Hai's shoulder, and recalled softly, "Old Tang, Mrs. Tang, and Zhao Xiaojia sent Ram back home. She didn't stay outside, but went home. Thank you, thank you." Wang Hai raised his hand and placed it in front of his forehead to block his falling tears. Cang Yunfeng was afraid and patted Wang Hai on the back, then stood up and said, "You are too polite. Smoke less. Your throat is hoarse. Go back to the ward to rest after you finish this one. You can recover faster after a good rest. I will go to rest first. You can be discharged from the hospital in less than 3 days. The 9th team has many cars waiting for you to modify. We can't do without you." Hearing the last 4 words, Wang Hai threw the unfinished cigarette on the ground, stood up and said, "How many cars do we have now? What are they? Give me all the information, and I will contact you to send the parts now. Cang Yunfeng snapped his fingers and said to the people in the stairwell, gather, go back to Wang Hai's ward for an emergency meeting. Xiaopeng will contact Lao Tang and Zhao Xiaojia, and ask them to open WeChat voice and participate via video. 5 minutes later, all the players from Team 9 in Galmud gathered in the ward. Old Tang, Mrs. Tang, and Zhao Xiaojia were in Kunming and participated via video. The meeting was chaired by Cang Yunfeng, who asked remotely, how much equipment has Old Tang received in the past few days? Is there anything else on the way that hasn't arrived yet? Old Tang took out a small notebook, flipped through it and said, all the individual combat kits have arrived, but the customized sleeping bags are not ready yet. The OEM factory replied that it will take at least a week to ship. The customized canopy is on the way, but it has not been received yet. The small items we usually use, such as the engineer shovel, wind rope, figure 8 knot, and ground nails, have basically arrived. Can the remaining items be delivered within a week? Not sure. Custom sleeping bags are all handmade, which is time-consuming. After hearing this, Cang Yunfeng asked again, where is the car? What is the current situation of the car? At this time, Zhao Xiaojia said, I have ordered 4 Toyota Tundra pickups and 2 Nissan Patrols in the name of the company. The parallel import car dealer has already shipped the cars to Kunming. We can pick them up at any time. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai picked up his phone and contacted the supplier of modified parts through WeChat. He skillfully sent the list of modified parts needed for these vehicles and asked the other party to send the parts to the Wilderness Club in Kunming. Xie asked in confusion, we only have 3 million in startup capital. How did you buy these cars? The money is not enough. Zhao Xiaojia said on the phone, these cars are all in the company's name. They are actually for our team to use. The company paid for these cars first, and we pay the company back every month. Hearing this, Cang Yunfeng cursed in a low voice, this is definitely a scheme that a miser would come up with. Our Team 9 repays the car loan to the company, and the company earns the interest. Zhao Xiaojia said, I had no choice. I was thinking of negotiating a loan with the car dealer to buy a car. The registration under the company name required the seal of the person in charge of the company. The miser knew that we wanted to buy a car, so he thought of making money from our interest. Xie said, let's make money. At least we have solved the car problem now. What will Yunfeng do next? Cang Yunfeng said, we have robbed 2 570s, plus my old 80, and the 4 new pickup trucks and 2 patrols, which can fully meet the vehicle needs of our team. The next step is to return to Kunming for preparation, and after Wang Hai is discharged from the hospital, we will return to Kunming to complete the modification of the car in the shortest possible time. At this time, Wang Hai suddenly said, I will be discharged from the hospital tomorrow morning and go back to Kunming with you. Now that we are in Kunming, the modified parts have almost all arrived. I don't want to wait any longer. Huang Fuchang, right. I want to order his whole family, the whole family. The last 2 words were screamed out. Yi reminded Wang Hai, you should stay in the hospital for observation. Your body still needs rest. Yi wanted to say something, but Xiaopeng raised his hand to stop her. Xiaopeng said to Yi, let Wang Hai fly back to Kunming and wait for us. If you feel really unwell, you can go to the hospital in Kunming. After all, it is the provincial capital, and the medical conditions there will be better than here. After hearing what Xiaopeng said, everyone had no other opinions and decided to agree to Wang Hai's idea of being discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Cang Yunfeng said to everyone in a heavy tone, after you go back, if you have any personal matters, please take advantage of these few days to deal with them quickly. We will definitely return to Black Sand desperate situation again. The meeting will end here. Xiaopeng has already booked a hotel for everyone. Leave one person and I to accompany Wang Hai in the hospital. The rest of you can go and rest. We will return to Kunming in batches tomorrow. As soon as the words fell, at least 5 people said in unison, I'll stay. Seeing this, Cang Yunfeng immediately said, we're not playing mahjong, why are you so enthusiastic? Those who need to go back and rest should go back early. Yi, Xiaopeng, and Xiaoding, who stayed up late driving and took care of the patients in the hospital for a whole day and night, should all go back to the hotel and rest. Qin Shuang can stay, and the rest of you can go and rest. Dashan said, they treated me like a patient and took care of me all night yesterday. I rested well. I will stay to take care of Wang Hai tonight. Brother Feng, you should leave quickly and have a good rest. Cang Yunfeng said, don't argue, I slept very comfortably in the camp yesterday, Qin Shuang will stay, and the rest of you can go to the hotel. Seeing Cang Yunfeng's firm attitude, everyone stood up and left. When Xiaopang was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and came to Cang Yunfeng and said, Brother Feng, let me tell you, the barbecue restaurant at the door is good. It's open until late at night. If you and Qin Shuang are bored, go get some midnight snacks and have a few bottles of beer. It's great. After hearing this, Cang Yunfeng praised, this is a good idea. Qin Shuang, go get some food and I'll call Yusakai. When they heard the name, Yusakai, everyone turned their heads and looked at Cang Yunfeng with surprise and expectation in their eyes. What? Cang Yunfeng asked, why are you all looking at me like that? What does it mean? Xiaopang asked excitedly, are you going to ask Brother Kai to come back for help? Is this true? Is this true? Do you really want to ask Brother Kai to come back? If Brother Kai comes back, will Huang Fuling still have fun? Cang Yunfeng waved his hand and said, you should go and rest early. I will tell you when I have news. Who knows if we can hire this guy? After all, he is going to be the general's successor in Myanmar. After hearing this, everyone was basically certain that Cang Yunfeng wanted to invite Yusakai back, and everyone showed excitement on their faces. Wang Hai, who was half lying on the bed, was even more grateful. After everyone left, he looked at Cang Yunfeng and said, in order to avenge Ram, you have to ask Brother Kai to come back for help. How can I thank him? Cang Yunfeng said, we are brothers who have been through thick and thin together. It would be too polite to say, thank you. When he comes, just accompany him for a few more drinks. Wang Hai looked up at the ceiling with melancholy, perhaps thinking of his past with Ram. Tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Cang Yunfeng walked to the window and called Yusakai. After a long while, Yusakai answered the phone and asked, what's the situation? Do you want to give your nephew a gift? Cang Yunfeng lowered his voice and said, Ram is gone. Ram? Yusakai asked, Ram from Team 9. Wang Hai's girlfriend. Yeah. Cang Yunfeng responded and continued, by someone. When he said this, Cang Yunfeng lowered his voice and said, first he was raped and then killed. He was stabbed more than 10 times but avoided the vital parts. Finally, he poured gasoline on her and burned her to death. Fuck. Yusakai said, who did it? How could someone do such a cruel thing? We found the people. We need your help. Can you come back when you have time? Bring a few people with you. Yusakai said without any hesitation, it's no problem to bring people here, but the customs inspection is too strict now, and it may be difficult to get weapons. It doesn't matter. As long as you can come, I'll feel at ease. I had a brief contact with the other party and have a little understanding of his strength. Cang Yunfeng briefly recounted what had happened in the past few days. Yusakai said happily, you are in Qinghai now, right? See you in Kunming in 3 days. I will look for the notebook and leave as soon as I find it. A small notebook. Cang Yunfeng asked, what small notebook? A few years ago, you asked me to go to Kunming to protect Yunting. We agreed to pay you a certain amount for each fight. But how many times did I fight for Yunting? When I came to settle the score with you, you refused to pay. I have always remembered this. Wait until I find the little notebook and settle the score with you face to face. Speaking of this, Cang Yunfeng directly refuted, I can't afford it, and I decided to marry my sister to you, but you don't agree. Get out of here. Are you trying to take advantage of me again? You're taking advantage of me. By the way, when you come, bring me some local specialties from your hometown. Don't bring anything too expensive. Just bring your worthless local specialties, stones that are a little green, emerald green. I'm telling you, given our relationship, you must not give me anything else. Just bring me some green broken stones. Bring more of that stuff, and make sure it's green. Before he could finish his words, Yusakai hung up the phone and couldn't help cursing, this bastard is trying to trick me again. Xiao Yuer, who was in the same room with Yusakai, holding a 2-year-old baby in her arms, asked, Yunfeng. Yusakai walked towards Xiaoyuer, took the baby who had just fallen asleep from Xiaoyuer's arms and asked, how do you know it was him? Xiaoyuer snickered and said, you two always bicker every time you talk on the phone, trying to take advantage of each other. Sometimes you can't help but snicker even when you're clearly being taken advantage of by the other party. Apart from Yunfeng, do you have another friend around you who you can chat with like this? Some details are hard to discover if others don't tell you. At this moment, Yusakai realized that although he was being cheated by Cang Yunfeng again, he was full of joy in his heart. He held the baby in his arms and said to Xiaoyuer, is there any good jadeite recently? I'll bring a few pieces over. Xiaoyuer said, last month, a batch of materials was delivered to the processing plant. I'll go with you to the factory tomorrow to have a look. You can take any that look good. It doesn't have to be the best. Just pick some junk and cheat them out of a few bottles of good wine. It's a scam. After hearing this, Xiaoyuer couldn't help but smile. She knew very well that although Yusakai said this, he still wanted to give the good things to Cang Yunfeng. At night, while Yusakai was sleeping soundly, Xiaoyuer quietly got up, took out some of her treasured jadeite, and immediately had someone take out these high-quality jadeite and send them to the safe in the processing plant. This way, when she took Yusakai to choose the jadeite tomorrow, she could pack up all the high-quality jadeite and take it away. If Yusakai was asked to look through her own safe, he would definitely not be willing to do so. Xiaoyuer did this to make Yusakai feel comfortable when taking the items. In fact, when Xiaoyuer got up, Yusakai had already woken up. He was a very light sleeper, a habit he developed during those years of survival. Living in a life where he could lose his life at any time made Yusakai develop a keen sense of alertness. When Xiaoyuer sent Faitsue away and returned to the bed, Yusakai turned over and held her in his arms, trying to hold her as tight as possible. Xiaoyuer really liked the feeling of being hugged by Yusakai. In life, we understand each other tacitly. Galmud Hospital. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone into the ward. In order to prove that he had recovered, Wang Hai was the first to get up. He even tried a morning jog in the hospital. After completing the discharge procedures, Cang Yunfeng, Wang Hai and Qin Shuang came to the hotel to meet up with the main group. They just happened to see Chen Lei and his men tidying up the car in the parking lot. Su Hong was wiping the dust inside the cab with a rag. After coming out of the Gobi Desert, there was a lot of floating dust in the car. When Chen Lei saw Wang Hai, he took the initiative to greet him and asked, how are you? Are you feeling better? Wang Hai nodded heavily and said, I slept in the hospital for 1 day and 2 nights, and I have recovered very well. It was not a serious problem, but I just felt weak all over and wanted to sleep when I closed my eyes. Now I have fully recovered. Su Hong said, is it because the scorpion's venom has a nerve-numbing effect? That's why you're so sleepy. Wang Hai said, that's not clear. Cang Yunfeng said to Chen Lei, Brother Lei, you have worked hard. Go slowly on the way back. We will meet again in Kunming. Chen Lei patted Cang Yunfeng's right arm and said, you are too polite again. If you have anything, we can contact you at any time. We will set off after we have packed up. At this time, Xie came over from the side, handed 2 packs of cigarettes to Su Hong and said, everyone has worked hard these past few days, take these 2 packs of cigarettes. When it comes to social skills, Xie has never disappointed anyone. After a few polite words, Su Hong accepted the cigarette. When Team 1 left, all the members of Team 9 saw them off in the parking lot. Chen Lei was quite moved by this scene. This trip was a sure win for the team. They sold 2 cars that were in very ordinary condition and earned some money for the event. In the hotel parking lot, everyone stood in a circle, and Xie arranged, Li Lu, Wang Teng, Qin Shuang, and Xiao Ding will stay and be responsible for rescuing the 2 cars that were lost in the Gobi Desert. After the rescue is successful, the cars will be handed over to Wang Teng to be taken to Xining for modification. Strengthen the parts that need to be strengthened, and replace the parts that need to be replaced. Wang Teng felt a little guilty, scratched his head and said, I'm just a small repair shop. I have no problem repairing cars. I used to be quite confident in modifying cars, and I thought I was good at it. But after seeing the car modified by Wang Hai, my confidence was gone. Wang Hai said modestly, I figured it out bit by bit. Send me your address later and I will order a set of modified parts and send it to you. Wang Ting asked, as for your 8 shock absorber modification plan, 4 of them are installed without damage to the original car position, and the other 4 shock absorber brackets are made of beam holding parts fixed on the beam, without any welding. I understand the benefit of doing this, which is to protect the rigidity of the original car beam, but can this kind of beam holding parts be purchased? Don't worry about that. I'll go back to Kunming and manually make a set of beam parts for you. If you have a lathe factory here, I'll give you the data and you can hire someone to do the processing. Wang Ting said, you will be busy when you return to Kunming. Just give me the data and I will find someone to process it. Xie said, you can discuss the specific details privately. What I want to say is that you must be careful when you enter the Gobi Desert to rescue the 2 vehicles. Mr. Song is inside now, so they will not embarrass the rescue vehicles. Wang Ting said, when rescuing those 2 vehicles, I will bring more people with me and ask a few more comrades to help. I don't believe they are mad dogs and dare to do this. Cang Yunfeng said, Mr. Song is inside, they won't embarrass these 2 broken cars. Xie continued, the rest of you will buy a flight from Galma to Xining today, transfer in Xining and fly to Kunming. The 4 rescue dogs and Yunfeng's 80 will stay here. I have already notified Zhao Xiaojia to pick up the car this morning. Li Lu, there is one more thing you need to pay attention to. If Wang Fuchang shows up in Galmud, you must follow him closely. No problem. If we find this person, we will not let him go. That's it. If there's any news, we'll keep in touch. After the 9 teams separated, Cang Yunfeng, Xie, Wang Hai, Dashan, Long Yi and Pan Shui returned to Kunming together. Kunming. In the morning, Zhao Xiaojia received a call from Xie, asking her to bring the 4 Toyota Tundras and 2 Nissan Patrols they bought back to the company today. Wang Hai had already ordered a full set of modified parts. After receiving the call, Zhao Xiaojia first contacted the company's finance department and asked the finance department to pay the balance of the 6 vehicles in one lump sum. Both the Toyota Tundra and the Nissan Patrol were purchased in a store called Jilung Auto Trade, which specializes in parallel imported cars. The price had been agreed upon and the contract signed, and a deposit of 600,000 yuan had been paid. The contract stated that the balance would be paid when the car was picked up. At 10:30, Zhao Xiaojia brought the company's financial officer, Ms. Li, to Jilung Auto Trade to pick up the car. It was supposed to be a happy thing, but Zhao Jilung, the boss of Jilung Auto Trade, caused trouble again. At that time, Zhao Xiaojia and Ms. Li from the finance department came to Zhao Jilung's office. Zhao Jilung warmly made tea to greet them and started chatting with Zhao Xiaojia. After 2 cups of tea, Sister Li signaled Zhao Xiaojia to talk business, as she had to go back to the company to do other things after paying the balance. So Zhao Xiaojia proposed to settle the balance and inspect the car. Zhao Jilung was wearing a black t-shirt with a big Gucci logo on the chest. His belly was bulging. He held a teacup and said to Zhao Xiaojia, Miss Zhao, what decorations do you plan to buy? Decoration. Zhao Xiaojia was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what it meant. She smiled and said, Boss Zhao, you are not going to force me to pay more for the car, are you? Zhao Jilung smiled and said, we are all relatives. What are you talking about? How could I ask you to pay more for the car? I can't do such a thing. I want to ask Miss Zhao for a favor. We have some unsaleable auto parts. Can you help us buy some? Not much, just 30,000 yuan will do. Zhao Xiaojia saw that Zhao Jilung had said so much. Although she knew that this was an extra surcharge for the car, she planned to endure it. She was going to pay the 30,000 yuan out of her own pocket first, and then bring it up at the meeting and withdraw the money from the account of Team 9. Thinking of this, Zhao Xiaojia asked, Mr. Zhao, do you have any unsaleable products? Zhao Jilung said, we have quite a wide variety of products here, all of which are necessary for car lovers. For example, the 360 degrees fully enveloping nanofoot mats are sold at 4,980 per set, and I will just remove the decimal point by 300. There are also non-destructive hidden dashcams with front and rear dual cameras, which are sold at 2,980 per set, but I will remove the decimal point and install a set for you for 2,000. There are also high-end full car films imported from Japan, which are sold at 19,800 per set, and I will just charge you 19,000. The chassis guard plate is made of aluminum magnesium alloy, and I will also give you a set of car seat cushions, the kind with ice silk, which is warm in winter and cool in summer. 30,000 yuan for these things is a good deal, isn't it? Zhao Xiaojia cursed in his heart, what a bargain, this thing only cost 3,000 yuan on Taobao. Although he knew he was being ripped off, Zhao Xiaojia decided to accept the loss, as long as he could get the car smoothly, so he said to Zhao Jilong, okay, then buy a set. Zhao Jilong, you have to pay this fee separately. The car price is the car price, and the decoration is the decoration. I have to tell you that I cannot issue an invoice for this decoration. Zhao Xiaojia chose to be tolerant again and said, okay, then I'll give you 30,000 separately. 30,000. Zhao Jilong said, you may have misunderstood. I said 30,000 per car. You ordered 6 cars from us in total. 36 equals 18. You have to pay me 180,000 separately. 180,000. Zhao Xiaojia was no longer calm. Zhao Jilong, like a smiling tiger, rubbed his corrupt belly and asked back, you don't think it's worth 30,000 yuan to load all 6 cars, right? There's no such price. Zhao Xiaojia said, Mr. Zhao, your price is a bit too much, let's just make it about right. I know it's impossible to fully equip all 6 cars with 30,000 yuan, I think I can just buy decorations for 1 car, symbolically supporting your work, but you asked for 180,000 yuan, isn't that a bit too much? Zhao Jilong said with a smile, Miss Zhao, you may not understand the auto industry. Not to mention that we are engaged in parallel import of cars, now even some 4S stores require you to buy some decorations before you can pick up the car. This is also an illegal rule in the auto industry. If you buy the car in full, I can't make any money from the loan handling fee and interest difference. What's wrong with letting us make some money from the decoration? You won't disagree, right? Zhao Xiaojia said, our contract has been signed, and it's clearly written in black and white. You asked me to support your work, and I've done my best by buying 1 set of decorations. If you insist on forcing me to buy 6 sets of decorations, I'm sorry, I won't buy any. Seeing this, Zhao Jilong put away his smile and replaced it with a sullen face. He looked at Zhao Xiaojia and threatened, if you don't buy the decorations, you can't take the car away today. Zhao Xiaojia was a girl after all. When she saw Zhao Jilong's strong attitude, she didn't know what to do for a moment. She pinned all her hopes on the car purchase contract. She held the car purchase contract and said, when we signed the contract, it didn't say that we had to buy decorations. You are forcing me to buy and sell. Zhao Jilong has been in this business for many years. What kind of clients has he not seen? In his eyes, Zhao Xiaojia is just a girl who is easy to bully. He took out the points buried in the contract and said, I recognize everything written in the contract. There is nothing wrong with it. Then you should sell it to me at the price in the contract and not do these decorations. Zhao Jilong said, I'm sorry, the undecorated cars written in the contract haven't arrived yet. You can pick up that kind of car. I'll notify you when the car arrives. All the cars in today's batch need to be decorated. When can I pick up the undecorated ones? I don't know either. Anyway, the contract doesn't mention the time to pick up the car. I'll tell you when the car arrives. Zhao Xiaojia was angry, I want my deposit back. Zhao Jilong smiled proudly and said, I'm sorry, what you paid is a deposit, not a subscription. A deposit is not refundable. This is the rule. Even if you sue in court, you will lose. It was obvious that Zhao Xiaojia was going to be defeated. At this moment, Zhao Xiaojia wanted to cry but had no tears. Her face was full of grievances. She tried hard not to let her tears fall, and pretended to be strong and said, you are bullying me. Zhao Jilong denied it, you can't say that. How did I bully you? I was just discussing with you about buying some decorations. This is the unwritten rule in the industry. You said you don't want to take out a loan or buy decorations. Where does our profit as an importer come from? It's wrong for you to do this. You have to consider us. Seeing that it was impossible to pay the balance in a short time, Ms. Li, the finance manager, said to Zhao Xiaojia, you two can talk first. Call me when you've reached an agreement. I'll come over and pay the balance for you. Zhao Xiaojia knew that Sister Li from the finance department would be of no help, so he let Sister Li go first. Zhao Xiaojia decided to argue with Zhao Jilong again. After Ms. Li from the finance department left, Zhao Jilong exposed his true nature and said to Zhao Xiaojia, "I see that you bought the car in the name of the company. Based on the principle of, good for you, good for me, good for everyone, I will give you an additional 30% rebate for each car you add 30,000 yuan of decorations. What do you think? Anyway, it's all public money, we all make money, and there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future, right? In fact, I wanted to say these words to you at the time, but when I saw your company's finance department was here, I didn't have the chance to say it. I, Zhao, am a very good person. If you cooperate with me, I won't let you suffer any loss." Zhao Xiaojia explained, "Mr. Zhao is not what you think. I don't want any kickbacks. I came to you to buy a car just to take it away in a down-to-earth manner. How about this? I don't want any decorations either. I will give you a red envelope of 10,000 yuan in private. This money is not from the company, but from me personally." 10,000 yuan. Zhao Jilong said, "Let me tell you, no one is as insulting as you. Do I look like someone who is short of 10,000 yuan? The reason why I want you to buy the decorations is because we cannot break the rules of this industry." Zhao Xiaojia said, "We really can't afford to buy 180,000 yuan worth of decorations." At this point, Zhao Jilong fell silent. He looked Zhao Xiaojia up and down and asked, "Do you really need to pick up the car?" Zhao Xiaojia nodded. Zhao Jilong asked again, "Want to take the car away today?" Zhao Xiaojia nodded again. At this time, Zhao Jilong's eyes fell on Zhao Xiaojia's chest. He looked at her with intriguing eyes for a few more times, then changed to a gentle tone and said to Zhao Xiaojia, "Sister, listen to me. It is an unwritten rule in the industry to increase the price of parallel imported cars. Everyone understands it. I am not targeting you. This is how the industry is. Who can pick up a car without paying extra? Are there such people? Yes. I tell you clearly that there are such people. They are basically my friends. Do you understand what I mean?" Zhao Xiaojia didn't say anything and remained silent. After a few seconds, Zhao Jilong seemed to have made a difficult decision. He looked at Zhao Xiaojia and said, "How about this, sister? I have a dinner party tonight. Come and accompany me to host it. We've had wine and dinner, and we're no longer clients. We're friends. Since we're friends, I'll naturally give you less and give you less. Accompany the client tonight, and come over tomorrow to handle the formalities and take the car away. I'll also arrange for someone to accompany you to the vehicle management office to register your car. What do you think? After all, we're family, and it would be a bit unreasonable if I didn't help you at all." Zhao Xiaojia had already seen what Zhao Jilong was up to, but in order to pick up the car smoothly, Zhao Xiaojia still agreed. Then Zhao Jilong sent Zhao Xiaojia a location on WeChat and said to Zhao Xiaojia, "Come here for dinner at 6 p.m. When you arrive, send me a message and I will pick you up." And just like that, Zhao Xiaojia was sent away. It was almost noon when she left Jilong car dealership. She called Pan Shui, who happened to be in Xining for a layover. After answering the call, Zhao Xiaojia told him all the grievances she had suffered. At the end, she also told Pan Shui, "I just feel uncomfortable and want to talk to you. Don't tell Brother Feng. It will be a problem if he finds out. I'll see if I can accompany Zhao Jilong for a meal and ask him to sell the car to us at the original price. If not, I'll add some money. After all, every car needs to have window film and floor mats." Pan Shui responded and said, "Send me the address for dinner tonight. Our flight is at 3 p.m., and I will pick you up after we land." Zhao Xiaojia sighed, "I didn't expect buying a car would be so troublesome." Pan Shui said, "This Zhao Jilong is just taking advantage of you because you don't know anything. He cheated you when you signed the contract. But you can't be blamed for this. Those car dealers are smarter than each other. They may have cheated countless people like this. If everything goes well, you can pick up the car tomorrow. I'll come to see you when I get to Kunming. Well, I'll wait for you." After hearing Pan Shui's consolation, Zhao Xiaojia's mood finally improved a little, but Pan Shui was no longer happy and remained silent. When Xiaopeng noticed that Pan Shui was silent, he took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong? Why did you become so depressed after receiving a phone call?" "Nothing. Did Zhao Xiaojia reject you again after you confessed your love to her? I tell you, men need to be thick-skinned in this regard. You should learn from me. How did I get rejected by E again and again, and then I tried to get close to her again and again? Seize every opportunity to be alone with her, and create opportunities even if there are none." Pan Shui glanced at Xiaopeng and whispered, "I can't create opportunities as perverted as you." Xiaopeng retorted, "How am I a pervert? How am I a pervert? Did I create an opportunity for us to be alone together that time make you think I'm a pervert?" Pan Shui recalled, "If you get a mosquito bite on your butt, you can just apply some herbal ointment. But some people insist that they can't touch my butt because their arms are too short. They lie on the bed in the infirmary and expose their butts to ask E to help wipe them. Isn't this perverted? Didn't E ask you how you usually wipe your butt after taking a shit?" The thick-skinned little fat guy actually blushed at this moment and argued cunningly, "You know nothing, this is called sacrificing your butt for love, it's worth it. Tell me about you, what happened with Zhao Xiaojia? Did you have a fight?" Pan Shui said, "There was no quarrel. Zhao Xiaojia encountered some trouble." "What's the matter?" Pan Shui told him about the blackmail for the decorations when picking up the car. After hearing this, Xiaopeng whispered to Pan Shui, "Don't let Brother Feng know about this. If Brother Feng knew about this, given his temper, he would definitely argue with the other party with his fists clenched. We should keep a low profile recently. After all, Old Song is still waiting for us in there. If we are delayed again because of something, Old Song will be very worried." Pan Shui sighed and said, "I will go find Zhao Xiaojia first when we get to Kunming and see what's going on." Xiaopeng said, "I'll go with you to Kunming. You're an impulsive person. If you see Zhao Xiaojia being bullied, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist and start a fight with them." Pan Shui said, "That can't be done." In the afternoon, Zhao Xiaojia arrived at the hotel at the agreed time and contacted Zhao Jilong at the hotel entrance. Zhao Jilong immediately walked out of the hotel to greet Zhao Xiaojia. After meeting, he deliberately showed a very close relationship with Zhao Xiaojia. He put his right hand on Zhao Xiaojia's shoulder and briefly introduced to Zhao Xiaojia the dinner tonight. After entering the private room, there were 3 men and 3 women sitting inside. The innermost main seat was empty, obviously reserved for Zhao Jilong. As soon as he entered the door, Zhao Jilong said to the waiter, "You can serve the food now. Open the wine for me." The waiter asked, "Is everyone drinking?" Zhao Jilong didn't even ask Zhao Xiaojia if she wanted to drink, he just said to the waiter, "Everyone drinks." After that, Zhao Jilong said to Zhao Xiaojia, "Let me introduce you. These guys are all my good friends. This one rents luxury cars, this one buys and sells second-hand luxury cars, and this one runs a nightclub. After this game, we'll go to his place to drink in the second half. Today is also considered a business bureau, so I'll introduce you guys. Miss Zhao runs an off-road club, and her industry is related to cars. Let's get to know each other and share resources in the future. To be honest, Miss Zhao is absolutely powerful. This time she ordered 4 tundras and 2 patrols from me. She's definitely a big customer." Hearing this, the second-hand car dealer immediately flattered Zhao Xiaojia and said, "Miss Zhao, I'm a second-hand car dealer. Please take care of me in the future." The people who do luxury car rental also showed their courtesy and began to praise Zhao Xiaojia with words. If it were an ordinary girl, she might be flattered by these 2 people and feel that she has found her self-worth by attending this kind of business dinner with Zhao Jilong. In fact, this is a way of communication in this circle, using flattery to make girls find a little sense of existence. Many times, girls who lack self-awareness will really think that the people at the table are complimenting her, and even think that going out with such a man will raise her status. Little do they know that this is an alternative form of flattery. Zhao Xiaojia doesn't care about those empty things. She just wants to know whether she can pick up the car smoothly tomorrow. When talking about this topic, Zhao Jilong always changed the subject by saying drinking, and even hinted to Zhao Xiaojia that as long as they were happy drinking, everything would be easy to talk about. In this way, Zhao Xiaojia was forced to drink several glasses of white wine. Kunming Changshui Airport. The flight landed smoothly. Pan Shui and Xiaopang called an online taxi from the airport and left early. Except for Yi, who knew what the two were going to do, no one else had a clue. After getting in the taxi, Pan Shui kept calling Zhao Xiaojia. Zhao Xiaojia was very smart. After she answered the call, she put the phone in her pocket without saying a few words and kept talking to Pan Shui. Sitting in the taxi, Pan Shui heard everything that was said at the table carefully. Zhao Jilung coaxed Zhao Xiaojia and said, "Sister, let me tell you, you have to pay extra for decorations when buying parallel imported cars. This is an unwritten rule in the industry. But I also told you today that there are not so many rules between friends. Drink this glass of wine, and we will be friends after drinking this glass of wine." Zhao Xiaojia held up the wine glass and asked, "If I drink this, can I take the car away tomorrow without paying more?" Drink first and talk later." This was the fourth or fifth time he had mentioned this. Every time he finished his glass of wine, he would move on to the next topic amid cheers and applause. After going around in circles, he would come back to continue persuading Zhao Xiaojia to drink. Pan Shui on the other end of the phone gnashed his teeth as he heard this. He urged the driver, "Master, please hurry up. I'm in a hurry." The driver said, "I'm already very fast. We took the expressway around the city, not the East Third Ring Road." Pan Shui urged, "Can you go faster? I'll give you more money." Xiaopang could tell Pan Shui was a little anxious, so he comforted Pan Shui and said, calm down. You must control your emotions. Don't start a fight as soon as you get there. Peace is the most precious thing. You know, peace is the most precious thing. Remember not to fight." Pan Shui whispered, "They'd better not do anything to Zhao Xiaojia. If they do something to Zhao Xiaojia, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." Xiaopang taught Pan Shui, "Be patient, you must be patient. You are a man, you must know how to be patient and control your emotions, understand? You should learn from me. When you need to be patient, you must control your emotions and your hands. This is what a mature man should do." Pan Shui said, "I advise you to shut up now. If you don't shut up, I may not be able to control my hand and hit you to shut up." "Tisk," said the fat guy with contempt. "Why are you hitting me? You don't know what's good for you. I'm telling you how to be a calm and mature man. Mature men like me are always very attractive." Along the way, Pan Shui kept listening to Xiaopang's nagging about things like keep calm and don't do anything, and finally arrived at the restaurant before his ears got calluses. At this time, Zhao Xiaojia was still having dinner with Zhao Jilung in the private room. Pan Shui had already determined that Zhao Jilung had no intention of letting Zhao Xiaojia pick up the car at the original price. At least, Zhao Jilung would not make any concessions before sleeping with Zhao Xiaojia. After getting off the car, Pan Shui rushed up the steps in front of the hotel. Xiaopang paid the taxi fare and ran after him, reminding him, "Keep calm, don't do anything, you must stay calm, let's not cause any trouble, just take Xiaojia away." Pan Shui walked in front with big strides and pushed open the doors of 3 private rooms in succession but didn't see Zhao Xiaojia. Xiaopang kept apologizing to the people in the first 3 private rooms behind him. Until he pushed open the door of the 4th private room, Pan Shui finally saw Zhao Xiaojia. Zhao Xiaojia was sitting on a chair next to Zhao Jilung. When Pan Shui pushed open the door, Zhao Jilung was holding the wine glass in both hands and urging people to drink. Zhao Xiaojia said that he didn't want to drink anymore. At this time, Pan Shui opened the door, followed by Xiaopang. Zhao Xiaojia had drunk a lot of wine but was still conscious. When he saw Pan Shui coming in, he said to Zhao Jilung, who was about to toast, "My boyfriend is here to pick me up." Zhao Jilung's face flashed with disappointment when he heard this. He looked at Pan Shui at the door and immediately said, "Brother, you are late. Come in and sit down. I will ask the waiter to add a set of bowls and chopsticks." Pan Shui said, "No, I've already eaten. I'm here to pick up Xiaojia and talk about the price increase for the car." Zhao Jilung acted superior and said, "Let's talk about this. Let's drink first." Then, he picked up the bottle and began to pour liquor into the decanter. After it was full, he held it out to Pan Shui and said, "Drink this. If you drink this, we are friends. Friends can talk about anything." Before Pan Shui could speak, the fat guy who had asked Pan Shui to hold back became anxious. He stepped forward and stood beside the table and asked, "What are you doing?" "We are the customers who paid for the car, but how come you are the grandson of the customer?" Zhao Jilong saw that Xiaopang was using dirty words when he spoke. He relied on the fact that he had already received a deposit of 600,000 yuan and the car purchase contract in his hand, and directly crushed Xiaopang with an arrogant attitude and said, "If you buy a car from me, you have to follow my rules, otherwise you can't take the car away." The men who rented luxury cars at the dinner table added, "Little fatty, I advise you not to be so arrogant. Everyone at this table is a well-known figure in Kunming's auto industry. Who can you afford to offend?" After saying that, he looked at Zhao Xiaojia, who was sitting inside, and said to her in a provocative tone in front of Pan Shui, "Sister, don't you agree? Tell your boyfriend not to interfere in this matter. The more he interferes, the more difficult it will be. Now it's a car plus 30,000 decorations. If you are not happy about the chat, then it may be 50,000. Fuck your mother." While cursing, Xiaopang had already grabbed a bottle on the table and smashed it at the man who was selling used cars. The man quickly tilted his head to avoid it, stood up, pointed at Xiaopang and yelled, "Fuck your mother, do you want to hit me?" Pan Shui quickly hugged Xiaopang and said to him, "Didn't you tell me not to be impulsive? Why did you get impulsive first?" Xiaopang yelled, "Do you think we are idiots? Add 50,000. I'll give him 50,000 for medical expenses, but I won't give him 50,000 for decoration." Seeing Xiaopang being so arrogant, the man who sells used cars felt embarrassed in front of the girls, so he grabbed a wine bottle on the table and threw it at Xiaopang. Pan Shui was quick-witted and turned around while holding Xiaopang, and used his body to block the flying wine bottle. The wine bottle hit the back of Pan Shui's head and fell to the ground. When the two men near the door saw someone fighting, they immediately stood up and started punching and kicking Xiaopang and Pan Shui without saying a word. When Xiaopang saw someone rushing towards him, he immediately pushed away Pan Shui, who was holding him, picked up a chair in front of him and started fighting with the other person. For a moment, the room was in chaos, and the three girls who were serving drinks screamed and hid in a safe corner. Xiaopang picked up a chair and knocked down the first man, who rushed over effortlessly, then raised the chair high above his head and smashed it at the second man. The man instinctively raised his arms to block, and Pan Shui took the opportunity to step forward and kick the man in the chest. This man was the man who claimed to be running a nightclub. He was kicked several meters away by Pan Shui. He retreated continuously and knocked over the dining table and half lay on the ground. All the food and wine on the table fell on him. The men selling used cars wanted to fight back, but the fat boy rushed forward and grabbed his hair and pressed his head to the ground and beat him. Pan Shui rushed towards Zhao Jilong. There was no need to waste time talking. He just fought. The men who owned the nightclub saw that Pan Shui and Xiaopang were quite good at fighting, and he himself was no match for the two. After figuring out the situation, he immediately took out his cell phone and called for his brothers in the nightclub to come over for help. Pan Shui and Xiaopang's fighting power was at the bottom among the 9 teams, but it was more than enough to beat up these 4 half-drunk men. After just a few rounds, they all couldn't get up. Zhao Xiaojia didn't expect things to turn out like this. She was so scared that she quickly called Xia. Finding someone to help was the best way now. In the private room, the angry little fatman decided to go all out. He came to the corner, grabbed Zhao Jilong's hair and asked, "I have been a god for nearly 30 years. People are not polite to me wherever I go. Why do you complain and ask for a higher price when I buy a car from you? Who indulged you in these bad habits?" Zhao Jilong, with a bruised face, was still unconvinced. He glared at Xiaopang and said, "Go out and ask around. Which parallel imported car seller can sell it to you at the original price? Adding a markup is the rule. Do you understand?" Xiaopang hit him with a big bag and cursed, "I will abide by the contract. I will take the amount written in the contract. Don't talk to me about rules and regulations. The contract is the rule." Zhao Jilong said stubbornly, 50,000 plus 50,000 for decorations. If you don't add this money, don't even think about taking the car away. Xiaopang grabbed Zhao Jilong's hair and slammed him to the ground again and again. While doing so, Xiaopang yelled, "I'll give you an extra 50,000 yuan for medical expenses and an extra 50,000 yuan for the coffin." Over here, Xiaopang was having a great time playing, but Pan Shui pulled him up and said to him, "Hurry up, the police will be here soon." Xiao Pang shook off Pan Shuai's arm and said, I'm not afraid of anything. Pan Shuai, when we came here, you told me not to be impulsive, so why are you more impulsive than me? Xiao Pang asked in confusion, am I impulsive? Is this considered impulsive? Pan Shuai said, run quickly, or we'll be in trouble if we get blocked here. Xiao Pang then realized that the other party had called for help, and he stood up and said, then run, run, and then he ran away at an incredibly fast speed. Pan Shuai pulled Zhao Xiaojia out of the hotel. Just 2 minutes after the three of them escaped, 4 black cars stopped at the entrance of the hotel. 7 or 8 people got out of the cars and ran straight to the private rooms in the hotel. These people were the helpers called by the men who ran the nightclub. Unfortunately, they arrived a step too late. When I rushed into the private room, I saw 4 men who had been badly beaten and 3 frightened girls, huddled in the corner and shivering. The man who sells used cars suggested calling the police, but was stopped by Zhao Jilong and the men who runs the nightclub. Zhao Jilong felt that he had lost face today. His original idea was that if he could sleep with Zhao Xiaojia today, he could symbolically ask her to pay a few tens of thousands of dollars less and take the car away tomorrow. After all, he was doing business, how could he not make money? But things have gone beyond his expectations. Not only did he not sleep with Zhao Xiaojia, but he also had several friends get beaten up. This made Zhao Jilong feel very embarrassed. If he just called the police, it would not be enough to explain to these friends, so he stopped the idea of calling the police and said solemnly, calling the police is too easy for them. I will invite them to the company tomorrow. This matter must be perfectly explained to the brothers. You all come over tomorrow morning and see how I play with her. Seeing what Zhao Jilong said, several people temporarily gave up the idea of calling the police. The men who ran the nightclub said, no matter how you deal with it tomorrow, I must bring people here. You notify that woman and she must call the fat man who beat people over. That's for sure. I'll call her now. As he said that, Zhao Jilong dialed Zhao Xiaojia's number. At this time, Zhao Xiaojia and the other 2 had not walked far away. They were near the hotel. When Zhao Xiaojia saw the name, Jilong Car Dealership, on the phone, he panicked and said to Pan Shuai, it's over. Zhao Jilong called. Take it and see what he says. After Pan Shuai's encouragement, Zhao Xiaojia finally picked up the phone and said in a trembling voice, hello, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Jilong said, bring your boyfriend and the fat guy to my company tomorrow. We won't call the police for what happened today, but you must give us an explanation. Pan Shuai picked up Zhao Xiaojia's phone and said, you want us to give an explanation, right? Very good, I also want you to give us an explanation. I just want to ask, can we take away those cars at the original price? Zhao Jilong said, come on, come to the company tomorrow and I'll tell you. After that, Zhao Jilong hung up the phone. In Zhao Jilong's opinion, he was not afraid at all that Zhao Xiaojia and the others would not come to the company. After all, he had already paid a deposit of 600,000 yuan. If they did not come, wouldn't the deposit of 600,000 yuan be wasted? A few minutes later, Xie and Cang Yunfeng hurried to the hotel. At this time, Zhao Jilong and others had already left. They looked at every private room in the hotel but did not find Zhao Xiaojia. Xie immediately called Zhao Xiaojia. After receiving the call, Zhao Xiaojia and the other 2 returned to the hotel entrance and reunited with Xie. Pan Shuai helplessly told Xie what happened, and finally sighed, Xiao Pang has been telling me not to be impulsive and to calm down all the way, but I didn't expect that he himself would not calm down. Xiao Pang argued, this is too bullying. We are obviously consumers, but we still have to be his grandsons. Can you swallow this? Cang Yunfeng said, it's okay, I'll find someone to take care of it, it's Jilong Car Dealership, right? Zhao Xiaojia asked, Brother Feng, do you know anyone here? Cang Yunfeng said, I don't know him, but I've heard of this Jilong Car Dealership. It's considered a relatively large parallel imported car dealer in the province. They also do luxury car leasing, second-hand car trading, etc. Zhao Xiaojia said, yes, 2 of the people who had dinner together tonight did this. Cang Yunfeng said, people who rent luxury cars can't make much money, and they basically make money by cheating people. Xie looked at Cang Yunfeng curiously and asked, how do you know? You haven't done it. You can imagine it. A Cullinan costs 7 to 8 million yuan, but the rental fee is only a few thousand yuan a day. If you buy a car and rely on the rental fee to make a profit, you will have to sell all your pants. I am still comparing it with the Cullinan. If it is a Ferrari or Lamborghini, the practicality is even worse. It is good if it can be rented out for 65 days out of 365 days a year. To put it bluntly, these people still make profits by cheating on the car after renting it, deducting the customer's deposit, or deliberately damaging the car when the customer rents it, and then blame the customer in the end. Isn't there insurance if it's damaged? Cang Yunfeng said helplessly, why can't you figure this out? Let me give you the simplest example. You rent a Ferrari for 10,000 yuan a day. When you return the car, the owner says there are scratches. You can indeed claim insurance repairs at this time. According to the car rental contract, you don't need to bear the repair costs, but they will tell you that the car cannot be rented out during the repair period, and you have to bear the loss. Then they will bring up the deceptive clauses in the rental contract, which are obviously to cheat you of your deposit. You can't win even if you sue them. They are just deceiving people. Zhao Xiaojia muttered to himself, when I paid the deposit, they promised to pick up the car without any price increase. When I wanted to pick up the car, they said that this batch of cars would not be available without any price increase, and I would have to wait for the next batch. If I want to wait, I may never get the car in the batch without any price increase. After all, there is no final delivery deadline written in the contract. Xie comforted her, Xiaojia, don't blame yourself. This is not your fault. Let Yunfeng handle it. Pan Shui asked, what should we do with Brother Feng? This Zhao Jilung asked us to go there tomorrow. He was beaten so badly today. If we go there tomorrow, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Our Team 9 has so many things to do right now, but Fatty and I didn't keep our composure and caused trouble for the team again. It's okay, it's okay. Cang Yunfeng calmly comforted Pan Shui, you two did nothing wrong. It's simply impossible for us to buy 180,000 yuan worth of car decorations. I'll deal with it tomorrow. At worst, I can fight them. Pan Shui reminded, among the 4 people who were beaten, one seems to be running a nightclub. I heard him calling for help. 4 cars just came and a lot of people got out. They seem to be theirs. If we want to fight, the other side must have a lot of people. Xiao Pang touched his chin and said solemnly, there's no need for that. Sometimes fighting doesn't solve the problem. Besides, we've already fought today. If we lose tonight, we'll have to fight again tomorrow. Since we won, we can't fight again tomorrow. They must have called someone to wait for us at the company tomorrow. If we go over to fight now, let's not talk about whether we can win or not. We're not in the right if we bring people to fight. If they call the police, we'll be in the wrong. Cang Yunfeng looked at Xiao Pang with a foolish look in his eyes and asked, Panger, you don't want to reason with them, do you? Xiao Pang deliberately kept the secret and said, Brother Feng, listen to me. Come to the company early tomorrow morning and don't make any noise. We will go to pick up the car alone. Go back and have a rest now. We will meet at the company tomorrow. I have many ways to disgust you. The next morning, Xiao Pang got up at 6 o'clock as usual, jogged around the community, and then exercised next to the fitness equipment, where he unexpectedly met those uncles and aunts who were doing morning exercises. Several elderly men and women who often do morning exercises saw Xiao Pang and took the initiative to greet him and asked, Where have you been recently, Pang? I haven't seen you out exercising. Are you not in Kunming? While doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar, Xiao Pang replied, I did go out a few days ago. By the way, Auntie, I have something I want to ask you for a favor. What's the matter? Xiao Pang loosened his hands, walked up to a few old men and women and said, I bought a few cars some time ago. When I wanted to pick up the cars, the sellers acted like scoundrels and asked me to pay extra for the decorations. Hearing this, an old lady said indignantly, How can that be possible? How can it change so suddenly? This is too unreasonable. Isn't this obviously a scam? Xiao Pang told the story of asking for a price increase when buying a car, and finally used his fatal trump card and said, You are sitting in the community in the daytime and basking in the sun. I will call a car to pick you up in a while. You can help me organize more grandpas and aunts to bask in the sun. I will pay you a salary of 100 yuan a day. Go sit in that store. When you see customers coming in, tell them that there is a price increase for picking up the car here. Tell everyone who comes in, and I will be there in a while. I will order takeout for you for lunch. Fast food with 4 dishes and 1 soup, and afternoon tea and fruit after lunch. Get off work on time at 5:30 in the evening, and I will call a car to pick you up. Don't worry, if the sales staff or anyone else in the store dares to push you, you fall to the ground and say your waist, legs, or butt hurts, do you understand? After hearing the news that it was 100 yuan a day, and that they would get lunch and a car to pick them up, the old men and women were so happy, as if they had seen new hope for their boring retirement life. They would continue to shine and punish bad businesses for the rest of their lives. An old man made an okay gesture and said to Xiaopang, "Oh, I'll go call old Chen next door who has had a cerebral thrombosis for 3 years. I'll take care of the paraplegic next door to you, too. What time do we meet? I'm going with my old man. It's 200 yuan a day, with car pickup and drop-off, and meals included. Isn't it more comfortable than picking up paper shells from the trash can?" Xiaopang caught the psychology of these uncles and aunts who like to take advantage of small bargains, and said vividly, "You can put pressure on the store. If the store can't bear it, let us pick up the car at the original price today, and each of us will be rewarded with 5 kilograms of eggs. If the store can't bear it tomorrow and let us pick up the car tomorrow, each of us will be rewarded with 4 kilograms of eggs. And so on. The sooner you pick up the car, the more eggs you will get as a reward." Hearing this, the old man who made an okay gesture volunteered and said, "I will organize it today. Everyone listen to me, you must get on the bus today. Everyone stop practicing, go home early to prepare, and gather at the gate of the community on time at 8:30. After hearing this, the old men and women dispersed and went home to prepare. Xiaopang was not idle either. After the old man and woman left, he contacted the company's bus driver and asked him to pick them up at the gate of the community at 8:30, and he would pay for the trip. After everything was arranged, Xiaopang came to the company and drove a car straight to Jilong car dealership with Cang Yunfeng, Xie, Zhao Xiaojia, Pan Shui and others. At 9:15, Xiaopang arrived at the car dealership. The big tourist bus was already waiting at the door. Inside the car dealership, Zhao Jilong and the people who were beaten yesterday were sitting at the tea table in the exhibition hall drinking tea, waiting for Zhao Xiaojia to come. There were obviously more thugs from nightclubs around the exhibition hall, and they were dressed in shabby clothes to scare people. As a businessman, Zhao Jilong knew very well that he could not let others attack first in his exhibition hall. He had to find a way to let the other party attack first. As long as the other party attacked, it would be self-defense if they attacked again. If they encountered any exhibition cars, they could also blackmail them or sell the cars at a high price. Xiaopang pushed open the driver's door and got off the bus first. He waved to the bus, and the door of the bus opened. More than 30 retired uncles and aunts were ready to go. Under the organization of the uncle with the okay gesture, the aunts each brought a folding stool and sat down after entering the exhibition hall. The uncle with the okay gesture took a few aunts with loud voices and sat at the door of the exhibition hall. He took out the thermos in his left hand and the teacup in his right hand, and started working in a second. Cang Yunfeng, Xie, Zhao Xiaojia, and Pan Shui were all stunned when they saw this scene. Xiaopang said proudly, "What are you looking at? Go in and pick up the car from the boss." Zhao Jilong was dumbfounded at this moment. He was caught off guard by the appearance of so many retired uncles and aunts. He stood up, walked to the door, looked at Zhao Xiaojia and asked, "What are you doing?" Xiaopang stood in front of Zhao Xiaojia and said, "We are here to pick up the car. The premise is that we don't want to buy any decorations. Can we take the car away today?" "Impossible." Zhao Jilong said firmly, "You can't take this car away today. Not only can you not take the car away, you also have to take away yesterday." Xiaopang didn't even give Zhao Jilong a chance to finish his words, and directly said to the old man with the okay gesture, "Begin." The old man had a leadership demeanor and took out a loudspeaker from his handbag. He borrowed the loudspeaker from the fruit and vegetable store at the entrance of the community before leaving. After getting the loudspeaker, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Don't come to this car dealership to buy a car. After paying the money, they ask you to pay more for decorations. Stay away from this kind of deceptive business, stay away from this kind of business." Here, the uncle with the okay gesture just finished his words and immediately handed the loudspeaker to the ant next to him. The ant said in non-standard Mandarin, rip people off, this store rips people off, you have to add money to buy a car, if you don't add money, you won't get a car. After shouting the slogan, he passed the loudspeaker to the next person. This scene stunned Cang Yunfeng and others. Only Xiaopang could think of such a disgusting behavior. Xiaopang realized that there were fewer speakers, so he said to the old man with the OK gesture in front of Zhao Jilong, you guys sit down first, I'll go buy a few more speakers and be back in a while. After that, Xiaopang said to Cang Yunfeng, brother Feng, go back to the car and have a rest. After I buy the speakers, we'll go play King of Glory together. Let me tell you, when you play Lu Bu, you have to use your first skill first, and then jump up after your first skill hits. Don't be stupid and jump up first and then use your first skill every time. Do you understand? Zhao Jilong shouted, stop right there. Xiaopang turned around and asked, what? Handing over the car. If not, don't call me. We don't have time to deal with you. Are you doing this to these old men and women to disgust me? Yes, it's to disgust you. If you have a way, you can go. If you don't, you'll die. I see you've called a lot of people in your showroom. Do you want to fight? Why don't you try to touch these old men and women? You want us to increase the price by 180,000 to pick up the car? I won't give you the 180,000 even if I give it to these uncles and aunts to buy eggs. Your store is quite big, and you have a lot of cars on display. The labor and rent are not cheap every day, right? These cars are piled up in your hands and the funds are not circulated. The interest on the bank loan is not cheap, right? Let's see who can outlast the other. Zhao Jilong was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect the other party to resort to such a disgusting approach. This was obviously beyond his imagination. Thinking back to those buyers who had been cheated by him, the final results were basically a compromise between both parties, with a car costing more than 10,000 yuan for decoration. He didn't expect to meet a tough guy this time. Cang Yunfeng couldn't help laughing, and put his arm around Sia's shoulders and said, let's go back to the car and I'll take you to the star. I'll try my best today and bring you the platinum. Sia rolled her eyes and said, in order to reduce family conflicts, I decided not to play games with you anymore. Who are you looking down on? I, Lu Bu, am awesome. Xiaopang rolled his eyes at Cang Yunfeng and said, I don't know how powerful Lu Bu is who uses his first skill before jumping up. Every time a team fight starts, I see you flying up from the spot, and when you come down, you're lying in the enemy's crowd. If it weren't for the death replay, I would have thought that your Lu Bu died after jumping up and falling down. Get in the car and wait for me. I'm going to buy a loudspeaker and let each of these uncles and aunts have one. Jilong Car Dealership. The people in the store had no idea what to do with these elderly people who were obsessed with eggs. Zhao Jilong even gritted his teeth and found the elderly man with the OK gesture to bribe him with money. He said, how many eggs did they give you? I'll give you double. The old man acted like a messenger of justice and educated Zhao Jilong. Is this a matter of money? This is a matter of being a human being. Who do you think we are? If you are reasonable and don't cheat people, we will stand by you even if you don't give us eggs. So in your opinion, are we retired old men and women sitting here just for the eggs? We are upholding justice and maintaining peace in this society. We are using our remaining energy to make this society more harmonious. We just can't stand cheating businesses like you. Zhao Jilong squatted in front of the old man with a frustrated face and explained, Uncle, if you buy a parallel imported car, you have to buy decorations. This is the rule. If you don't understand, don't make trouble. The old man said, I know that we should follow the contract. Forcing people to buy decorations is bundling sales, which is illegal. When he said this, a few people happened to pass by the car dealership. The old man immediately picked up the loudspeaker and said to them, don't look at this store. You have to pay extra for buying cars here. Go to other stores. There are many car sellers in this market. Don't buy cars from this store. Passers-by found it interesting and took out their mobile phones to take videos of the old man. When the old man saw someone taking videos of him with a mobile phone, he talked even more excitedly. Zhao Jilong was completely dumbfounded. Not only was he unable to persuade the old man with the OK gesture, But even several of his friends couldn't stand it anymore. They were worried that they would be photographed accidentally, and they didn't even think about asking for an explanation for the beating they received yesterday. They ran away through the back door in shame. Inside the car, Cang Yunfeng and Xiaopang were playing King of Glory together for the third time. Xiaopang held his phone in both hands, his body swaying with the phone, and he shouted, "Brother phone, charge! The opponent is in the grass in the river. Jump! How did you get over there?" Cang Yunfeng explained stupidly, "Shouldn't I go over and use the first skill to enchant? You told me that the enchantment will increase the damage." Xiaopang was completely speechless. "Can you be more flexible? I watched you walk over and prepare to enchant, but what happened? You walked straight into the crowd and died. Is this my fault? There were so many of them, and I just used my first skill and died before I could jump to the ultimate. You are so stupid. Pan Shui, go and steal the base. Others can steal the base when playing as Han Xin, so why don't you go too? Fuck you, Han Xin is on the opposite side, I'm playing Lanling King." Xie, who was sitting in the back row, sighed, "It's scary to think that a player like this is going to help me improve my scores." Just then, Zhao Jilong and his men came to the car door and knocked on the window glass. The fat guy sitting in the driver's seat ignored Zhao Jilong and continued to direct the battle. Zhao Jilong couldn't stand it anymore, so he opened the car door and said to the fat guy, pick up the car, hurry up and tell these old men and women to shut up, and you guys should hurry up and get out of here." Without even looking up, the fat guy said, "Can't you see we are in a group fight? We are busy. If you don't reach platinum today, you won't be able to pick up the car. Anyway, I have already paid for a day's worth of eggs for the elderly. What time is it? It's not even 11 yet. We'll talk about it in the afternoon." Zhao Jilong said with a sad face, "Isn't it enough that I surrender? Don't let these old men and women torture me. Take the car away quickly. I am wrong. I can't afford to offend you." Xiaopang stared at his phone and said, "I heard you have a 360-degree all-around nano footpad." Zhao Jilong understood what Xiaopang meant and threatened him, "Don't push your luck." Xiaopang said, "Then you just wait until I get to platinum. I'll come pick up the car after I get it, and it won't take too long." Before he finished speaking, Xiaopang's phone rang. He swiped the screen to answer it. Because he was in the game, he could answer the phone directly on hands-free. The voice of the deliveryman came from the phone, "Hello, boss, you ordered 43 fast food meals, right? I'm delivering them. I drove a van here. Where are you?" Xiaopang said, "There is a parallel imported car from Jilong. Turn right after entering the market. I'm over here." "Oh, okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Xiaopang said to Zhao Jilong, "Look, lunch has been delivered. I also ordered afternoon tea and fruit for these uncles and aunts. I will buy them chess, military flags, and playing cards later. I happen to have a folding table in my car, so I will let them play while promoting the price increase for you to pick up the car. To be honest, I spent a lot of money to take care of these uncles and aunts. If I use this money to buy floor mats, I think it will be enough. If you continue to let these uncles and aunts come to your place to punch in tomorrow, the money from entertaining the uncles and aunts tomorrow should be enough to put glass film on 6 cars, don't you think? On the 3rd day, you have to install the driving recorder, and on the 4th day, the seat cushions. Yeah, that's about it." Zhao Jilong was almost pissed off by Xiaopang and threatened, "Don't give me face, if you make me angry, I'll have someone do you a favor.